At long last, it is time to be reassigned from the Bureau of Elderly Cadres back to the Secretariat of the Municipal Party Committee. Tang Ye meticulously adjusted his attire with sun-kissed skin, closely cropped hair, and a tall, upright stature. His chiseled jawline, complemented by a well-tailored suit, rendered him both radiant and composed. At the age of 27, Tang Ye graduated with a master's degree from the Government Management School of Cheongjin University, securing his position in the Municipal Party Committee Office with top honors. His first year of work, however, was fraught with challenges, as he was initially dispatched to the Bureau of Elderly Cadres. Later, he discovered that a conniving individual had orchestrated this setback, a familiar acquaintance whose treachery was particularly ruthless. As he approached the staircase corner, a flash of pink suddenly appeared before him. Tang Ye was unable to avoid a collision, and they stumbled into each other's arms. "Ouch, I'm going to die. Be careful." Documents fluttered through the air like snowflakes. Tang Ye felt as if his shoulder had crashed into a cloud. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was none other than Deputy Director Cheng Lin. At 32, Cheng Lin epitomized the beauty of Jiangnan, with an oval face, deep black eyes, and rosy lips that framed a perfect smile. Her voice was clear and melodic, tinged with a regional accent. "Look at me, so clumsy. The more hurried I am, the more chaotic it gets." Cheng Lin bent down to gather the scattered papers, her fair, supple skin visible just below her collar, while the hem of her dress swayed gently, revealing faint pink lines at her waist, barely perceptible. Tang Ye knelt to assist her, gently brushing off the dust and smiling to ease the awkwardness. "Sister Lin, I've just arranged for the workers to come. They seemed quite irritable, with quite a few breakouts on their faces. Are you feeling unwell?" Cheng Lin instinctively touched the red spot on her face, her delicate brows furrowing as she lamented, "Are there really that many?" Sigh. "I've been suffering from insomnia lately. I had a health checkup last week, and all my indicators were alarming. Even minor ailments should be taken seriously. I know an exceptionally skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I can take you to see him when you have time." "That sounds great. I've always wanted to improve my health." Cheng Lin accepted the documents Tang Ye handed her, aligning and organizing them with a smile, her gaze appraising him. "Xiao Yi, you look particularly sharp today. Are you reporting back to the Municipal Party Committee?" "Sister, although I've been reassigned, please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything." "Ah, now that you're back at the Municipal Party Committee, focus your energy on work and prioritize your career." Sister Lin's appearance was like a picturesque landscape, yet her marital status remained a mystery. Married, her husband was a stranger to her, reportedly pursuing a doctoral degree in Canada. On the second day after Tang Ye arrived at the Bureau of Elderly Cadres, a water pipe burst in her home, and 2 lights malfunctioned. Unable to find a repairman, she reached out to Tang Ye, who, possessing remarkable handyman skills, promptly fixed both the plumbing and the lights. Moreover, Tang Ye's adept writing skills and diligent work ethic earned Cheng Lin's admiration. She treated him not merely as a subordinate, but as a younger brother. The upward mobility within the Bureau of Elderly Cadres was limited, making it a transient place. Tang Ye's return to the Municipal Party Committee was significantly influenced by Cheng Lin. Upon entering Building No. 1, Tang Ye felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see a hawk-nosed figure with narrow eyes. Xiao Jinbo was indeed the backstabbing villain behind the scenes. "Old classmate, long time no see. What have you been busy with lately?" Xiao Jinbo and Tang Ye were not only high school classmates, but also took the civil service exam in the same year. Xiao Jinbo's position was originally in the Municipal Environmental Protection Bureau, but with Tang Ye's temporary transfer to the Bureau of Elderly Cadres, he had stepped into the office of the Municipal Party Committee. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Xiao Jinbo had strong connections, his uncle serving as the Deputy Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Hanzhou City. Tang Ye bit his back molar. "Just busy with nonsense. Thanks for your concern." Xiao Jinbo's forced smile was clumsy, laced with sarcasm as he remarked, "Wasn't it particularly dull at the Bureau of Elderly Cadres? Those old folks love to file petty reports, and sometimes they can be quite stubborn and meddlesome. To escape that pit, you must have extraordinary luck." Tang Ye frowned at his disparagement of the elderly comrades. "The elderly cadres are quite simple. They're just like a bunch of grown-up children that if you find the right approach, they are quite easy to get along with. As for luck, I cannot compete with you. Xiao Jinbo raised his chin, gesturing with the file bag in his hand. Work at the Municipal Party Committee Office is indeed busy and pressuring. I stayed up late last night, writing a speech, and now I have 2 panda eyes. I'm quite glad you're back finally. There's someone less seasoned to help share the burden. Xiao Jinbo assumed an air of seniority, issuing orders before even returning to his post. Tang Ye smiled rather than fuming. Those capable should bear more responsibility. I'm afraid I cannot handle your workload. Your complexion is indeed poor. Your hairline has split down the middle. Does that count as work-related injury? Take care of yourself. Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Xiao Jinbo's expression twisted slightly before he abruptly changed the subject. Do you remember our high school classmate? Xiao Hui. Tang Ye sensed Xiao Jinbo's ulterior motives and replied with a knowing smile. Of course. She was the belle of our class. A smug grin crept onto Xiao Jinbo's face. We're engaged now. Let's all get together for a meal sometime. You did pursue her back in the day. I've been with her for 2 months without much effort, and it just happened. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within Tang Ye, yet his demeanor remained tranquil. 3 people do not make for a lively gathering. Perhaps we should invite a few more for a class reunion? Tang Ye managed his emotions as if they were fortified against intrusion. Xiao Jinbo found the conversation dull and whispered, wishing you all the best in your upcoming endeavors. As he watched Tang Ye disappear into the elevator, Xiao Jinbo's lips curled into a cold smile. Tang Ye first reported to the Human Resources Department before proceeding to Yang Yuan's office. Before him hung a vertical painting of lotus flowers, tidal green, pond rippling. Yang Yuan, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, also served as the Director of the Municipal Party Committee Office. Upon seeing Tang Ye, he removed his glasses and forced a smile. Xiao Tang, please take a seat. Yang Yuan's tone was unusually warm and inviting. Tang Ye felt an unsettling premonition. Xiao Tang, you performed admirably at the Bureau of Elderly Cadres, earning the respect of many elderly comrades, and the leadership there speaks highly of you. Clearly, the organization made the right choice in your assignment. Thank you for the organization's support. The Municipal Party Committee Office has an opening for a posting in Pinnacle, Tianling County. You can take a few days to rest at home and report for duty next week. Tang Ye's body stiffened, his spirits plummeting into despair. Pinnacle was notorious for its poverty, bordering Runjiang City and situated in a remote area, making it an undesirable posting. Yang Yuan's intentions were clear with Xiao Jinbo's powerful connections. If Tang Ye returned to his original post, Xiao Jinbo would inevitably return to the Municipal Environmental Protection Bureau. Thus, Yang Yuan concocted a win-win solution, sending him to the grassroots level in the town. Wasn't he exceptionally capable? Surely, he would shine there as well. Director Yang, your decision comes rather unexpectedly. How about I first work in the Secretariat for a year before being assigned to the town for practical experience? Although the decision seemed final, Tang Ye still made an earnest attempt to negotiate. Yang Yuan tapped the table twice with his hand, his smile softening further. The new Secretary of the Municipal Committee is about to take office, and you are not yet familiar with the work of the Secretariat. Returning now is not the opportune moment. Pinnacle may be poor and dilapidated, but it presents a rare opportunity. Upon your return, a promotion would be quite logical. Young people cannot be overly ambitious or disdainful of grassroots work. Striving in difficult regions and on the front lines is the most beautiful story of youth. Trust me, the town offers vast horizons and abundant opportunities. You are bound to achieve great things. Should you encounter any issues in your new position, feel free to reach out to me. The Municipal Party Committee Office will always be your support. Tang Ye felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Being relegated to the poorest town was one thing. Yang Yuan's pretentious and disingenuous claims of concern only added insult to injury, as he bombarded him with empty platitudes and moral coercion. Tang Ye was utterly frustrated, wanting to retort but unable to find the words, ultimately resorting to a formulaic response. Thank you for your guidance and suggestions, Director Yang. Rest assured, I will fulfill my duties diligently in my new position and live up to your and the organization's expectations. Yang Yuan put on his glasses and dismissed him. You may leave now. Once Tang Ye departed, Yang Yuan dialed a telephone number to reach Xiao Jinbo. Jinbo, Your classmate's new position has been arranged. Hey, thank you for your concern, Director Yang, under your guidance. He will surely achieve remarkable results in his new role. After departing from Building 1, Tang Ye headed to the Bureau for Retired Officials. He had scarcely taken a seat when he received a call from his mentor. Tang Ye's master supervisor was Jiang Jinping, the dean of the Cheongjin School of Political Science and Management. Have you returned to the municipal party office? Alas, it was all in vain. I have been assigned to a temporary position in Pinnacle. Tang Ye's tone bore a hint of disappointment. Jiang Jinping furrowed his brow in concern. Is this truly how they treat you? Why not resign? My research group could greatly benefit from your presence. Thank you for your concern, Professor. In my graduation project, I have chosen Hanzhou as the city model for my research. My intention in returning to Hanzhou to take the civil service exam is to apply what I have learned and validate the concepts within my project. I cannot abandon this endeavor halfway. Jiang Jinping sympathized with Tang Ye while admiring the resilience and intelligence he demonstrated in the face of adversity. However, the political arena is unlike any other profession. Mere talent is insufficient opportunity and a strong platform hold. Greater significance. My doors are always open for you. As Tang Ye prepared to leave the Bureau for Retired Officials, he began to gather his personal belongings. On the desk lay a letter addressed to Hong Ruilin. Tang Ye decided to deliver the letter to him and take the opportunity to say farewell. The government offers benefits to retired officials, allowing them to reside in pleasant housing complexes, yet Hong Ruilin, an unconventional individual, chose to live in a modest neighborhood. Once the deputy secretary of the Hanzhou Municipal Committee, Hong Ruilin was known for his peculiar personality, earning both respect and fear from his colleagues at the Bureau. The old gentleman was an avid Go player. Though his skill and temperament often contrasted sharply, he enjoyed taking back moves and would become irritable upon losing. Tang Ye possessed a basic understanding of Go and would occasionally engage in matches with the old man. During his leisure time, embodying a spirit of respect for the elderly, Tang Ye would greet any scolding with a smile, even when reprimanded. Yet, on the battlefield of strategy, there are no familial ties, and on the Go board, there are no generational bonds. When it was time to compete, Tang Ye never held back, playing with fervor. Hong Ruilin recognized that Tang Ye was different from others, who either feared him or fawned over him, by playing poorly. Although he often scolded Tang Ye as a mischievous boy, deep down, he regarded him as a cherished friend beyond age. After pressing the doorbell several times with no response, Tang Ye retrieved his phone and dialed the number. The ringing echoed from within. Yet after a prolonged wait, no one answered the door. Tang Ye inhaled sharply, the acrid scent of smoke seeping through the door crack. This is not good. A fire has broken out. Chapter 02. Rebirth from the flames. Upon witnessing the peril faced by Hong Ruilin, Tang Ye sprang into action, dialing 119 to report the location of the fire. The thick smoke seeping through the crack of the door grew increasingly dense. Tang Ye attempted to kick the door open. The flames advanced with alarming rapidity. Mere minutes of delay could lead to a tragic outcome for Hong Ruilin due to excessive smoke inhalation. Pain shot through Tang Ye's foot, fortunately. The solid wooden door was not particularly sturdy, and after a dozen kicks, it showed signs of yielding. The inferno intensified, and the smoke billowed ominously. In films, doors yield easily with a single kick, but reality proved far less forgiving. Tang Ye remained undeterred, his neck veins bulging as he braced himself against the door with all his might. In that moment, fear may have flickered in his heart. Yet his mind was flooded with memories of the time spent with Hong Ruilin. He could have chosen to flee, but if he were to learn afterward that Hong Ruilin had perished due to delayed rescue, he would carry that burden of guilt for eternity. Time was of the essence. Even in the corridor, Tang Ye could feel the oppressive heat enveloping him. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. Was he truly to give up? Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the door splintered. A thunderous roar followed. Tang Ye finally succeeded in kicking the door open, and a wave of searing heat assaulted his skin, igniting a sharp sting across his body. He inhaled deeply, reminding himself to stay calm. He dashed toward the bathroom, grabbing 2 towels. Soaking one in water, he covered his mouth and nose with it to stave off suffocation from the choking smoke. The other towel was meant for Hong Ruilin. Tang Ye tried to rush out of the bathroom, but was repelled by the encroaching flames. In mere seconds, the fire roared to life, devouring the sofa and wooden cabinets in the living room. The infernal heat scorched his skin, and Tang Ye realized how naive he had been. He felt insignificantly small, as though he could be consumed by the flames at any moment. With no other choice, he summoned all his strength and sprinted toward the study. Hong Ruilin was quickly discovered, lying on the floor, his body convulsing. "Hong Lao, are you all right?" Tang Ye called out, but Hong Ruilin struggled to open his eyes and offered no reply. Scattered beside his withered fingers lay pill bottles and brown capsules. It dawned on Tang Ye that Hong Ruilin had not taken his medication, and his asthma had flared up. The flames crept dangerously close to the bookshelf, threatening to ignite his trousers. Had he arrived just seconds later, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Although Hong Ruilin could not move, he remained conscious. In that moment of despair, he saw a figure approach, but his condition rendered him unable to discern who it was. Tang Ye draped Hong Ruilin's arm over his shoulder. Suddenly, the bookshelf crashed down, sending embers raining down upon Tang Ye's back. He let out a muffled grunt, the pain snapping him back to reality, and he gathered his strength anew. Struggling, he hoisted Hong Ruilin onto his back, the flames licking at his skin. Navigating through the living room, he rushed into the corridor. Danger still loomed. The fire had begun on the first floor, and every step felt like a perilous gamble. Tang Ye pressed on, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Amidst the billowing smoke and scorching flames, he finally emerged from the building. The residents outside erupted in cheers, exclaiming in astonishment, "Someone's come out. It's Secretary Hong. Is that young man Tang?" At that moment, the fire brigade arrived, deploying ladders and extinguishing the flames with water. Saved. Firefighters took Hong Ruilin from Tang Ye's shoulders. At last, Tang Ye could no longer hold on. He collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the sky. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the sound of an ambulance pierced the air, and he and Hong Ruilin were lifted onto stretchers and into the ambulance. Praise echoed around him, yet as Tang Ye donned the oxygen mask, he felt as though he had traversed a long cycle of life and death, longing only to close his eyes. Tang Ye and Hong Ruilin were transported to the Municipal People's Hospital. At 9 in the morning, Tang Ye awoke to a sharp pain piercing his lungs. Greeted by the sight of pristine white sheets and a youthful, radiant nurse. "You've finally awakened," the nurse exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. "Is Hong Lao all right?" Tang Ye inquired, his voice hoarse and strained. "You should focus on yourself. Your injuries are far more severe than Hong Lao's. His asthma attack was managed in time, and he is out of danger. Your back was injured and burned. Due to infection, you've been running a fever. Several experts from the Provincial hospital worked tirelessly to pull you back from the brink," the nurse said, her tone laced with concern. A smile crept across Tang Ye's lips as he felt a surge of relief. How fortunate it is to be alive, he mused, reflecting on the experience as a form of rebirth. His mind conjured a vivid image of Han Prefecture, with its towering buildings and Pinga Town, the commercial jewel of Han Prefecture. Upon learning that Tang Ye had awakened, Hong Ruilin rushed from the adjacent room. His hair, once a mix of black and white, had turned entirely white overnight, his once bright eyes now sunken in their sockets. Grasping Tang Ye's wrist tightly, Hong Ruilin's tone softened. "You've got quite the strength, breaking down such a sturdy door. Should I reimburse you? With your meager salary, could you even afford it?" Tang Ye retorted, attempting to move but grimacing in pain, prompting a chuckle from Hong Ruilin. "Is it really that amusing? Did you lose a tooth?" Hong Ruilin replied, feigning annoyance. "I have a full set of teeth. Where would I get false ones?" "You've grown bolder, daring to joke with me," he added with a hint of warmth. Having narrowly escaped death, Tang Ye vowed to remain optimistic. "Rest well. Once you're feeling better, we'll have a rematch," Hong Ruilin said before returning to his room. Shortly thereafter, visitors began to arrive. A faint floral scent broke through the sterile smell of disinfectant. Chang Lin, clad in a simple yet elegant outfit, her figure enveloped as if in a hidden jewel box, entered. Her usually resolute demeanor was clouded with worry, starkly contrasting her usual composure and decisiveness. Upon seeing the scars on Tang Ye's body, her eyes instantly glistened with tears. "How could you be so careless?" she chided. Tang Ye chuckled. "Sister, are you worried about me? With your care, I feel instantly rejuvenated." Chang Lin paused, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. "Stop being so cheeky. You dare charge into a raging fire? How reckless." Tang Ye sighed. "At that moment, I didn't think. I just wanted to save someone. Now, I'm a bit scared, afraid I might never see you again. You're quite the smooth talker." Upon hearing that Tang Ye was injured, Cheng Lin felt her heart seize momentarily, but upon confirming his safety, she felt immense relief. Noticing his dry, chapped lips, she gently dipped a cotton swab in water and moistened them, a delicate fragrance wafting from her fingertips. Tang Ye stared at the tender-hearted woman, an inexplicable emotion swelling within him. Cheng Lin stayed by his side for a while before taking her leave. On the third day of his hospitalization, Tang Ye unexpectedly encountered a visitor in Hong Ruelin's room. Chapter 3. Choose the Path of Opportunity. Zhou Qingwu entered the hospital room, where Hong Ruelin was engrossed in a game of chess with Tang Ye. The two were fiercely competing, neither conceding an inch. Hurry up and make your move. I can hardly sit anymore, Hong Ruelin urged impatiently. Why the rush? Both chess and life require steadiness, a principle you often espouse, Tang Ye remarked, placing a white piece atop the black 1s position. Do you dare to challenge me? Hong Ruelin's brow furrowed. Watch as I carjat you. The black piece landed forcefully at an intersection within the opponent's formation. Anticipating this, Tang Ye had already formulated a counter-strategy, deftly placing a white piece at the right corner of the board, cleverly evading the attack. Hong Ruelin found himself momentarily at a loss for how to counter Tang Ye's tactic. Noticing someone in the room, he recognized Zhou Qingwu, who was smiling. Are you a cat? You entered without a sound. I saw you two were deeply engaged, so I didn't want to interrupt, Zhou Qingwu replied. Thank you for your concern, teacher, he added, observing the white hair atop Hong Ruelin's head with a sense of nostalgia. Zhou Qingwu had recently been appointed as the new secretary of the Municipal Committee of Hanzhou and had quietly arrived ahead of his official start date next month. I'm quite resilient. I won't be departing this world anytime soon, Hong Ruelin declared, tossing the black pieces back into the box. Tang Ye, please brew a cup of tea. Tang Ye set down his pieces, stood up to prepare tea, and respectfully handed a cup to Zhou Qingwu. Hello, Secretary Zhou. You must be Tang Ye. Zhou Qingwu acknowledged with a nod. He admired Tang Ye's heroic act of saving Hong Ruelin from a fire. Having once been Hong Ruelin's secretary, Zhou Qingwu was aware of the significant influence Hong had on his career. Although Hong Ruelin had retired at the deputy department level, he was a veteran revolutionary with considerable clout in the political arena of Huainan. Zhou Qingwu understood that if he wished to achieve results as the secretary, he would need Hong Ruelin's support. Seeing Hong Ruelin's good spirits reassured Zhou Qingwu, we identified the cause of the fire. It was due to outdated wiring in the kitchen. I previously suggested you move to the municipal government residential compound, and I've already arranged a house for you there. The environment is pleasant, and the facilities are comprehensive. Hong Ruelin displayed a resigned expression. The house is burned down. What else can I do? Zhou Qingwu smiled. Shall I arrange for you to move there? Let us discuss it after I'm discharged. Hong Ruelin waved his hand, his focus still on the chessboard. You have much to attend to, so perhaps you should leave for now. The game is tense. These next few moves are crucial, if I play them well. I am certain to win. Tang Ye chuckled. Let the best man win. It's not guaranteed who will triumph. Rest assured, I shall act as the judge. Zhou Qingwu finished his tea before departing the room. A few days later, Zhou Qingwu, accompanied by the deputy director of the Provincial Organization Department, arrived at the Hanzhou Municipal Committee to conduct a brief yet efficient inauguration ceremony. After the meeting, Yang Yuan presented a selection of secretary resumes for Zhou Qingwu's consideration. Flipping through the resumes swiftly, Zhou Qingwu set them aside. I heard a young man with the surname Tang recently saved Secretary Hong. Bring me his resume. Yang Yuan responded promptly. Tang Ye is indeed in the municipal office. I will retrieve his resume from the archives. When Yang Yuan returned with Tang Ye's resume, Zhou Qingwu selected two others from the pile to accompany Tang Ye's resume. These three shall be the candidates. Yang Yuan intentionally placed Xiao Jinbo's resume at the top, only to have it dismissed outright. Comrade Xiao Jinbo is quite competent, responsible, and familiar with the municipal office processes. The position of secretary to the municipal secretary was highly coveted, with the ultimate decision resting in Zhou Qingwu's hands. Do not continue, Yang Yuan. Issue the notification. Xiao Jinbo approached Yang Yuan, wearing a hopeful expression. Director Yang, I haven't received any notification regarding the secretary interview this afternoon with Secretary Zhou. Yang Yuan closed the door. Little Xiao, your resume was submitted, but Secretary Zhou has declined it. Xiao Jinbo's mouth fell agape in disappointment. You promised me. Yang Yuan patted Xiao Jinbo's shoulder, offering encouragement with a smile. I did my best. Young man, do not rush. Opportunities abound. If you miss this one, there will be another. Do not lose heart. Despite his graduate degree, Xiao Jinbo had only been working for a year and had not advanced in rank, putting him at a disadvantage in the competition for the municipal secretary position. Yang Yuan had submitted Xiao Jinbo's resume only because Zhou Qingwu expressed a willingness to consider fresh talent. Yang Yuan pondered. withholding the information that the new secretary had given Tang Ye an opportunity for an interview. In the afternoon, Tang Ye was the last to enter the office. A profound traditional painting hung centrally behind the desk, inscribed with the phrase, "How swiftly does the light boat go," having already reached the realm of clouds and forests. Tang Ye mused that the artist's inspiration derived from Li Bai and Apos, entering the clear stream in the mountains. Seeing Tang Ye again, Zhou Chengwu felt a renewed impression. Tang Ye's features were sharp, his stature tall, with thick brows and bright eyes. The secretary was the visage of the leader, making appearance significant. However, a fresh scar at the corner of Tang Ye's eye, a remnant from saving Hong Rolin, marred his otherwise perfect appearance. "Little Tang, you have two options. First, to be my full-time secretary. Second, to follow the previous arrangements of the secretary's office and serve in a township for practical experience. What are your thoughts?" "I choose to serve in the township," Tang Ye replied with unusual conviction. "Oh, what is your reasoning?" Zhou Chengwu asked, half smiling. Tang Ye sat up straight, replying, "Being your secretary is indeed tempting. Your offering is a recognition of my capabilities, yet I must maintain a humble heart and continue to strive. I believe in the adage, do not dismiss small acts of kindness. By going to Pinnacle town, I can hone my skills at the grassroots level. Furthermore, with your support, I can act with greater confidence." Zhou Chengwu smiled knowingly, then inquired, "What do you plan to accomplish in Pingu?" Tang Ye scratched his head and replied, "Actions speak louder than words. I have many ideas, but I fear if I share too many, you might think I'm merely boasting." Zhou Chengwu encouraged him. "Then it depends on the feasibility of your ideas." Tang Ye collected his thoughts and spoke clearly. Previously, Pinga Town had several garment factories primarily producing men's suits and shirts. The styles were limited, and their focus was mainly on exports. However, domestic female purchasing power is on the rise, and women's apparel now occupies the largest retail space in major department stores. Many of these stores have segmented women's clothing into professional wear, youthful styles, elegant attire, and sections for middle-aged and elderly women. The garment factories in Pingu should adapt to this trend and transition to producing women's clothing. Producing women's clothing. Zhou Chengwu pondered, stroking his nose. That's a sound idea. What else? Tang Ye continued. Secretary Hong often praises the exquisite taste of the crayfish and hairy crabs from Pingu. With abundant water resources, the town can develop aquaculture, branding fish, shrimp, and crabs with the end Apos, Pingu and Apos, label. When people think of hairy crabs, they should immediately associate them with Pinga hairy crabs. The same applies to crayfish. Zhou Chengwu's taste buds were awakened, and he smiled in approval. Indeed, the lake delicacies from Pingu are exceptional. Now, regarding housing and transportation, Tang Ye sensed Zhou Chengwu's goodwill and quickened his pace in speech. For housing, living by the lake offers splendid natural scenery, providing a foundation for developing lakeside resorts. As for transportation, I must highlight Pinga Town's geographic advantages. It serves as a hub for the Cheongjin, Runjiang, and Hanzhou urban clusters, promising future convenience in transportation and establishing a center for storage and logistics across the three cities. In the long run, Pinga Town is undoubtedly a treasure trove. Although Tang Ye appeared relaxed, he felt an intense pressure within. Engaging in dialogue with the municipal secretary was fraught with both danger and opportunity. Akin to traversing a narrow bridge, success would lead to a smooth path ahead, while failure could render him indistinguishable from the crowd. Each word must be carefully considered. At this moment, Zhou Chengwu fell into deep contemplation. The recent transfer from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission to Hanzhou primarily aims to initiate and implement the integration of the Cheongjin, Hanzhou, and Runjiang urban clusters. The strategic significance of Pinga Town is currently classified as confidential. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about the Cheongjin metropolitan area. Many of the perspectives align with those of Dean Jiang from the School of Government at Cheongjin University, who happens to be my master's supervisor. My master's thesis is related to the Cheongjin metropolitan area. Zhou Chengwu clasped his hands, resting them against his chin. Tang Ye's discourse is detailed, strategic, and highly executable. Furthermore, he appreciates the relaxed demeanor displayed by Tang Ye during his speech. Very well, I comprehend your thoughts. Let us await further news. Chapter 04. A Twist of Fate, Promotion to Deputy Section Chief. As soon as the interview concluded, Tang Ye exited the elevator and unexpectedly collided with Xiao Jinbo. Aren't you on leave? What brings you here? Xiao Jinbo's reaction indicated he was oblivious to the incident where Tang Ye had rescued someone and gotten injured. I just received the notification. I completed the interview. Interview? What interview? A sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Jinbo. The interview for the secretary to the municipal party committee. You work in the secretary's department. You can't possibly be unaware of this. I'm puzzled too. Why was I called for an interview? Could it be that Director Yang spoke highly of me? Xiao Jinbo's face paled at this remark, his fist clenched tightly, teeth grinding in disbelief. How did the interview go? He couldn't help but ask. I declined. Tang Ye replied with a faint smile. What? Why? Xiao Jinbo's eyes widened in incredulity. Declined? Are you really pushing away such a lucrative opportunity? Surely you can't be a mountain pig unable to digest fine grains. I'm leaving now. Don't forget to inform me about the reunion later. Tang Ye wished to avoid further conversation with Xiao Jinbo, as he had already formulated his own plans for Pingdu Town, which he deemed more suitable for himself. Xiao Jinbo's mind buzzed, his face flushed. His resume had been discarded in the first round, while Tang Ye had secured an opportunity to interview for the secretary position and then willingly relinquished it. This was too much of a charade. He was convinced Tang Ye was merely deceiving him. Days later, the truth emerged. The Han City Municipal Committee issued a notice regarding the appointment and removal of Cadre Tang Ye. After discussion, it was decided to appoint him as the deputy mayor of Pingdu Town for a one-year term, effective August 2005. Chen Lin promptly called. Congratulations, Mayor Tang. At that moment, Tang Ye was polishing his shoes. His hands were occupied, so he awkwardly held the phone between his shoulder and ear, humbly replying, Sister Lin, please don't tease me. Chang Lin, resting her chin on her hand, laughed joyfully. In just a year, you've been promoted to deputy section chief. Although the process was a bit bumpy, it's a silver lining. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of the past year, Tang Ye felt a surge of emotion and replied lightly, Thank you for your encouragement. Sister Lin, honestly, I have no grand aspirations. Whether I ascend the ranks or not is inconsequential. I simply wish to live a mundane life, pursuing wealth and romance while maintaining my integrity. Chang Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're wishing for both wealth and virtue? That is quite the fantasy. After hanging up, Tang Ye sensed a subtle shift in his relationship with her. Once a superior-subordinate dynamic, now, having left the old cadre office, he felt a newfound closeness. Once he tidied up his room and lay down on his bed, his mother's call came through. His mother, Qin Lan, was a regional manager at a pharmaceutical company, while his father, Tang Yu, was the head of the neurosurgery department at the First People's Hospital of Han City. I heard you're going to Pingdu Town? Qin Lan, currently on a business trip at the Yunhai headquarters, had learned about her son's job transfer from Tang Yu. I prefer to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I'm quite pleased to be a local tyrant in a town. Tang Yu spoke lightly. Qin Lan was aware that Pingdu Town was impoverished, and given her son's entry into politics, neither she nor her husband had resources to assist him, or else he wouldn't face such setbacks. You've grown up, your wings have strengthened. Yet you no longer share anything with me. You even hid your injury from me. I didn't want to worry you. It wasn't a dire illness. Look at me. I'm lively and well, hardly resembling a patient. Tang Ye quickly clarified. Qin Lan sighed softly. You make it sound easy. If it weren't for the experts from the province saving you, the consequences could have been dire. Your father, too, kept this from me despite the severity of the situation. Hearing the disappointment in Qin Lan's voice, Tang Ye hastily reassured her. It's because you are our most beloved woman. We don't wish to burden you. Don't overexert yourself. If your work doesn't bring you joy, resign. Your mother can support you, Qin Lan said earnestly. Tang Ye flipped over, unable to suppress a laugh. If I reach a dead end, I will certainly come home to rely on you. Qin Lan, understanding her son's nature, rational, ambitious, yet sometimes stubborn, continued, By the way, have you met any girls lately? Tang Ye chuckled. Someone introduced me to someone, but she wasn't interested. Qin Lan nonchalantly responded, No rush. Choosing a spouse is crucial. Marrying unwisely can ruin a lifetime, and a foolish wife can ruin 3 generations. One must stand tall to see far. Different heights reveal different vistas. Tang Ye found her perspective both amusing and exasperating. Most mothers urge their children to marry quickly. Yours has quite the novel viewpoint. Qin Lan confidently retorted, With your excellence, should I worry about you being single? My only concern is that your brilliance might break too many hearts. Tang Ye sighed in resignation. You flatter me too much. Qin Lan sternly advised, Take care of yourself. Don't push yourself so hard next time. Tang Ye replied playfully, Mom, rest assured, there won't be a next time. If there is, you can use my head as a stool. Qin Lan was amused. You started with your banter again. A week after the announcement of his appointment, Tang Ye, accompanied by personnel from the Municipal Committee and the County Organization Department, arrived at Pinga Town to attend the induction ceremony. Before assuming office, Tang Ye visited Pinga Town to conduct a thorough investigation, untangling the complex web of local powers. The town party secretary, Su Yiping, known as the Old Turtle of Pingu, was astutely calculating and deeply entrenched. Under Su Yiping and Appo's protection and indulgence, the Su family operated with brazen impunity in Pingu Town. After the induction ceremony, addressing the assembled town party committee, Secretary Su Yiping smiled and stated, "Comrade Tang Ye, who comes from the municipal office, is a highly talented graduate from Cheongjin University. I propose assigning him to oversee industrial economy, industrial investment, service industries, and market supervision. I believe Comrade Tang can leverage his resources to inject new vitality into Pinga Town." I comply with the organizational arrangement. Tang Ye maintained a calm exterior, while internally, he formulated his own strategies. Although Pinga Town's economy languished at the bottom of the city's rankings, being charged with industrial economy might seem like a trial by fire. However, from another perspective, it presented an opportunity for him to achieve meaningful results. The following day, the town government held a business forum. As a new official, it was imperative for Tang Ye to meet with the leaders of the core enterprises in the town. Su Yiping also intended to use this meeting to gauge Tang Ye, to ascertain whether this cadre from the municipal office was merely a figurehead. Prior to the meeting, Tang Ye brushed past a woman at the restroom door. Though he didn't see her face, his immediate response was that her figure was quite striking, particularly her long, slender legs. He quickly glanced at the sink and called out, "Wait, you've dropped something." Chapter 5. Surprises one after another. Before him stood a woman of graceful stature, seemingly aged between 25 and 30. She wore a light blue blouse adorned with a ruffled collar, the pleats at the neckline resembling delicate petals, perfectly accentuating her slender neck. Her lower half was draped in a purple long skirt, the hem swaying gently with her steps, akin to a flowing dream of vibrant hues. Her long, jet black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her eyebrows arched like crescent moons, exuding charm. Her eyes resembled a clear and tranquil pool of water, seemingly calm, yet concealing a hint of melancholy that invited wistful contemplation. Amidst the chaos, let us not allow the important matters to stray, Tang Ye said gently, handing back a pink compact mirror to her. The woman extended her slender fingers, reminiscent of tender green onions, to accept the mirror, causing ripples to dance at the hem of her skirt with that simple gesture. "Thank you," she replied softly, internally speculating that Tang Ye might be a government official, as she had never encountered him before, finding him quite unfamiliar. Although he appeared to be merely in his late 20s, his words carried the assuredness of a man in his 40s. In the conference room, as Tang Ye settled into his seat, Su Yiping's knuckles rhythmically tapped on the table. "This is Tang Ye, the newly appointed deputy mayor of Pingu, a cadre dispatched by the municipal government. Let us invite him to say a few words." At the fifth seat on the right, Gu Wenqing's pen abruptly halted, her heart racing as she recognized the young man who had just handed her the mirror in the corridor. Instantly, whispers filled the room like a bubbling cauldron. "A cadre dispatched, in simpler terms, he is here to gain experience. Can he even decipher our tax forms? I wonder what connections he has in the city." Tang Ye cast a calm gaze around the room, waiting for silence to envelop them before he spoke slowly. "Hello everyone. From this moment on, I shall do my utmost to serve you well. Business owners, please introduce your enterprises to Comrade Tang Ye, and feel free to voice any difficulties you may encounter." As Su Yiping finished speaking, he immediately gestured to the right. A hand shot up high, as if trying to pierce the ceiling as plasterboard. It was Su Jie, Su Yiping's nephew and the director of Bowman Garment Factory. "Our factory plans to introduce several new production lines and intends to expand. We had our eyes on a vacant plot, ready to commence construction, only to be thwarted by a malicious report, leading to a halt from the county officials. We kindly request Mayor Tang's assistance in resolving this matter." Tang Ye's heart tightened as he pondered. He was not here to offer help, but rather to be ensnared in a trap. "To my knowledge, that land is not designated for industrial use. Constructing a factory, there is a violation, so the stoppage is quite justified. If you wish to build a factory, I suggest considering other locations. The southern area is all planned industrial land," Tang Ye replied unhurriedly. Su Jie's expression soured, and with a sarcastic tone, he complained, "The southern area is too remote. We are investing in a factory, which will not only create jobs, but also contribute to local tax revenue. Shouldn't the government assist us from the business perspective?" Tang Ye recognized Su Jie as a troublesome character. On the surface, he seemed to be advocating for expansion. But in reality, it was merely a pretext to secure substantial compensation during future relocations. With a steady demeanor, Tang Ye responded, "The development of a township is akin to painting. Each section of paper has its predetermined design. One cannot build recklessly, or else the entire township will appear haphazard, akin to a patchwork quilt of tattered clothing. According to Pingu's development plan, that land is slated for a school and residential area. Constructing a factory now would necessitate future demolition, incurring not only additional costs but also burdening the populace." Mayor Tang, "What you and Oppos V said boils down to you simply not wanting to assist me, right?" Su Jie pressed on stubbornly. "We must adhere to reason in our endeavors. If assisting you means siphoning off communal interests, then I cannot oblige," Tang Ye replied incisively, leaving Su Jie at a loss for words. Su Yiping was taken aback by Tang Ye's approach. Initially, he thought if Tang Ye expressed support for the factory construction, he could ride the wave and shift the blame onto him if questioned later. To his surprise, Tang Ye was not easily manipulated. The table was filled with astute individuals, all aware of the implications. The new mayor would not be easily swayed. Su Jie's temperament would undoubtedly lead him to harbor resentment towards the new mayor. After the meeting concluded, Su Jie marched directly to Su Yiping's office. "I must have that land. If that Tang dares to obstruct my financial interests, I will not let this go." Su Jie seethed. Su Yiping shot a warning glance at his nephew, admonishing, "Hold your horses. He is a cadre dispatched by the city. Let us see if we can win him over. If not, we can consider other strategies." "Win him over? That guy carries himself with an air of superiority. Unless he has taught a lesson, he won't know his place." Su Jie muttered defiantly. Su Yiping slammed his pen on the table, his tone stern. "How many times have I told you? One must act with prudence. Do not be rash." Su Jie rolled his eyes, secretly disdaining his uncle's overly cautious approach. After his nephew left, Su Yiping fell into deep contemplation, analyzing Tang Ye's performance during the meeting. Through this probing, he concluded, this young man is not to be underestimated. Judging by Tang Ye's attitude, it appeared he aimed to persuade enterprises to undergo transformation. However, Su Yiping believed the risk of transformation was too great. The most pressing matter at hand was attracting investment. If Tang Ye could bring in capital, that would be acceptable. If he lacked this capability, he would have to step aside. Upon returning to his office, Tang Ye earnestly contemplated a plan to rejuvenate Pingu's economy. His choice to serve in Pingu was significantly influenced by Hong Ruilin, who, 20 years ago, as the party secretary of Pingu, achieved remarkable success. At that time, Pingu and Oppos' textile and garment industry flourished, with 2 out of every 10 shirts in the nation produced here. However, several years ago, Pingu experienced catastrophic flooding, leading to enormous losses. The 2 largest garment factories could not bear the burden and relocated, causing Pingu to lose its industrial advantage. Although Hong Ruilin had departed, he remained concerned for Pingu's development. Tang Ye had formed a preliminary strategy in his mind. Currently, the domestic garment industry faced severe homogenization. A transformation was imperative. He planned to pivot production towards women's apparel and shift the export market to domestic sales. Among the garment factories, while Qinghe Garment Factory was not as robust as Bowman, it offered greater flexibility for maneuvering. Qinghe Garment Factory employed many individuals with disabilities, and its director, Gu Wenxin, had single-handedly upheld the factory after her husband's passing. A truly commendable feat being in a disadvantaged position, Qinghe Garment Factory required external assistance and was more suited for an initial transformation. Tang Ye searched through his work notebook to find Gu Wenxin's phone number, dialing it on the landline. "This is Tang Ye. I would like to discuss the future development of Qinghe Garment Factory with you, Mayor Tang. Is this urgent? Perhaps we could talk tomorrow? I'm currently on a delivery run and won't return to the factory until around 7 or 8 tonight." A truck driver honked twice in the background. Noticing that Gu Wenxin was not merely brushing him off, Tang Ye replied, "Your factory has night shifts, correct? I can wait for your return. Shall we say 9 then? All right, please take care." Hong Ruilin owned a 3-bedroom apartment in Pingu, where Tang Ye chose to stay. As night fell, the daytime heat gradually dissipated. Tang Ye decided to walk to Qinghe Garment Factory. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered into a grove of white birch trees. At this moment, the moon hung high and bright, its luminescence casting shimmering reflections upon the lake's surface, while the surrounding area remained silent save for the occasional chirping of insects. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from a nearby distance, akin to a sharp blade slicing through the air, striking directly at the eardrum. Initially, Tang Ye believed he might have misheard. attributing the sound to a wild cat, a stray dog, or perhaps even the mythical creatures of folklore. However, the relentless cries persisted, leading him to suspect that the situation was far more serious than it appeared. He began to search intently for the source of the sound. In the shadows of two birch trees, a black sedan appeared, its form partially obscured. The vehicle seemed to sway slightly. Tang Ye's pupils dilated in an instant, and he marveled at the audacity of modern individuals. But the next moment, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Upon closer inspection, the increasingly urgent cries revealed that they were a woman's pleas for help. Startled, Tang Ye realized that his arrival had been met with one surprise after another. Without a moment to spare, he dashed towards the car. Chapter 6. Crisis Beneath the Skirt and a Helping Hand. Tang Ye approached the car, and through the rear window, he caught a glimpse of a man gripping a woman by the throat. For a moment, he thought the man might be intent on murder for profit. The woman, her face turned upwards, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed herself to be Gu Wenqin, the owner of the Qing'a garment factory. Tang Ye pounded on the car door, but the man paid no heed to the commotion outside, instead freeing a hand to tug at the woman's skirt. "Help me," Gu Wenqin cried, her legs kicking and thrashing, but her strength waned. The man, reveling in her resistance, thought to himself that her struggling only fueled his desire. With Hong Lei's pathetic demise, her factory was on the brink of collapse, wasn't it? If she submitted to him today, he promised not to harass her again and could even offer her orders, introducing foreign clients. Perhaps she could simply hand over the factory to him. He would take care of her. "What do you take me for?" she protested. "Don't be so stubborn. I dream of you every night. Just give me your consent, and I will divorce my wife. Please, spare me. You have so many lovers, Yuan and Appos. T miss me," she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. "They are all mere trifles compared to you." Seeing no response, Tang Ye scanned the surroundings and found a hard, sharp stone on the ground, which he hurled at the car window. After several strikes, the glass splintered like a spider's web. The man, startled by the noise, instinctively turned to look. A large hand reached through the window and seized his calf, yanking him out of the car with ferocity. Now face to face, Tang Ye recognized the man as Su Jie. "That scoundrel. Let go of me, you dog. Do you know who I am?" Su Jie snarled. Tang Ye retaliated with a kick to his face. "Mind your language." Dazed and reeling, Su Jie struggled to regain his composure and bowed in a mock gesture of respect. "Brother, you've misunderstood. We were just playing around." "Playing around? I am now playing around with you." Tang Ye continued to kick him mercilessly. Gu Wenqin emerged from the car, trembling, her collar torn, instinctively covering her chest, her beautiful face marred by fury and indignation. With the dim moonlight, Su Jie recognized Tang Ye and recalled their earlier encounter, igniting a flash of anger within him. However, he could only concede. "Mayor Tang, let us talk this out. It's better to resolve conflicts than to escalate them. If you let me off today, I will remember your kindness and we can be friends. Do you think you are worthy of that?" Tang Ye scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and shoved it into Su Jie's mouth. Su Jie, tasting the gritty earth, was silenced by the harshness of Tang Ye's actions. "Call 110 and have the police come to handle this," Tang Ye instructed Gu Wenqin. He needed to ascertain how she intended to proceed with the matter. If she wished to settle it quietly, he would consider it meddling. If she dared to pursue it, he would see it through to the end. "Perhaps we should just let it go," Su Jie interjected, knowing his uncle was Su Shuqi. Gu Wenqin hesitated, concerned that her actions might embroil Tang Ye in trouble, and even more fearful of the ensuing gossip. "If you let this slide, he will undoubtedly harass you again." "I will call," Gu Wenqin finally resolved. The police response was swift, with one officer and 2 assistants arriving on the scene. Su Jie, shirtless and seated on the ground, bore a swollen face and a mouth full of dirt and grass. The tall officer, wearing a serious expression, inquired, "What happened?" Tang Ye replied calmly, "I struck him. But there is a reason. He insulted a woman, and I acted in defense." The officer glanced at Gu Wenqin, whose disheveled hair and torn clothing, along with a glaring red mark on her neck, spoke volumes. The officer recognized Su Jie, the factory owner with ties to the local thugs and a powerful uncle. "What do we do now?" The officer found himself at a loss. Noticing the officer's hesitation, Tang Ye pulled out his phone and dialed the station chief, Wan Ming. "Hello. Chief Wan, this is Tang Ye. I've discovered an attempted rape incident in the Baihua forest of Pinga South. It seems your officers are somewhat inexperienced. What should I do now?" Stunned, Wan Ming replied, "Mayor Tang, please hand the phone to the officer." The officer took the call, sensing Tang Ye's significance from the conversation. "Chief Wan, I must report that the individual involved is Su Jie, the owner of the Bowman Garment Factory. Wan Ming, startled by the name, inquired. Is this a confirmed case of attempted rape? Based on the scene, the suspicion is quite strong. Bring Su Jie to the station. I will come to interrogate him personally. After hanging up, Wan Ming rubbed his temples, realizing the complexities this case entailed, involving both the party secretary and Tang Ye. Su Jie was escorted into the police vehicle. Tang Ye accompanied Gu Wenqin to the station to provide his statement, and then to the town hospital for her injuries. Thank you, Mayor Tang. I was in despair just now. If it weren't for you, that beast would have certainly overpowered me, she expressed, the red mark on her pale arm glaringly apparent. You were quite courageous today. Such ruffians must learn the consequences of their actions, Tang Ye remarked. Gu Wenqin smiled weakly. You are not yet familiar with the circumstances in Pinggu town. I truly do not wish to complicate matters for you. Tang Ye understood her genuine concern for his well-being. The righteous will prevail. I am aware of my path. As they exited the hospital, Gu Wenqin winced, revealing her ankle was likely sprained during her struggle in the car. Is it painful? I suspect you may have injured your tendons. Could you lean on me for support? Tang Ye offered, as she placed her hand on his arm. She took a step but winced in pain. I cannot go on, Mayor Tang, she admitted, her reaction appearing sincere. Shall I call someone to pick you up? He suggested. Gu Wenqin shook her head. I'll live alone. Surveying the desolate surroundings at this late hour, with not even a dog in sight, Tang Ye decided, Gu boss. Allow me to carry you. Her face flushed with embarrassment, Gu Wenqin protested, Mayor Tang, that is inappropriate. If someone sees us, they will talk. Wait here. Tang Ye dashed back to the hospital. Moments later, he returned with a wheelchair borrowed from the security guard. Seeing no one around, Gu Wenqin reluctantly sat down. As Tang Ye pushed the chair, a cool breeze brushed against them, accompanied by her delicate fragrance. Navigating a bumpy gravel path, Gu Wenqin swayed unsteadily, prompting Tang Ye to reach out and steady her, preventing her from falling. Mayor Tang, I am truly grateful, she said. Ah, it is merely a small matter. He replied casually. Before long, they arrived at her residence, both residing in the same community but not in the same building. Tang Ye assisted her up to the third floor, where she softly remarked, We are at my door. Would you like to come in for a drink? I'll see you inside, but I'll pass on the drink. Gu Wenqin, balancing on her injured foot, bent down to retrieve her keys from the third shelf of the shoe rack. Tang Ye paused, quickly reminding her, remember to hide your keys in a different spot tomorrow. Otherwise, next time someone breaks into the house to steal, you might mistakenly think it was me. You truly have a sense of humor. There isn't much of value at home. If you fancy anything, feel free to take it. Upon entering and switching on the light, the glaring brightness made Gu Wenqin's delicate features flush with a rosy hue. Tang Ye assisted Gu Wenqin to the edge of the sofa, and once she was seated, he gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Gu Wenqin gazed at the weary Tang Ye, her heart yearning to express her gratitude. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. By the way, you mentioned wanting to discuss something with me? No need for formalities. Here is a proposal for you to review, and we can discuss it further tomorrow. Tang Ye glanced at Gu Wenqin, sensing an odd tension in the air, realizing it was inappropriate to linger any longer. After seeing Tang Ye off and securing the door, Gu Wenqin limped to the bathroom, only to discover that her skirt had been torn. From a side view, not only were her slender legs exposed, but there were also glimpses of more intimate allure. Chapter 07. Is violence mistaken for confession? The morning market in Pinggu town was bustling with activity. Vendors were selling fried dough sticks, sugar cakes, noodles, wontons, pan-fried dumplings, and baked flatbreads, offering a plethora of choices. The most enticing aspect was the prices, which were merely a third of those in the city. And the flavors were authentically delightful, infused with the essence of everyday life. Tang Ye purchased 5 dumplings and requested a serving of wontons from the proprietress, sprinkling them with chili powder and drizzling a few drops of aged vinegar, savoring the dish to the point of perspiration. Amidst her busy schedule, the proprietress engaged in light-hearted banter with a table of married women, poking fun at her own husband. Hey, you seem to be in good spirits lately. Life must be treating you well. Don't even mention it. My husband is like a water meter reader, only checking in once a month. Once a month? That is quite generous. My husband acts like a newspaper delivery guy, just slips it in the mailbox and calls it a day. The middle-aged woman's loud voice drew the attention of others in the establishment, eliciting laughter from several tables. Tang Ye found himself amused by the lively atmosphere, unable to suppress his laughter. Just as he was enjoying the moment, his phone rang. Secretary Su, good morning. I'll swing by your office after work to discuss some matters. All right, I'll see you in half an hour. Tang Ye speculated that the discussion would likely pertain to the incident involving Su Jie from the previous night. Upon arriving at the secretary's office, he noticed that the bookcase was neatly organized with boxed copies of the 4 books and 5 classics. Su Yiping, taking the initiative, brewed a cup of tea for Tang Ye and began, "About last night's incident, there seems to be some misunderstanding." Tang Ye ignored Su Yiping's conciliatory gaze as he accepted the teacup and placed it on the coffee table. "Secretary, I was just about to report this matter to you. Su Jie is a prominent entrepreneur in the town, recognized as an outstanding figure for several consecutive years. Now, he is implicated in an incident of female harassment. If this news spreads, it will severely tarnish our town's business environment." Tang Ye proactively linked the matter with the government's image, underscoring its gravity. Su Yiping leisurely picked up a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag, stating, "I know Su Jie fairly well. He isn't inherently bad, but his marriage has been tumultuous, and he has been embroiled in a divorce. His approach to pursuing Gu Wenqin was indeed ill-conceived. He should have finalized his divorce before confessing his feelings. Is it possible to twist a crime into a confession?" Tang Ye felt an intense aversion towards Su Jie, yet since he had just arrived in Pingu Town, he refrained from openly opposing Su Yiping, recognizing the necessity to maintain a smooth working relationship. Moreover, from a different perspective, perhaps Su Jie could serve as a catalyst for future developments. "Secretary Su, I understand your stance. Regarding Su Jie, we can choose not to delve deeply, but he must offer a sincere apology to Gu Wenqin. Additionally, I propose a few days of administrative detention. Otherwise, the consequences of his actions will be too negligible, and he wants to genuinely reflect on his misdeeds or earn public trust." Su Yiping decided to exercise patience, having learned about Tang Ye's background. Tang Ye had been promoted to a deputy-level cadre within a year and had previously rescued the former deputy mayor, Hong Ruilin. He had the potential to become the secretary of the municipal committee but had opted for a temporary position here instead. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggested." Su Yiping extinguished the half-burnt cigarette in the ashtray. His nephew had grown bolder over the years, occasionally disregarding authority. A minor reprimand was indeed warranted. During the town party committee meeting, the members discussed Tang Ye's proposed economic reform suggestions, with the most crucial point being the transformation and upgrading of the garment industry as a primary objective. Su Yiping's attitude was perplexing. He expressed full support for Tang Ye. Tang Ye realized that Su Yiping was making an overture. This was largely due to his restrained approach regarding Su Jie's incident. Addressing it succinctly, Su Yiping did not wish to jeopardize their relationship. After all, Tang Ye was not someone to be easily intimidated. In any situation, showing excessive weakness invites bullying. However, demonstrating a degree of resilience earns respect. After the meeting, Su Yiping summoned Xia Haiqiao. Tang Ye sent Su Jie in last night. "What?" Xia Haiqiao was astonished. This young man, who appeared far from innocent, had caused trouble so soon after arriving? Su Yiping maintained a stoic expression. "He is just a rookie, unfamiliar with the rules." Xia Haiqiao's mind raced. Isn't he attempting to transform Qing'e? If Qing'e not only fails to improve but heads towards bankruptcy, he will be left with no escape. Meanwhile, at the police station, Su Jie had not slept a wink throughout the night. As dawn broke without anyone coming to his aid, anxiety crept in. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. He had previously engaged in far more outrageous behavior. Hearing footsteps outside, Wan Ming entered briskly. Su Jie's eyes lit up with hope. "Am I free to go?" Wan Ming smiled wryly. "I wish you could leave right now, but I just received a call from Secretary Su. You'll need to stay a few more days and pay a fine." Su Jie felt a jolt of panic. Money was not the issue. "A few days?" Wan Ming squinted, sighed, and replied, 7 days. You are allowed to have visitors. Call your family to bring some personal items." Furious, Su Jie slammed his hand on the table. "Are you kidding me?" Wan Ming frowned, tossing a stack of stationery onto the table, his tone icy. "By directive from above. You also need to write an apology letter to the victim." With that, Wan Ming walked away, leaving the door ajar. Su Jie sat there, utterly lost, frustration mounting as he tugged at his hair. Wan Ming, peering through the gap in the door, felt a sense of satisfaction. News of Su Jie's detention quickly became a topic of gossip throughout the town. What? The second fool got locked up? What for? Isn't it that ludicrous incident? He attempted to assault Gu Wenqin in the birch forest, and the newly appointed deputy mayor caught him. Gu Wenqin was a strong-willed woman. Had it been anyone else, Su Jie would have succeeded. What kind of background does this Tang mayor have to dare confront Su Jie? Who cares about his background? The outcome is immensely satisfying. At the Jindu restaurant in Pingdu Town, renowned for its river delicacies, particularly the pufferfish dish, Gu Wenqin reserved a private room to express her gratitude to Tang Ye. While collecting the apology letter at the police station, she extended an invitation to Wan Ming, who readily accepted. As Tang Ye entered the private room, Gu Wenqin rose gracefully. Clad in a light yellow spaghetti-strap dress, high-heeled sandals, and a sheer shawl, her crescent-shaped brows and long lashes framed eyes that sparkled like a clear autumn lake. Youthful and captivating, she could easily be mistaken for a university student. Tang Ye took a seat and promptly apologized. "I'm sorry for being late." Wan Ming chuckled, saying, "Mayor Tang is busy with work, we understand." Tang Ye lifted a cup of wine, declaring, "I will self-impose 3 cups." After downing the 3 cups, he felt a fiery sensation in his stomach. Wan Ming smiled knowingly. "I didn't expect Mayor Tang to be so generous. You appear quite refined, yet you surprise me." Gu Wenqin quickly placed 2 slices of braised beef on Tang Ye's plate, concerned. "Drinking on an empty stomach can lead to intoxication. You should eat something first." Wan Ming chimed in, "Yes, eat a bit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be honorable if I win." Dealing with someone like Wan Ming required sincerity. Tang Ye recounted. "During my tenure at the Bureau for Retired Officials, an old chief who retired from the police once told me that dining with police officers means treating them as brothers. One must drink openly. My tolerance is low, but today, I must accompany you with my life on the line. I raise a toast to you." Wan Ming laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Tang Ye, downing the drink in one go. "Refreshing. By the way, what was the name of that old chief?" Tang Ye set down his wine glass, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "You must know him, Rinjie from Hanzhou." Wan Ming suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming. "Director Gu is my former superior. I spent several years in the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team before being transferred to Pingdu Town, and Director Gu has since retired. His drinking prowess is as legendary as his crime-solving skills." Tang Ye raised his glass, showering Wan Sua with compliments, elevating him to great heights. "A formidable general leads no weak soldiers. You must be quite the drinker yourself, Wan Sua." Gu Wenqin also lifted her glass. However, Tang Ye took it from her, saying, "You have an injury. You shouldn't drink." Wan Ming mused quietly to himself, finding Tang Town head surprisingly chivalrous and sentimental. He rolled up his sleeves and thumped the table. "Gu boss, don't interfere. Today, I must settle the score with Tang Town head." Tang Ye chuckled and addressed Gu Wenqin. "Later, I will need your assistance in ensuring old Wan returns home safely." Wan Ming laughed heartily, telling Gu Wenqin, "Don't worry about me. Just take good care of Tang Town head." As the night wore on, everyone partook in the revelry, and after several rounds, Wan Ming reminisced with Tang Ye. "Tang Town head, in you, I see the reflection of my younger self. Here's to your sense of justice. I'm merely fortunate." "A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat," Tang Ye humbly replied. Suddenly, Wan Ming's expression darkened as he sighed. "I, too, have been exiled. I was once responsible for cracking down on organized crime at the Municipal Bureau, only to uncover that a precinct chief was harboring 4 henchmen, one running a gambling den, another leading a theft gang, a third organizing prostitution, and the last managing nightclubs, all of whom paid him tribute. I gathered evidence and reported him, sending that scoundrel to prison, only to find myself reassigned to Pingdu Town. Fellow travelers in misfortune." Tang Ye nodded, growing increasingly respectful of this seemingly suave yet fundamentally straightforward man. "With your capabilities, it's a pity to see you in Pingdu Town now. Your future is bound to be bright. Haha, 1,000 cups are few for kindred spirits, but a single word too many for mismatched souls. Come, our pace is a bit slow. I toast to you." An hour later, Tang Ye felt slightly inebriated. Wan Ming was escorted away by 2 colleagues. "Be careful." Gu Wenqin saw Tang Ye swaying slightly and quickly supported him with her shoulder. "It's raining. The ground is really slippery." Tang Ye steadied himself, his arm feeling as if it were submerged in a cloud, and he cast a sheepish glance at Gu Wenqin, almost embarrassed. Chapter 08. I Save Fabric for the Nation. The Golden City Hotel was not far from the community. Tang Ye and Gu Wenqin walked side by side, and after only a few steps, a fine drizzle began to fall silently. The delicate, gossamer-like dress gradually adhered to Gu Wenqin's skin, yet she appeared blissfully unaware. The cool mist gently caressed Tang Ye's face, causing the effects of alcohol to wane slightly. At that moment, Gu Wenqin suddenly inquired, "Mayor Tang, did you personally draw the product design in the proposal?" Tang Ye replied honestly, "I merely traced the new patterns from Vogue magazine and then made numerous modifications. Is there something amiss?" Gu Wenqin gently shook her head, a radiant smile blossoming on her lips, imbued with a hint of contemplation as she remarked, "I haven't noticed anything wrong. I never expected you to understand a woman's heart better than most women do." Tang Ye slowed his pace, a touch of self-deprecation in his tone. "You wouldn't think I'm a weirdo, would you?" Gu Wenqin playfully covered her mouth with her delicate fingers, letting out a soft laugh. "Mayor Tang, please don't underestimate me. I've examined the design repeatedly and can discern the considerable effort you've invested. Of course, the concept is indeed quite audacious. Since the dawn of the millennium, women's purchasing power has surged. Industries like cosmetics and women's apparel are thriving. Yet women's lingerie, due to its intimate nature and our cultural context, has never garnered much attention," Tang Ye patiently explained. "My primary focus has been on production costs and profit margins. Women's lingerie requires less material. As long as the design is appealing and the quality is exceptional, the profit potential is substantial." A faint blush tinted Gu Wenqin's cheeks. Under the night's rain-soaked ambience, discussing such topics with a young man felt as though the surroundings were enveloped in a warm hue. She asked, "Will there be challenges in promoting such products?" Tang Ye responded with a carefree smile, "The challenges and barriers present an opportunity for Chinga. It's not easily replicable by others. We can first produce a few items to test the market, accumulate experience, and determine the right direction before fully transitioning. Then why choose Chinga? Bowman has a much stronger foundation," Gu Wenqin countered. "Even without transformation, Bowman can still thrive, whereas Chinga is quite different." "Ah, so you fear I might go bankrupt?" Gu Wenqin said with a wry smile. "I genuinely hope for your prosperous development. I wish to visit Chinga's factory soon." Tang Ye stated earnestly, "You are warmly welcome to provide your guidance. Shall we set a time now?" "Let us say tomorrow, after work," he replied. Tang Ye halted, bidding farewell to Gu Wenqin beneath the softly glowing street lamp. Upon returning home, Gu Wenqin stood by her second-floor window, watching Tang Ye's tall figure gradually vanish into the night. Her heart racing. Ever since her husband's passing, the garment factory's performance had plummeted, leaving her to struggle alone in its management. Now, at last, someone was willing to engage with her in contemplating the future and exploring the path forward. Despite the uncertainty that still loomed ahead, there was at least someone ready to help shoulder the burden. Tang Ye's earnest words seemed to echo in her ears. Currently, a significant portion of money is in women's hands. Their spending power is formidable, especially in the lingerie market, which is vast due to its essential nature for women. This market will always exist. Unlike other garments, when customers purchase lingerie, they may not assess the material as critically. In fact, the less material used, the more appealing it might be. There's a saying, "I am proud of my flat chest. I save fabric for the nation." With a dash of gathering, shaping, and enticing designs, the profits could multiply several times. Later that night, Tang Ye returned home, opened his laptop, and brought up a document titled "The Underwear Capital of the World." His aspirations extended far beyond merely establishing a lingerie enterprise. The proposal he had shared with Gu Wenqin was merely a fragment of a grander vision. He realized that a prototype needed to be developed to spur the entire industry's growth. Just as he was about to shut down the computer, a message notification from QQ flickered. It was from Cheng Lin. "Have you settled into your new position? How's it going?" Tang Ye hadn't anticipated Cheng Lin would message him so late. He hurriedly typed a reply. "Physically, I'm adjusting well, but psychologically, it's quite challenging. I miss my old colleagues and those former leaders terribly. Whenever I think of you all, I pull out the group photo from our trip to Yin City and gaze at it for quite a while." He sent the photo along with his message. Cheng Lin had just finished her shower, her hair wrapped in a towel, wearing black-framed glasses. As she examined the photograph, she found herself on the right side of the front row, while Tang Ye stood handsomely in the third row. "Many of the older colleagues have been struggling to adjust since you left," Cheng Lin remarked. Tang Ye couldn't help but chuckle, pondering for a moment. The old Cadres Bureau is not lacking in diligent workers. There are plenty who are more clever and capable than I. However, if they ever need anything, they can always call me. I am utterly reliable." Cheng Lin quickly replied, "What the old folks lack is someone to converse with. There aren't many who can charm them like you do." Tang Ye was taken aback and immediately responded, "I didn't realize I was still so significant. When I return to the city, I'll make sure to visit them. I'll also introduce you to an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor for your acne." Cheng Lin laughed. "I can't believe you remember that. It's been improving a lot recently. There's no need for that." Tang Ye said, "If it's improving, that means it's not entirely gone yet. Let us not talk about being a burden. It feels too distant. All right then. Let us connect when you're back in the city." They both sent an emoji and wished each other good night. As Tang Ye observed Cheng Lin's faded avatar, he fell into contemplation. He had indeed undergone significant changes upon entering this new environment. After saving Hong Ruilin, he felt transformed, and when conversing with Chang Lin, he was no longer as reserved. He occasionally joked, sometimes even evading her, and occasionally disappearing altogether. He recognized this was due to the shift in his position. Yet it left a bittersweet sensation within him. Outside, the rain pattered rhythmically against the clean glass, producing a soothing sound. Chang Lin suddenly snapped back to reality, wondering if she had been overthinking things. The following day, Tang Ye attended a meeting at the county government. In the spacious conference room, 20 to 30 people were seated around a circular table, and the day's agenda focused on an analysis of the quarterly economic situation. Tang Ye had thoroughly prepared, providing a comprehensive summary and report on Pinnacle economic performance in the first quarter, along with a reasonable assessment of the second quarter's outlook. He spoke confidently and appropriately, making no errors. However, with Pinnacle languishing at the bottom of the economic rankings, its lack of presence wounded Tang Ye's pride. The day passed swiftly, and by the time he returned to Pinnacle, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He hurried to the Chinga garment factory. Although it was late, some workers were still burning the midnight oil. An elderly security guard with graying hair stopped him, allowing entry only when Gu Wenqin arrived at the entrance. As Tang Ye took a few steps inside, he glanced back at the security booth and remarked, "Though this factory is modest in size, its management is exceptionally rigorous, as evidenced by the professionalism of the old guard." Gu Wenqin explained earnestly, "Don't let Lin Laoda's mobility deceive you. When he sets his mind to it, he is a match for two of you together. Then you underestimate me. Age has its advantages, but I am no pushover." Tang Ye rolled up his sleeves and flexed his biceps. Gu Wenqin couldn't help but chuckle. "You shouldn't take it so seriously." Realizing that it was indeed inappropriate to challenge the elderly gentleman, Tang Ye burst into laughter, self-deprecatingly saying, "Look at my ridiculous competitive spirit." Tang Ye had previously reviewed the information regarding the Chinga garment factory and was aware that the establishment employed several individuals with disabilities, among whom one bore the surname Lin. During a brief exchange with Elder Lin, he sensed that this gentleman was far from ordinary. The factory, occupying a considerable expanse, featured 3 rows of 2-story buildings, adorned with a plethora of greenery within its premises. Upon entering the workshop, one could observe an island-like layout. At numerous workstations, women clad in white caps were engrossed in their sewing machines, the rhythmic sound of the machines reverberating through the air. The garments, now semi-finished products, were stacked in the corner, resembling small hills. Subsequently, these articles would be transported to the ironing workshop, where steam at high temperatures would be employed to process the uneven sections. As it was the night shift, only a handful of workers were present in the factory. Gu Wenqin remarked, "This factory was founded by my father. The staff is quite stable, with many having dedicated their entire lives to this place. When I first took over, I perceived it as a burden and contemplated relinquishing it. However, everyone has formed attachments here. If I were to hand it over to someone else, while the equipment might be preserved, many employees would face dismissal." Tang Ye smiled, responding, "A boss who values loyalty will earn the unwavering commitment of their employees. Do not give up. Under your leadership, the factory will undoubtedly flourish." "I harbor no grand ambitions," she retorted. "Let us drop the pretense. I do not believe for a second that you do not wish to become wealthy." Gu Wenqin cast a sly glance at Tang Ye, choosing not to engage further, and said, all right, I desperately want to be a rich woman. Are you satisfied now?" As the two exited the garment workshop, the dim yellow light elongated their shadows. Suddenly, a sharp meow caught their attention. Following the sound, they beheld a shadow perched upon the wall, while 2 individuals below were handing up an oversized bag. The figure on the wall accepted the bag and began to transfer it to the other side. "Who are you?" "You've been discovered. Run quickly. Help me, damn it." Gu Wenqin's heart raced. That area was a warehouse, and if the goods were lost, how could she explain it? Before she could react, Tang Ye darted out like an arrow released from its bow. The thief on the wall felt a sudden chill and soon let out a cry of despair. "Ah, my pants." Chapter 09. A sudden attack with a right whip kick. "Help! Quick, someone come." Gu Wenqin turned around, cupping her hands around her mouth, and shouted loudly, "How dare you wreak havoc on my turf? This is intolerable." Hearing the commotion, old Lin seized a wooden stick from behind the door and dashed towards the warehouse, moving with surprising speed that belied any physical ailment. Most of the workers in the workshop were women, who, upon hearing the cries, rushed to the windows, eagerly craning their necks to see outside. "Did you see the thief?" "Yes, there are several of them. Our male colleagues. Be true, gentlemen. Hurry down to help." The few male workers in the factory quickly grabbed makeshift weapons and sprinted downstairs. To dare steal from our factory is to court disaster. Once caught, they shall be dealt with before being handed over to the police. Although Pinggu town lacked mountains, its lake was unfathomably deep, the surrounding reeds rustling in the wind, reflecting the fierce spirit of its people. At that moment, Tang Ye had already reached the wall. He spotted a figure clinging to the top, while another was boosting him from below. With quick reflexes, Tang Ye seized the ankle of the suspended individual and yanked downwards, exclaiming, "Come down." Ouch! The emaciated man fell from the 2-meter-high wall, landing painfully on the ground, clutching his waist and rolling in agony. The other accomplice, realizing the situation was dire, pulled out a spring knife and menaced, "You better back off, or I'll make you regret it." Tang Ye eyed him warily, pressing his right hand down as he calmly said, "Do not act rashly. You are already committing theft. If the value isn't high, you might only face a few days of detention. But if you draw a knife, the situation escalates to robbery, which carries a minimum sentence of 10 years. How about this? You leave the goods and I'll let you go, as if today never happened. Just don't come back." Hesitation washed over the thief upon hearing Tang Ye's words. With his left hand, Tang Ye had already gripped a brick, discreetly concealing it behind his waist. Seizing the moment, he hurled it while shouting, "Take that, you scoundrel." Tang Ye, excelling in both academics and sports, had even participated in a martial arts club at university. So he dismissed the petty thief as a threat. The brick struck the thief's head, leaving him disoriented and clutching his forehead, wailing, "You dirty cheat. This is called the art of war. Do you understand?" Tang Ye followed up with a right whip kick, then a left straight kick, swiftly bringing the second thief to the ground. Yet, the crisis was not over. A sudden gasp erupted from behind. Gu Wenqin found herself ensnared by a tall man's arms around her neck, struggling desperately to pry his grip loose, but his strength was overwhelming, constricting her breath. The assailants wore black hoods, obscuring their faces. Anyone who dares approach will meet her demise. Old Lin, alarmed for Gu Wenqin's safety, angrily jabbed his stick into the ground. Cursing, "Why choose the path of villainy? With hands and feet, there are countless honest ways to live." Tang Ye halted about 2 meters away, his expression grave. "What you are doing has escalated beyond theft. This is a matter of life and death. Stop your nonsense. I know nothing of the law. Let us go, and I'll spare her. Otherwise, it's all or nothing for us." The tall man's voice trembled with panic as he spoke. "For a few tattered rags, you would risk your entire life? I refuse to believe you are that foolish." As Tang Ye calculated his next move, he attempted to divert the man's attention. The tall man signaled to his accomplices to flee, buying himself time. Suddenly, Gu Wenqin realized the voice was familiar and tentatively inquired, "Is that you, Lao San?" "What Lao San?" The man's tone grew frantic. Gu Wenqin's voice turned icy. "I know it's you, Lao San. I bear you no grudge. Just put down the knife, and let's discuss this reasonably." In an instant, while Gu Wenqin distracted the assailant, Tang Ye took a step forward, positioning himself beside Lao San. "Watch out. That guy is trying to ambush you," cried the accomplice who had been struck by the brick, slowly rising from the ground. Lao San turned to face Tang Ye, who seized the opportunity and delivered a swift kick, precisely striking his wrist. "Hey, not bad." Before Lao San could finish his remark, Old Lin rolled on the ground and struck Lao San's knee with his stick. Lao San felt as though his knee had shattered, howling in agony as he writhed on the ground, resembling a wounded animal. In the ensuing chaos, someone ripped off Lao San's hood, revealing his swollen face. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "You wretched woman, you've backed me into a corner. Either kill me, or this isn't over." Tang Ye had anticipated this and pinned his elbow down with his knee, retrieving a spring knife from Lao San's waist. The others gasped in shock at his cunning. Had it not been for Tang Ye's quick thinking, he might have been ambushed. Do not even think of revenge. Prepare for a long stay in prison. Tang Ye was cut off as the workers surged forward, delivering blow after blow, leaving Lao San on the brink of unconsciousness. "Stop. If you continue, someone might die." Gu Wenqin finally regained her composure and urgently urged everyone to cease. She felt a pang of unease. There was a traitor among them. Lao San was a distant relative of her late husband, who had once arranged for him to work at the factory. However, Lao San was lazy and dishonest, and goods had frequently gone missing from the warehouse, ultimately leading to his dismissal under the pretense of other reasons. She never expected him to conspire with outsiders to steal from the factory. Outside the factory, a police car screeched to a halt, with Wan Ming personally leading the charge. His expression was stern as he ordered his subordinates to apprehend the culprits. There are still accomplices at large. The police must work overtime. Tang Ye spoke solemnly. I suspect this is not merely a case of theft. Wan Ming immediately grasped Tang Ye's implication, stating, I will personally interrogate them and ensure no stone is left unturned. Although he had not been present at the scene, he had heard the accounts describing Tang Ye's exceptional bravery in capturing the thieves. Wan Ming rarely admired others. But at that moment, he was moved by Tang Ye's sense of justice and courage. As the police car departed, Gu Wenqin's emotions were conflicted as her gaze fell upon Tang Ye's arm, now stained with blood. Town Chief Tang, you are injured. Only then did Tang Ye realize he had been grazed by the spring knife. The adrenaline had masked the pain. Seeing Gu Wenqin's eyes welling with tears, he quickly reassured her, it's just a minor scrape, nothing serious. Gu Wenqin wiped her tears and inhaled deeply, urging, we need to go to the hospital. You are still bleeding. She called for a driver to take Tang Ye to the hospital in a truck. The workers gathered, buzzing with chatter. Who was that man Wenqin brought today? He is like a little tiger, truly impressive. He's the new deputy town chief of our town. Really? So young? I thought he was related to Gu. Hush, don't spread rumors. We owe him our gratitude. Otherwise, we would have lost the goods and faced dire consequences. Inside the security room, Old Lin picked up the phone and dialed a number. Old Hong. It's me, Old Lin. Hong Ruilin, engrossed in studying chess strategies, removed his black-rimmed glasses and asked in surprise, what is the matter at this late hour? Old Lin recounted the events of the evening in meticulous detail, generously bestowing his commendations. This lad truly possesses grit. It is no small feat to earn your praise. Hong Ruilin, frowning, inquired, is he injured again? Old Lin waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a superficial wound. He appears rather genteel. A little bloodshed might even be beneficial. Tang Ye arrived at the town hospital accompanied by Gu Wenqin. The doctor examined the injury and stated that while the wound was not deep, anesthesia was necessary, and he would need to suture it with 7 or 8 stitches. Tang Ye felt a wave of dismay. His recent run of misfortunes had led to an incessant connection with medical facilities. As Gu Wenqin watched the needle pierce Tang Ye's skin, she pressed her hand against her heart, her brow furrowed tightly. Tang Ye felt a surge of emotion. She clearly harbored a fear of gruesome sights. Yet she maintained a facade of composure by his side, gently cradling his uninjured arm. Perhaps she wished to stave off her own sense of loneliness. Chapter 10. An Unintentional Triumph. Early in the morning, Su Yiping arrived at work to find several police cars stationed in the courtyard. Upon examining the license plates, he realized they were not from the Pinga Town police station, which raised his suspicions. Had something significant occurred? He approached the guard's office, furrowing his brow as he inquired about the presence of so many police vehicles. The guard whispered that they had arrived early in the morning, sent by the municipal and county public security departments, as stated by Director Wan. Su Yiping entered his office and called Wan Ming, asking where he was. Why didn't you give me a heads up about the visitors from above? Wan Ming replied softly that they had come to gather information regarding a case and needed to maintain confidentiality. After a brief silence, Su Yiping pressed for their location. Wan Ming informed him that they were in Mayor Tang's office, conversing with the police officials. Hanging up the phone, Su Yiping felt a throbbing in his temples. The air of secrecy surrounding this visit was unsettling. When officials from higher authorities are involved, it usually signifies serious matters, particularly in relation to public security and law enforcement. As the head of Pingu Town, he held absolute authority over the region, and the unknown stirred a sense of unease within him. What could have necessitated police involvement? Could it be related to an economic case? Might it concern him personally? Su Yiping, who typically remained unflappable, now felt a wave of anxiety. An hour later, Wan Ming knocked on the door, and Su Yiping called for him to enter. 5 individuals stepped in, including Tang Ye. Wan Ming introduced 2 men in police uniforms, Captain Wu from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team and Deputy Director Chow from the County Police Department. A young female officer, tasked with taking photographs and collecting materials for reporting, accompanied them. As fellow department heads, Su Yiping addressed them with utmost politeness. Welcome to Pingu for your inspection. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We will fully support your efforts, he stated, quickly delivering a series of formalities. Captain Wu and Deputy Director Chow shook his hand and settled onto the sofa. Su Yiping instructed someone to prepare tea, but they declined the offer, indicating it was unnecessary. Secretary Su, we are here primarily to understand the situation. Last night, we received reliable leads from Old Wan and mobilized overnight, apprehending several individuals suspected of robbery. Among them was a nationally wanted criminal who engaged in multiple highway robberies in Shaanxi and Gansu provinces earlier this year, causing significant public disturbance. Comrades Tang Ye and Wan Ming played crucial roles in this operation. Su Yiping's heart surged with astonishment. Was he truly hearing correctly? He was at a loss for words. Casting a complicated glance at Wan Ming and Tang Ye, why had they not informed him earlier? Had he known in advance, he would have been better prepared mentally. Frustration gnawed at him, but he refrained from expressing it. Tang Ye, observing Su Yiping and Appo's fluctuating expressions, secretly found amusement in the situation. The previous night's events had turned fortuitously advantageous. He had learned that while investigating Old San's accomplices, one of them turned out to be a criminal operating on a national scale. This revelation heightened Captain Wu's alertness, prompting an immediate special operation that successfully dismantled a gang lurking within the city, thus preventing further losses. In front of Captain Wu and Deputy Director Chow, Wan Ming elaborated on the capture of Old San's gang with embellishments. About half a month ago, we received multiple reports from local factories about a gang operating not only in our town, but also in surrounding areas. Recently, we intensified our nighttime patrols in key regions. Just yesterday, after work, Comrade Tang Ye visited the Qinghe garment factory for on-site research, where he encountered the assailants in a warehouse. He fearlessly engaged them in a fierce struggle. These individuals are not ordinary petty thieves, especially Fan Dian, who has participated in numerous major robberies and is notoriously brutal and cunning. When confronted with a knife, Comrade Tang Ye remained undaunted, employing psychological tactics to unsettle the assailants before subduing them. During the skirmish, Old San held Gu Waqin hostage as leverage. Tang Ye, disregarding his own safety, fought closely with the assailant. You can see his right arm, injured during that encounter. Blood spurted everywhere, staining his clothes. And the doctor warned that he narrowly avoided severing a major artery, which could have led to massive blood loss. Su Yiping instinctively glanced at Tang Ye's bandaged arm, astonished. Although Captain Wu and Deputy Director Chow had heard the account once, they were now engrossed, nodding along. Faced with such vicious criminals, most would feel fear. But it takes a brave individual to step forward and inspire the courage within the populace. Despite the gang's ruthlessness, under Mayor Tang's influence, everyone rallied together. When we arrived on the scene, several members had already been subdued. We launched a pursuit, and after 4 hours, we captured all fleeing gang members. During the interrogation, Mayor Tang was instrumental in devising strategies. Old Wan's last remark seemed to carry an air of embellishment. Tang Ye maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally felt awkward, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. While exaggerating the achievements was acceptable to some extent, going overboard was unwise. Su Yiping cast a glance at the young female officer behind Captain Wu. As Wan Ming spoke, she diligently noted down the proceedings with elegant prose, bringing the characters to life on paper. In the summary of this operation, Tang Ye would undoubtedly be prominently featured, while Su Yiping would gain little recognition. After the municipal and county personnel departed, Wan Ming followed Tang Ye to the office and relaxed on the sofa. Did you see Secretary Su's reaction? He wore a smile, yet his eyes seemed like they could pierce through you. Tang Ye closed the door tightly and cautioned, keep your voice down. There may be ears on the other side of the wall. Wan Ming reflected on Tang Ye's caution. After our dinner a couple of days ago, Su called me the next day, advising me to keep my distance from you. He knows everything that happens. There are bad apples among the masses. You must be wary of him. He's quite crafty, Wan Ming warned. Thank you for the heads up. As long as I maintain my integrity, I need not fear shadows. Tang Ye replied nonchalantly. In Pinnacle town, achieving anything significant requires collaboration. After a celebratory feast and apprehending thieves, he had earned a chance to shine. Boosted by the municipal committee's aura, Wan Ming had developed a bond with Tang Ye, offering his assistance without hesitation. As the workday neared its end, Tang Ye received a call from Wan Ming, inviting him to dinner to meet some close associates. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jindu restaurant, they encountered several police cars. Inside, they discovered that the precinct's instructor was celebrating a birthday. After a few drinks, buoyed by the alcohol, Wan Ming introduced Tang Ye, stating, "This is our new Mayor Tang. Many of you might not recognize him, so remember him well, just as you would a suspect. Regardless of the circumstances, you must salute him. I have never feared death, but I dread owing favors. Mayor Tang has greatly assisted me in capturing a nationally wanted criminal. Henceforth, we are brothers. Your affairs are mine, and should you need anything, just frown, and I shall act." Wan Ming declared, determined that Mayor Tang should enjoy the evening. Mayor Tang, You can't leave. If you do, you're no longer a party member. Witnessing the fervor of his comrades, Tang Ye seized the opportunity to make a discreet exit. Although his tolerance for alcohol was commendable, the prospect of facing a dozen individuals in sequential duels was simply daunting. What does it mean to flee and forfeit one's status as a party member? During the resistance against encirclement in the War of Resistance, who among the party members was not a remarkable figure capable of both resilience and adaptability? Chapter 11. Encountering the policewoman at the class reunion. A confidential report from the Public Security Bureau lay before Zhou Chengwu. Upon assuming his new position, Zhou found the situation in Hanzhou to be exceedingly intricate. His predecessor had not only failed to leave any assets, but had also bequeathed numerous pitfalls that required his rectification. As he perused the materials, he became captivated by their contents. Pinnacle, Tang Ye, a nationally wanted criminal. The connection of these keywords caused Zhou's previously furrowed brow to relax. Having been in Hanzhou for less than a month, it was astonishing that Tang Ye had managed to achieve something noteworthy in Pinnacle in just 2 weeks. Zhou Chengwu gained a fresh perspective on this remarkable young man. After reviewing the documents, he picked up the office phone and dialed his former superior. Old secretary, I have some good news. Comrade Tang has made significant achievements during his tenure in the township. Hong Ruilin, who had eyes and ears in Pinnacle, was already aware of the situation. I have heard. A few thieves have been apprehended, Zhou added. But these are not ordinary thieves. They belong to a nationally wanted robbery gang. The nature of this case is indeed different. Hong Ruilin's eyes brightened with delight, though he remained critical, emphasizing that his focus should be on economic development, asserting that improving the economy of Pinnacle would validate his capabilities. Zhou Chengwu laughed heartily, acknowledging that he indeed had to continue his efforts. During the weekend, Tang Ye returned to the city to change his seasonal wardrobe and to attend a high school reunion after receiving a call from Xiao Hui. Initially, Tang mentioned it casually to Xiao Jinbo, but he took it seriously and organized a gathering. The venue was set at the Wari Hotel near the municipal government. Upon arriving at the private room, Tang noticed that Xiao Jinbo and Xiao Hui had not yet arrived. The rotund figure greeted him first, calling out, Tang-san, a nickname from their high school days. Tang scrutinized the face before him for a considerable time. The plump fellow burst into laughter. Didn't he recognize me? I'm Monkey. Tang quickly realized this was Sun Hai, whom he had not seen in years and who had gained quite a bit of weight. Monkey, where are you working? Must be good pay. Sun Hai sighed. Don't mention it. I fell ill in my sophomore year and nearly didn't make it. I took a lot of medications, and the steroids made me gain weight. It's hard to lose it now. Tang glanced sympathetically at Sun Hai, then joked, You seem much more cheerful now. You used to be quiet and had a slight lisp, but you speak quite fluently now. Sun Hai scratched his head and laughed. Indeed, in this life, happiness is paramount. By the way, I was thrilled to hear you were coming. We haven't been in touch for years, but I've always thought of you. How sentimental. Makes it sound like we were an item. Tang laughed heartily. The camaraderie between men differs from that of women, while women's friendships may wither without contact. Men's bonds can be revived and strengthened despite long absences. Tang shifted the conversation and leaned closer to Sun Hai, whispering, Who is that girl sitting by the door? She looks familiar. Sun Hai quietly introduced, That is she. No wonder you didn't recognize her. She used to wear glasses and braces with short hair. Now she has removed the braces, sporting colored contacts and long hair, dressed quite fashionably. Back then, she was Xiao Hui's shadow. Tang recalled that she had little presence in high school. Just a few days prior, they had crossed paths, but he hesitated to approach her for confirmation. At that moment, Xiao Jinbo and Xiao Hui entered the private room, accompanied by several others. Xiao was surrounded, laughing and chatting. Director Xiao has arrived. As former classmates, they jested about their positions. Xiao Jinbo worked in the municipal office, and friends would teasingly refer to him as Director Xiao. Sun Hai skillfully introduced their classmates, discussing their current jobs and family situations. When he introduced Du Shi, Tang noted her position at the municipal police department. Finally, he could confirm his recognition. The policewoman who had been taking notes during his visit to Pinnacle was indeed an old classmate. No wonder she had looked at him oddly that day. Du Shi glanced at Tang Ye, a smile gracing her lips. On that day, no one recognized her, which initially frustrated her. But she later understood that such transformations were akin to the tale of the ugly duckling becoming a swan, often surprising those who knew her before. Due to work commitments, Du Shi had missed the opportunity to reveal her identity. Xiao Jinbo approached Tang Ye with a smug smile, eager to introduce him to the group. Let me present Tang Ye, who previously worked in the municipal office like me, but has recently chosen to take a position in Pinnacle. By the way, I have good news. I've passed my promotion to Deputy Section Chief, and it will be announced soon. Make sure to work hard down there. A year goes by quickly, and I look forward to your return to the municipal office. His tone dripped with sarcasm, and many sensed the underlying tension between them. Xiao Jinbo viewed Tang Ye as an opportunist seeking advancement through his temporary township role. Now, he was boasting that he could secure a promotion without such a position. Hence his eagerness to arrange the reunion. Is that so? You should be especially cautious during this period. If I were you, I would keep a low profile during the announcement period. You wouldn't want a cooked duck to fly away, Tang replied. Uninterested in engaging in a back and forth with Xiao Jinbo, issuing a subtle warning instead. Xiao Jinbo was taken aback, unprepared for Tang's boldness. Uncertain if Tang held any leverage over him, he felt a flicker of apprehension and refrained from further provoking Tang. Sun Hai leaned in close to Tang, whispering, Xiao Jinbo is still as insufferable as ever. Xiao Hui is like a flower growing in a dung heap next to him. During their high school years, Tang Ye and Xiao Hui had shared an ambiguous connection, but after entering university, they lost touch, as dishes were served one after another. Xiao Hui discreetly observed Tang Ye while serving herself, comparing him to Xiao Jinbo. In high school, Tang stood around 5 feet 6 inches tall, but now, he had grown significantly, towering over Xiao by half a head. In terms of appearance, Tang outshone Xiao. However, women of a certain age tend to prioritize family and personal development potential when choosing a marriage partner, making Xiao Jinbo a more suitable option. Dushi picked up her glass and approached Tang Ye, saying, Tang, your memory seems to have faded. Tang quickly stood, apologizing, I must admit, your transformation is quite remarkable. I did recognize you that day, but was hesitant to confirm. Xiao Hui looked at Dushi with curiosity. When did you two get in touch? Dushi smiled, returning to her seat, retrieving a newspaper from her bag. Classmates. I thought you might like to know more about our old classmate. What is this? So mysterious. Sun Hai set down his snack, eagerly leaning in. Provincial Public Security Newspaper. Page A3. Robbery gang spreads across multiple provinces. Pingu police unite to capture them. Chapter 12. A typical transformation in just 3 days. As the voice of Sun Fatty reading the news grew louder, the private room fell into a profound silence, with everyone absorbed in the narrative. One cannot help but admire the power of the pen and propaganda. It transports one to ethereal heights, almost transcending reality. When Sun Fatty mentioned the correspondent Du Shi, Tang Ye couldn't help but reflect on her exceptional writing skills. Through her deft touch, the portrayal of the subject transformed from a mere individual to a paragon worthy of admiration and emulation, rendering the piece more complete and grand. Master Tang, you truly keep your brilliance concealed. Having made it into the Provincial Public Security Newspaper, Sun Hai instinctively patted Tang Ye's shoulder. The gesture was too forceful, causing the unhealed wound to react sharply, eliciting a gasp of pain from Tang Ye. Sun Hai quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot about your injury. Despite the discomfort, Tang Ye managed a smile and explained, it's not that exaggerated. Du Shi's writing is simply remarkable. She has a flair for propaganda. Du Shi, for reasons unknown, had reddened eyes. I often submit materials to the public security newspaper, typically small pieces. But this time they published a full page because the material was substantial and well received by the leadership. Tang Ye, you are truly impressive. I must learn from you. Sun Hai embraced Tang Ye's shoulders, astonished to discover a hero among them. You are exceptional. The other classmates cast admiring glances at Tang Ye. In contrast, Xiao Jinbo gazed longingly at Tang Ye, who had supplanted him, basking in the limelight, and felt a pang of bitterness. How did Tang Ye, with such luck, manage to achieve recognition so soon after arriving in Pinga Town? Xiao Jinbo had intended to boast about his impending promotion during the gathering, but found himself silenced by Tang Ye's remark about being still on probation. He was further taken aback when Du Shi unveiled a news piece, leaving him feeling utterly deflated. Xiao Hui noticed the despondency in her fiancé's eyes and was at a loss for how to comfort him. Her heart stirred with unease, especially upon observing the closeness between Du Shi and Tang Ye, which made her feel as if she had been betrayed. Xiao Jinbo nudged Xiao Hui's arm, suggesting, it seems Du Shi and Tang Ye have an understanding. Xiao Hui feigned indifference, reasoning that it was not unusual for older singles to be drawn to one another. Xiao Jinbo scoffed, but Du Shi is your close friend, taking what you no longer want. Don't you find that repulsive? Xiao Hui shot him a glare, reiterating, I have no connection with Tang Ye. With a cold demeanor, she excused herself to the restroom. Xiao Jinbo channeled his frustration onto Xiao Hui, feeling somewhat relieved. He covertly observed Du Shi, marveling at her transformation. With her delicate oval face, fair cheeks, and cherry-red lips, complemented by a beauty mark at the corner of her eye that added a touch of charm, she exuded an aura of health and vitality. Her slender, athletic frame suggested a disciplined lifestyle, with her lustrous black hair simply tied back, revealing a graceful neck and pronounced collarbone. In contrast, his fiancée seemed to pale beside her. The key was that Du Shi's attention was solely on Tang Ye, leaving him with a profound sense of inadequacy. After the meal, they moved to a KTV venue. Seated quietly in a corner, Tang Ye assumed the role of an audience member. After Du Shi finished singing a song, she chose to sit beside him. "Why don't you choose a song?" she inquired. Tang Ye smiled. "I'm tone deaf. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself." Du Shi appeared skeptical. "Don't be modest. I'll help you pick a song." In a moment of urgency, Tang Ye grasped her arm as she stood up, causing her to flush crimson. The dim lighting in the room concealed her heated cheeks, and no one noticed their brief exchange. Realizing his action might have been too forward, Tang Ye patiently explained, "With so many people and only 2 microphones, one being monopolized, it's best we don't crowd the stage." Du Shi suddenly retorted, "Not only are you forgetful, but a deceiver too." Tang Ye, bewildered, asked, "Why is that?" He noticed the playful glint in her grape-like eyes. "Claiming you're tone-deaf is a lie. Isn't it?" Du Shi's earnestness reminded him of her determined nature during their school days, when she would obsess over memorizing details. Tang Ye scratched his head. "Isn't that just modesty? I can sing fairly well, especially revolutionary songs. My signature piece is embroidering the red flag. Let others have the opportunity today." Du Shi, with an unexpected spark, said, "Next time, when there are fewer people, you must sing. I want to see if you're boasting." After speaking, she felt a twinge of regret for being too forward, but reassured herself that inviting classmates to sing was not a grave matter. "All right, with fewer people, I'll join you," Tang Ye replied, oblivious to her inner turmoil. After Xiao Hui's performance received applause, she noticed Tang Ye and Du Shi whispering in a corner, isolating herself from the surroundings. Her grip on the microphone tightened unconsciously. As the singing session concluded, Xiao Jinbo offered a ride in his father's car, suggesting they take 2 people along. Xiao Hui asked Du Shi, "Are you coming with us?" "Xiao Jinbo is driving and can drop you home." Du Shi shook her head. "I'll be taking a taxi with Tang Ye and Sun Hai." Just as Xiao Hui was about to persuade her, Sun Hai hailed a taxi nearby, waving at Du Shi. With a cheerful farewell to Xiao Hui, Du Shi dashed off, hopping into the back seat of the taxi, followed closely by Tang Ye. Xiao Jinbo stood by the car, seething with indignation. His attempts at showing off had failed once again, and frustration was evident in his eyes. Was it merely a matter of assisting the police in solving a case that warranted such recognition? Xiao Hui sensed Xiao Jinbo's jealousy. Did she hail from a well-off family? And previously, her family had sought high-caliber suitors for her, while Tang Ye's circumstances, though decent, could not compare. Du Shi was rather rigid in her views. Once she set her sights on someone or something, she would stubbornly pursue it. "I warned her not to get too involved in a gathering of classmates." Xiao Jinbo spat on the ground, momentarily stunned. "That is her own blindness. As a close friend, you've already done enough to warn her." Xiao Hui frowned. "Why can't you wish others well? Human nature often harbors a desire to see those who have what they cannot attain falter." Xiao Jinbo secretly wished for Du Shi to make a regrettable choice. As he got into the car, he impatiently called out to Xiao Hui, "Hurry up and get in." Xiao Hui felt a sense of melancholy. Since their engagement, Xiao Jinbo had changed significantly, treating her with a lack of respect, often using her as an outlet for his frustrations. Chapter 13. Accompanying Sister Lin to the old Chinese medicine doctor. Each returns home. On the way, rain began to pour. Due to impaired visibility, a figure suddenly darted out from the right side, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes in a panic. Du Shi, caught off guard, collided into Tang Ye. He felt her cheek press against his right face, a faint fragrance from her hair wafting into his nostrils. "Master, please drive slowly. There's no rush." Tang Ye quickly grasped Du Shi's arm, creating some distance between them as he softly conversed with the driver. "Oh, my apologies, just a reckless drunk." The driver grumbled with a sigh. Du Shi felt her heart tighten suddenly, a tingling sensation coursing through her, and she instinctively stole a glance at Tang Ye. He maintained a steady gaze ahead, as if nothing had occurred, merely speaking less than before. The previously lively atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. Sun Hai, oblivious, rambled on, unaware of the intentional distance the two in the back seat had created. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Yunhu Courtyard Community, where a middle-aged woman holding an umbrella stood on tiptoe, peering out. Upon recognizing her mother, Dushi smiled and informed Tang Ye and Sun Hai. "My mom is here to pick me up. You don't need to come in with me." Tang Ye instinctively complimented. "Annie looks very young." Dushi stifled a smile, quickly glancing at Tang Ye. "When we go shopping, others might mistake us for sisters." As Dushi exited the car, she noticed Tang Ye preparing to follow her. But she halted him. "It's raining quite heavily. You don't need to come out." Tang Ye had already extended one foot out of the car, wanting to greet her mother to avoid appearing rude. Dushi introduced Tang Ye to her mother. "This is Tang Ye, and in the car is Sun Hai. They brought me back." "Hello, Auntie." Tang Ye greeted Du's mother warmly. Her gaze fell upon him, assessing quickly. "It's pouring. You should get inside." Tang Ye waved goodbye to Dushi and her mother, urging, "You both should head into the community as well." Watching the taxi depart, Dushi and Appo's eyes remained fixed on its tail. Her mother subtly probed. "So he is the Tang Ye you mentioned, quite tall and decent looking." Dushi froze momentarily, her cheeks heating up. "Mom, don't misunderstand." Her mother chuckled. "When a man grows up, he should marry, and when a woman matures, she should wed. You are high school classmates. You know each other well, with a foundation of feelings. If it's suitable, perhaps you can spend some time together. However, he is in Pinga Town, and you work in the city, so meeting will be challenging. You're overthinking it. There is nothing between us." Dushi understood her mother's insinuations, wary of Tang Ye's work in the county town, as he was a cadre assigned by the municipal committee and would return to the city after a year. "CC, you are quite innocent and unaware of the dangers of society. You must scrutinize people carefully, discerning whether his intentions in getting close to you are genuine or if he has ulterior motives, perhaps concerning your father." "What are you talking about? He has no such intentions." Dushi shot her mother an angry glare, stamping her foot, and dashed into the rain. "I was just saying, why get upset?" Her mother felt a twinge of concern. Could it be that her daughter was genuinely smitten? Dushi had never dated anyone, having turned down numerous excellent suitors for various reasons. Though Tang Ye had a commendable image, she was still unaware of his family background. Marriage was not something to be taken lightly. Inside the taxi, Sun Hai and Tang Ye engaged in casual banter. Sun Hai's father was a somewhat renowned developer in Hanzhou, yet their relationship was strained. During high school, Sun Hai was disinterested in studies, often receiving calls from teachers to his parents, resulting in frequent beatings at home, leaving him often bruised. Tang sang, "I want to find a way to make a fortune. You must help me strategize." Sun Hai had mentioned this a few times during meals, but Tang Ye thought he was joking and didn't respond. One need not fear a wealthy heir indulging in debauchery. The real concern arises when a wealthy heir seeks to start a business. Isn't it good to just be a wealthy heir? I've had a falling out with my father. I want to achieve something remarkable to earn his respect. Although Pingu is a small place, there must be opportunities. If you come across any, please point me in the right direction. I don't have much capital and can't handle big projects. I need to start small. Tang Ye listened to Sun Hai's aspirations with a smile. I'll keep your words in mind. Although they had only recently reconnected after many years, Tang Ye had already gleaned insights about Sun Hai's character, quick-witted, emotionally intelligent, and astute in social matters. Perhaps he could carve out a path amidst the tumultuous tides of life. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning, Tang Ye awaited Xing Lin at the entrance of the Municipal People's Hospital. Compared to her usual formal attire, Xing Lin's outfit today seemed more casual yet clearly well-coordinated. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, a light blue hairpin curling her bangs, revealing a smooth and full forehead. She wore nearly nude lipstick, her delicate features paired with an intellectual charm that could rival that of actresses from the silver screen. Tang Ye exaggeratedly appraised her from head to toe, exclaiming, "Sister Lin, it's been ages. You look even more beautiful." Xing Lin playfully tapped Tang Ye on the shoulder. "Daring to joke with me. Your courage has grown." Tang Ye rubbed his shoulder, chuckling. "I'm merely speaking the truth. Look around. Everyone is staring at you." Indeed, many nearby were gazing at her, causing Xing Lin's ears to flush red. She quickly lowered her head, tugging at Tang Ye's shirt. "Let us hurry inside. We should keep the doctor waiting." As Tang Ye escorted Xing Lin into the hospital, he exchanged greetings with acquaintances. "Doctor." Chow from the emergency department stopped him for a moment. "Where have you been lately? It's been a while since I've seen you." "Oh, I was in the countryside." "You went to Pingu? That must have been tough." "Not as tough as you think." "Did you stay up late again?" "Your dark circles could squeeze out ink." "A patient got gored in the stomach while feeding a bull. We worked all night to save him, but we managed." "Impressive." Tang Ye mused internally about the peculiarities of life. That patient was indeed unfortunate. After Tang Ye departed, Dr. Chow privately reflected on the beauty of the woman accompanying him, noting her remarkable presence. Having grown up in the hospital compound, Tang Ye was familiar with the medical staff. He was well liked by the older comrades at the old Cadres Bureau, often handling their appointments, ensuring they receive care promptly. In the traditional Chinese medicine consultation room sat an elderly gentleman, not tall yet brimming with vitality. His hair was white, yet his complexion appeared youthful, exuding an air of wisdom. He invited Chang Lin to sit, placing his hand on her wrist to take her pulse. Old Hu, judging by your expression, it seems there isn't much to worry about. Doctor Hu withdrew his wrist and inquired, "Oh, did you take her pulse? Tell me about it." Tang Ye quickly shook his head, smiling, "I didn't take her pulse. I know your habits. If you raise an eyebrow, she is fine. If you raise it twice, then it's serious." Doctor Hu shot Tang Ye a glare, swiftly writing out a prescription, diagnosing her with yin deficiency, instructing her to take the medicine for a month to restore balance. Cheng Lin glanced at the elegant script, unable to decipher a single character despite them all being Chinese. Tang Ye transformed into her translator, cypress leaves, prepared in raw Rehmannia, Chinese Angelica. Cheng Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Little Tang certainly has some skill, otherwise he wouldn't understand the prescription. Thank you very much. Doctor Hu noticed Tang Ye discreetly placing 2 boxes of tea in the corner, smiling, "Please look after this kid." Tang Ye, although his father is a Western medicine doctor, he and I share a good rapport. He often assists me during summer vacations, learning acupuncture and massage. Cheng Lin's petite face broke into a subtle smile as she turned her gaze toward Tang Ye. The essence of the matter is that you, my friend, have concealed yourself quite adeptly. Tang Ye, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Cheng Lin's gaze, self-deprecatingly remarked that his only passion lay in caring for small animals, aspiring merely to be a veterinarian. Doctor Hu, displaying his discontent, retorted that after years of learning from him, it was disheartening to see Tang Ye belittle himself. "You may disregard your reputation, but I cannot afford to tarnish mine." Tang Ye glanced towards the door, smiling as he said, "There are patients waiting behind. Let us not waste any more time." The retort was on the tip of Dr. Hu's tongue, but after observing Cheng Lin, he softened his tone. "Very well, go ahead." Accompanying Cheng Lin to the traditional medicine counter to collect the prescribed medicine, Tang Ye passed through the emergency hall where a throng had gathered at the entrance of the emergency treatment room. Dr. Chow was surrounded in the midst of it all. Tang Ye tucked the hem of his shirt into his waist, frowning as he said, "Sister Lin, I shall see what is happening." Cheng Lin watched Tang Ye's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh and a shake of her head. This troublesome younger brother, once again succumbing to his penchant for meddling in others' affairs. Chapter 14. A helping hand in times of injustice. What transpired? Tang Ye initially assumed it was a case of medical malpractice and promptly extracted Dr. Chow from the crowd. Dr. Chow softly elucidated that a young man had brought in a patient suffering from a cerebral infarction but claimed he had no money for registration. Concerned that he might flee, the bystanders prevented his departure. The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, was surrounded, his face flushed with anxiety. "Sir, you cannot leave. Hurry to the payment window and settle the bill," they urged. "I am not the one who caused the accident. I kindly brought her here. How could I possibly be extorted?" he protested. The doctors stated that immediate treatment was crucial. Otherwise, even if the patient survived, there could be lasting repercussions. "I do not have that kind of money. Even if I did, you cannot morally coerce me into paying," he retorted. "Are you planning to evade responsibility for the accident?" The crowd insisted. "Regardless of your involvement, you cannot leave until the police arrive." The young man attempted to force his way through the throng several times, only to be blocked by security and onlookers. A young nurse was pleading with the crowd, "Do not let him escape. If he leaves, we may lose track of him." Tang Ye, tall and imposing, peered over the heads of the crowd, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He did not appear to be lying. Dr. Chow's expression was grave. He had encountered numerous similar situations where individuals, deterred by the exorbitant medical costs, vanished in the blink of an eye. In these times, few were inclined to act heroically. Tang Ye glanced toward the treatment room. On the bed lay an elderly woman, her eyes tightly shut, foam forming at her lips. After scrutinizing her closely, his pupils dilated in alarm. He pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Everyone be quiet. We must save this woman. I will cover the medical expenses." The young man sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Tang Ye. Having never performed a good deed before, he was disheartened to be misunderstood when he finally did. The feeling of being unjustly accused was unbearable. Tang Ye's timely intervention was akin to a ray of hope amidst despair. Chang Lin approached Tang Ye, her eyes widening in shock as she recognized the patient. No wonder he was so eager to pay. It was none other than the former director of the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau, Yao Mei. Tang Ye first checked her pulse, then examined her eyelids, gasping in horror as he noted the dilated pupils, an extremely perilous sign. Following a cerebral infarction, every second counted in the race against death. Everyone, please be quiet. Tang Ye commanded. Here, take my wallet, he said, placing it in Cheng Lin's hand. Sister, there is money in my construction bank card. Hurry and register for Grandma Yao. Saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire, he added. Cheng Lin wasted no time, sprinting to the window. Tang Ye's decisiveness made her momentarily forget that he had once been her subordinate. Tang Ye shouted again, and the area fell silent. Dr. Chow, please contact the neurosurgery department immediately. Dr. Chow hesitated, pondering how he had somehow become the subordinate in this scenario. Yet, he quickly realized that Tang Ye's involvement might prove more effective. I have already called. The neurosurgery department is quite busy. I will contact old Tang, he replied. Tang Ye retrieved his phone. The onlookers regarded Tang Ye with curiosity. This guy seems quite confident, one remarked. Who is old Tang? He is his father. The head of our hospital's neurosurgery department, another explained. Oh, that makes sense. Tang Ye dialed Tang Yu's number, stating directly, Dad, there's a patient in the emergency department with a sudden cerebral infarction. You need to come quickly to assist with the treatment. Tang Ye paused, pondering how his son had returned home late last night without a trace, only to call him now in a moment of crisis. Understood. I'm in a meeting, but will be there shortly. Give me 5 minutes. Tang Ye chuckled in exasperation. Even the hospital director dared not speak to him in such a tone. Cheng Lin returned to the treatment room after completing the payment. Tang Ye arrived shortly, accompanied by 2 neurosurgeons, and swiftly performed a physical examination on Grandma Yao. He instructed the 2 doctors to transfer her to the neurosurgery operating room and commence surgery immediately. Tang Ye and Chang Lin remained at the hospital, waiting outside the operating room. Soon, Grandma Yao's daughter rushed in to sign the surgical consent form. The rescue operation lasted 4 hours. Finally, the red light outside the operating room turned green. Tang Ye emerged from the lead line door, removing his mask. She will need to be observed in the intensive care unit for a day. The surgery was quite successful. Thank you, Director Tang, Grandma Yao's daughter said. Her voice choked with emotion. Tang Ye glanced at Tang Ye before turning to leave. At that moment, Grandma Yao's daughter turned to Chang Lin and Tang Ye, bowing deeply. Thanks to both of you, especially you, Director Cheng, and you, Xiao Tang. If it weren't for you two, my mother's surgery wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Do not mention it. You should thank the young man who acted heroically. He brought her to the hospital in the nick of time, securing precious moments for the surgery. The young man remained on the scene. The police reviewed the surveillance footage from the accident site. The footage revealed Grandma Yao waiting for the green light at an intersection when she suddenly crouched down, struggling for 1 or 2 minutes before slowly collapsing onto the curb. Several passers-by merely glanced from a distance, hesitant to approach. One girl attempted to step forward but was firmly restrained by her mother. Only this young man stopped his vehicle at the roadside, assisting her into his car and driving her to the hospital. Grandma Yao's daughter hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Young man, thank you so much today. Here is my business card. May I have your contact information? The young man brushed off the previous tension with a smile. It was nothing. He then recited his phone number to her. She pulled out an envelope, insisting on placing it in the young man's pocket. What are you doing? He exclaimed, tossing it to the ground. Do not insult me. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed her face, but she did not press the matter. Well, if you say so. It makes me feel rather ashamed. Once my mother recovers, I'll treat you to a meal. At this, the young man smiled. That works for me. He then approached Tang Ye, extending his hand. Thank you for saving me today. If it weren't for you, I would have been unjustly accused. Do not mention it. You are quite righteous, Tang Ye replied, patting the young man's shoulder. Let us exchange contact information. My name is Tang Ye. The young man introduced himself as Lin Xiang, and they exchanged numbers. Afterward, Lin Xiang waved goodbye. Chang Lin had previously thought Tang Ye was overly involved in others' affairs. Yet upon reflection, she realized that his goodwill was the reason for his popularity. Always optimistic and radiant, he approached every task with fervor. Chang Lin glanced at her watch. Expressing regret, I initially planned to treat you to lunch as a proper thank you, but it's already past 3. Tang Ye patted his stomach, chuckling. Now that you mention it, I am indeed hungry. Chang Lin beamed. Let us go. What do you feel like eating? Tang Ye replied. I know a place nearby that serves exceptional fish noodles. Shang Lin snapped her fingers. Let us go. 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 Meanwhile, Grandma Yao's son-in-law arrived at the hospital. Mom. How is she? She is alive. She is in the intensive care unit. Director Tang performed the surgery himself. There was significant blood loss. If we had been a few minutes later, we would have had to transfer her to the provincial hospital, and even then, it would have been futile. The son-in-law sighed. Director Tang's skills are indeed remarkable. The daughter softly added, this time, we owe our gratitude to Director Tang's son, who covered the medical expenses. I almost forgot to repay him. By the way, his name is Tang Ye. Do you recognize that name? The son-in-law slapped his forehead. Isn't he the young man you mentioned wanting to introduce to Qingqing? The daughter nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed a remarkable individual. His eloquence and demeanor were commendable, and he possessed a warm-hearted nature. It was no wonder that her mother held him in such high regard. Chapter 15. Love Beneath the Tree of Affection. Nestled within the alley of the training ground, a quaint noodle shop awaits. The training ground, once a military drill area, is also known as the parade ground. The surroundings are predominantly adorned with Western-style architecture, with sycamore trees lining both sides of the street. As autumn arrives, the leaves turn a golden hue, exuding an air of romantic sophistication. Tang Ye entered and found a central seat. Wiping the edges of the table with a napkin, he cheerfully called out, Boss. 2 bowls of long fish noodles, one without scallions, add extra pepper, finely chopped cilantro, a drizzle of sesame oil, slightly al dente noodles with a light broth. And please avoid adding MSG and chicken powder. Finally, garnish with 2 tender pea shoots on top. Shang Lin, observing Tang Ye's unceasing chatter, retorted with a hint of annoyance. In water margin, when Lu Zhishan provoked Zheng Guanxi, he didn't have so many demands. Are you sure you're here to dine, not to cause a ruckus? Surprised, Tang Ye replied. Sister Lin, you're a fan of water margin? It's typically men who enjoy it, while women prefer dream of the red chamber. Shang Lin snapped back. We studied excerpts in middle school. Tang Ye chuckled. I fancy the character of Yi Zhaqing. Shang Lin's eyes sparkled. He's Sanyang, right? Her tale is quite tragic. Tang Ye clapped his leg. And you claim not to be a fan of water margin? Surely you've collected water margin cards at some point. You can be quite childish at times. Realizing Tang Ye was teasing her, Shang Lin's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Just then, the boss emerged from the kitchen, beaming. Little Tang, it's been ages. Who is this? To prevent any misunderstanding, Tang Ye promptly introduced, this is my superior. No wonder I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been making your fortune? Tang Ye, aware of Shang Lin's preference for cleanliness, took 2 pairs of chopsticks and scalded them in boiling water. I've been working in Pingu, constantly thinking of your noodles. The boss chuckled. Shall I prepare the noodles for your superior as usual? Shang Lin took the scalded chopsticks from Tang Ye, quickly adding, I'm not as picky as he is. The boss turned back toward the kitchen. Grinning as he explained to Tang Ye, he is just messing with me. In a moment, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were served. Start with the soup before the noodles. Be cautious of the heat. Shang Lin sipped the broth, the rich aroma instantly enveloping her palate, confirming its delightful flavor. Tang Ye smiled easily, calling to the kitchen. Someone's praising you. The boss placed a dish of pickled vegetables on the table. These are homemade pickles. Don't turn your nose up at them. Shang Lin took a bite. Finding them salty and crisp, you've known the boss for many years, haven't you? About 7 or 8 years. The boss is a great person. You must come here often to support the business. Shang Lin mused about the unique charm Tang Ye possessed, smiling. Thank you for introducing me to such a wonderful place. After finishing the long fish noodles, Tang Ye contentedly let out 2 loud burps. As they stepped outside, they beheld the famous couple trees at the training ground. 2 sycamores stood on either side of the road, their branches intertwining at the tips, resembling a couple in an embrace. Shang Lin gazed in awe. Tang Ye, do you believe in love? Tang Ye picked up a leaf from the ground, intending to press it in a book as a bookmark. Of course I do. Throughout life, we encounter various relationships, but none resonate as profoundly as love. Shang Lin inquired further, can love last forever? All love in this world begins sweetly, but as time passes, it inevitably turns bittersweet. Shang Lin chuckled lightly, feigning knowledge. Have you ever been in love? Tang Ye scratched his head. Not many times. But I have had my share of experiences. When I was 4, my kindergarten classmate had a crush on me. At 10, a girl who did poorly on an exam couldn't face her family, broke her piggy bank, and insisted we elope, declaring I was to marry no one but her. At 12, my neighbor, 5 years my senior, deemed me adorable and stole my first kiss. At 15, I received love letters from girls I couldn't even count on one hand. After 18, Every Valentine's Day brought an endless supply of chocolates. Are you boasting? Chang Lin laughed uncontrollably, but then suddenly turned serious, softly asking, do you think pure love exists in this world? Yes. A love that transcends the physical. A connection of souls. A love that resonates beyond marriage. Is love at its peak unrelated to physical desire? Feeling the sensitivity of the topic, Tang Ye chuckled. Some things just unfold naturally. Ding-ling-ling. Make way. A cyclist passed by, and Tang Ye quickly pulled Chang Lin aside. She stumbled slightly, finding herself nestled in his embrace. As time seemed to freeze, her mind blank. With her soft form in his arms, Tang Ye gazed at Cheng Lin's luscious red lips, his breath quickening. Beneath Cheng Lin's seemingly strong and capable exterior lay a heart riddled with wounds. Recently, her distracted demeanor and physical discomfort stemmed from troubles in her marriage. Her husband had encountered a woman abroad, and they not only cohabited, but the woman also sent Cheng Lin a series of inappropriate photos. Tang Ye had stumbled upon this secret while clearing out the shredder. Cheng Lin quickly regained her composure, realizing her lapse in decorum. Her cheeks flushed. She shifted the topic. It's getting late. You should head back to Pingu. Shall I escort you to the station? The setting sun cast a blood-red hue. Tang Ye noticed Cheng Lin quickening her pace, her mood seemingly complex. They walked side by side toward the platform. Tang Ye? A voice called from behind. Tang Ye turned to see Du Shi, dressed in police uniform, accompanied by a female officer emerging from a nearby shop. Cheng Lin scrutinized Du Shi, her first reaction being that the girl was stunning, leading her to analyze Tang Ye's relationship with her. Du Shi, what a coincidence. Tang Ye introduced Cheng Lin. This is my superior. Du Shi greeted Cheng Lin warmly. I'm Tang Ye's high school classmate. Do you have a mission? Tang Ye observed Du Shi holding a notebook, presuming they were on an assignment, and refrained from probing too deeply. Du Shi, however, did not shy away. A few days ago, there was a murder nearby, and we're visiting shops to gather clues. Tang Ye recalled reading about it in the news. You should be careful. If you encounter any trouble, call for backup first. Don't act impulsively. Going solo can be perilous. Du Shi felt a warmth in her heart, lamenting playfully, so you think I and Oppos, am that naive? Tang Ye smiled, explaining. It's a common trope in dramas. A naive female officer, eager to prove herself, ventures alone into danger, only to find herself in a dire situation that necessitates rescue. Du Shi's colleague chuckled. Your classmate is quite amusing. Du Shi's face flushed crimson, retorting, you should watch less soap operas and read more books. It was merely a jest. Tang Ye replied. You have tasks to attend to. We can chat another time. Du Shi waved goodbye as she and her colleague walked away. Once they were out of sight, Cheng Lin feigned casualness and probed. Your classmate is quite beautiful. She must have a line of suitors, right? Tang Ye patiently clarified. We lost touch after high school. I only saw her again at a recent reunion. I have no idea if she is dating, but I have no feelings for her. Cheng Lin smiled. What a wonderful girl you've missed. Isn't that a pity? Tang Ye sighed. Sister, please don't tease me. My focus is entirely on work. I hardly have time for romance. What a shame. A shame? Tang Ye echoed. Cheng Lin nodded. I feel sorry for that girl. She missed out on a truly remarkable young man. Tang Ye shook his head. Only in your eyes do I possess any redeeming qualities. Others may not share your view. By the way, let us talk about something practical. Sister Lin, I'm currently in charge of economic development in Pingu. Do you have any resources for attracting investment? Cheng Lin smiled brightly. You've been holding that question in for quite some time, haven't you? Tang Ye let out a sigh of relief. Reminding himself of the long fish noodles, if there were resources for investment promotion, he must not forget his brother. Alas, one cannot deny the influence of favors. And I shall listen for you. Observing Tang Ye's ingratiating expression, Cheng Lin felt a mix of comfort and disappointment. The comfort stemmed from Tang Ye's unwavering commitment to his career, while the disappointment arose from the realization that their relationship was intertwined with mutual benefit. However, human interactions invariably arise from interests and converge upon them. As Tang Ye embarked on his journey in Pingu, it must have been exceedingly challenging, and it was only right that she extend her assistance to him. Du Shi shifted her position several times. Her colleague, Lu Fong, discerned Du Shi's thoughts and intentionally broached the subject. Your high school classmate is quite handsome. Du Shi gestured with her hands. He was about my height in high school. I was surprised he shot up so much in university. Lu Fong laughed. Many boys grow later. Perhaps he only developed in college. I think you two would make a lovely pair. What does he do? After a moment of hesitation, Du Shi replied. He is the deputy town mayor in Pingu. Lu Fong's eyes widened. Could he be the deputy town mayor mentioned in that article you wrote? You were classmates? What a coincidence. He is stationed in Pingu. But his organizational ties remain in the city, which makes a long-distance relationship somewhat troublesome. Dushi smiled shyly. You should consider hosting a program on a relationship radio station. She glanced back, and it seemed that Tang Ye had turned to glance at her as well. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if a pure white rabbit had leapt into her heart. Chapter 16. Nodding off. Where's the pillow? On Monday, at 8 in the morning, Tang Ye entered the government compound alongside a middle-aged man. Good morning, Mayor Chun. Tang Ye greeted with a beaming smile. Chen Jihua, the mayor of Pinga Town. Though nominally the deputy leader, found his actual authority diminished, he was often ignored by others in the compound. After a brief pause, a smile spread across his face as he responded. Ah, good morning, Xiao Tang. Tang Ye glanced at the black plastic bag in Chen Jihua's hand. Curiosity piqued. Mayor Chun, what treasures are contained within that bag? Ah, the fishing was particularly fruitful yesterday. I caught a bounty. Our home fish pond is overflowing. So I brought a few to the cafeteria to add a couple of dishes for lunch, Chen Jihua replied. Tang Ye peered into the bag to find a lively big-head carp flapping its tail. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a magnificent fish. A heady soup and braised fish, everyone is in for a treat. Chen Jihua chuckled, your culinary suggestions are quite commendable. Tang Ye was well aware of the dynamics among the members of the Pinga Town Party Committee. The party secretary, Su Yiping, had risen from the position of village secretary. The committee members were divided into two factions, one loyal to Su Yiping and the other nurtured by the former party secretary, who had long been subdued and lost their vigor under Su's leadership. Chen Jihua belonged to the remnants of the previous regime. Despite being younger than Su by 4 years, he often spent his evenings pedaling his bicycle to fish, earning the townsfolk's label of the fishing mayor. In the political arena, one often finds themselves constrained. Sometimes retreating can be a strategic advance, much like Jiang Taigong as fishing before meeting the Duke of Zhou. At 3 in the afternoon, a committee meeting convened. After Tang Ye reported on his work, Vice Mayor Xia Haiqiao abruptly challenged him. Comrade Tang Ye, you've been in Pinga Town for a while now, and everyone is quite pleased with your arrival and holds high hopes for you. You've proposed numerous suggestions, all of which Secretary Su and the others support. However, those matters require time to validate. Our citizens are eager to witness tangible, immediate changes. Last year, while I was in charge of economic work, I secured several projects for Pingu with a total investment of 20 million. You are a cadre dispatched from the municipal government. Surely, with your capabilities, you can achieve even more. Su Yiping set down his pen and smiled at Tang Ye. Haiqiao's words resonate with the sentiments of our citizens. Although your tenure here is brief, you ought to leave something of value for Pinga Town. Executive Vice Mayor Wang Kaicheng, fiddling with beads in his hand, chimed in. A couple of years ago, a cadre from the neighboring town secured the Guqing project shortly after arriving. Given your connections from the city, don't keep your resources to yourself. This group appeared to be amicably discussing matters with Tang Ye, yet they were subtly pressuring him, attempting to compel him to establish a performance guarantee. Now is the time to test Tang Ye's capabilities. If tasked with economic oversight, could he attract investment? If not, he would be deemed ineffective. The 20 million investment was akin to a challenge thrown down by Xia Haiqiao. Tang Ye calmly responded, next month, there will be an investment promotion conference in the city, and I am diligently preparing the necessary materials to secure suitable projects. However, our foremost priority now should be the upgrade and transformation of existing enterprises. After all, the timeline from initiating investment to actualization can be lengthy. Enhancing our current enterprises yields quicker results. Xia Haiqiao sneered, upgrade? Transformation? I've heard that Qing'e is on the verge of bankruptcy due to your meddling. Su Yiping tapped his teacup, seizing the moment to apply pressure on Tang Ye. Xiao Tang, since you're in charge of investment attraction, we should establish a target. Let us discuss and set an appropriate figure. Xia Haiqiao hurriedly agreed. It must not be less than last year's. Wang Kaicheng stroked his chin and proposed. How about we set the target at 40 million? Comrade Tang, do you have the confidence? These three coordinated seamlessly, executing a well-crafted strategy. The committee meeting, while appearing to be a mere exchange of words, was in fact a battle of wits and resolve. Just as Tang Ye prepared to respond, Chen Jihua's expression soured. 40 million? That is excessive. Comrade Tang has just arrived in Pinga Town and is still unfamiliar with the situation here. Who among us can guarantee to meet such a high target? Tang Ye was taken aback by Chen Jihua's public support. Could it be that their earlier conversation had struck a chord? Chen Jihua, often a solitary figure in Pinga Town, recognized Tang Ye's isolation and perhaps felt a sense of empathy. Su Yiping cast a surprised glance at Chen Jihua, taken aback by the usually reticent deputy's defense of Tang Ye. While 40 million was indeed a daunting task, pressure often spurs motivation. Comrade Tang, proceed with confidence. If you truly cannot meet the target, we can always assign you to a more suitable position, Su Yiping stated, his words seemingly considerate, yet laced with an underlying threat. Chen Jihua typically displayed a demeanor of indifference, but witnessing the group pressure a young man in his 20s stirred feelings of sympathy and indignation within him. Humph, he scoffed, abruptly standing, tucking his notebook under his arm, and leaving the meeting room. Su Yiping watched Chen Jihua's retreating figure, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Following his failed bid for party secretary, Chen Jihua's demeanor had shifted, adopting an attitude of seeking to avoid mistakes rather than pursuing accomplishments. Having such a deputy post challenges, yet also benefits, as Chen tended to avoid creating trouble, maintaining his position as a puppet, which made Su Yiping reluctant to seek a replacement, fearing the complications of an unknown adversary. What had come over this fishing enthusiast today? To the onlookers, it appeared that Tang Ye was now caught in a difficult position. Very well, as everyone suggests, let us set the investment target at 40 million, Tang Ye declared without hesitation, choosing to confront the challenge head-on. Xia Haiqiao exchanged glances with Su Yiping, feeling a sense of triumph, having finally fulfilled Su's directive. This kid is still too naive. He fell for the bait. Xia mused. I nearly exhausted myself to secure a mere 20 million investment, ultimately relying on personal connections to scrape by. 40 million is an insurmountable chasm for a small town like Pingu, especially given its poor infrastructure and business environment. After the meeting, Xia Haiqiao entered Su Yiping's office, brimming with pride. Tang Ye is still too young, too idealistic, and too impulsive. He has boasted about 40 million. I'm eager to see how he extricates himself from this predicament. Su Yiping handed Xia a box of cigarettes. Youthful exuberance is common. He will learn through experience. We've all gone through similar phases. Time will teach him that achievements are not merely spoken into existence. Xia Haiqiao accepted the cigarettes with a smile, and Pingu. Everyone follows your lead, Secretary Su. Even a dragon must be coiled under your influence. Su Yiping maintained an impassive demeanor, though inwardly, he savored the sentiment. At that moment, the landline rang. Su Yiping walked over to answer the phone. After hanging up, he excitedly informed Xia Haiqiao, next Wednesday, the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau will send a delegation to our town. This is no ordinary inspection team. The city has plans to select a township around Pingu to establish a provincial-level scenic resort. The investment for this provincial resort amounts to a staggering 2 billion. And many townships are vying for this project. Although Pingu town lacks significant advantages, there remains a glimmer of hope amidst the slim prospects. Xia Haiqiao replied with delight. I casually mentioned this to a classmate from the Investment Promotion Bureau during dinner last week, and I never expected he would take it seriously. Meanwhile, Tang Ye's phone also buzzed. Upon checking, he found a message from his mentor, Jiang Jinping. Xiao Tang, I will be attending a research activity in Hanzhou next Wednesday. I will visit Pingu, so please prepare in advance. Tang Ye was taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Jinping's visit was related to the provincial resort project? This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, as if someone had offered a pillow while he was dozing off. He realized he must plan ahead and take precautionary measures. Chapter 17, 300,000 Still Not Warm. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Ye received a call from the security guard's office informing him that someone was looking for him. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Sun Hai in the distance, lighting a cigarette for the guard, and thought to himself how inconsiderate it was for this fellow not to give him a heads-up beforehand. Once inside the office, Sun Hai seemed particularly taken with the greenery by the window, fiddling with the leaves, exclaiming how well the orchids were thriving and that they seemed poised to bloom. Tang Ye noticed his jovial demeanor and wondered what could possibly be the reason for his visit. Sun Hai chuckled and boasted that he had come into a windfall. Tang Ye maintained an air of calmness. Rather than probing further, he chose silence, which only made Sun Hai more anxious. With a smile, Tang Ye finally inquired, "What kind of windfall are we talking about? Pray, enlighten me." Sun Hai shook his head, propped his leg up, and grinned as he recounted. I bought a worthless stock earlier this year that had been persistently suppressed for months. It was derided as the worst stock in the A-share market, consistently falling without any hope of recovery. Unexpectedly, it began to rise steadily since last week. Initially, I thought it was merely a coincidence, but it has not halted its ascent even today. After a brief pause, Tang Ye cautioned, I don and oppose, mean to dampen your spirits. But the stock market is akin to a casino. If you don't cash out, your gains are merely numerical chips, indistinguishable from tokens in an arcade. Sun Hai spread his arms, nonchalantly responding, "That's why I pulled out, converting my tokens into cash and safely landing on shore." "And how much did you manage to secure?" 300,000. In 2005, 300,000 was no trifling amount. It could purchase 3 apartments in a slightly outlying area of the city. Tang Ye mused over Sun Hai's audacity. Not every gambler could resist the temptation to chase after rising stocks. "What do you plan to do with it?" he asked. "I'm seeking your advice." Sun Hai replied earnestly, "To see if there are any ventures suitable for me." Sun Hai was intent on embarking on an entrepreneurial journey. Tang Ye contemplated the need for startup capital for a new product at the Qinggu garment factory, and indeed, there was an opportunity available. "Shall I introduce you to it?" Tang Ye retrieved the project proposal from his drawer and handed it to Sun Hai. As Sun Hai flipped through a couple of pages, he gazed at Tang Ye in astonishment. "You're proposing women's lingerie?" Tang Ye chuckled. "Indeed. What's the matter? Are you embarrassed about a man entering this industry?" Sun Hai shook his head, moistening his dry lips. "What's there to be embarrassed about? There was a film, The Best B-Ray, that did quite well at the box office. This project is fresh, exciting, and full of potential." The film The Best B-Ray was released in 2001, earning over 18 million at the box office in Chengdu, ranking 6th that year. The unique theme had a profound impact on Sun Hai. "I need to consult with my partner to see if she is open to your involvement. This project holds great potential. If all goes smoothly, we could break even in 6 months and turn a profit within a year," Tang Ye remarked, trying not to exaggerate the reality. Sun Hai, however, was not easily swayed, laughing as he said, "Don't underestimate me. If you're willing to invest, I might consider it." For Sun Hai, this newfound wealth from stocks felt akin to a stroke of luck. He understood Tang Ye's cautious nature. If he was willing to invest, it meant he had meticulously weighed the risks involved. Tang Ye made a call to Gu Wenqin. Upon learning of a potential new partner, she hurried over. The moment Sun Hai laid eyes on Gu Wenqin, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter such a beautiful woman in a small place. Gu Wenqin was not only striking but also possessed an alluring figure, accentuated by a captivating charm in her eyes. "Hello, I'm Gu Wenqin." "I'm Sun Hai." A high school classmate of Tang Ye, he stammered, regaining his composure and laughing awkwardly to mask his earlier fluster. With Sun Hai joining the ranks of investors, a redistribution of shares was necessary. Tang Ye adjusted the agreement and printed it out. "Here is the contract I drafted. Please review it and share any objections." After returning home, Tang Ye discussed his plans to invest in the lingerie project with Qin Lan. Unlike the serious and cautious Tang Ye, Qin Lan wholeheartedly supported Tang Ye's entrepreneurial aspirations. A young man should have ambition, especially before turning 30. Everything is subject to change. Do not fear failure, if need be. Start anew. Gu Wenqin would hold 50% of the shares, while Sun Hai would invest 300,000 for 30%. Tang Ye pooled his entire savings from graduate studies and work, borrowing an additional 100,000 from his mother to invest 200,000 for 20%. "Mr. Tang, I have no objections to the share distribution. I'll defer to your judgment." Tang Ye's tone turned serious. Starting a business inherently carries risks. We must be mentally prepared. Profitability is secondary. The primary focus should be on investing our efforts and ensuring that every detail is executed flawlessly. Gu Wenqin's eyes glistened with emotion. Despite not contributing funds, costs such as factory, labor, and management were significant. "I feel quite pressured. What if we incur losses?" A newfound resolve appeared on Sun Hai's rounded face. "We are all adults. We can take responsibility for our decisions. If it all falls apart, we can always start over." Tang Ye, having made a substantial commitment after careful consideration, encouraged his partners with a smile. "There is no risk of loss. The era of demographic dividends is on the horizon. Especially the purchasing power of women will become increasingly prominent in the next 3 to 5 years." Gu Wenqin took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of determination coursing through her veins. "Once we sign this equity contract, we are bound together in this endeavor." Tang Ye produced the seal and pressed his hand down first. Gu Wenqin, without hesitation, stamped her thumbprint in the designated area. Sun Hai suddenly hesitated. "But 300,000 is still cold. Just like that?" They say starting a business is fraught with peril, especially in an unfamiliar field. Impulsiveness can be a devil. Perhaps we should think it over a bit more? Wait a moment. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll take the contract back and deliver it to you in a few days. Gu Wenqin considered Sun Hai's position, acknowledging that it was indeed too hasty. Perhaps they should postpone signing the contract for a few days to allow for reflection. Fatty, are you having second thoughts? It's too late. Tang Ye grasped Sun Hai's wrist, dipped it in the ink, and pressed his handprint onto the document. Is this really how you do things? Sun Hai looked at his ink-stained hand and the red imprint on the contract, feeling quite bewildered. Gu Wenqin's laughter, as melodious as a lark and Appo's song, eased the tension in the air. Tang Ye blew on the damp ink. In ancient times, bonds were formed in the peach orchard. Today, we unite in the lake of harmony. Sun Hai scratched his head with his left hand. I hope I haven't unwittingly boarded a pirate ship? That is precisely what you walked into. Tang Ye handed Sun Hai a copy of the contract. Remember to transfer the funds first thing tomorrow morning. Now that the contract is signed, you won't dawdle or attempt to backtrack, will you? Sun Hai steeled himself. I am a man of action. I won't delay. If it results in a total loss, then I shall consider it stolen. Chapter 18. A subtle resolution. The government of Pinnacle was in a state of heightened anticipation, preparing diligently for the inspection team arriving from the city on Wednesday. Thanks to his acquaintance from the city's Investment Promotion Bureau, Xia Haiqiao swiftly became the commander of the reception team, directing various departments to follow his lead. This inspection involved projects worth billions. Despite the formidable competition, thorough preparations were essential. Comrade Tang Ye, as you oversee economic affairs and investment attraction, it is imperative that you take on a greater share of responsibility. I've just received word from the City Bureau that we need to prepare promotional materials regarding investment attraction. Although we already have some materials, they are outdated. And I hope you can refresh them. Xia Haiqiao assigned the task directly to Tang Ye during the coordination meeting. Tang Ye frowned slightly, setting down his pen. Was the timeline a bit tight? The inspection team was arriving tomorrow, and now he was being asked to update the investment materials. Was this not a deliberate trap? Xia Haiqiao displayed a hint of displeasure. While the situation was indeed urgent, he too had just received the notification. Moreover, you have been in Pinnacle for a while now and should have been preparing for this. Grassroots work is vastly different from higher-level departmental duties. One must possess initiative and not simply act on directives. If all else fails, we could resort to using the old promotional materials, though that would surely diminish the impression the inspection team would have of us. As Xia Haiqiao spoke, he scrutinized Tang Ye's expression. From his classmate, he learned that the inspection was a last-minute decision. According to the city's plans, they were more inclined towards Jingshui town across the river, which belonged to Chongjiang County and boasted a far superior economic situation and resident population than Pinnacle town. To Xia Haiqiao, while promotional materials were significant, they were not of utmost importance. He merely sought to use this opportunity to unsettle Tang Ye. Reactions among the others varied. Most appeared to relish the unfolding drama. The Chinese excel not in expansion but often in internal strife, a tendency evident throughout 5 millennia of history. Tang Ye was acutely aware of Xia Haiqiao's ulterior motives. How could the success or failure of a multi-billion project rest solely on his shoulders? Was this not akin to forcing him to swallow bitter water? Suppressing his urge to retort, Tang Ye took a deep breath. I have previously reviewed the investment promotion materials for Pinnacle town and made some modifications. I have a plan ready on my computer. Let us take a look. Xia Haiqiao's expression momentarily stiffened upon hearing Tang Ye's preparedness, and he cast a glance at Su Yiping. Su Yiping removed his glasses and polished the lenses with a green cloth. Let us have a look then. Qin Jihua, seated next to Su Yiping, straightened up, intrigued. Tang Ye retrieved his laptop from the office and connected it to the conference room's display. As he opened Photoshop, he had already secured a victory. The team watched in awe as Tang Ye adeptly navigated the computer, stirring a mix of emotions among the members. Despite the availability of computers in local government, most use them merely for leisure activities, such as playing games or chatting, entirely unaware of their other functionalities. Though Tang Ye's professional experience was perhaps not extensive, he represented a new generation of civil servants educated quite differently from his colleagues. To him, a computer was not merely a decorative item. It was an invaluable tool for enhancing work efficiency. Despite the leaders having received basic training in computer operations, they remained novices, knowing only how to open documents or spreadsheets. For them, using a computer in their work was often a torment, leading to the establishment of a dedicated typing position. Tang Ye collaborated with an advertising company to obtain the original files, making meticulous revisions. The photographs and text were entirely transformed. The brochure was exquisitely crafted, with bold and impactful typography. As a graduate student from Chongqing University, Tang Ye possessed considerable talent. The brochure included an introduction to Pinnacle town as well as future development plans, complemented by eloquent prose and inspiring language that opened the eyes of those present. Is this still about Pingu? At first glance, I thought it was about Westlake and Hanzhou. Clearly, investment promotion must emphasize the positive aspects. The final page of the brochure proclaimed, with sincerity, we seek mutual development. Through commerce, we create a prosperous future. Chen Jihua was the first to applaud, a look of approval gracing his face. Comrade Tang Ye, you truly embody the qualities of a young cadre from the municipal committee, exceptional comprehensive abilities and foresight in your work. This brochure is not only meticulously crafted, but also rich in substance. It surpasses the old version by leaps and bounds. We must promptly arrange for the advertising company to print more copies. There is still time. He noted that future communication should be more proactive to enhance the overall presentation. Su Yiping adjusted his glasses, surprised by Tang Ye's hidden talents. Xia Haiqiao had initially intended to put him in a difficult position, but Tang Ye had elegantly turned the tables. Simultaneously, Chen Jihua's commendation evoked a sense of annoyance in Su Yiping. The brochure has indeed improved. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Tang Ye. Please ensure it is sent to the advertising company for printing tonight. Xia Haiqiao's plan seemed to crumble like a soft pillow, leaving him frustrated and powerless. How is the draft for tomorrow prepared? Su Yiping inquired, turning to Xia Haiqiao. Xia Haiqiao produced the pre-prepared draft, handing it to Su Yiping. It has been revised according to your instructions. Su Yiping placed the draft in his notebook. If there are no further matters, let us adjourn. Everyone has worked hard today. We must be well prepared to impress the leaders from the higher-ups tomorrow. Su Yiping harbored some dissatisfaction towards Xia Haiqiao. Ensuring a successful reception for the inspection team was paramount. Engaging in infighting during such critical times lacked vision. Setting aside his biases, Su Yiping was genuinely pleased with Tang Ye's brochure. He hadn't anticipated that this temporary cadre could prove his worth at a crucial moment. No other government in the surrounding towns could produce such a high-quality brochure. Though the prospects may be dim, it could enhance their standing in front of higher authorities, ultimately benefiting future investment attraction efforts. At 11:00 AM, Oppo's clock that night, the government office gradually dimmed its lights. After the advertising company delivered the brochures and other promotional materials, Tang Ye meticulously checked everything before returning to his office to organize materials related to investment attraction. A knock echoed on the door. Tang Ye glanced to see Chen Jihua standing there. The brochures have arrived. Aren't you going to finish for the day? Tang Ye smiled and replied, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll finish up and then head out. Chen Jihua observed Tang Ye under the bright light, his smile slowly fading, plunging into a contemplative silence, ultimately leaving with a sense of melancholy. He was suddenly reminded of his once ambitious self, chuckling at his own naivety before departing. Tang Ye worked late into the night, stretching his back as he packed away his laptop. The brochure was merely the tip of the iceberg. Opportunities always favor the prepared. Chapter 19. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch a short film. The inspection team had announced their arrival at 10 o'clock, yet due to the recent downpours, the road conditions were exceedingly poor. One of the vehicles, in its haste, veered off the road and plunged into a field, necessitating considerable effort to extricate it. The convoy finally reached Pinga town at noon, and this minor incident inevitably cast a shadow over everyone's spirits. Officials from Pinga town were convinced that this inspection would likely be fruitless. As the leaders of the inspection team emerged from their vehicle, their grim expressions spoke volumes of their discontent. Leading the group was Zhao Disheng, the deputy mayor responsible for economic affairs, with County Chief Du Chengfeng walking alongside him. Accompanying them was a specially appointed advisory team. Xia Haiqiao approached his classmate, who had clearly endured a taxing journey. His classmate sighed, lamenting the appalling traffic conditions. If you wish to prosper, first repair the roads. Why haven't you devised any solutions? Xia Haiqiao, with a woeful expression, replied, repairing roads requires funding. Internally, he felt aggrieved. The vehicle had veered off a road in another town, not in Pingu. Even if he wished to repair roads, he could not encroach upon another's territory. He expressed his gratitude to his classmate in hushed tones, acknowledging that their presence had greatly enhanced his standing. His classmate, surprised, thought to himself that he was hardly in a position to claim credit. With a sheepish smile, he replied, I am merely a follower, assuming his classmate was being modest. Xia Haiqiao clapped him on the shoulder, promising to bring him some local delicacies as a token of appreciation. Su Yiping, lacking any real authority in such a setting, remained mostly silent, despite his proximity to Deputy Mayor Zhao. Du Chengfeng took great care to articulate the situation in Pinga town during his discourse with Zhao. As a capable leader, Du Qingfeng had lingered too long in Tianling County, but the arrival of the new municipal party secretary in Hanzhou provided him with a fresh opportunity. Su Yiping harbored little confidence in the project and suggested they first partake in a meal. Though Pinggu was a small locality, it boasted distinctive culinary offerings. As the inspection team sat down to a feast of various river delicacies and local specialties, their hunger alleviated some of the earlier gloom. After a brief respite, the rain finally ceased. A group ventured a mile or two to the dam before returning to the conference room at the town hall for discussions. Noticing the promotional brochures on the table, Zhao Mayer casually flipped through a few pages and remarked to County Chief Du. Pingde Town has indeed made thoughtful preparations for our visit. Captivated by the exquisite presentation, Du Qifeng nodded slightly, urging Su Yiping to elaborate on the situation in Pinggu. At last, Su Yiping seized the opportunity, rising to read from his prepared notes. Despite having revised the material numerous times, his delivery was monotonous and uninspired, leaving the audience visibly bored. Several attendees in the back row struggled to stay awake, while others discreetly pinched their thighs to maintain alertness. Disappointment flickered in Du Qingfeng's heart. Given the richness of the brochure, he had hoped Su Yiping could make a compelling case, if not to secure the project, then at least to leave a favorable impression. However, Su's speech failed to engage anyone's interest. Occasionally sipping tea, Zhao Mayer concealed his displeasure, aware that the competence of township-level officials was often limited. Upon concluding his speech, Su Yiping, with his keen observational skills, quickly discerned that his remarks had not resonated well with the audience. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. As the purpose of this gathering was not to clinch the project, but to cultivate a positive impression, sufficiently managed would suffice. Tang Ye noticed the sudden chill in the atmosphere and rose to refill everyone's teacups, returning to a modest corner in the back. In such a setting, merely being a listener was a privilege. It was hardly his place to speak. Yet, having honed his observational acumen over years in the Cadres Bureau, he understood that even the act of serving tea could be laden with opportunity. Perhaps one day, a leader might notice such details, altering his fate. With a notebook in hand, Tang Ye diligently noted key points while studying the expressions of those present, striving to gauge their thoughts. Among them, Zhao Mayer exuded an air of command, his posture and mannerisms reflecting a mastery of the situation. Du County Chief, possessing a composed demeanor, approached tasks methodically, exuding an aura of seriousness, while his speech was layered and logical. In contrast, Su Yiping, despite being older, displayed a cautious and deferential attitude. Chen Jihua, on the other hand, wore a smirk, reveling in the unfolding drama with an air of disdain. Sensing the silence in the room, Zhao Mayer lightly tapped the table, encouraging a more congenial atmosphere. Since this is a discussion, let us speak freely. Especially our colleagues from Pinggu seize this opportunity to articulate the town's strengths. In less than a minute, the room remained eerily quiet. Suddenly, a 50-year-old man seated beside Zhao Mayer broke the silence. Zhao Mayer, I have a suggestion. I would like my student, Xiao Tang, to share a few words. Xiao Tang, the current deputy town chief in charge of economic matters in Pinggu. Zhao Mayer's gaze fell upon Tang Ye, prompting, your teacher has spoken. Why not rise and share your thoughts? All eyes in the room turned to Tang Ye. He exchanged a grateful glance with Jiang Jinping, having spotted him among the crowd earlier, but refraining from interruption. The leadership in Pinggu believed that the inclusion of their town in the inspection was the result of a subtle opportunity created by Xia Haiqiao's classmate. In reality, it was Jiang Jinping who had made a suggestion to the government. Xia Haiqiao felt a chill run down his spine. The situation was departing from the anticipated script. How had Tang Ye unexpectedly emerged as the center of attention? Internally, Xia Haiqiao prayed that this young man would falter in such a grand setting. However, Tang Ye's composure was unwavering. He slowly rose and requested, may I have 10 minutes of your time? I would like to show you a short film. What? A film? Curiosity sparked across the faces of all present. What was this young man up to? Chapter 20. A refreshing surprise for all. Tang Ye adeptly connected his laptop to the projector, opening a video titled Health and Wellness Town and setting it to full screen. As the music spring returns to the earth filled the room, a wide-angle view transitioned to a vast lake scene. A boatman clad in a raincoat and straw hat rode through the reeds, singing a quaint Watertown tune. The scene soon shifted, revealing the words history, present, and future. Within the conference room, murmurs of surprise began to ripple through the audience. The opening was impressive, evoking the sensation of watching a grand film. Who would have thought that Pingde Town had such a hidden gem? In 2 decades, when various governments seek to attract investment, They commonly employ local promotional videos as a guide, a rather conventional approach. Back in 2005, government project presentations primarily relied on PowerPoint. Reading from a script was standard procedure. Several previous small towns had similar discussions, distributing piles of written materials to the investigative group, promoting themselves from the podium. However, Tang Ye's innovative use of video was truly refreshing. Everyone was captivated by this novel, striking, and splendid presentation style. The previously drowsy attendees were now wide awake, fixated on the screen, contemplating the effectiveness of this direct and stimulating method of recommendation. Yet, one question lingered. Would the costs be prohibitively high? Hiring a professional team might cost hundreds of thousands, but the town certainly lacked the funds for such a video. It had to be Tang Ye's own creation. Xia Haiqiao, with her head bowed and fists clenched tightly, was astonished that Tang Ye had kept such a secret weapon hidden. Why hadn't he revealed this ace during their preparatory meetings? Perhaps this inspection team was indeed designed by him. Had she been diligently coordinating behind the scenes simply to serve his interests? Su Yiping, who had maintained a calm demeanor, now felt as if he were suffocating. The comparisons were stark. His presentation paled in comparison to Tang Ye's, clearly distinguishing those who put in genuine effort from those who merely went through the motions. Su Yiping had not anticipated that Tang Ye would showcase his capabilities in such a manner, relegating him to the role of a mere backdrop. Tang Ye described the synergy between Pingu and the resort. Pingu, a town steeped in history with over 3,000 years of heritage, aimed to blend ancient culture with modern civilization, transforming it into a renowned historical locale. In our vision, the resort is merely a component of the health and wellness town. We also envision cultural tourism, hospitals, and large commercial complexes. Admittedly, we faced disadvantages compared to other towns, but visible challenges can be surmounted. Although Pingu may seem barren at present, its blank slate allows for easier development. Jiang Jinping gazed at his favorite student, nodding approvingly. His regard for Tang Ye stemmed from the latter's remarkable talent in urban planning. His team often strategized for governments across the nation, and Tang Ye consistently proposed the most fitting solutions and appropriate remedies. From a different perspective, today, Tang Ye's performance was a striking demonstration of superiority. As the presentation concluded, the screen went dark, and Tang Ye illuminated the room. Mayor Zhao initiated applause, followed by County Head Du, and the clapping grew increasingly fervent. Tang Ye inhaled deeply. The audience's positive feedback indicated that his extensive preparations had not been in vain. After countless nights of meticulous revisions and the loss of many brain cells, it was all worth it. Once the applause subsided, Mayor Zhao took the microphone, acknowledging the challenges faced during their visit to Pingu Town, including unforeseen rain. Yet, he expressed his delight at witnessing such an exhilarating promotional presentation that stirred their spirits. Young Tang, you are indeed the pride of Dinjiang, exhibiting exceptional professionalism. You've taught us that attracting investment cannot adhere to outdated methods. We must broaden our perspectives, explore new elements and approaches, and elevate our planning for towns through innovative methods. Tang Ye smiled humbly, thanking Mayor Zhao for his encouragement while acknowledging his many shortcomings that required guidance and critique. Of course, the details of the promotional video can be further refined. Mayor Zhao offered mild suggestions for adjustments, none of which were particularly significant. When leaders expend their breath to provide feedback, it signifies their importance. Had they not cared, they would have simply marked it as read. Tang Ye diligently noted every word. As Mayor Zhao glanced at his watch, he remarked that it was getting late and that they needed to return to the city. Du Qingfeng rose, a smile gracing his face. The Pingu Resort project had initially been slated for a neighboring county, but given Mayor Zhao's attitude today, Tianling County might still have a chance. An investment of over 2 billion was no trifling matter. Securing it would be an indelible achievement. Tang Ye exhaled, feeling a wave of relief. He had been somewhat nervous, but judging by Mayor Zhao's assessment, the outcome was favorable. As the meeting concluded, Jiang Jinping approached Tang Ye, patting him on the shoulder. You did not disgrace me. Tang Ye replied with a grin. Were you afraid I would embarrass you, hence your initial indifference? He pondered that no matter how poorly he performed, he would still outshine the previous speakers. Jiang Jinping chuckled, of course. I awaited the moment when you would astound everyone during the discussion. The two exchanged knowing glances, a moment of silence enveloping them before they burst into laughter. After years of collaboration, they understood each other's nuances perfectly. Today's presentation not only validated Tang Ye's abilities but also underscored Jiang Jinping's prowess as a consultant. The more remarkable Tang Ye's performance, the more it confirmed the wisdom in appointing Jiang Jinping. To gain others' respect, superficial flattery is fleeting. The highest achievement lies in mutual success. Jiang Jinping observed Tang Ye's gaunt jawline. You've delivered numerous reports, yet I've never seen you sweat this much. Tang Ye smiled. In the past, you had my back when I faltered in presentations, shielding me from repercussions. Now, I must take responsibility for myself and the citizens of Pingu Town. If I fail, many will miss out on a vital opportunity. Jiang Jinping adjusted Tang Ye's shirt collar, making him appear even more polished. You've become more composed than before. My earlier concerns were unwarranted. Tang Ye sensed the genuine care in Jiang Jinping's tone, feeling inexplicably touched. From a distance, Du Chifeng observed the close rapport between Jiang Jinping and Tang Ye. Having such a renowned advisor was an invaluable asset for a politician. This young man was no ordinary talent. Regrettably, he was merely a temporary cadre in the municipal committee. Such an exceptional individual might not be retained in Tianling County. Chapter 21. It was actually done by Xiao Tang. Not long after the inspection team departed, Wan Ming knocked on Tang Ye's office door. Tang Ye was engrossed in editing the promotional video using Adobe Premiere Pro. In 2005, video editing was not as convenient as it would become 2 decades later with tools like Silhouette and AI GNG. The complexity of Adobe Premiere Pro surpassed that of Photoshop. Its technical language was as intricate as programming tools. To transform raw footage into a polished short film, one needed exceptional copywriting skills as well. Tang Ye closed his laptop and poured a cup of tea for Wan Ming. After taking a sip, Wan Ming smiled and asked, "I'd like to inquire about something." Tang Ye released the mouse. "What is it?" Wan Ming lowered his voice. "ISN and Oppos. T Pingu planning to invest in a resort?" Tang Ye paused for a moment, shaking his head with a wry smile. "What a baseless rumor. Just some hot air on the plane." Wan Ming smirked. "You're quite tight-lipped. The inspection team came today, and you presented a report that received unanimous praise." Tang Ye was surprised by how quickly the news had spread. He quickly thought of a response and said with a smile, "The inspection team merely came to take a look. There are many towns in the city suitable for resort investments. While Pingu doesn't have a distinct advantage, it certainly has potential, especially with its excellent vacation resources." Wan Ming sighed softly. "I was considering whether to buy a house in Pingu, but after hearing you, I'm resolved." Tang Ye nodded slightly. Regardless of whether the resort is built, housing prices in first-tier cities have been rising, and it will eventually extend to third and fourth-tier cities. Wan Ming finished the remaining tea in one gulp and set down the cup. "I must be on my way." Watching Wan Ming leave in a hurry, Tang Ye felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't expected Wan Ming to trust him so much. He had merely said a few enticing words. And now Wan Ming was considering purchasing a home in Pingu. However, from a long-term perspective, buying property is not a bad decision. Although a house in Pingu currently costs around 50 to 60,000 yuan, in a few years, as the economy develops, property values will rise even in third and fourth-tier cities, offering potential for appreciation. Attracting investment is akin to painting a pie in the sky. Though the 20 billion resort project is still in its infancy, one can still make grand claims to inform the outside world of Pingu's investment value, thereby attracting capital interest. After refining the suggestions proposed by Mayor Zhao, Tang Ye sent them to the email provided by the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau. Chen Jihua entered the room. "Are you busy?" Tang Ye quickly stood up, knowing of Chen Jihua's fondness for smoking, and promptly offered him a cigarette while moving the ashtray to the coffee table. Chen Jihua flicked the ash off the cigarette. "I found it quite strange last night that you were working late. I only understood this afternoon that you were preparing the promotional video." Indeed, young officials possess innovative ideas. We older bureaucrats could not come up with such creative efforts. Tang Ye humbly replied, "I was merely rushed and not as prepared as I should have been. Such important promotional materials should have been discussed with the party leadership to incorporate everyone's valuable insights before being presented in significant settings." Although Tang Ye performed admirably today, in the political realm, hierarchy is vital. Tang Ye risked overshadowing others, especially since Su Yiping, who appeared magnanimous and tolerant, was in fact rather envious and petty. Tang Ye had stolen the spotlight today, which would inevitably lead Su Yiping to seek opportunities to undermine him. Although Chen Jihua was the second in command, he had long been sidelined by Su Yiping, foreseeing the challenges Tang Ye would soon encounter, yet feeling powerless to assist. Pingu Town is merely a stepping stone for you. If you handled issues with a bit more maturity, it would be better. Tang Ye discerned the sincerity and goodwill in Chen Jihua's tone, replying, "Thank you for the reminder. I will consider matters more comprehensively in the future." Chen Jihua appreciated the maturity and composure that belied Tang Ye's youth, genuinely admiring the acting deputy mayor. The following day, around 7 o'clock, After finishing his morning run, Tang Ye stopped by a noodle shop for a bowl of wontons. The proprietress today was not gossiping about her husband with the other women. The inspection team arrived yesterday, and the new Mayor Tang's report was particularly well received. Mayor Tang comes from the city and has resources there. It is said the resort investment amounts to over 2 billion. Our town has 20,000 people, so that would mean over 10,000 for each person. I've heard. The southwestern lakeside area is set for demolition, with 3,000 in compensation per mu. Is that true? I have a piece of self-cultivated land there, 3 mu and 7 fun, wouldn't tea that yield me 100,000? Tang Ye hurriedly finished his wontons, quickly paid, and left feeling guilty. He hadn't anticipated such rapid gossip spreading throughout the streets overnight. In such a small place, the speed of rumor-mongering was astonishing. After Vice Mayor Zhao Diheng arrived at work, he called his secretary, Xiao Ding, to gather materials needed for the morning's secretary meeting. Having led a team to investigate resort site options yesterday, he needed to report to Chang Wei and other standing committee members. Secretary Ding reported, "The Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau has sent us the promotional video for Pinnacle Town. I have reviewed it, and it has already been adjusted according to your suggestions." Vice Mayor Zhao nodded with satisfaction. "Send the promotional video to the city television station and have them produce an investment video for the city based on this standard." Secretary Ding nodded but furrowed his brow. "I just inquired with the reporters at the city television station, and this quality of promotional video would cost at least 2 million. Zhao Diheng widened his eyes in disbelief. "I must have misheard." Secretary Ding lowered his voice. "The promotional video we previously produced was quoted at 1 million for a 5-minute version. This one is 10 minutes long, with professional copywriting and material collection. They will need to hire outside help for production." Zhao Diheng pinched the bridge of his nose, issuing a directive. "The 1 million budget must yield a 10-minute version. I will call directors you later to clarify." After Secretary Ding left, Zhao Diheng shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't anticipated the promotional video from Pinnacle Town to hold such value. The inspection team's visit to Pinnacle Town uncovered an unexpected gem. He learned from Jiang Jinping that Tang Ye had previously had the opportunity to become Shou Chunwu's secretary but chose to work in the town instead. Zhao Diheng prepared the materials and headed to Building 1 to report the results of the inspection. In the conference room, besides the secretary of the municipal committee Shou Chunwu, there were also the mayor, deputy secretary of the municipal committee, minister of organization, and executive vice mayor, among others. "Before we begin the report, I would like to show a promotional video made by Pinnacle Town," Zhao Diheng said softly. "A promotional video?" Zhou Chunwu said with interest. "Let us take a look." The network administrator hurriedly set up the equipment, sweating profusely as it took 10 minutes to get everything ready. As the melody of Spring Returns to the Earth began, the attention of the attendees was captivated by the video. The male voiceover, deep and resonant, carried a powerful and majestic tone. Dynamic scene transitions blended scenery and culture, breathing life into the culturally rich town. For 10 minutes, the conference room was silent. As the promotional video concluded, Zhao Diheng smiled. "This video is the greatest surprise we've received during this inspection. Pinnacle Town was not initially on our focus list, but thanks to Director Jiang Jinping's suggestion, we added it to our itinerary, and they were well prepared. Producing this promotional video must have cost quite a bit, right?" Zhou Chunwu asked soberly. "It seems inappropriate for a struggling town to spend lavishly on a promotional video. This is a promotional video created by Tang Ye, the acting deputy mayor of Pinnacle Town. He is a student of Dean Jiang and has previously participated in numerous urban planning projects, showcasing his extensive experience and formidable abilities." A few standing committee members exchanged glances. Could it be that Pinnacle Town possesses such talent? Zhou Chunwu suddenly realized, so it was crafted by young Tang. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "I have some understanding of young Tang. He was assigned to the municipal office and demonstrates considerable dedication in his work." The others cast complex looks towards Zhao Disheng. It appears that Zhao Disheng's excessive praise held ulterior motives, subtly aligning with a particular faction. Before Zhao Disheng could complete the inspection report, Zhou Chunwu issued a pivotal directive to include Pinnacle Town in the list of candidates for the resort project. This decision left the other committee members feeling inexplicably tense. A project worth over 2 billion involved an overwhelming number of people and matters. Could Pinnacle Town truly emerge as a dark horse and stand out? Chapter 22. A secret best left unseen. After the research team departed, the colleagues at the town government regarded Tang Ye with newfound respect. Such is the nature of humanity. Certainly, Su Yiping always wore a sullen expression upon encountering Tang Ye. In the pursuit of apprehending thieves and during inspections, Tang Ye and Oppos, Zhang's performance was exceptional. He often disregarded Su Yiping's presence, treating him merely as a backdrop. This series of actions had certainly offended many. Tang Ye was indifferent. He aimed to achieve something significant in Pingu, inevitably standing in opposition to the outdated and mediocre individuals he was surrounded by. While he was at the restroom, he happened to witness Su Jie emerging from within. Su Jie had been detained for a week and appeared noticeably thinner. The moment his eyes met Tang Ye and Appo's, a flicker of malice crossed his gaze before he turned away, pretending not to see him. Tang Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This fellow was not only rude but also unhygienic, leaving the restroom without washing his hands. Tang Ye chose not to enter the restroom immediately, instead observing Su Jie as he made his way into the party secretary's office, taking a deep breath. It was surprising that a morally bankrupt individual could freely access the office of the top leader. One could only wonder how such a government could function effectively. Su Jie settled onto the sofa, his expression grim, boasting, "I just encountered Tang Ye and instinctively felt like punching him." Su Yiping shot him a disapproving glare. "You just came out. Do you wish to go back in? For the time being, you should focus your energy on work and avoid stirring up trouble." Xiao Haiqiao, seated on the opposite side of the sofa, quietly complained, "Secretary, I and Appo's you've been running around for days, and yet the spotlight has been stolen by Tang Ye. It's quite frustrating." Su Yiping glared at Xiao Haiqiao. "That's your own doing. You assumed he was targeting you when, in fact, he was after Tang Ye." Xiao Haiqiao clenched his fists. "He's too cunning. He didn't let slip a word prior, clearly showing he held you in contempt." Su Yiping felt a pang of irritation at Xiao Haiqiao's words. Though angry, he remained level-headed. He was merely a transient figure in Pingde town for a year, and it was unnecessary to let a passing individual distract him. If he could establish the resort in Pingu, it would ultimately benefit all of them. Xiao Haiqiao continued to stoke the flames. "But Tang Ye doesn't understand the rules. He clearly relishes taking all the credit. We might not even get a taste of the broth, let alone the meat." Su Yiping felt another stab of frustration. His tone grew colder. "Establishing the resort in Pingu is not something that can be achieved overnight. I have been tasked with a 40 million project, and with only a month or two left until year-end, failure to complete it will certainly teach him the bitter taste of neglect." Su Jie, sensing that both his uncle and Xiao Haiqiao were fixated on Tang Ye, felt an inexplicable irritation and decided to leave. As he stepped outside, he encountered Gu Wenqin, who wore a gentle smile as she entered Tang Ye and Appo's office. Su Jie and Appo's expression darkened instantly. He stealthily approached the door, which was ajar, peeking inside. What he witnessed left him speechless. Gu Wenqin and Tang Ye were seated closely, with Gu Wenqin holding some intimate clothing while Tang Ye gestured at it with his fingers. "This area needs slight adjustment. The gathering effect is good, but otherwise, it could be uncomfortable to wear on the lower half. The material is nice, soft to the touch, but I wonder about its quality. Also, is the class design too complicated to unfasten?" Su Jie could only catch fragments of their conversation. Yet vile thoughts began to fester in his mind. In broad daylight, with the door wide open, the two shameless individuals showed no regard for discretion. "Don and Appo's, worry. It's quite easy to unfasten. Just pinch this spring part," Tang Ye replied. "So that is how it works. You need a bit of technique, though? My goodness. This is quite difficult. That's only because you're not familiar with it. By the way, take a whiff of this." Su Jie stood frozen at the doorway. Gu Wenqin had unexpectedly brought the lingerie close to Tang Ye's nose. Being a sample, it merely bore the scent of the material. Otherwise, Gu Wenqin would have felt embarrassed to present it to Tang Ye. His eyes lit up at the faint fragrance, reminiscent of lavender and honey. Su Jie was utterly bewildered, feeling an eruption of chaos within him. In his mind, Gu Wenqin had always been an aloof, icy woman. Yet here she was, willingly presenting her intimate items to another man. A torrent of profanities surged within him. Someone's outside. Tang Ye noticed a shadow on the ground and rushed toward the door. Su Jie darted away in a flash, peering down the staircase. Tang Ye recognized Su Jie's silhouette and frowned, wondering if he had just stolen some critical secrets. Inside his car, Su Jie felt his temples pulsating violently. He had clearly witnessed something scandalous, so why did he run? They felt no embarrassment, so why should he? Su Jie pounded the steering wheel in frustration, never expecting that the duck he thought was cooked had flown into someone else's hands. Could it be that Tang Ye's heroic act of saving a damsel in distress had facilitated his connection with Gu Wenqin? With this thought, regret washed over him. A devious plan began to brew in his mind as he pondered in detention. He dialed a prominent agent's number. "Mr. Zhang, I would like to discuss something." I need you to halt all cooperation with Qing'a. Meanwhile, Tang Ye returned to his office. Gu Wenqin had placed the lingerie into a black plastic bag. Her expression filled with concern. Who is it? Su Jie? He does move quickly. Tang Ye discerned her worries. It's nothing. We were discussing legitimate business, not anything improper. Gu Wenqin, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Ye, replied, I'm fine. I just worry he might say something that would tarnish your image. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if Su Jie assumed the sample was her personal garment? A deep blush crept over her neck. Tang Ye also felt it inappropriate. Both he and Gu Wenqin cared significantly about their reputations. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade to soothe her. We are merely discussing the product openly. There is no need for excessive concern. Besides, Su Jie is a morally corrupt individual. No one would believe his words. Gu Wenqin felt considerably relieved, softly remarking, from now on, let's be a bit more cautious, discussing products in less populated areas. Tang Ye laughed heartily. It's primarily because the product is too sensitive. If it were something else, like shirts, there would be no issue at all. Tang Ye's infectious enthusiasm brought a smile to Gu Wenqin's lips. Honestly, I initially felt awkward discussing these matters with you, but upon reflection, it's really nothing. Tang Ye smiled. A few minor adjustments to the samples, and we can proceed to production. We shouldn't produce too many at once. Let's wait and see what the market feedback is like after some sales. By the way, how are things with the agent? Gu Wenqin's expression turned troubled, not very smoothly. Tang Ye sensed trouble brewing. Do you need my assistance? Gu Wenqin laid bare her challenges. The agent keeps dodging. I need to speak to him face to face. Tang Ye nodded slightly. Allow me to accompany you. I can represent the government, which might lend some weight to our negotiations. Gu Wenqin, concerned about delaying Tang Ye and Apos' important matters, quickly waved her hand. It wouldn't Apos. To be appropriate to trouble you repeatedly. We are partners, after all, ISN and Apos. It only right to help each other. Investing money and acting as a hands-off boss is irresponsibility. Gu Wenqin's gaze softened, and warmth enveloped her heart. Chapter 23, A Ruthless Marketplace. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Tang Ye and Gu Wenqin arrived punctually at Gent Clothing Trading Company Limited. Within the office, the general manager, Zheng Yaodong, was engaged in conversation with Su Jie while seated on a brown leather sofa. Su Jie, smoking a cigarette, gestured towards the pair with his chin through the swirling smoke. Gu Wenqin and Tang Ye exchanged glances, both realizing that with this petty man present, their visit would likely not yield the desired results. Gu Wenqin had meticulously applied her makeup, enhancing her features, and donned a flowing purple gown that accentuated her graceful silhouette, making her irresistibly captivating. The scene they had witnessed in the office stirred a mix of fury and heartbreak within Su Jie. Indeed, a woman nourished by affection radiates a freshness akin to spring mountains after a gentle rain, rejuvenated from head to toe. Despite her animosity towards Su Jie, Gu Wenqin understood the necessity of restraint in this moment. She bowed slightly to Zheng Yaodong, her expression soft and warm. Mr. Zheng, you have a guest here. Perhaps we should wait until you finish your discussion before we join you? Zheng Yaodong waved his hand dismissively, smiling faintly. You and Director Su are not strangers. There and Apos. No need for formality. Please, sit down and converse together. He then inquired. And who might this gentleman beside you be? Gu Wenqin promptly introduced. This is our new town mayor, Tang Ye, from Pinnacle Town. Tang Ye extended his hand, stating, I am Tang Ye, responsible for the economic affairs of Pinnacle Town. Zheng Yaodong, having encountered numerous officials in his career, regarded the deputy mayor as inconsequential. He endeavored to appear cordial, shaking Tang Ye's hand. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It's an honor to meet you. Once they were seated, Zheng Yaodong attempted to create a cordial atmosphere, offering Tang Ye a cigarette. Tang Ye declined to light it, placing it on the table. He then glanced at Gu Wenqin. Mr. Zheng, we have come to discuss a potential collaboration as the Qinggu clothing factory is attempting to pivot its business model. Gu Wenqin retrieved a proposal from her bag and placed it beside Zheng Yaodong. Leaning back, he glanced at the proposal without much interest and regretfully remarked, Qinggu's sales have been on a downward trend with our company for the past few years. I only extended our partnership due to my relationship with your father back in the day. That favor has been repaid. To be candid, after so many years, a sudden transformation entails significant risk. Su Jie interjected sarcastically. Last year, Qinggu's sales barely amounted to 1/5 of ours. Mr. Zheng, why not transfer all her channels to me? I can offer you a 2-point profit to subsidize your operations. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yaodong shifted the conversation back to Su Jie. Mr. Su, I am optimistic about our future collaboration. But do remember your earlier words. You cannot go back on them. Su Jie, with a smug demeanor, replied, whoever goes back on their word deserves to be hit by a car. Zhang Yaodong pushed the proposal back towards Gu Wenqin, his tone growing cold. I shall not review this proposal. As for our cooperation with your factory, we will not be renewing the contract upon expiration. All counters currently allocated to you in various malls will be given to Bowman. Consider this a heads up. A gleam of ecstatic triumph appeared in Su Jie's eyes as he gazed at Gu Wenqin's charming visage. His heart softened momentarily. Wenqin, I reiterate, if you agree, I can provide you a way out. What can this fellow do for you besides being a mere ornament? Feeling humiliated, Gu Wenqin stood abruptly, her delicate features ablaze with fury. If anyone else had asked me this, I might have hesitated, but whether you ask me 1,000 times or 100 times, my answer remains unchanged. Absolutely not. Her response bore the weight of a lethal blow. Su Jie, unable to contain his anger any longer, pointed at both Gu Wenqin and Tang Ye, unleashing a torrent of insults. I know you two are colluding. You're nothing but a pair of adulterers. Mark my words, as long as I, Su Jie, am around, Qin Ge will not sell a single piece of merchandise. As Su Jie hurled insults, Tang Ye stepped forward, seizing Su Jie by the collar. Watch your language. Zheng Yaodong was taken aback, not expecting Tang Ye to be so fiery. Su Jie, gasping for breath, exclaimed, let go of me. As a government official, shouldn't you be mindful of your image? Zheng Yaodong hurriedly intervened. Stop this at once, or I shall call the police. Seeing Su Jie cower, Tang Ye felt that even striking him would sully his hands. With a cold laugh, he pushed Su Jie away, sending him sprawling onto the sofa. Since Mr. Zheng is disinterested in collaboration, we shall take our leave. Tang Ye's piercing gaze swept over Zheng Yaodong. After years of navigating the marketplace, the seasoned Zheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he miscalculated his leverage? He quickly reassured himself that his decision was sound. In terms of scale, background, and market presence, Bowman surpassed Qin Ge by a wide margin. Once Tang Ye and Gu Wenqin departed, Su Jie loosened his collar, smiling at Zheng Yaodong. Thank you, Uncle Zheng. You witnessed how Gu Wenqin, relying on her connections, completely disregards me. Zheng Yaodong mused internally, a mere deputy mayor. What connection is that? He clapped Su Jie on the shoulder, disdain evident on his face. Old Gu is a decent person. It's a pity she has a daughter. Women in business are ultimately at a disadvantage. They wish to gain benefits without making any sacrifices. The marketplace is a realm of survival of the fittest. Upon leaving Gent Clothing Trading Company, Gu Wenqin suddenly crouched by the roadside, hugging her knees and burying her head in despair. Tang Ye remained silent, patiently allowing her to process her emotions. Life unfolds in such a manner. Not everything goes smoothly. However, when faced with challenges, one must confront them head-on. Resilience is crucial for success. Gradually, Gu Wenqin lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. I never anticipated that Zheng Yaodong would turn against us. He was able to grow his business thanks to my father's willingness to support him with inventory. What do we do now? We purchased so many materials. But without sales, we are at a loss. Where there is a will, there is a way. Let us explore the nearby mall and perhaps grab a bite. You've been busy all morning and haven't eaten breakfast. You must be starving. It's on me. Tang Ye gestured towards the mall in the distance. Taking a deep breath, Gu Wenqin made an effort to compose herself. All right, I'm in the mood for sour fish. Tang Ye felt a sense of relief. Gu Wenqin was not easily defeated, resilient like a reed, seemingly fragile yet remarkably sturdy. Upon reaching the entrance of Times Square, they were about to enter the right-side passage leading to the food court on the basement floor when a commotion caught their attention. A group of security guards were shoving a young man, who was desperately retreating. A woman pointed at him, hurling accusations. He is a pervert, a filthy rascal, taking pictures of girls' undergarments. Everyone, come and witness this. The crowd thickened, drawn by the sensationalism of a supposed voyeur. Don't let him escape. Sweating profusely, the young man protested. I'm not a pervert. I merely photographed a few dresses in the store. Don't slander me. Then why not bring out your camera for everyone to inspect? The woman demanded, hands on her hips, fuming. Why should I? The young man retorted, his voice tinged with unease. Let us beat up the pervert. Someone shouted. The young man, stepping backward in panic, stumbled over a stone and fell, clutching his camera tightly. In the ensuing chaos, someone raised a foot, preparing to strike him. Stop. Everyone, cease this at once. A commanding voice rang out. Tang Ye pushed through the crowd, positioning himself protectively in front of the young man. You must not act recklessly. If you strike the wrong person and cause harm, none of you will escape the consequences. Prepare to face detainment. The young man looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognized the man standing before him. You're Tang Ye? What a coincidence, Lin Ziyang. As they drew closer, Tang Ye confirmed with astonishment that this was indeed an acquaintance. Chapter 24. Embracing e-commerce for opportunities. Tang Ye had encountered Lin Ziyang before. A person who acts with valor cannot be too vile. Concerned about the potential misjudgment, Tang Ye cautiously inquired, "Why are you hesitant to allow everyone to inspect the camera? The photos within the camera pertain to personal privacy, and I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I allow them to check? Are they even qualified? If it were the police requesting it, I might consider it." Tang Ye perceived Lin Ziyang's distinctive personality and asked, "May I have a look?" Of course. Lin Ziyang promptly handed over the camera. Tang Ye pressed the button and swiftly skimmed through the images, noting that the initial photos featured clothing. As he flipped to the latter images, he finally understood Lin Ziyang's reluctance to openly present the camera for inspection. The camera contained numerous photos of young women, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Observing Tang Ye's fluctuating expression, Lin Ziyang lowered his head, explaining, "This is merely my hobby. I often take photos for models." Tang Ye lifted his gaze, calmly addressing the woman, "I have reviewed the camera. It only contains images of the dresses from your shop, devoid of any of the underwear photos you mentioned. Perhaps we should call the police and have Uncle Hat assist in resolving this matter. If you are falsely accusing someone, you must also bear the legal consequences." The woman, feeling guilty, took a step back. "But it's also wrong for him to photograph my products. He comes to take pictures frequently. Who knows if he is attempting to steal the creative ideas from my shop? Taking photos of others' products without permission is indeed indefensible." Tang Ye endeavored to downplay the situation, advising Lin Ziyang, "Just delete the photos." Lin Ziyang complied without hesitation, swiftly erasing the relevant images in front of the woman and waved the camera before her. "See? It's gone." Tang Ye addressed the woman, "He has deleted the photos. There is no need for you to persist. You are in business as well. Maintaining cordiality fosters prosperity." The woman shot a glare at Lin Ziyang. "Do not let me see you again." Gu Wenqin, observing how Tang Ye adeptly diffused the situation, felt a quiet admiration for his capabilities. The bystanders, seeing the matter resolved, gradually dispersed. Lin Ziyang, in high spirits, grasped Tang Ye's arm. "You've helped me once more. I must express my gratitude properly. It's mealtime. Let me treat you to dinner." Tang Ye glanced at Gu Wenqin, feeling somewhat awkward. "I have a friend with me. Just for the face of it, I'll treat both of you." Lin Ziyang had already noticed Gu Wenqin beside Tang Ye. Initially disregarding her presence, he now took a closer look and was astounded by her beauty. They chose a small eatery in the food court, renowned for its signature dish of pickled fish with a delightful balance of sour and spicy flavors. Tang Ye savored 2 bowls of rice soaked in fish broth. Gu Wenqin, enjoying her meal while sipping mineral water, struck Tang Ye as quite amusing, as she loved spicy food yet could not tolerate it. "Ziyang, what do you do?" Tang Ye inquired out of curiosity regarding Lin Ziyang's profession. Lin Ziyang, lacking any pretense, awkwardly scratched his head. "Me? Well, I suppose I'm a freelancer." Gu Wenqin looked at Lin Ziyang with curiosity. "What specifically do you do?" Lin Ziyang waved his hand dismissively. "You probably wouldn't understand my line of work, so I'll refrain from elaborating." Tang Ye opened a bottle of cola for Lin Ziyang. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be running an online store, right?" "An online store?" Gu Wenqin's face was filled with questions. In 2005, starting an online shop was an emerging industry, yet many still regarded it as unorthodox and looked down upon it. Lin Ziyang was surprised that Tang Ye had disowned his profession so quickly. "You have keen insight. I just graduated this year. I started an online shop in my junior year, buying used computers, fixing them up, and then selling them online. However, many people are now in the second-hand computer business, and I doubt it can sustain itself, so I'm considering changing products. I'm here to photograph clothing to research which items sell well, and then I'll approach manufacturers for custom orders to sell online." Knowing that Lin Ziyang owned a car, Tang Ye gently asked, "Could you share your profit margins?" Lin Ziyang, feeling no apprehension towards Tang Ye, replied, 50 to 60,000. Gu Wenqin was astonished to hear that Lin Ziyang, having just entered society, could earn 50 to 60,000 in a year, while she knew that her own factory, after decades of operation, barely made that much profit annually. Could it be that she had encountered a fraud? Yet, Tang Ye understood that Lin Ziyang was not exaggerating. Having participated in e-commerce research, Tang Ye was aware that, in the United States, e-commerce, epitomized by Amazon, was beginning to flourish. In Huabwa, several e-commerce companies were preparing for listing, indicating promising development in the coming years. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He nudged Lin Xiang's arm and smiled. You need not search far and wide for products. The opportunity is right before your eyes. Lin Xiang gazed at Tang Ye in astonishment. Are you in the clothing business? Tang Ye directed his gaze toward Gu Wenqin, introducing, Boss Gu is the owner of a garment factory, and we are currently exploring new products, seeking suitable channels. I believe that selling online is a splendid idea. Although Gu Wenqin held great trust in Tang Ye, she still harbored concerns regarding this notion. Without seeing the physical product, can buyers truly feel secure in their purchases? Tang Ye patiently elucidated, we can clearly mark the sizes for buyers to compare, allowing for returns and exchanges at their expense. As there is a trial and error cost involved, compelling buyers to be more cautious when placing orders. Furthermore, online sales currently do not incur sales tax, and there are no exploitative agents or rental costs, allowing us to minimize expenses significantly. Lin Xiang's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he exclaimed, Brother Yi, you truly know your stuff. Tang Ye exchanged a glance with Gu Wenqin, who understood his intent and retrieved the proposal originally prepared for Zheng Yaodong from her bag. Lin Xiang flipped through a couple of pages, revealing a look of surprise. He had not anticipated such an obscure product. Obscurity implies scarcity, yet it is undeniably a necessity. As long as there are women, there exists a market. Undergarments will undoubtedly sell well online. Lin Xiang gave a thumbs up, flipping pages. There is no standard pricing. No particularly renowned brands, yet there is a vast consumer base and ample profit margins. As long as we design the product page attractively and ensure quality control, we can boost sales. Noticing Lin Xiang and Oppo's keen interest, Tang Ye encouraged Gu Wenqin with a smile. We should attempt this novel sales channel. The first to venture into uncharted waters often reaps the greatest rewards. Gu Wenqin, placing her utmost trust in Tang Ye, acknowledged that the materials for producing undergarments were already in place. Previous channels had been obstructed by Su Jie, necessitating the exploration of new avenues. For Lin Xiang, selecting any product carried a degree of trial and error. Now, having a direct line to manufacturers could save considerable effort. Additionally, Lin Xiang felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Tang Ye for his 2 acts of assistance, though neither were particularly grand gestures. The psychological support of someone willing to trust you in dire circumstances is incredibly valuable. While Zheng Yaodong looked down on Tang Ye, Lin Xiang felt that having a friend in a position of authority as a guarantor was far more reliable than venturing out alone on mere luck. Lin Xiang promptly vowed, once I return, I will apply for the shop. The only cost involved, aside from time, is a deposit of 1,000 yuan, which is refundable at any time. The more Tang Ye contemplated, the more he believed in the vast potential of e-commerce. Nowadays, the trend favors low-asset entrepreneurship, compared to the traditional brick-and-mortar store, which requires finding a suitable location, renovation, stocking, and promotion, all while navigating various government departments like commerce and fire safety. Establishing an online shop is a much simpler process with minimal costs. Of course, running an online store does not mean one can neglect all responsibilities. It requires registering accounts across numerous forums and platforms to post product advertisements. However, for Lin Xiang, investing time in tasks he can manage poses no problem as long as he is diligent. Chapter 25. A good boy must be seized. After lunch, Tang Ye bid farewell to Gu Wenqin. Around 3 in the afternoon, he stood at the door of the hospital room, holding a box of milk and a fruit basket, and knocked gently. Grandma Yao was recovering well, her eyes closed, while a radio on the bedside table played local operas in a soft murmur. Sitting beside the bed was a girl of about 20, peeling an apple. Her skin was remarkably fair, reminiscent of a delicate piece of jade, with a petite face, gracefully arched eyebrows, and dainty features, her figure slender yet curvaceous in all the right places. Upon hearing the knock, Grandma Yao opened her eyes, her gaze lighting up with delight. Xiaotang, you've come, she exclaimed. Ching, this is Tang Ye, the one I mentioned to you. Ching appraised Tang Ye from head to toe, surprised to see that the matchmaker's choice was quite handsome. Unlike the civil servants she knew, he was tall and striking, resembling a leading man from a drama. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she poured him a glass of water. Tang Ye accepted the water with a smile, expressing his gratitude before taking a sip. I inquired about your condition from my father. The surgery went very smoothly. I've been wanting to visit, but I've been quite busy. Seeing you in such good spirits puts my mind at ease. With a smile, Grandma Ye replied, "It's thanks to your quick response that I've recovered so well. Let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter Qingqing. You're alumni, right? She is a freshman studying law." Tang Ye nodded and smiled at Qingqing. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Qingqing responded, "My parents told me how you saved my grandmother. I've been wanting to thank you in person." Tang Ye smiled back. "It was just a coincidence. No need to be so formal." He then addressed Grandma Ye. "You've just recovered from a serious illness. Please take care of yourself. I won't disturb you any longer." Seeing Tang Ye stand to leave, Grandma Ye gestured to Qingqing. "Why don't you see him off?" As Qingqing followed Tang Ye, she felt a surge of emotion, recalling how her parents had always been busy, leaving her to live with her grandparents until high school. After Grandpa passed away, Grandma felt quite lonely. "I've heard her mention you. You often keep her company. You must visit her more often. Once she is discharged, I'll rent a place near the school, which should solve that problem." "Bringing your grandmother to college sounds like a splendid idea," Tang Ye remarked. Qingqing paused, then smiled brightly. "You're quite amusing." Suddenly, Tang Ye halted, teasing, "Do you have a coin? If not, I can lend you one. The bus won't let me on without it." Qingqing was momentarily taken aback and, without realizing it, found herself walking out of the hospital alongside him. She laughed awkwardly. "Look at me being so scatterbrained. I can only see you to the bus stop." Tang Ye found her personality quite endearing. "Shall we exchange contact information?" "Sure." Qingqing readily provided her QQ number. "The bus is coming." He spotted the bus approaching and quickly dashed toward the stop. After boarding and paying the fare, he waved goodbye to Qingqing. "Goodbye." The QQ friend request was promptly accepted. Upon entering her space, Tang Ye discovered that she was quite the artistic soul, sharing her thoughts and diary entries with a refreshing and delicate prose. "Tao, 15 years my senior, possesses both age and experience as advantages in our relationship. Initially, I was enamored with his maturity, only to ultimately realize I had fallen for his deceit. In love, women often find themselves endlessly justifying their partner's actions, enduring repeated hurt while striving to explain away misunderstandings. I find myself once again abandoned in a disheveled rental room, battered and bruised. As he callously departs to seek another woman, I perpetually attempt to ignite passion in others, yet he, after indulging an impulse, quickly cools down and effortlessly withdraws. He kneels before me, pleading for forgiveness. Do not be swayed by the fade of a man who mistreats you. A burning cigarette may scorch him today, yet it could just as easily sear you tomorrow. I have repeatedly reminded myself that he is calm, cunning, and selfish. In his eyes, I am merely a puppet, to be played with at will. I am weary of this life, having fallen for someone who will never be mine. Perhaps I should escape this cruel world." The writing style bore a resemblance to Hamlet. From the text, it was evident that the girl had fallen for a male teacher significantly older than herself, who was already married, yet she found it impossible to let go. Upon reading the last line, Tang Ye pondered whether she might genuinely consider taking her own life. He decided to comment, "I didn't realize your romantic experiences were so rich." Qingqing quickly replied, "Stories that are crafted for an audience often do not stem from personal experience." Tang Ye continued, "Your imagination is remarkable. Your writing is so evocative it leaves me spellbound." Qingqing laughed at his compliment. Grandma Ye looked at her granddaughter curiously. "What is so amusing?" In haste, Qingqing concocted a tale about a dog that fell into a river while sleeping by the bank, becoming a drenched pup. The image of the dog floundering in the water brought smiles to their faces. Before long, both her parents arrived. Grandma Ye, in front of them, asked Qingqing, "What do you think of Xiao Tang?" What do you mean?" Qingqing was taken aback. "Of course, I mean whether you think you two get along." Qingqing was at a loss. "Grandma, I'm still studying. I hardly have time for romance." While other families worried about their daughters dating, Grandma Ye busied herself with matchmaking. A good boy must be seized. One misstep and someone else might snatch him away first. Grandma Ye beckoned Qingqing closer, taking her wrist and patiently advising, "Although you're still in school, you're not a child anymore. It's time to consider dating. Rather than getting involved with someone unknown at school, it's better to choose a suitable partner. Xiao Tang is several years older. He is caring and sensible, far more reliable than the fleeting romances at school." Qingqing glanced helplessly at her father. He looked at his mother-in-law on the hospital bed, smiling gently. "While I don't advise you to rush into a relationship, I think Tang Ye is quite a good choice. You could try to get to know him better, even if it doesn't lead to romance. You can still be friends." Qingqing was surprised by her father's high praise for Tang Ye. She suddenly recalled Lin Ziyang, who had added her contact information a few days prior and had been messaging her. Lin Xiang was also Grandma Yao's lifesaver. It had seemed her grandparents and father favored Tang Ye more. At that moment, her mother cleared her throat. I disapprove. You should focus on your studies. You might study abroad in the future, and dating now would just be a distraction. While Tang Ye is a good person, we don't know much about his family situation. Grandma Yao frowned. Do you doubt my judgment in selecting a partner? Her daughter's lips twisted in disdain as she shot a glance at her husband, who wore an awkward smile. Qingqing sensed the tension brewing and couldn't help but smile inwardly. After all, Grandma Yao had arranged her parents' marriage, and while her father adored her mother, she had always sought a more liberated union. Qingqing and her mother went to the cafeteria for lunch. Her father remained in the hospital room, watching his mother-in-law's frail figure with a heavy heart. He knew that his achievements were supported by her. Xiao Tang is a good boy. You should help him whenever you can, her father encouraged. Don't worry, Mom. I'll repay his kindness tenfold, he assured her. Upon returning to Pingu, Tang Ye felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Each time he attended the party committee meetings, Xia Haiqiao would present the daunting task of 40 million, mockingly insinuating that Tang Ye only engaged in superficial endeavors without producing tangible results. Even when robbing a bank, meticulous preparations are essential. Attracting investment cannot be a mere proclamation. Moreover, the total investment of 40 million is no trifling sum. The production line at Qingga has commenced operations, with the first batch set to yield 2,000 pieces at a cost of 40,000. Gu Wenqin is marketing the samples. Yet Su Jie has imposed restrictions on her efforts, as even the most capable agents refuse to take the gamble, which has left Gu Wenqin in a state of considerable distress. Qingga and Oppo's transformation has become mired in difficulties. The quest for investment has made no progress. The burdens are mounting. Tang Ye has come to realize that grassroots work is far from simple. Nevertheless, there have been advancements in certain aspects, particularly in his relationship with Mayor Chen Jihua. Mayor Chen invites Tang Ye to fish alongside him and even extends invitations to dine at his home. Chen Jihua's wife, Wang Ning, teaches English at Pinga Middle School and possesses a gentle demeanor and commendable culinary skills. Upon learning of the close rapport between Chen Jihua and Tang Ye, Su Yiping felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. He suspected that Chen Jihua might be seeking to leverage Tang Ye's connections in the city for his own resurgence. However, upon further reflection, he deemed his concerns excessive. Tang Ye has only been in Pinga Town for a year. Once that time has elapsed, he will inevitably depart. Pinga Town has always been under Su Yiping's dominion. As Su Yiping prepared to leave for the day, the red landline on his desk rang, resonating with the robust voice of County Chief Du Chunfeng. Yiping, you must come to the county government tomorrow. A nationally renowned enterprise is considering establishing a factory in our Tianling County, and you need to be prepared for the presentation. Which enterprise? Su Yiping was taken aback by this news. AIO Electric. Du Chunfeng paused, adding, bring Tang Ye along. He performed admirably last time. It was unexpected that County Chief Du specifically requested Tang Ye's participation in this meeting. Clearly, Tang Ye had left a profound impression on the leaders during the last inspection organized by the city. Su Yiping felt as though he had bitten into a bowl of rice only to discover a mouse droppings, choking in alarm. Very well, County Chief. We will seize this opportunity. Chapter 26, too afraid to even touch it. Although Su Yiping was somewhat narrow-minded, he still possessed a degree of awareness when it came to matters of great significance. He promptly summoned Tang Ye and Xia Haiqiao. Tomorrow, we shall head to the county for an important event. AIO Electric intends to select a site for a factory in Tianling County. We will gather at the government office at 5 in the morning and arrive at the meeting venue by 7. Su continued, Comrade Tang Ye, you must take this opportunity seriously and prepare the necessary materials. You might even have the chance to represent Pingu in discussions with the enterprise. Xia Haiqiao cast a glance at Tang Ye, inwardly thinking that Su was indeed drawing an enticing picture. What was Tang Ye, after all? To be deemed worthy of representing Pingu? Moreover, with so many towns in the county, Pingu's economy languished at the bottom. The enterprises were hardly foolish enough to choose Pingu. To put it plainly, the three of them were merely going through the motions, serving as mere background figures. Secretary Su, I will prepare the relevant materials, Tang Ye replied. Aware that Su Yiping was not genuinely concerned for him, yet he did not take it lightly. After Tang Ye departed, Xia Haiqiao quietly inquired, why did you bring Tang Ye along? Su Yiping shot her a glance. Do you think I wanted to bring him? Xia Haiqiao suddenly realized it must have been a directive from higher-ups, and a pang of jealousy surged within her. The next morning, as dawn broke, Tang Ye arrived at the government office. Su Yiping and Xia Haiqiao, however, did not appear until 6 o'clock, clearly making a point to delay Tang Ye. Sorry to keep you waiting, Tang. There was no need to come so early. I was going to inform you to arrive later, but things got sidetracked, Su said, feigning nonchalance. Secretary Su, I usually wake up early. It and Oppos. Es no trouble, Tang Ye replied through gritted teeth, feeling vexed by Su and Oppos' petty manipulation. On the road, Xia Haiqiao and Su Yiping engaged in light-hearted conversation, while Tang Ye grew weary of their banter and chose to rest his eyes. Upon arriving at the hotel for the negotiation meeting, several leaders from various towns greeted one another. Although Tang Ye had attended a few county meetings before, he was still a stranger and did not recognize anyone. Su Yiping deliberately left him to fend for himself, and Tang Ye felt a sense of isolation. Others assumed he was merely a lackey for Su and Xia. In a corner, Xia Haiqiao shared a smoke with a group, occasionally glancing at the solitary Tang Ye, secretly reveling in the thought that no matter how he tried to stand out, in such a setting, he could only play the role of an onlooker. Old Su, I heard the city's inspection team visited Pinga town last week. Are you planning to build a resort there? Jiao Dei, the party secretary of Zhugo Township, inquired with a smile, testing the waters. Utter nonsense, utter nonsense, Su Yiping replied with a smile. Though he felt a twinge of pride at the attention the resort project was garnering, despite it being mere rumor. Zhugo Township, under Jiao Dei's jurisdiction, was currently the most prosperous in Tianling County, boasting several enterprises with annual revenues exceeding 10 million and serving as major taxpayers in the city. Jiao Dei, aware of the resort's discussions, lamented that Zhugo lacked the water resources that Pingu possessed. Otherwise, they could compete with Jingshui Town in Chongjiang County. In Jiao's view, Su Yiping was a man with untapped potential, appearing stable and seasoned but ultimately ineffectual. After a brief exchange with Su, Jiao mingled with representatives from other townships, where he naturally became the center of attention, while Su, once a figure of authority in Pingu, was relegated to the sidelines. After half an hour observing the dynamics, Tang Ye discerned the underlying currents. Su Yiping was adept at internal politics, but faltered in external engagements. Within the confines of Pingu, he thrived, yet outside, he wilted like a withered cucumber. Given his capabilities and vision, securing support from higher authorities or attracting noteworthy enterprises was akin to winning the lottery. A black Audi and a black Mercedes-Benz rolled into the hotel, with the secretary emerging from the Audi's passenger seat to open the rear door for Du Chengfeng, who stepped out of the Mercedes. A middle-aged man followed from the back seat of the Benz, and they walked toward the awaiting entourage. Su Yiping and the township leaders found themselves in the second tier, while Tang Ye and Xia Haiqiao were relegated to the rear. Upon entering the conference room, name cards adorned the seats. Suddenly, Xia Haiqiao's expression stiffened as he spotted Tang Ye's name on one of the cards. He could only occupy a corner of the room, questioning how Tang Ye qualified for such a position. Su Yiping's heart raced. A single name card bore myriad implications. Jiao Dei, noticing the unfamiliar young face beside him, felt puzzled. Who is this young man? Did he come with you? He inquired. A newly appointed cadre, Xia Haiqiao explained. No wonder. His background must be significant. Perhaps Pingu has a fighting chance for this project? The meeting commenced, with General Do of AIO Electric grasping the microphone, smiling as he introduced himself. I am Do Fanggang, the chairman of AIO Electric and a longtime friend of County Head Do AIO Electric, as many of you may know, specializes in manufacturing household appliances such as range hoods and stoves. Currently, our factory is located in Guangdong Province, but due to our recent growth, we are considering building a second factory. Being from Hanzhou, I am prioritizing this location. Du Chengfeng took the microphone next. Let me be frank. General Do is bringing back several billion in investments to establish a factory. Everyone, please highlight your advantages to encourage him to invest in Tianling County. The mention of billions in investment sparked interest among the attendees. Yet, Tang Ye remained composed. Such a substantial investment could not be secured with mere words. Regrettably, he lacked a voice in these proceedings. Glancing at Su Yiping's despondent demeanor, he pondered whether Su would fold under pressure before the battle even began. It was akin to entering a business venue, seated beside a stunning beauty, unable to even dare a touch. Tang Ye felt utterly disheartened. Chapter 27. Pinga Town stands up. Representatives from various towns gradually introduced their respective situations to Do Fanggang. Jiao Dei, the party secretary of Zhugo Township, was the first to take the microphone. Mayor Du, allow me to set the stage, he exclaimed. Mr. Do, we met 2 years ago. Do Fanggang nodded slightly, smiling as he recalled, At the Home Appliance Industry Summit in Guangdong Province, I had the pleasure of dining with Secretary Jiao, who earnestly invited me to invest in my hometown. Unfortunately, the timing was not right, and I was unable to fulfill that promise. Therefore, my return this time is undoubtedly linked to Secretary Jiao and Oppo's initial sincerity and enthusiasm. Jiao Dei smiled broadly, noting that AIU Electric had grown into a leading enterprise in the domestic home appliance sector over the past few years. Our township is also undergoing rapid development, with significant improvements in both the investment environment and business policies. Among the various townships in Tianling, our tax contributions and the number of outstanding enterprises rank among the best in the province. Consequently, our collaboration now is more mature than a few years ago and will surely yield even more brilliant results. Upon hearing Jiao Dei's words, the expressions of the other township leaders varied. Some were disdainful, finding Jiao and Oppo's excessive confidence off-putting, while others admired his foresight and determination. Tang Ye compared Jiao Dei with Su Yiping and found Jiao to be markedly superior, which explained Zhugo Township's vigorous momentum, securing its leading position among many. As the other townships took turns to introduce themselves, their presentations were generally less impressive than Jiao Dei and Oppo's. It seemed that Jiao Dei had a firm grasp on the situation. With Zhugo Township poised to secure the AIU Electric project, it was set to emerge as a giant within Tianling County. When it was Su Yiping's turn to speak, he began to read from his script. His words were trite, tedious, and sleep-inducing. Halfway through, Du Chenfeng and Oppo's expression shifted to one of indecision. Old Su, please stop. Let your colleague Tang speak instead. He delivered an excellent presentation during the last inspection, and Mayor Zhao was quite impressed. In an instant, all eyes turned to Tang Ye. He instinctively straightened his posture. Su Yiping's face flushed with embarrassment as he forced a smile, saying, "Let's allow Comrade Tang to present the situation of Pinnacle Town. Tang Ye, feel free to speak openly. If there are any shortcomings, I will supplement them." Jiao Dei couldn't help but chuckle to himself, reflecting on Su Yiping's dull delivery, likening it to administering a sedative to the audience. Du Chenfeng, unable to endure any longer, had decided to let one of his subordinates take over. The notion of supplementing was merely a face-saving excuse, a rather shameless act. Jiao Dei had already taken note of Tang Ye. Despite his youth, Tang undoubtedly possessed considerable talent, as evidenced by his position at the podium. "Mayor Du, Mr. Do, may we take a moment to watch our promotional video for Pinnacle Town?" Du Chenfeng smiled and explained to Do Fanggang, "The promotional video for Pinnacle Town is quite well done. Shall we take a look?" Do Fanggang nodded slightly. It was his first time hearing that a town government could have its own dedicated promotional video. The screen lit up with captivating visuals, innovative investment strategies, clear imagery, professional scripting, and meticulous presentation. Everyone was taken aback. It was as if the deity of the land had entered the city god's temple. How could Pinnacle Town produce such extravagant promotional materials? How much must it have cost to create a 10-minute video? Jiao Dei's eyes widened in astonishment. Though confident in his own eloquence, he felt diminished in comparison to the powerful and expressive promotional video. Du Chenfeng observed intently, noting that there were several modifications compared to the last version. This time, the focus was on the investment environment rather than on a government inspection team. And it was impossible to deny that the revisions instilled a compelling desire to invest. As the video concluded, Tang Ye smiled slightly, stating, "I believe Mr. Do has gathered a fair understanding of Pinnacle Town's advantages from the promotional video. Now, if you would permit me, I would like to highlight a few disadvantages. It is uncommon to hear someone openly disclose shortcomings in a promotional context, yet attention was once again drawn to Tang Ye. Pinnacle Town has a permanent resident population of only 20,000, which may not meet your company's staffing needs, requiring you to recruit from outside. However, we will collaborate with your company to address this issue, leveraging government platforms to connect with several local schools and establish internship bases. Additionally, Pinnacle Town lacks sufficient living facilities. However, from another perspective, this allows employees to focus entirely on their work. Of course, within 3 to 5 years, as the enterprise matures, it will stimulate the local economy, leading to gradual improvements in supporting facilities." Do Fanggang's expression grew serious. He shared the concerns Tang Ye articulated. While Tang Ye's remarks could not resolve the issues, they demonstrated his willingness to engage sincerely with the enterprise. The disadvantages Tang Ye mentioned were not uncommon among the other townships. Reverse operations during negotiations can often evoke unexpected empathy. "Mayor Tang, your insights are excellent. When investing, our greatest fear is that the government does not consider the company as perspective. Your willingness to openly discuss these issues indicates your sincerity. Dou Fanggang applauded in agreement. Zhao Dai felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed he had misjudged the dynamics from the beginning, as he appeared to be overshadowed. Sitting next to Xiao Haiqiao was the deputy mayor in charge of the economy from a neighboring town, who leaned in to whisper, "Old Xia, your newly appointed acting mayor is quite capable. What is his background?" Xiao Haiqiao replied tersely, "I don't know. I'm not familiar with him." "Oh. And did your town's promotional video come from a television station? It must have cost a pretty penny, right?" "I'm not sure. It wasn't done by me." Xiao Haiqiao certainly wouldn't divulge that Tang Ye had produced the video himself. The deputy mayor from the neighboring town scoffed, disdain evident on his face. "This guy seems to know nothing." After Tang Ye concluded his presentation, Du Chifeng and Dou Fanggang each provided summaries, and the meeting came to a close. Anticipation filled the air as everyone wondered which town would secure the multi-billion investment project. The county mayor's secretary approached Su Yiping and Tang Ye, stating, "Mayor Du would like both of you to join Mr. Dou in the lounge for a private discussion." Su Yiping instinctively adjusted his glasses, incredulous at the request. Tang Ye frowned slightly, surprised as well. Su Yiping and Tang Ye proceeded to the lounge, while the conference room erupted in chatter. Had Pingaotown been chosen? For years, Pinga's economic performance had lagged, so what warranted them receiving this project? "Congratulations to you, Old Xia. It seems Pingaotown is likely to secure this project. It is said that AIOU Electric plans to invest 2 to 3 billion to establish the largest factory in East China. With a giant like AIOU Electric, Pingaotown is poised to rise." Xiao Haiqiao felt as if a whirlwind of emotions had turned his world upside down. On the way to the lounge, Su Yiping's feelings were quite complex. He certainly hoped the AIOU factory would settle in Pingu, but the credit would undoubtedly go to Tang Ye. Meanwhile, Tang Ye pondered how to persuade Dou Fanggang, feeling he held too few cards in this situation. Upon entering the lounge, Dou Fanggang's demeanor transformed. He was all smiles as he extended his hand to Tang Ye. "I must thank Comrade Tang. You are indeed the savior of my mother-in-law." "Du Chifeng? Su Yiping?" Tang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a light slap to his forehead, a look of excitement spread across his face. "You are Grandma Yao's son-in-law?" Chapter 28. A surprising turn of events. Dou Fanggang nodded with enthusiasm, patting Tang Ye on the shoulder. "I have long wished to express my gratitude to you in person, but our paths have not crossed until now. Today, I finally have the opportunity." Du Chengfeng quickly regained his composure and remarked with keen interest, "No wonder Mr. Dou has repeatedly emphasized the necessity of having Tang Ye attend the symposium." "It was but a trivial effort, hardly worth mentioning," Tang Ye replied, aware that Yao Mei's son-in-law was an entrepreneur, yet he had never connected him with AIOU Electric. Seeing Su Yiping's puzzled expression, Dou Fanggang grasped Tang Ye's hand and explained with heartfelt emotion, "A few days ago, my mother-in-law suffered a cerebral stroke and collapsed by the roadside. Fortunately, she was discovered by Mayor Tang. His father is the head of the neurosurgery department at the City People's Hospital and personally performed the surgery. Without his intervention, even if she had survived, she would have been confined to a wheelchair and unable to speak. She insisted that I must extend my sincerest gratitude to you. I cannot stand idly by when encountering a stranger in distress. Besides, I previously worked with the retired cadre and was quite familiar with Grandma Yao. She treated me exceptionally well. In fact, she gifted me a suit." At that moment, Tang Ye's mind remained clear. Strictly speaking, Lin Xiang was the true savior of Grandma Yao. Dou Fanggang laughed heartily. I know. That suit was tailored for me by an old tailor at her request a decade ago. I wore it only once, and since I have gained weight, it has since gathered dust at home. She felt it was better to give it away to someone who would use it. My wife even scolded her for it. But little did we know it would end up with the right person." Du Chifeng was in high spirits at this moment. The business negotiation had transformed into a heartfelt reunion. Once emotions were aligned, what was there to fear about achieving great undertakings? After much deliberation, they finally returned to the subject of investment. Du Chengfeng shifted in his seat and said, "Mr. Dou, it is evident that you are determined to establish the project in Pingu. Although the town's economy is average, with a young leader like Tang Ye, the potential is boundless." Hearing Du Chengfeng's words, Su Yiping smiled, yet inwardly he cursed, thinking, "Old Du has completely overlooked my presence." Dou Fanggang cheerfully replied, "What Mayor Tang said earlier has alleviated my concerns. In commercial investments, policy and environment are paramount, but the most crucial factor is choosing the right people, as it is people who drive success. I trust Mayor Tang's integrity." Du Chifeng beckoned to his secretary, requesting the map of Tianling County. The secretary carefully spread the map on the table. Du Chifeng used a red marker to draw a proposed route. Mr. Dou, the construction of the factory will take approximately 2 years. If you are willing to place the factory in Pingu, we will have this road completed within that time frame. Initially worried about the transportation issues in Pingu, Dou Fonggang's face lit up with joy at Du Chifeng's promise. If the transportation issues could be resolved, the project could be realized more swiftly. Du Chifeng stood up, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and extended his hand. Mr. Dou, let us seize the moment and set a date to finalize the project. Dou Fonggang shook hands with Du Chifeng and glanced at Tang Ye, smiling as he declared, "We shall sign the contract this Friday." Du Chifeng was overjoyed. A project worth over 200 million was an exceedingly rare achievement in the city, and he had not anticipated Dou Fonggang's swift agreement. Previously, Du Chifeng had to exhaust himself running around and negotiating tirelessly to secure a project of similar scale. More importantly, it required significant connections and resource mobilization. Su Yiping felt sidelined, his emotions a mix of bitterness and regret. He never imagined that a project worth 2 billion would indeed settle in Pingu. The county would even fund the road construction. He had often advocated for road improvements, believing that developing infrastructure was key to prosperity. Once the road was built, how could Pingu fail to thrive? It felt surreal to him. Simultaneously, Su Yiping was filled with regret. Had he known that Tang Ye would attract such a substantial investment, why had he allowed their relationship to deteriorate so significantly? Although the project was confirmed, he felt disconnected from it, with all accolades attributed to Tang Ye. Had he managed their relationship better, he could have reaped the rewards and perhaps advanced his own career. After engaging in conversation for over 2 hours, Du Chifeng and Dou Fonggang drafted a preliminary framework for the contract. So it's settled for Friday. I will arrange the ceremony and promptly contact the city leaders and media to witness this moment. Dou Fonggang smiled. Leave the media arrangements to us. He then turned to Tang Ye with a grin. You must be present at the signing ceremony. Du Chifeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, he will not miss it. As Tang Ye and Su Yiping departed, the remaining attendees lingered, harboring a sense of hope. Beyond Pingu, was there still a chance for themselves? Ultimately, they were disappointed, as no notifications arrived. Could it be that the 2 billion project was snatched away from us? They pondered. Truth be told, the promotional video presented by their town was indeed impressive. Alas, the CEO of AIO Electric has been misled. Pingu's economy is at the bottom. The promotional video was nothing but a fade. He will inevitably regret this decision. One by one, the crowd left, disheartened. Zhao Dei, feeling unbalanced, rushed to the county chief's office to confront Du Chifeng. Understanding the reason for Zhao Dei's visit, Du Chifeng was at a loss for how to placate him and invited him to sit on the sofa to collect himself. After about 10 minutes, Du Chifeng finished signing a document and handed it to his secretary. Rubbing his temples, he said softly, AO's factory will indeed settle in Pingu. We will sign the contract this Friday. Zhao Dei's eyes widened in disbelief. This is unfair. I have been keeping a close watch on AIO Electric for years, only to see Pingu reap the benefits. I cannot swallow this bitter pill. Du Chifeng offered a helpless smile. You misunderstand. Mr. Dou's decision to invest in Tianling was not due to your invitation, but was influenced by his mother-in-law. She is Yao Mei, the former director of the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau, who recently suffered a stroke. Mayor Tang's father is her surgeon. Upon hearing Du Chifeng's explanation, Zhao Dei stood frozen in place for a long while before exhaling slowly, realizing that he had been destined to play the role of a mere spectator from the start. Despite his earnest efforts to impress, reflecting on his actions, he felt increasingly like a clown, both ridiculous and tragic. A sudden thought struck him. Had Tang Ye chosen to take a position in Zhugo Township, he could have enjoyed the fruits of this endeavor. Unfortunately, fate had not favored him, allowing Su Yiping, that old tortoise, to benefit instead. Meanwhile, Tang Ye, along with Su Yiping and Xia Haiqiao, returned to Pingu Town. The atmosphere in the car had shifted compared to before. Su Yiping occasionally initiated conversations with Tang Ye, who responded with half-hearted engagement. Xia Haiqiao noticed the change in Su Yiping's attitude towards Tang Ye and felt a pang of discomfort. Upon reaching the town government, Xia Haiqiao followed Su Yiping into the office. Secretary, it was merely a meeting, yet your attitude towards Tang Ye has undergone a complete transformation. Su Yiping silently lamented Xia Haiqiao's lack of insight and patiently advised, be a bit more courteous to Tang Ye moving forward. Xia Haiqiao was filled with suspicion. Has Tang Ye somehow influenced County Chief Du? Su Yiping, equally at a loss, thought to himself, Tang Ye saved Mr. Dou's mother-in-law, which is why AI Electric decided to establish the factory in Pingu. After a moment, Xia Haiqiao finally regained his composure. In just a few days, the investment challenge I presented to Tang Ye has been completed, and not only completed, but exceeded expectations. Chapter 29. Your son is on television. Upon returning to his residence, Tang Ye organized his fishing gear before heading to a pond where he found Chen Jihua, who had already prepared the fishing spot and was waiting for him. Tang Ye bent down to scoop a large silver-scaled crucian carp from the bucket, exclaiming, Mayor Chen, what a splendid catch today. This sizable crucian will surely make a delectable stew with tofu, garnished with perilla leaves and coriander. Chen Jihua pointed towards the shade of a tree. I've also baited over there. The fish should be biting well. Settling himself on a plastic folding stool beneath the tree's shade, Tang Ye soon caught 2 yellow catfish in quick succession. He elegantly cast his line into the center of the lake, but noticed Chen Jihua on the phone, his brow furrowing slightly at the volume of his voice, which might scare the fish away. Old Chen, congratulations. AIO plans to invest over 200 million in a factory in Pinga Town. This is the largest investment project in Tianling County in recent years. Really? Wasn't Zhugo Township the first choice? It seems the new deputy town head in your city, surnamed Tang, has brought in the sponsorship. Jiaoda is furious. He has been following AO for years and never anticipated Pingu would intercept this project. You'll be quite busy soon. Chen Jihua, suppressing his inner astonishment, gazed towards the shade. Tang Ye remained focused on the bobbing fishing float, responding truthfully, yes, the contract will be signed on Friday. Suddenly, Chen Jihua grasped Tang Ye and Appo's shoulder, asking earnestly, did you bring this project to us? Tang Ye was taken aback, unsure how to respond, muttering ambiguously, I have a bit of a connection. Chen Jihua laughed heartily. I knew I had not misjudged you. With that, he strode back to his fishing spot, emptied his bucket of fish into the lake, and forcefully snapped his fishing rod. Tang Ye was bewildered and thought, what has spurred Mayor Chen to such an extreme? Are you all right? Chen Jihua tossed the broken rod into the lake and walked over to Tang Ye, pouring the catfish he had caught into the water as well. Tang Ye quickly shielded his fishing rod behind him. Chen Jihua paused momentarily before speaking with utmost sincerity, Xiao Tang. I have made a firm resolution. I will no longer fish from today onward. Tang Ye was taken aback by this sudden change, softly reflecting. Fishing occasionally is not a bad way to cultivate oneself. Chen Jihua gazed towards the opposite side of the pond. I cannot remain in this despondency any longer. Xiao Tang, I owe you my gratitude. During this time, you have helped me rediscover myself. I will not squander my time and energy on fishing. I must rise to the occasion and fulfill my responsibilities. Tang Ye felt Chen Jihua's determination. AIO's investment in the factory was a revitalizing tonic for Chen Jihua. His lost confidence had been rekindled. Without hesitation, Tang Ye placed his fishing rod on his knee, broke it forcefully, and tossed it into the lake. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. For Chen Jihua, Tang Ye's presence had created a fissure in what was once a fortified camp. For Tang Ye, Chen Jihua could become an ally against Su Yiping on the party committee. When Wang Ning returned home from work, she found her husband already there, chatting amiably with Tang Ye over tea, which struck her as odd. It hasn't rained today. Why aren't you fishing? Chen Jihua smiled sheepishly at Wang Ning. I've decided to quit fishing. I threw my rod away. Wang Ning thought he was joking and checked the usual spot on the balcony, but found no fishing rod. Where did you throw it? You spent a month's salary on that. Even if you don't fish anymore, you could give it away. Fearing her reprimand, Chen Jihua quickly changed the subject. Let us prepare dinner. Xiao Tang is dining with us tonight. I bought some ready-to-eat food. Could you make a soup and stir-fry some vegetables? Tang Ye smiled, sister-in-law. How about you make your specialty, sweet and sour shredded potatoes? Wang Ning tied on her apron, rolled up her sleeves, and began slicing potatoes. She noticed a marked improvement in her husband's demeanor lately. He had been glum for quite some time. But since Tang Ye began visiting frequently, his spirits had lifted considerably. She went to the yard to fetch a piece of cured pork, washed it, briefly blanched it, sliced it, and placed it in the pressure cooker with fermented black beans to steam, declaring, tonight, I'll prepare a hearty dish. Chen Jihua chuckled, thanks to Xiao Tang. This cured meat is from a trip to Hunan that your sister-in-law brought back. I've been saving it for a special occasion. Wang Ning shot her husband a disapproving glance. Don't make me sound so stingy. Tang Ye quickly interjected, sister-in-law, you are skilled in managing the household. Such diligence is a blessing for him. Wang Ning thought to herself, Xiao Tang and Apos. S flattery is quite sweet. I wonder how many girls he has deceived with that charm. After finishing dinner, Tang Ye took his leave from the Chen household. As Wang Ning washed the dishes, her curiosity piqued. What made you suddenly decide to stop fishing? A couple divorced over fishing, and the husband was late to court because he was fishing, Chen Jihua joked. Wang Ning recognized this as a quip and playfully tapped him on the chest. You're incorrigible. Chen Jihua wrapped his arms around her from behind. I'm sorry for being so negligent these past years. You've borne the brunt of it. Wang Ning was taken aback by Chen Jihua's sudden tenderness. Her eyes misting over as tears escaped. She quickly wiped them away. After all these years, why are you being so mushy? Chen Jihua kissed her cheek tenderly. I will no longer be a coward. Wang Ning turned to face him, smiling through her tears. I knew you would bounce back eventually. In the office of the municipal party secretary, Zhou Chengwu received a request document from Tianling County, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had not anticipated that Tianling County would secure the AIO electric investment project, let alone that it would be located in Pingu town. He inquired of his secretary. Why was this project chosen for Pingu? The secretary, already well-versed in the project's details, explained, it is related to the deputy town head, Tang Ye. After hearing the backstory, Zhou Chengwu stroked his chin. I didn't expect Tang Ye to achieve success so quickly. I should attend the signing ceremony. Understood. The secretary was momentarily taken aback. Originally, Tianling County intended to invite 1 or 2 municipal standing committee members to lend support. But Zhou Chengwu's willingness to attend elevated the event's stature significantly. On Friday morning, a grand signing ceremony was held at the City Conference Center. Attended by Municipal Party Secretary Zhou Chengwu, AIO Electric had invited many prominent media outlets. The atmosphere was cordial, and amidst the media and Apos' witness, signatures were exchanged. Afterward, under the direction of photographers, attendees posed for a group photo. Dou Fanging beckoned, Xiao Tang, come over for a picture. Zhou Chengwu smiled and nodded at Tang Ye. Tang Ye found a position in the back row. The photographer clicked the shutter. After the group photo, Zhou Chengwu patted Tang Ye on the shoulder. Xiao Tang, your role in securing this project is commendable. However, this signing is merely the beginning. You must follow through diligently. Tang Ye was taken aback by the praise and nodded vigorously. I shall not shy away from any challenges. The intimate exchange between Zhou Chengwu and Tang Ye did not escape Dou Qingfeng's notice. After attending the morning meeting, Tang Ye returned home in the afternoon. At 8 o'clock that evening, Hanzhou TV aired a 5-minute special report on the signing ceremony. As the news began, he sat on the living room sofa with a bowl of rice, eating while watching the broadcast. Qinlan found it peculiar that her son rarely focused on local news. But today was an exception. When the camera panned to Tang Ye, realization dawned upon her. Oh, is that you standing behind Secretary Zhou? Tang Ye, wiping his greasy mouth with a tissue, mumbled, if it's not me, then who could it be? You don't even recognize your own son. That's outrageous. Qinlan quickly settled beside Tang Ye, squinting her eyes. I wouldn't have recognized you if I hadn't looked closely. You appear so different, so aged and weary. While she playfully chided him, she was simultaneously dialing Tang Ye on her phone. What are you doing? Do you have a television nearby? Quickly switch to the news channel of Hanzhou TV. No time to watch TV? Fine, you can catch the replay tomorrow. Your son is on television. He is appearing alongside Secretary Zhou. Chapter 30. A serendipitous encounter with Officer Du. The following day was Saturday. Tang Ye had stayed up late the previous night preparing some materials and did not rise until after 9. Qinlan had prepared breakfast, and Tang Ye heated the cold congee in the microwave, eating while perusing the newspaper. He noticed that there was no coverage regarding AIO Electric's investment in a factory in Pingu, anticipating that news would emerge on Monday. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Du Shi, inquiring if he was free over the weekend and expressing a desire to hear him sing his signature song, Embroidered Red Flags. Surprised that Du Shi remembered, he replied, I'll book a private room and send you the location and room number later. Is it just the two of us? He added. Tang Ye responded, just the two of us, and we might sing ourselves hoarse. I'll call Sun Hai, who is quite the karaoke enthusiast, and will keep the atmosphere lively. You might want to invite a female friend. He recalled a colleague who enjoyed singing. A bold girl with a round face. Perhaps Sun Hai would take a liking to her. Then we shall meet tonight. Upon seeing Tang Ye's agreement, a smile graced Du Shi's lips. Not long after hanging up, Qinlan returned home with a basket of groceries. She found Tang Ye lazily sprawled on the sofa, amusingly tugging at his toes, and remarked, You are the deputy town chief. Can you not present yourself a bit better? Tang Ye nonchalantly replied. It's rare to have a weekend. One must relax. Approaching him, Qin Lan seized his ear and pulled him towards his room, commanding, hurry up and change your clothes. After lunch, we're heading to Blue Island CAF to meet a girl. Knowing her son well, she believed in taking action swiftly rather than engaging him in idle chatter. Ouch, that hurts. Tang Ye feigned pain as he hurried to his room, waiting for Qin Lan to enter the kitchen before smiling to himself. Humming a tune while changing into a t-shirt and jeans. After finishing lunch, Tang Ye arrived at Blue Island CAF, where he waited for half an hour before his blind date finally arrived. Sorry to keep you waiting, she said. A couple of years younger than him and employed at a bank, with both parents working in the public sector. She offered no explanation for her tardiness, as it seemed natural to her that a girl should keep a boy waiting. No problem. What would you like to drink? Can I get you a cup of coffee? Tang Ye asked, not probing further into her lateness, as he waved over a waiter. The date shook her head, saying, no need. Let us sit and chat for a bit. If we find each other suitable, we can pursue a relationship. If not, we'll part ways. Tang Ye was taken aback by her decisiveness and chuckled. You are quite the character. With a subtle smile, she inquired. I heard from the matchmaker that you are a civil servant. May I know your salary? Tang Ye replied honestly. It's about 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Disappointment flickered in her eyes as she continued to probe. You must have some hidden income, right? He shook his head with a wry smile. No. You have a misunderstanding about civil servants. She appeared skeptical, retorting, I have a colleague whose husband works at the tax bureau. He hands her 300 a day without fail. Tang Ye responded earnestly, I suggest you keep your distance from that colleague. Someone who flaunts such family secrets is quite reckless and should be wary of trouble. You're not wearing a wig, are you? She asked, and Tang Ye, amused, replied. Want to tug on it to check? No. Could you stand up? The matchmaker claimed you were 185 meters tall, but I don't think you are. Tang Ye stood up, took a couple of steps, and returned to his spot, stating, the matchmaker was mistaken. I'm actually 181 meters. How's my walking posture? Not too shabby, right? She scrutinized him from head to toe, saying, you're quite appealing, and your personality seems nice. Shall we exchange contact information? Tang Ye, feeling disinterested, shook his head. Let us not. I can't afford to give 300 a day. She paused, snorted, grabbed her bag, and decisively left. Before she exited, she dialed a number, beginning to complain. Annie, who did you introduce me to? He speaks so harshly, acting all high and mighty. Please don't introduce me to this type again. Tang Ye's gaze shifted to the southwestern corner, where another blind date was unfolding. A man in a suit suddenly stood up, dejected, and exited. The girl sitting across from him approached Tang Ye. She wore a white dress accentuated by a pink belt that highlighted her graceful figure, the fabric adorned with silver flowers, exuding an air of understated elegance. Her white shoes revealed her slender ankles, giving her a pure and noble demeanor. What a coincidence. Dushi smiled brightly at Tang Ye. Old classmate. I've had a dismal experience in the dating scene. Would you do me the honor of sharing a cup of coffee? Dushi covered her mouth, chuckling, so unfortunate. Did your date not even have coffee? Tang Ye sighed in resignation. She asked me about my salary right off the bat. When I told her it was 2,000 to 3,000, she immediately inquired about any under-the-table income. Dushi frowned in disbelief. How could she act like that? Tang Ye teased. What about you? It seems like you scared yours away. Dushi shot him a glare, patiently explaining, I simply told him the truth. I wasn't interested. Tang Ye laughed. You're even more hurtful. Dushi held her ground, believing that if she didn't feel a connection, she should not send mixed signals to avoid unnecessary complications. Tang Ye grinned, appreciating her straightforwardness, yet acknowledged, but with such a mentality, finding the right partner will be quite the challenge. Dushi replied earnestly, I need to find someone I genuinely like. Settling would be too painful. One was overly pragmatic, while the other was a dreamer. Their coffees arrived, with Dushi ordering a latte. Tang Ye took a sip of his Americano, its bitterness striking him, and remarked, You've changed quite a bit. You used to be so quiet. Dushi reminisced about their high school days, saying, People change. You've transformed a lot as well. Tang Ye joked, Indeed, we both belong to the late bloomers. Look at us now. Dushi took a moment to catch on, then shot him an annoyed look. You haven't changed a bit, still as cheeky as ever. Just as Tang Ye was about to redirect the conversation, Dushi's expression turned serious. She abruptly stood up and dashed towards the door. A child is being abducted. Can someone help me? A woman in the street sat helplessly, crying for assistance. A man in a baseball cap was covering a little girl's mouth with a white towel, sprinting towards the intersection where a pickup truck awaited him. Instinctively, Du Shi reacted, that's a human trafficker. Upon seeing a middle-aged man leaning against a bicycle, Tang Ye snatched the handlebars from him, stating, "Excuse me, I need to borrow this." Du Shi felt her high heels were a hindrance and was about to take them off to chase after him barefoot. Suddenly, a clattering sound pierced the air. Turning around, she saw Tang Ye pedaling past her. The man instinctively turned to look back, his pupils dilating in fear. A young man on the bicycle charged towards him, his eyes wide as saucers, hair tousled by the wind. His expression filled with rage as he let out a primal roar. "Stop right there." With a screech, Tang Ye planted one foot on the ground while keeping the other on the pedal, blocking the street and the man's escape. The man was not to be trifled with. He pulled out a half-foot-long spring knife from his pocket, snarling, "Get lost, or I'll stab you. Be careful." Did she watch from a distance? Breaking into a cold sweat, fearing for Tang Ye's safety. Unyielding, Tang Ye gripped the handlebars, swinging the bicycle towards his adversary. The man's left leg was struck, leaving him bewildered by Tang Ye's actions. This young man displayed not only a fearless disposition but also an astonishing ferocity. Chapter 31. This fate is like a bridge. As the van and Appo's accomplices emerged unexpectedly, they flung open the doors with a menacing air. The leader, his hand bandaged, wielded a machete and charged at Tang Ye without hesitation. Du Shi swiftly positioned herself to support Tang Ye, landing a kick to the opponent's waist. The assailant, caught off guard by the girl's impressive agility, staggered back with a cry of surprise. "Well done," Tang Ye exclaimed, admiring the slender Du Shi, who had discarded her high heels, embodying the fierce spirit of a policewoman. Seizing the moment, Tang Ye raised the steel bar high above his head, reminiscent of Li Yuanba lifting a cauldron, and brought it crashing down onto the head of the trafficker. The thud reverberated. The trafficker was left dazed, collapsing to the ground as a nearby bystander quickly scooped up the little girl who lay on the pavement. Tang Ye then swept the bar behind him. Du Shi marveled at Tang Ye's strength, which contrasted sharply with his refined appearance. The bar whirled in his grip like a tempest. Despite their weapons, the accomplices found themselves at a loss against such impenetrable defense. "The police will arrive in a minute or two. None of you will escape," Tang Ye bluffed, projecting an aura of confidence that made it seem as if he and Du Shi had the 5 assailants cornered. The leader of the traffickers, indeed feeling the pressure, ordered a retreat, fearing the impending arrival of law enforcement. Seeing the situation turn, the remaining accomplices hastily retreated towards the van. "You think you can escape? Not a chance." Tang Ye pursued one of the kidnappers. As the trafficker scrambled onto a pickup truck, Tang Ye bent low and yanked him out. The accomplices, spotting the police vehicles approaching in the distance, dared not linger and sped away. The trafficker, realizing he had been abandoned, scrambled towards the nearby shanty town, where makeshift homes were adorned with colorful clothing hanging on lines, and a tangled web of power and internet lines crisscrossed the sky. Tang Ye, riding his bicycle like a hunter chasing a rabbit, pursued the trafficker for several minutes until the latter, panting like a dog, leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. "Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Don't you dare come closer." The trafficker, trembling with fear, gripped his knife. Tang Ye recognized the bluster behind the man's bravado and calmly approached, lowering the bar with a deliberate grace. Gathering his courage, the trafficker lunged with his knife at Tang Ye. Filled with disdain for these criminals, Tang Ye lamented the broken families caused by their actions. He kicked hard at the trafficker's abdomen, who fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. "Please, spare me," he begged. "Spare you? So you can continue your vile deeds?" Tang Ye's fist connected with the trafficker's jaw, followed by a swift kick to his face. Blood spurted from the criminal's nose as he staggered back, crashing against the wall. As Tang Ye landed, he turned to face the setting sun, its golden light illuminating his features with sharp contours. Du Shi approached, breathless, her heart racing like a startled deer, her mind buzzing in awe at the sight of him bathed in sunlight. When the police arrived, a mother wept tears of joy as she embraced her recovered daughter. As Tang Ye emerged from the alley and approached her, she tearfully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much." The crowd around them gazed at Tang Ye with admiration, having witnessed his bravery in the face of a deadly gang. "Quickly, we must get the child to the hospital." Tang Ye checked the girl's pulse. It was steady, merely a result of the sedative used on her. The police, having learned the details from Du Shi, extended their gratitude, with the team leader shaking Tang Ye's hand. "Thank you for your hard work." "Are you injured?" Bloodstains on Tang Ye and Appo's jacket, remnants of the trafficker and Appo's attack, prompted him to shake his head lightly, smiling as he replied, "The credit belongs to Officer Du. I merely lent a hand." Du Shi gazed at Tang Ye with newfound respect, realizing that their earlier encounter at the garment factory was no mere coincidence. She had once thought his tales exaggerated, but witnessing his actions firsthand revealed him to be a man of principle. As the crowd dispersed, Du Shi's phone rang. Upon answering, her mother began to complain. Shi, why did you reject someone again? His father is your dad's old classmate, 2 years older, already an official, quite accomplished. You should give him a chance. Stealing a glance at Tang Ye, Du Shi softly replied, Mom, I'm busy right now. I'll explain later. She then turned to Tang Ye and inquired, still singing? Tang Ye smiled, of course. But first, let us have a meal together. Du Shi messaged Lu Fong, who agreed to join them. Tang Ye nodded. I'll inform Fatty to take care of the bill. Du Shi clapped her hands in delight at the suggestion. After stopping by the police station for a statement, Tang Ye returned home to shower and change before heading to the agreed-upon bone broth hot pot restaurant. Du Shi, having also changed and tied her hair into a ponytail, was intently perusing the menu when Tang Ye strode over, realizing he had approached. Du Shi smiled and handed him the menu. I ordered a few dishes. See if you want to add anything. Tang Ye glanced at the selections, noting they were all vegetarian. Sun Hai is not a herbivore, he remarked. Du Shi giggled softly, explaining. The highlight of bone broth hot pot is gnawing on bones and savoring the marrow. Just then, Sun Hai and Lu Fong entered, with Lu Fong beaming as she set her bag down. Du Shi, I heard you did something heroic this afternoon. Sun Hai, intrigued, turned to Lu Fong. What happened? As Lu Fong unpacked the utensils, she recounted, this afternoon, Du Shi and Tang Ye were out together when they encountered a trafficker trying to kidnap a child. Not only did they prevent a tragedy, but they also provided crucial information for the investigation. This gang has been operating across multiple regions. Du Shi's face flushed with embarrassment. You misunderstood. It wasn't a date. Sun Hai glanced at Tang Ye, teasing. So your blind date at noon was with Du Shi. Despite Tang Ye's thick skin, he worried about Du Shi's embarrassment and quickly interjected. We happened to be at the same CAF for blind dates, but it wasn't a date between us. Lu Fong winked at Du Shi, her expression playful. You two really are fated. Even a blind date leads to catching a trafficker. It's almost as legendary as the tale of Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian. Cherish it. What do you mean by fate? Du Shi exclaimed, her eyes wide as she pinched Lu Fong's arm, warning her to drop the topic. Understanding Du Shi's discomfort, Lu Fong shifted the conversation. After the four of them enjoyed their meal together, they headed to KTV. Upon entering, Sun Hai commandeered one of the microphones. As Tang Ye sang Embroidered Red Flag, Du Shi, with a rattle in one hand and the other keeping rhythm, watched him with rapt interest, her demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. Sitting next to Du Shi, he felt the soft, almost imperceptible touch of her arm against his. Tang Ye unleashed his vocal prowess, pouring all his strength into the performance. Although Du Shi typically favored pop music and was resistant to revolutionary songs, she found something captivating about Tang Ye's rendition. Could it be that when one holds a positive impression of someone, every action they take subconsciously earns them extra points? In high school, many admired Xiao Hui, including Tang Ye. Du Shi gathered numerous assessments of Tang Ye from Xiao Hui, including remarks about his short stature, his unrefined attire, and his average family background. However, Du Shi now perceives Xiao Hui's initial judgments as rather superficial. The most significant revelation is that, despite Tang Ye's seemingly erratic speech, he possesses an intrinsic sense of justice. As a police officer, this core quality is exceptionally formidable. Chapter 32. This banner is for you. As Xiao Jinbo perused the newspaper, his eyes fell upon the headline 220 million project settles in Pinga Town, a comeback for the underdog. Although the announcement of his promotion to deputy section chief had been made and the official documents dispatched, the news plunged his previously elated mood into despair. With Tang Ye being dispatched to Pingdu, it felt as though he were being sent to endure hardship. Who could have anticipated that this young man would stir up such commotion? Xiao Jinbo delivered the documents to his office when Yang Yuan called out to him. Xiao, your deputy position has been resolved. What are your plans moving forward? Xiao Jinbo cautiously replied, Secretary Yang, I defer to your guidance. Yang Yuan shook the newspaper, remarking, your classmate has been performing well in Pinggu. Have you considered going down there for some hands-on experience? Xiao Jinbo hesitated. Secretary Yang, this is rather sudden. May I consult with my family first? Yang Yuan, noticing Xiao Jinbo's reluctance, thought to himself that Tang Ye had been far more resolute at that time. He earnestly urged, I genuinely wish for you to accomplish something at the grassroots level. Otherwise, when Tang Ye returns to the municipal committee a year from now, he will undoubtedly have the upper hand. Secretary Yang, I will earnestly contemplate your suggestion, Xiao Jinbo replied. After Xiao Jinbo departed, Yang Yuan rubbed his temples. Surprised by Tang Ye's notable achievements in Pingu, particularly with the AI electrical project, which would grant him access to numerous resources. While Yang Yuan dismissed Tang Ye's political potential, he admired the young man's straightforwardness and determination to take on the most arduous tasks instead of seeking easier paths. Of course, from Yang Yuan's perspective, Tang Ye's position was too lowly to warrant much concern. Upon returning to his desk, Xiao Jinbo was about to sip his tea when he received a call from Xiao Hui, who inquired, "Many classmates are saying that Tang Ye has secured a significant project. Is this true?" Xiao Jinbo, already in a foul mood, felt even more provoked. "Why are you so concerned about Tang Ye? Do you still harbor feelings for him?" Xiao Hui's face flushed at Xiao Jinbo's teasing. "Xiao Jinbo, are you out of your mind?" "I'm merely curious." Xiao Jinbo scoffed. "Do you feel that being engaged to me is a burden? If you think Tang Ye is so exceptional, let us call off the engagement. Return the betrothal gift and ring, and I will set you free." Xiao Hui was taken aback by Xiao Jinbo's pettiness. "Xiao Jinbo, you are utterly despicable." Hearing the busy signal, Xiao Jinbo felt a twinge of regret, yet he couldn't shake his suspicions about Xiao Hui, who had frequently mentioned Tang Ye in recent times. Additionally, when he visited Xiao Hui's dormitory a few days prior, he discovered a used umbrella in the trash. Given that she lived alone, the presence of such an item made Xiao Jinbo feel suspicious. Despite Xiao Hui's explanation that she had lent her keys to a colleague that day, he remained distrustful. Xiao Jinbo began to speculate that after their class reunion, Xiao Hui might have started clandestine communications with Tang Ye. He imagined that Tang Ye, having been suppressed for a year, could be using Xiao Hui to exact revenge on him, leading to an array of vivid scenarios in his mind. The next morning, Tang Ye hurried back to the Pinga town government, stopping at a newsstand to purchase a copy of the Hanzhou Evening News. The front-page headline announced that AIO Electrical planned to establish the largest factory in the country in Pinga town, prompting him to triumphantly pump his fists in excitement. Achievements like this were the most valuable currency for promotions. With this accomplishment, Tang Ye could firmly establish himself in Pingu, ensuring that even the party members would no longer regard him as a mere figurehead. For Pinga town, this news served as a priceless advertisement for investment attraction. With AIO's colossal project as a reference, future investment endeavors would carry far more weight. Sitting in his office, Tang Ye worked on the promotional materials. When Cheng Lin called, she congratulated him. "Congratulations, Mayor Tang, on securing the 220 million project. When shall we celebrate?" Tang Ye paused from his work, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "I extend my thanks on behalf of the people of Pingu. If it weren't for your advocacy in front of Granny Yao, she wouldn't have lent me a hand." Cheng Lin smiled lightly. "That day, while visiting the hospital, I happened to encounter General Dou. He mentioned returning to Hanzhou to invest in a factory, and I casually mentioned it. I had no idea he would choose Pinga." Tang Ye chuckled. "You deserve the credit for recommending the project." Cheng Lin shook her head, insisting, "It has little to do with me. I merely acted as a messenger. All of this is rightfully yours." Reflecting on her visit to the hospital, Cheng Lin had initially thought Tang Ye was meddling, but fate had led to a 220 million investment for Pingu. Thus, character indeed influences fortune. The more one works, the more fortunate they become. After ending the call with Tang Ye, Cheng Lin glanced at the newspaper and Oppo's photograph, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. With Tang Ye's departure from the old Cadres Bureau, she had lost a reliable subordinate, yet her keen insight had proven accurate. Gold shines wherever it may go. Around 11 o'clock, a black sedan pulled up outside the government building. A woman emerged, holding the hand of a small girl. The security guard, sensing something unusual, stopped them. "Who are you looking for?" The woman softly replied, "May I ask if Mayor Tang is at work today? We have come to express our gratitude." A moment later, the guard picked up the phone to notify Tang Ye, "Mayor Tang, there are visitors." "Understood, I'll be right there." Tang Ye recognized the woman as the mother he had encountered the previous day, and the little girl was the one he had rescued. Upon seeing Tang Ye, the mother urged her daughter, "This is the kind uncle who saved you yesterday. Thank him quickly." The little girl hesitated for a moment before approaching Tang Ye, softly saying, "Thank you, uncle. If it weren't in Oppo's tea for you, I would never have seen my mother again." Tang Ye affectionately touched the little girl and Oppo's braids, smiling, "No need for thanks." The mother retrieved a banner from the car, saying, "Mayor Tang, since you didn't leave your contact information yesterday, I had a hard time finding you. This banner is for you. I feel unworthy. It should be presented to officer. Do I have already given it to him? Tang Ye accepted the banner for bravery. Feeling somewhat bashful, many onlookers witnessed the scene, and the mother recounted the events of the previous day, yesterday, while shopping with my daughter. A shadow suddenly lunged out and snatched her from my arms. I was frantic. At that moment, Mayor Tang became my savior. He borrowed a bicycle and chased for several hundred meters, rescuing my daughter from the hands of a trafficker. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. The crowd gasped in astonishment, lamenting the heinousness of traffickers, who often had their own escape routes once a child was taken. They could be out of the province within hours. Some children sold to remote areas fared better, while others fell victim to the most despicable traffickers, who mutilated them for organ trafficking. Su Yiping, hearing the commotion outside, called for Xia Haiqiao, frowning as he inquired, "What is happening out there?" Xia Haiqiao, with a complex expression, replied, "Yesterday, Tang Ye rescued a girl from a trafficker, and her family has come to present a banner." Su Yiping was left speechless, frozen in disbelief. How could Tang Ye create such a stir so frequently? Chapter 33. The world is uncertain, and we are all dark horses. As Tang Ye posed for a photograph with his mother, she bid farewell and exchanged contact information, suggesting that he treat officer due to a meal as a token of gratitude. With a cheerful smile, Tang Ye entered his office, holding a ceremonial banner. Noticing the stark white wall on the right, he fetched a three-legged wooden ladder to hang the banner for decoration. Chen Jihua walked in, directing him with a smile. "A little to the right. That's too much. Raise the right corner by a centimeter. Perfect, it's quite straight." Tang Ye hammered in the nail and climbed down the ladder, wiping his sweat as he thanked Chen Jihua for his assistance. "No need for formalities," Chen replied. Pouring a cup of tea for Chen Jihua, Tang Ye inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chen replied, "I would like to talk about the construction of the senior care facility. The government funds have long been approved, yet construction has yet to commence." Tang Ye understood the implication. The new senior care project was a sore point for Chen Jihua. Previously, he faced numerous obstacles in advancing this matter, leading to his eventual disillusionment and decision to take a back seat. Now, Chen Jihua sought to regain his momentum, intending to reignite the senior care project and garner Tang Ye's support at the party committee meeting. With Tang Ye having successfully completed his investment attraction task, Su Yiping now treated him with considerable kindness, recognizing the value of a guest who could bring political achievements. However, Tang Ye increasingly felt that Su Yiping was not a competent core leader. The impending development of Pingu would be significant, and Su Yiping's mediocrity and stubbornness posed obstacles to the town's progress. Having some knowledge about the senior care facility project, Tang Ye sighed, "Mayor Chen, I understand your desire to achieve tangible results, but revisiting old matters can be quite challenging." Chen Jihua's eyes widened in anger that money has long been divided among them. Tang Ye empathized with Chen Jihua's frustration, stroking his chin in contemplation. "We cannot confront them head-on. They will surely have countermeasures." Chen Jihua replied coldly, "We cannot allow them to act without restraint. There are many tasks ahead. We must not let these parasites siphon off resources for their own gain." Tang Ye, sensing their thoughts aligned, retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Chen Jihua. "Please review the section on elder care in this proposal." Chen Jihua took the document and quickly flipped through the pages, his eyes growing brighter. A wellness town. The Pingu Resort Project Proposal. The proposal outlined significant plans for the senior care facility, not only aiming to construct a new one, but also to transform Pingu's facility into the largest and finest in the surrounding towns. Chen Jihua recognized Tang Ye's grand vision and ambition. "Aiming for a provincial resort project? Our town lacks advantages." Tang Ye countered, "How can we know unless we try? Since the inspection team has already visited, they must have considered us. The world is uncertain. We are all dark horses." Tang Ye patiently guided. "When you attend the county meeting, you could mention this proposal to the county leaders. They are likely more eager than us to secure the resort project." Well said. The world is uncertain. We are all dark horses. Chen Jihua admired Tang Ye's perspective, realizing he was playing a much larger game, capturing hearts while leveraging the political hunger for achievements. The county leaders would undoubtedly recognize the opportunity within, regardless of whether the probability of securing the multi-billion-dollar resort project in Pingu was 10% or 1%. The benefits to their careers would drive anyone to chase after it fervently. After swiftly reviewing the proposal, Chen Jihua felt a surge of emotions. The document was detailed, showcasing foresight and vision. That Tang Ye was willing to entrust it to him bolstered his confidence. Clutching the documents, Chen Jihua left the office, his steps noticeably lighter. Tang Ye understood Chen Jihua well. While he lacked the prestige of Su Yiping, his ambition surpassed it significantly. In the bureaucratic sphere, hierarchy was paramount. Though Du Qingfeng held a favorable impression of him, submitting materials directly would be a breach of protocol, a serious faux pas. Additionally, he wished to empower Chen Jihua, equipping him with the capability to contend with Su Yiping. Upon returning to his office, Chen Jihua immersed himself in the proposal, his mind buzzing with surprise and contemplation. If Tang's vision were realized, as mayor, he could achieve significant political accolades. What he had once thought was a retirement in a regular position now seemed within reach of a promotion to deputy director. With the investment attraction task completed, the transformation of Qingya appeared to be without hope. After work, Tang Ye headed to the Qingya garment factory, handing a pack of cigarettes to Old Lin at the entrance. Old Lin glanced at the cigarettes with a frown, stopped with the flattery. "Hurry and make the call for someone to pick you up." Faced with Old Lin's indifference, Tang Ye reluctantly pulled out his phone to call Gu Wenqin. A few minutes later, Gu Wenqin came out to greet him personally. As they were about to head to the workshop, a voice called from behind. "President Gu, please hold on." Gu Wenqin turned to see Zheng Yaodong stepping out of a BMW, followed by Su Jie, who wore a sly smile. "Is there something you need?" Zheng Yaodong adjusted his suit, stating, "No one visits without purpose. Let us go inside and chat." Gu Wenqin eyed Su Jie warily. "I welcome you, but not him." Zheng Yaodong waved dismissively. "We are here to discuss business, and we need President Su present. Do me this favor." Su Jie smirked, thinking, "Don't get too cocky. Gu Wenqin, there will be a time to regret it." They all entered Gu Wenqin's office. Zheng Yaodong pulled a contract from his pocket. "President Gu, I'm here today to sincerely discuss cooperation." Gu Wenqin furrowed her brow. "Didn't you refuse before?" Zheng Yaodong smiled. "To my knowledge, Qingya's distribution channels are currently severed. Without orders, prolonging this will only lead to greater losses. Su Jie and I are willing to invest 2 million. You transfer the factory and production line to me. This is your last chance." Gu Wenqin was taken aback by Zheng Yaodong and Apos' knowledge of Qingya and Apos' situation. With the garment factory in turmoil, many feared it was on the brink of collapse. With funds running low, this month's payroll was already in jeopardy. She had originally planned to make strides in women's lingerie, but hope seemed distant. "Wenqin, trust me, let us merge the two companies. I'll be the boss, and you can be the boss lady. Wouldn't that be ideal? Why listen to outsiders when your home is falling apart? Why pursue a transformation now?" Su Jie seized the moment, attempting to take advantage of the situation. "Outsider." Tang Ye detected hostility and retorted with a cold smile. "President Gu has already stated she will not transfer. You should leave." Gu Wenqin's face turned pale with anger. "Mayor Tang's words reflect my stance." Su Jie glanced at Tang Ye with disdain, offering Gu Wenqin a pitying look. "Don't regret this." Zheng Yaodong and Su Jie were there to negotiate an expansion of their operation and establish a new factory. They also intended to gauge the situation at Qingya, knowing that soon it would go bankrupt, allowing them to acquire the factory and production line at a bargain price. As they departed, Gu Wenqin's eyes glistened with tears. "Should I return your investment? We still have some funds. Let us minimize losses." Tang Ye took a deep breath and urged, "The tougher the situation, the more we must persevere." His phone rang. Tang Ye answered, and Lin Xiang and Apos' excited voice came through. "Brother Yi, great news. A major client just placed an order for 2,000 pieces. Do we have enough stock in the warehouse?" Tang Ye struggled to remain composed. "Are you sure it's 2,000 pieces, not 2,000 yuan?" Lin Xiang laughed heartily. Just a few days prior, this client had purchased 50 items, which struck me as rather peculiar. I never anticipated that today she would suddenly place an order for 2,000 pieces. After conversing with her, I learned that she is the owner of a foreign trade company in Yuhai, who has been seeking products with both style and quality, and our goods perfectly meet her requirements. This order represents only the initial batch, and should the feedback be favorable, we could establish a long-term partnership. Tang Ye, covering his phone, promptly informed Gu Wenqin of this delightful news. "You must organize the team for overtime. We need to replenish our stock. There is no need to worry about sales anymore." Lin Xiang has successfully sold out the entire first batch of goods. Chapter 34. The first batch of goods is sold out. Gu Wenqin was delighted to learn that the other party had ordered 2,000 pieces. Yet a hint of concern lingered in her heart. She wondered if it could be a trap. Recalling a past incident where her father had faced a similar situation in business. The other party had provided a deposit, but after taking delivery, they delayed the final payment. And eventually, the funds were never recovered. Tang Ye admired Gu Wenqin's prudence and insisted that this shipment be personally supervised. He instructed Fatty to accompany the delivery, ensuring payment was exchanged hand in hand with the goods. Upon hearing Tang Ye's words, Gu Wenqin's expression softened. As the year 2005 saw online payments in e-commerce still in their infancy, while transactions of 1 or 2,000 yuan were manageable online, the value of goods worth tens of thousands made everyone feel uneasy. Tang Ye called Sun Hai. Fatty, I have great news. Someone has purchased our first batch of goods in full. Sun Hai, reclining on the sofa watching a football match, sat up straight, incredulous. What? Did I hear you correctly? Tang Ye heightened the anticipation, explaining that this was merely the first batch, with more to follow. Sun Hai started calculating. We stand to earn 30,000 from this. Initially, I thought selling online was a waste of time, but it seems we have achieved results. That Ling guy has some talent. Once Sun Hai finished speaking, Tang Ye earnestly stated, this order is crucial, so I need you to personally deliver it. Only after confirming the payment will you hand over the goods. Sun Hai, shedding his previous nonchalance, inquired, when will we ship? Tang Ye exchanged glances with Gu Wenqin as the truck driver was about to begin loading, aiming for a night delivery to ensure the goods reached the customer by morning. This would demonstrate their efficiency and secure the payment sooner. Sun Hai hurried to dress. I'm off to meet the driver in Pinnacle. Sun's mother, hearing commotion in the living room, saw Sun Hai putting on his shoes and curiously glanced at the wall clock. It's almost dinner time. Where are you going? Sun Hai, turning his back to his mother, replied rapidly, don't worry, I'm not going out for fun. I have business to attend to. I won't be home tonight. Observing her son leave, Sun's mother walked to the study to find her husband. It seems Sun Hai has been hiding something from us these past few days. He just left and won't be back until late. Do you think he might be gambling? Sun's father furrowed his brow. That boy has little ambition. He can't succeed at anything. Let him be, as long as he doesn't cause trouble. Sun's mother understood the tense father-son relationship. Her husband hoped that Sun Hai would work on construction sites for a few years and eventually take over the family business. However, Sun Hai had confronted a foreman who mistreated workers. Although he won the argument, his father had to spend a significant amount to smooth things over. In his father's eyes, Sun Hai was merely a slacker, incapable of enduring hardship. That evening, Gu Wenqin arranged for the freight driver, and Sun Hai set off with the driver to Yunhai for delivery. At 5 in the morning, they arrived at the recipient's address. The recipient, a 35-year-old woman in a black suit, was pleasantly surprised to receive the goods so quickly, as deliveries typically took 5 to 6 days. After verifying the items, she confirmed the order, and Lin Xiang immediately called to inform them that the payment had been credited. At that moment, Sun Hai finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he presented the delivery receipt for her signature. The woman, named Chi Meiyu, halted Sun Hai as he prepared to leave. I have a question, she said. Sun Hai turned around. Yes, Miss Chi, what is it? With a serious expression, Chi Meiyu inquired, who is the product designer? Sun Hai thought to himself that the designer was a rather unassuming character, yet he replied, our factory manager, who, like you, is a remarkably talented and beautiful woman. Chi Meiyu smiled thoughtfully. Please convey my regards to her. I would love to visit your factory sometime. Sun Hai cheerfully invited. You are always welcome for an on-site visit. Once the truck departed, Chi Meiyu instructed her staff to transport the products to their designated positions in the warehouse, continuously reminding them to handle everything with care. To her, these garments embody the design philosophies of renowned international brands, with quality materials deserving of the term artistic masterpiece. While browsing a forum, she had encountered a post about the products and subsequently purchased one from the online store. Initially attracted by the low price, to her astonishment, the comfort exceeded her expectations. Notably, one particular piece possessed an almost magical quality, transforming an apple into a grapefruit. She subsequently ordered dozens more to share with the women on her team for their feedback, all of whom agreed that Qinghe lingerie would undoubtedly find a significant market. Since China joined the WTO in 2001, Chi Meiyu had transitioned from customs to business, unreservedly embracing the entrepreneurial spirit and becoming one of the first to benefit from the policy dividends. The 2,000 pieces were set to be shipped to South Korea and Japan, with profits expected to double effortlessly. Upon arriving at work, Tang Ye received a jubilant call from Sun Hai. His tone was notably relaxed. Everything is settled. I can end oppos. Do you believe we actually sold something online? I thought you were pulling my leg. Initially, Tang Ye shared the uncertainty, but he felt a strong premonition that this could be a breakthrough for Qinghe's transformation. By the way, what did you discuss with the buyer? Sun Hai hesitated for a moment, She seemed very curious about the designer. I told her it was Gu Wenqin and didn't reveal your involvement. Tang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you for that. Sun Hai teased, you're not upset. Are you? I just wanted to maintain the team's image. It feels odd to say the designer is a man. Tang Ye acknowledged that while Sun Hai appeared carefree, he was actually quite thoughtful. As a civil servant, if it were known that he participated in designing women and Oppos' lingerie, it could tarnish his reputation. Henceforth, he decided to promote Gu as the designer publicly. Transitioning from 0 to 1 is the most challenging, but once that barrier is breached, it opens the door to endless possibilities, much like a man and woman collaborating on a fruit salad, paving the way for many more ventures. Lin Xiang clearly sensed an increase in orders, often too busy to eat while managing inquiries. Meanwhile, the production lines at Qing'e Garment Factory expanded from 1 to 3. As the original products lacked sales channels, prompting the workforce to pivot entirely to lingerie production. Old Lin, armed with a wooden stick, patrolled the factory, marveling at the bright lights illuminating the premises late into the night. Just days prior, the factory had been lifeless, but now it thrived with renewed energy. As an observer, Old Lin noted the remarkable transformation of Gu Wenqin, who had once been quite stubborn, but now seemed to wholeheartedly follow Tang Ye and Oppos' lead. Once a person learns to adapt, their spirit can be rejuvenated. She had guided everyone out of despair. Chapter 35. The Successful Trial Balloon. Su Jie and Zheng Yaodong have signed a cooperation agreement, with Zheng Yaodong investing his entire fortune in Pingu, much to Su Jie's delight. That evening, he visited Hoha village to clandestinely meet his former lover, Luo Xiaocui. Although Luo Xiaocui was of average appearance and stood under 1.60 meters, she possessed one remarkable quality, her exceptionally fair skin. The brief separation felt like a new marriage. Once inside, Su Jie embraced Luo Xiaocui and indulged in her affection for several minutes. However, recalling Su Jie's recent neglect, Luo Xiaocui suddenly pushed him away, complaining, "It and Oppos. It's been ages since you last visited me. Has and Oppos. Tea it?" Su Jie chuckled, already prepared with an excuse. Your husband is always around, leaving me with no opportunity to see you. Luo Xiaocui, fixing her tousled hair, shot him a displeased glance. But I heard you have a new flame. Su Jie cast her a sidelong glance, feigning ignorance. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Xiaocui, aware that Su Jie was merely toying with her, decided to confront him directly. Aren't you interested in Gu Wenqin? Su Jie glared at Luo Xiaocui, gripping her chin. Don't bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Luo Xiaocui swatted his hand away, playfully smiling. I heard Gu Wenqin's factory is thriving and hiring, offering high salaries. If it weren't for you, I would surely apply. Su Jie abruptly sprang from the bed. Is Qing'e hiring? He had thought he and Zheng Yaodong had effectively cut off all channels to her. But now it seemed she had turned her business around. Yes, she has started producing and selling milk bags. The outfit I and Oppos am wearing is from their new collection. Looks good, right? You kept praising how I've gained curves when I walked in, she teased. Su Jie's expression darkened. After being away for a few days, he had intended to return to negotiate the acquisition but was now taken aback by Gu Wenqin's unexpected success. Losing interest, he dressed and headed for the door. Luo Xiaocui, surprised by his departure, watched his retreating figure in the dim light, biting her lip and cursing. Su Air, you little brat. If you dare to come looking for me again, I'll break your legs. Under the cover of night, Su Jie quietly arrived at the Qing'e clothing factory, its lights blazing. Gritting his teeth, he thought, all my schemes have come to naught. I never anticipated Gu Wenqin would find a way to breathe again. Meanwhile, Chen Jihua returned from the county government and headed straight to Tang Ye and Oppos' office. Observing Chen and Oppos' expression, Tang surmised that his report to Director Du had gone smoothly. Chen took the teacup from Tang and sipped, beaming. Director Du expressed high praise for my report on the nursing home project. Your plan is simply brilliant. Tang sighed with relief. He had high hopes for this proposal, contingent upon Chen's deep understanding of it. Did Director Du mention any support? He inquired. Chen nodded. In my presence, Director Du called the heads of the planning and finance bureaus, urging them to expedite the matter, with construction expected to commence next year. Tang understood why Chen was so pleased. The nursing home project was a significant breakthrough. The approval process was already in place, as the county had previously allocated funds. But those funds were tangled with Su Yiping. Chen had initially confronted Su over the unclear funding, leading to a bitter fallout. Ultimately, under pressure from Su, he had chosen to endure, leaving him disheartened. Old Su is likely aware of this by now, so be prepared, Tang cautioned. Chun and Tang were in the same boat, allowing for their forthright conversation, and Chun felt particularly anxious. Old Su appears stable, yet he lacks ambition. Under his leadership, Pingu will surely fall behind other townships. We cannot sit idly by, we must seek change, Tang thought to himself, recognizing Chin's keen understanding of Su Yiping. The seemingly reckless fishing trip was, in fact, a calculated waiting game. For instance, Chin's recent gesture of goodwill during the party's leadership meeting might have been part of his strategy. Tang regarded Chun as a pawn in the game against Su Yiping. Not long after Chin departed, the office phone rang. Tang answered, and a resonant voice greeted him. This is Du Chengfeng. Hello, Director Du, how may I assist you? The proposal Chin submitted was your work, correct? Yes, I collaborated with Director Chin on it. Du Chengfeng's direct inquiry signaled that Tang's trial balloon had succeeded. He appreciated Tang's sense of propriety. Had he approached Du directly with the proposal, it might have raised suspicions of overstepping boundaries, which is a significant workplace faux pas. Tang, without claiming credit, was willing to lend Chin a hand. Portraying himself as a team player, Chin's presentation left some ambiguity, and given the urgency, I didn't delve deeper, which is why I'm reaching out to you. Additionally, having been in Tianling County for a while, what issues do you perceive, and how should we address them? Tang had not anticipated Du would elevate the conversation to county-level planning. I'm not well-versed in Tianling and Apos' situation, so I wouldn't Apos. Want to speculate, he replied. Du thought Tang was quite modest and encouraged, having studied under Dean Jiang. I trust you possess unique insights. Tang awaited Du's affirmation. If he was genuinely interested, he would elaborate. If it was merely a casual inquiry, he risked coming off as verbose and unwelcome. Director Du, I'll share a few unrefined thoughts. Last year, Tianling's state-owned enterprises reported assets of 120 million, yet liabilities soared to 380 million, contributing only a third to fiscal revenue. To revitalize these enterprises, I estimate at least 200 million is needed, which is beyond Tianling's current fiscal capacity. Upon hearing Tang's precise figures, Du Chengfeng was instantly captivated. The previous inspection team had left a strong impression of Tang. To be an effective official, one needed not only personal capability but also a competent aide. Although Tang would not remain in Tianling for long, Du sought a thorough analysis of the county through him. Tang continued, for Tianling to thrive, it must seek external support. We should actively pursue backing from higher authorities, not through mere connections but by demonstrating our potential. Tianling County needs a coherent plan, clear objectives, and an ambitious vision to show that following the steps will yield results. Du Chengfeng's expression softened as Tang articulated his thoughts, resonating with his inner convictions. Why was funding allocated for road repairs in Pingu? Why was the Pingu nursing home designated as a county-level model project? It was due to the clarity of Tang's planning and proposals. As long as Tianling submitted reasonable and actionable plans, the city would undoubtedly extend robust support. With funding secured, political achievements would naturally follow. Chapter 36. The old case of the chemical plant in the spacious and brightly lit office of the county governor. Du Chengfeng stood contemplatively before the planning map. He rested his chin on his hand at times and paced back and forth. His gaze was fixated on the location of Pingu, tracing several arcs in the air with his finger. The phrase young and formidable came to his mind. Indeed, it was remarkable to gain recognition from higher authorities at such a young age. Tang Ye had been promoted by the municipal party secretary Zhou Chengwu and assigned to Pingu town. Subsequently, Zhao Dishing led an inspection team to Pingu for research. And soon after, Zhou Chengwu attended the signing ceremony for AIOU electric appliances. All these clues intertwined implied that Pingu possessed immense potential. Tang Ye opened his computer and typed the titles several suggestions for the economic development of Tianling County. Since Du Chengfeng had assigned him this task, he was determined to submit it promptly. The quality of his work would directly influence his future rapport with Du Chengfeng. There is a saying that the best form of bribery is not the delivery of beautiful women, luxury cars, villas, or antique treasures, but rather the delivery of political achievements. Why has Jiang Jinping become a distinguished guest of the local government? Because his team, serving as a think tank, could professionally help the government identify problems and formulate reasonable solutions. Tang Ye had a clear understanding of his capabilities. He was unlike any current officials, possessing a unique comprehension of the government and the world. For discerning leaders, this was an invaluable asset. Everyone recognized that society was undergoing a transformative era, yet no one knew how to break the impasse. Tang Ye possessed the ability to discern the essence through appearances. akin to gazing at the moon through water or seeing flowers through fog. When Chun Ziyuan was inebriated, he once complained to Tang Ye that despite being the second-in-command in Pingu, he was merely a widow official. Before he fell from grace, many would curry favor with him. Once he lost his backing, even a rogue would dare to kick down his office door. Although Tang Ye had some roots in the city, upon arriving in Tianling County, he was ultimately at a disadvantage. A distant water could not quench a near thirst. His successful connection with Du Chifeng would benefit his work in Pingu. After 2 hours of drafting, Tang Ye suddenly recalled something and dialed Wan Ming's number. Old Wan, how's the investigation into the old case of the chemical plant coming along? Wan Ming chuckled. Are you worried about my work? I've uncovered that the incident from years ago is highly likely connected to the village chief of Ho, Shang Daong. This person is quite the schemer. After being cuckolded by Su Jie, he was crippled by Su Jie and later became Su Jie's lackey. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he hides outside to gamble all night, shifting positions for ROFC. You can tell if he is home by checking for a red string hanging on the clothesline under the loquat tree at his door. Tang Ye had heard this gossip from the breakfast shop owner and responded gravely, keep a close watch on him. Xia Haiqiao entered Su Yiping's office, where Su Yiping was smoking with a grim expression. Xia Haiqiao's heart began to race. Secretary Su, what's the matter? Su Yiping exhaled a puff of smoke. How much money remains for the elderly care facility construction project? Xia Haiqiao looked at Su Yiping in confusion. About 200,000, but with so many people involved, it's hardly anything left. Besides, has the project concluded? Su Yiping's expression turned serious. You need to fill this gap. Qin Jihua submitted a proposal at the county meeting today to transform the elderly care facility in Pingu into a large-scale center serving multiple townships. I just received news that the county audit team will send people to check the accounts. That rascal dares to bring this up again. Is he tired of living? Xia Haiqiao felt a chill run down his spine. According to their original plan, they intended merely to repair the facility, build a wall, repaint the interior, and throw in a few beds and tables as a FA audit. However, if the audit team intervened, it would complicate matters. Su Yiping sighed with a complex expression. You're still looking at things too superficially. Your opponent is not Qin Jihua, but the hidden threat posed by Tang Ye. Let's talk. You must find a way to fill this pit. Su Yiping waved his hand impatiently. Xia Haiqiao felt as if he had swallowed a fly. With so many people sharing the spoils, why should he be the one to clean up the mess? Where am I supposed to find such a large sum of money at once? Secretary Su, can you help me think of a solution? Su Yiping remained silent for a few seconds. I can find a way to cover 100,000. For the other 100,000, that's on you. Xia Haiqiao knew Su Yiping well. Further discussion was futile, and he left dejectedly. Passing by Tang Ye's office, Xia Haiqiao entered without knocking, leaving the door wide open. He strolled around the room, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and leisurely sat on the sofa, crossing his legs and exhaling smoke while eyeing Tang Ye. Noticing Xia Haiqiao's disregard for decorum, Tang Ye saw no need to be courteous. He took a sip of water from the cup on his desk and continued typing on the computer screen. After waiting for a while and receiving no acknowledgement from Tang Ye, Xia Haiqiao finally couldn't hold back. The elderly care facility project was your idea, wasn't it? Tang Ye recognized that revisiting this matter would infringe upon certain interests. Mayor Xia, you overestimate me. I lack such capability. Xia Haiqiao took a deep drag on his cigarette. Exhaling the smoke and crushing the butt with malice, let us be frank. I know you have backing in the city, but even a cornered rabbit will bite. If you don't know when to stop, no one will be able to dissuade me. Tang Ye was taken aback by Xia Haiqiao's direct confrontation and smiled lightly. Mayor Xia, you resemble not a rabbit, but a sycophantic guard dog. Tang Ye had long been displeased with Xia Haiqiao. Xia Haiqiao instantly grew furious, rolled up his sleeves, and slammed the coffee table, declaring, watch your mouth. Tang Ye stood up, unbuttoned his shirt collar, loosened his belt, and pulled out his shirt hem. Gazing defiantly at Xia Haiqiao, shall we exchange a few blows? Xia Haiqiao, seeing Tang Ye towering half a head over him, felt deflated. This young man could catch thieves and subdue traffickers. His skills were remarkable, and Xia Haiqiao was no match, though he would not admit defeat verbally. He thought to himself that being 10 years younger, he would undoubtedly pin Tang Ye to the ground for a beating. Without waiting for Tang Ye to respond, he turned and walked away. Coward. Watching Xia Haiqiao's retreating figure, Tang Ye tugged at his collar, a look of disappointment crossing his face. He casually wrote on a clean sheet of paper with a fountain pen, a true man of action must abandon all notions of luck. Only through relentless effort can one achieve greatness and make a resounding impact. Returning to his office, Xia Haiqiao felt despondent for a long while before dialing Shang Dayong's number. You need to give me 100,000 urgently. Upon hearing the amount, Shang Daong became agitated. Mayor Xia, for a few thousand, I wouldn't bat an eye. But 100,000 is no small sum. Are you forcing me to rob a bank? Xia Haiqiao slammed his hand on the table in fury. Shang Daong. I'm not negotiating. I'm issuing a command. I know you have money. Have you forgotten how you became the village chief of Ho? Do you believe that if I merely hinted, a multitude would vie to replace you? You've reaped many benefits over the years. Shang Daong dared not retort and could only smile wryly. I need time to think of a solution. Xia Haiqiao replied curtly. I want to see the money by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Knowing Xia Haiqiao's temperament, Shang Daong could only helplessly comply. You're like my father. I'll do as you say. I'll go to the bank first thing in the morning. After hanging up, Shang Daong cursed. Xia Haiqiao. You dog of a mother, do you see me as your money bag? He angrily kicked over a water bottle in the corner. Upon hearing commotion in the living room, Luo Xiaozue hurriedly emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at Shang Daong and Apos' nose, exclaiming, You good for nothing. It and Apos' one thing to squander your days gambling outside. But must you return home to wreak havoc? Do you not yearn for a peaceful life? Shang Daong, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue, slipped on his shoes and strode out, declaring, I'm off to drink. Each day is consumed by gambling or drowning in liquor. Marrying you was a grave mistake. I demand a divorce. Luo Xiaozue pursued Shang Daong, hurling curses that echoed through half the village. Chapter 37, Targeting His Wife. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Tang Ye was preparing to head to the government office when he noticed a black sedan parked beside a pancake stall. Shang Daong handed Tin Yuan through the car window to the stall owner, but when she failed to catch it, he smashed the pancake onto her face and drove off. The stall owner, an elderly woman in her 60s, wiped away her tears in a state of distress, yet quickly composed herself to serve the next customer. Upon arriving at the government office, Tang Ye discovered that Shang Daong and Apos' vehicle was parked within the premises. As he passed by Xia Haiqiao and Apos' office, he saw Shang Daong just closing the door. Xia Haiqiao was counting money from an envelope while chiding. You have a knack for being tactless, but your efficiency is commendable. Next time I have orders, just listen, don't argue with me. Shang Daong, despite nodding in agreement, felt a pang in his heart. 100,000 was no trifling sum for him. It was compensation for the death of his brother and sister-in-law. In the near future, a significant project was set to commence in Qinho village with an investment of 220 million from AIO Electric. Xia Haiqiao suggested, when the time comes, establish a construction team and take on some contracts. You'll be counting money effortlessly. Shang Daong's eyes lit up at the prospect. That sounds splendid. I heard there will be relocations. Xia Haiqiao nodded. You have sharp ears. However, the lucrative relocation contracts won't be yours. Su Jie has already secured them. At the mention of Su Jie, Shang Daong's expression shifted. Aware of their past conflicts, Xia Haiqiao added, You could hire some muscle. There will be a need for it during the relocations. While you may not get the lion's share, even a small portion will suffice for you to feast. Shang Daong's frown eased, and he thought to himself, Thank you for this golden opportunity. Xia Haiqiao patted Shang Daong on the shoulder, mentioning that there was a new project at Ziding Pavilion. Coming back to reality, Shang Daong smiled. Yes, those young ladies are from Guangdong province and of high quality. Yesterday, I was with a particularly stunning nurse. Xia Haiqiao chuckled. What about flight attendants? Shang Daong, excited by the inquiry, slapped his thigh. Yes, and even a lawyer. I'll arrange it. Is the secretary going? After waiting a while and seeing Xia Haiqiao remain silent, Shang Daong prepared to leave. Xia Haiqiao added, I'll ask the secretary later what profession he prefers. Regardless of the profession, they all need to wear undergarments. And there will always be resistance before the task is done. Suddenly, Wan Ming stormed into the office with a grim expression. Curiosity piqued? Tang Ye asked. Why the serious demeanor? Wan Ming replied coldly, I just ran into Shang Daong. This scoundrel is linked to the chemical plant explosion from years ago. Acting on Tang Ye's instructions, he had investigated the town's chemical factory. The explosion years prior had claimed many lives and left many injured or disabled. Numerous employees at the Qinghe clothing factory were victims of that disaster. A month before the incident, Shang Daong's account had seen a significant deposit, and later, he received compensation due to the deaths of his brother and sister-in-law. He was the sole individual to receive full compensation. Tang Ye's expression darkened. These people are despicable. By the way, doesn't Shang Daong have a niece? She is the rightful beneficiary of the compensation. Wan Ming grew increasingly agitated. after his brother and sister-in-law's deaths. Their niece was taken in by them. This year, she is in the first year of junior high and recently applied for a leave of absence, saying she couldn't continue her studies. As far as I know, her grades were among the top in her class. During a home visit, the teacher learned from Shang Daong's wife that the niece had gone to live with relatives in another city to find work. Tang Ye sensed something amiss. Finding work? Doesn't that imply child labor? I fear for the girl's safety. Wan Ming furiously tugged at his hair, lamenting, what a heartless wretch, not even sparing his own niece. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ye pieced together a plan. Let us contact that relative and see if we can locate the girl. Arrange for someone to keep watch. I doubt he can cover his tracks perfectly. Even the most cunning will eventually slip up. Wan Ming cracked his knuckles. I'll ensure someone is on surveillance duty 24 hours a day. In the afternoon, a party committee meeting was convened to discuss the land acquisition for AIO Electric's factory. The initial funds had already been transferred to the account. 20 million yuan had been allocated for the acquisition, instantly swelling the town's coffers. With money in hand, many began to entertain new ideas. A portion of the relocation funds was earmarked for compensating residents, while another portion could be pocketed. In recent days, Su Yiping had made multiple trips to the county to report on the acquisition status, a clear attempt to curry favor. After receiving the county committee's approval on the relocation plan, Su Yiping organized a meeting to announce the details, given the tight timeline and heavy workload. The town party committee has established a relocation team, with myself as the leader and Comrade Hai Chao as the deputy. All departments must actively coordinate to complete the task within 2 months. Tang Ye noted the grim expression on Chen Jihua's face. Su Yiping had not consulted him beforehand, directly announcing the formation of the team in the meeting, leaving Chen Jihua in a difficult position. Although the relocation leadership team could exclude Tang Ye, protocol dictated that the deputy leader be Chen Jihua. Yet, Su Yiping had blatantly overlooked him. The eyes of all present turned to Chen Jihua. Unexpectedly, the executive vice mayor, Wang Kaiqing, spoke out first. Secretary, shouldn't we include Tang Ye's name on the relocation team since he was instrumental in securing the project? While Wang Kaiqing appeared to advocate for Tang Ye, he was subtly reminding Su Yiping not to forget him. Su Yiping smiled patiently, explaining, the relocation requires familiarity with Pingu and involves many factors. Comrade Tang Ye's strengths lie in investment attraction. He should focus on what he does best. Su Yiping's meaning was clear. The personnel list for the relocation team was set in stone, and no one should harbor any other intentions. A smug smile spread across Xia Haijiao's face. Though the cake was substantial, having more people meant smaller portions for everyone, so the fewer who got involved, the greater the share for the others. Tang Ye and Chen Jihua exchanged glances, saying little. Wang Kaiqing's remarks indicated a fracture within the opposing camp due to unequal interests. After the meeting, Tang Ye entered Chen Jihua's office and closed the door behind him. Chen Jihua slammed his hand on the table, scoffing, I've never seen such shamelessness before. They placed all their cronies in the relocation office, thinking only of draining the public's resources. This is the people's hard-earned money. They absolutely cannot succeed. Tang Ye, however, held a different perspective. Although there are profits to be made in relocation, indulging too much in riches can lead to misfortune. Chen Jihua mused that Tang Ye was underestimating Su Yiping's greed and tactics. Previous issues related to relocation had been monopolized by Su Yiping, and although the higher-ups were aware of the problems, they chose to turn a blind eye. Their approach to relocation was exceedingly brutal, often involving midnight demolitions. In one instance, a household with only an elderly person was directly buried alive. Despite being rescued, the person was in critical condition, and the compensation provided was insufficient for medical expenses. The elderly person died in despair, and when the son sought to defend his rights, he was apprehended during each petition and ultimately sent to a mental institution. Tang Ye was taken aback by the cold-bloodedness of Su Yiping and his associates. Additionally, he sensed that Chen Jihua, having lost to Su Yiping multiple times, was now fearful of defeat. He reassured, let us wait and see what unfolds. Tang Ye's calm demeanor surprised Chen Jihua, prompting him to reflect on his own hasty ambition. Changing the subject, he mentioned, the county audit team is coming to review the accounts, surprisingly. The 20,000 for the nursing home has been recorded. Su Yiping had responded quite swiftly. Tang Ye, sensing the cunning nature of Pingu's old tortoise, questioned, Isn't it just robbing Peter to pay Paul? Surely, there will be traces left behind? Chen Jihua helplessly waved his hand and said solemnly, the higher authorities have already reached a conclusion and will not pursue this matter. In rural areas, there are sometimes expenses for demolition and repairs. As long as the overall accounts are intact, there will be some leeway. Tang Ye took a deep breath. Aware that Su Yiping was quite close to the deputy secretary of the county committee, Gao Zhanjuan. It was this connection that allowed him to act so unilaterally. Upon returning to his office, Tang Ye received a call from Wan Ming. Wan Ming spoke in a serious tone. My people have arrived in another region and found relatives of Shang Daong, but they have not located his niece. Tang Ye abruptly stood up from his chair. His excitement palpable as he declared, immediately arrest Shang Daong and Apos, S. wife. He is very cunning. Targeting his wife will likely yield quicker results. Chapter 38, The Ledger of Crimes. Tang Ye encountered Luo Xiaozue in the interrogation room of the police station. The woman, not yet 30, was tall and fair-skinned, with alluring peach blossom eyes. Possessing a certain charm, Luo Xiaozue had been brought to the police station, her psychological resilience evidently fragile, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. Wan Ming introduced Tang Ye, stating, "This is the deputy town head, Tang Ye." Observing her guilty demeanor, Tang Ye inquired sternly, "Luo Xiaozue, where is Shang Woman? Have you harmed her?" Luo Xiaozue's eyes widened in shock as she hastily shook her head, exclaiming, I wouldn't even dare to kill a fish. How could I kill a person?" Tang Ye slammed his hand on the table, coldly asserting, "You are lying. We have searched for Shang Woman in other places, but her relatives claim she is missing." "I don't know." Luo Xiaozue gasped, clutching her chest, her gaze evasive. "My husband took care of it. You should ask him." Leaning back with a sardonic expression, Tang Ye remarked, "The police have interviewed villagers, and after adopting Shang Wanwen, you and Shang Daong kept her in a pigsty, depriving her of food, denying her warm clothing in winter, and resorting to beatings. That child was covered in injuries. You have a motive to kill." Although she admitted to mistreating the girl, Luo Xiaozue insisted tearfully, "I would never kill her. You should ask my husband. He must know where she is." Tang Ye noted the pallor on Luo Xiaozue's face. Realizing her psychological defenses were crumbling, he pressed on, "I hope you will cooperate with us. Even if your husband is the mastermind, you could also be considered an accomplice. You should strive for leniency. If she is missing, we will assume she is dead, and your suspicion will be paramount, as Shang Daong and the girl are blood relatives." At that moment, Luo Xiaozue could no longer maintain her composure, covering her face as she wept. "Shang Wanwen is alive. She is not dead. I am not a murderer." Luo Xiaozue's mental barriers were collapsing. Wan Ming cast a look of admiration at Tang Ye, realizing his prowess in interrogation. "If she is alive, then where is she?" With Tang Ye silent, Wan Ming continued, "If you provide clues now, you might reduce your punishment." "She is alive." Luo Xiaozue sobbed, "She really is." Tang Ye felt a mix of relief and anger, relieved that Shang Wenwen was alive, yet furious that she, a minor, was forced into labor by her only family. Exiting the interrogation room, Tang Ye instructed Wan Ming, "I'll leave the next steps to you." Wan Ming smirked. This matter will be too much for Su Jie to handle. He promptly set off to investigate the Bowman garment factory. An hour later, Tang Ye received a call from Wan Ming. "We found a hidden door at the Bowman garment factory, revealing an underground workshop where all the employees are minors. Besides Shang Wenwen, there are 7 other child laborers under the age of 16, lured from Yunnan and other regions. Overtime is routine, and disobedience results in beatings. Su Jie bought them for about 2,000 each." Tang Ye was astounded by this revelation. No wonder Bowman was so profitable. Not only were they harsh towards employees, but they had also resorted to such illicit practices. During the search for evidence, they discovered a ledger in a safe. A ledger? Tang Ye realized his earlier choice to nurture the situation had been astute. No surprises here. Su Jie was the key to bringing down Su Yiping. This cunning individual had meticulously recorded who received what amount and when, along with numerous photographs, some taken by his lover, others involving his mistress and various individuals. Among them were images of Secretary Su. It seemed this old tortoise had a penchant for indulgence, hence the always-present wolfberry in his thermos. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ye instructed, "Bring me the evidence." Upon inspecting the evidence, Tang Ye confirmed its authenticity and immediately contacted Chen Jihua. "Mayor Chen, I have materials obtained from Su Jie and Apos, S warehouse." Chen Jihua and Apos, S expression turned grave. "I will wait for you in my office." Once Tang Ye arrived, he quickly sifted through the documents, extracting a page that linked to Shang Daong. Upon seeing the annotations, Chen Jihua's face turned furious. He could hardly believe that the chemical plant explosion incident from years ago was indeed man-made. Tang Ye lamented the dark side of humanity. Realizing that Shang Daong had ruthlessly betrayed his own brother, Shang Daong, burdened by gambling debts and disputes, had been dismissed from the factory, and his brother, Shan Xiaojun, took his place. Seeking revenge, Shang Daong colluded with Su Jie to deliberately cut off the electricity and water supply, causing a catastrophic rise in temperature and pressure in the reactor, ultimately resulting in a devastating explosion. On that fateful day, Shang Xiaojun's wife had gone to the factory to deliver lunch, leading to the tragic deaths of both siblings. Afterward, the government issued compensation, which Shang Daong controlled due to his niece's tender age. Thus, he profited handsomely from this tragedy. Why did Shang Daong endure Su Jie's betrayal and remain submissive? Not only because of Su Yiping's influence, but also because Su Jie held incriminating evidence against him. Su Jie's motive for bribing Shang Daong was to eliminate political rivals for Su Yiping. Such a beast, Shang Daong, who murdered his brother and sister-in-law, squandered the compensation, and forced his niece into a sweatshop. Such a person deserves the most severe punishment. Qin Jihua immediately reported this to Du Qingfeng, realizing the gravity of the situation. Du Qingfeng summoned Tang Ye and Qin Jihua to the county government. In the office, after reviewing all the materials, Du Qingfeng's anger flared. He had not anticipated that Su Yiping was not only incompetent but also a parasite. How could a party member embody such disgraceful behavior and still manage the work effectively? This issue must be thoroughly investigated. Subsequently, a county disciplinary inspection team was established and personnel quickly mobilized. Upon Tang Ye's return to Pingu town, Su Yiping had already been taken away from his office. Su Jie and Shang Daong were also detained, given the severity of their actions, and were transported from the town police station to the county bureau for interrogation. Su Yiping sat in a hotel room, facing a stern interrogation team, feeling as though he were still dreaming. His spirits had been high these past few days, as Pingu town was on the brink of significant development. The county had allocated funds for road construction, and the demolition compensation from AIO had arrived. He was ready to roll up his sleeves and work hard. However, an unexpected turn of events had occurred, landing him in a peculiar hotel. Interrogating him was Zhao Yang, the county's deputy secretary of the disciplinary committee, who placed a pen and paper before him, demanding he confess all his violations over the years. Su Yiping refrained from picking up the pen, striving to maintain his composure. Secretary Zhao, I have acted justly and honorably, living up to my identity as a party member. Zhao Yang coldly regarded Su Yiping, stating, You know we won't arrest you without substantial evidence. To be frank, your nephew has been detained by the police. His psychological fortitude is not as strong as yours. He has confessed everything, shifting all blame onto you. Su Yiping could hardly believe it, gritting his teeth as he spat. You ungrateful scoundrel. Zhao Yang thrust the pen into Su Yiping's hand, patiently urging, reflect properly and confess honestly, especially regarding the chemical plant explosion incident and the whereabouts of the victims' compensation funds. It is known that only a portion was given to the families, while the majority was embezzled by you. Before departing, Zhao Yang leaned close to a subordinate, whispering a few words in the young man's ear. Su Yiping surmised the nature of Zhao Yang's confession. He must not be allowed to take his own life. After a prolonged silence of half an hour, he finally confronted the unalterable truth. The image of Tang Ye flashed through his mind. This young man had been in Pingu for less than 3 months, yet he had ensnared himself in such dire straits. Su had intended to mend their relationship, to harness his potential for mutual benefit, and to achieve remarkable results. Little did he expect that this lad was more cunning than a fox, having seized hold of his very lifeblood. In the office of the municipal party secretary, the secretary placed a report from the Disciplinary Inspection Commission on the desk. The investigation results concerning Pingu had arrived. Zhou Chengwu examined the document with utmost seriousness, his expression growing increasingly frosty. After a span of 10 minutes, Zhou Chengwu affixed his signature with a resolute decree: eradicate evil without mercy. Chapter 39. Sometimes, coded messages triumph over uncoded ones. A seismic upheaval in Pingu town. The winds howl and the cranes cry out. The populace is engulfed in trepidation. After several days of relentless interrogation, Su Yiping finally succumbed, confessing to the multitude of offenses he had committed during his long tenure in Pingu town. Most shocking was his orchestration of a catastrophic explosion at a chemical factory, which he initially intended merely as a ploy to discredit the former party secretary. However, the incident resulted in 2 fatalities and numerous injuries. At the time, the police failed to uncover any evidence, thus allowing the matter to be obscured. Furthermore, Su Yiping was entangled in illicit relationships with several women, owned multiple properties in the county and city, and was suspected of embezzling public funds. Consequently, Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, Gao Zhanjuan, found himself implicated, being reassigned from his pivotal position to the People's Congress, awaiting retirement. Gao Zhanjuan was astounded to discover that the seemingly upright Su Yiping was, in fact, a rogue, leaving him enraged to the point of spitting blood. The previously murky power struggle within the county became strikingly clear following this upheaval. With the impending reshuffle in leadership, the position of county party secretary was up for grabs. Gao Zhanjuan had once hoped to vie with Du Qingfeng for the role, but now that opportunity had vanished. Du Qingfeng appeared poised to ascend to the position of county party secretary. This piece of news invigorated Chen Zhihua, who had successfully forged connections with Du Qingfeng. Upon learning of Su Jie's arrest, Zheng Yaodong hurriedly made his way to Pinga town. The driver honked several times at the entrance of the Bowman garment factory, but the gate remained closed. Exiting the vehicle, the driver approached the security booth only to find it unoccupied. At that moment, a staff member clad in police uniform emerged from within the factory. "Who are you looking for?" he inquired. "We seek Factory Director Su, as per our appointment," the driver replied. "And who might you be? What is your relation to him?" The officer's piercing gaze scrutinized the driver, sending chills down his spine. "We are agents of Bowman," the driver explained. "Bowman has been ordered to rectify its operations, and Su Jie is currently under investigation for illegal activities." Upon hearing this, the driver hastily returned to the vehicle to inform Zheng Yaodong, "Boss, Su Jie has been arrested." Zheng Yaodong's breath quickened at the news. "Why was he arrested?" "It seems he may face sentencing," the driver murmured. "The police did not elaborate, and I did not dare to pry further." In that moment, Zheng Yaodong felt as if struck by lightning. He had just transferred a sum of money to Su Jie for a joint investment in land to build a factory. If Su Jie were in trouble, wouldn't that mean his money was essentially thrown away? Zheng Yaodong, seated in the vehicle, began making calls, eventually reaching someone privy to the situation. The contact, who worked in the county government office, warned him of the risks associated with his financial dealings with Su Jie. Su Jie's issues are grave. They involve not only the employment of minors, but also a homicide. If all goes as expected, he may never see the light of day again. Zhang Yaodong squirmed in his seat. "What about my uncle?" The contact replied curtly, "His situation is dire. He is under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission. I can't divulge further details, as it involves several high-ranking officials in the county." "Why do you suddenly inquire about this? You wouldn't happen to have financial ties with Su Jie, would you?" Zheng Yaodong forced a bitter smile and confessed, "I just signed an investment contract." The acquaintance gasped. "Then you can only count yourself unfortunate. Su Jie may appear glamorous, but he is drowning in debt. Numerous suppliers have been pursuing payments. The factory has been emptied." Zheng Yaodong listened to the busy signal on the phone, feeling as if his soul had been ripped away. Who could have imagined that years of savings would be squandered due to a single misjudgment? Zheng Yaodong could only dial his lawyer, clinging to a glimmer of hope to mitigate his losses. Tang Ye made his way to Chen Zhihua's office, coincidentally colliding with Zheng Yaodong, who was desperately seeking to recover his losses. Zheng Yaodong, looking dejected and stripped of his previous bravado, recognized Tang Ye and managed a sheepish smile. "Mayor Tang, good to see you." "Mr. Zheng, it has been a while." Tang Ye replied with a polite nod as he entered the office, refraining from further conversation. Zheng Yaodong, feeling rebuffed, sighed heavily and departed in despondence. "When others are caught in the rain, and you neglect to bring an umbrella, do you still expect someone to offer you a raincoat?" he lamented, regretting his previous misjudgment and misplaced investments. Chen Zhihua recognized the tension between Tang Ye and Zhang Yaodong, viewing Zheng as a clever fox who had been severely ensnared by Su Jie. Not only was he unable to recover the funds he had invested in the factory, but he had also placed an order for goods worth 10 million, which could not be fulfilled due to breach of contract, resulting in a lawsuit from his partners. The Bowman garment factory faced imminent closure. Although Su Jie was culpable, a multitude of workers stood on the brink of unemployment. "I have spoken with Gu Wenqing, and she is willing to take in Bowman's employees," Tang Ye informed Chen Zhihua. Chen Zhihua looked astonished, but Bowman employs hundreds. Can Qing accommodate so many? He had previously worried that Bowman's bankruptcy would pose a threat, yet he was taken aback by Tang Ye's foresight. Tang Ye placed a report in Chen Zhihua's hands. As Chen scrutinized the data, his eyes widened. "Is this a sales report for Qing'a? I thought Qing'a was on the verge of collapse." He was aware that Tang Ye had been facilitating Qing'a's transformation, but he had not anticipated such immediate results. The monthly sales had surpassed 1 million. Wouldn't the annual output exceed 10 million? Such figures would position it prominently within Tianling County. Tang Ye patiently elucidated the data to Chen Zhihua. This sales data is organized weekly, and I am sure you can discern its significance. The sales began to surge from the second week, doubling each subsequent week. As an accountant, Chen Zhihua quickly grasped the crucial point. Had Qingya discovered a unique channel for selling its products? Tang Ye thought to himself that Chen Zhihua was quite astute. Indeed, this unique channel involves selling products online. Chen Zhihua, familiar with e-commerce, expressed his skepticism, but who would dare to buy? Tang Ye chuckled. I once shared your doubts. Yet the reality is that an increasing number of individuals, particularly university students, are developing a keen interest in online shopping. Once this demographic matures, they will revolutionize traditional business models. With the current sales trend, Qingya would undoubtedly require more personnel, and Bowman-S workers, being seasoned, could easily be trained for the roles. Chen Zhihua rubbed his hands together, pacing excitedly. This could solve a significant problem. He genuinely admired Tang Ye's capabilities, reviving a near-bankrupt enterprise in less than 2 months. Tang Ye continued to extol the virtues of the internet. Numerous products from our town could find a market online, although the initial stages may prove challenging. Diversifying sales channels is always advantageous. The primary investment cost is minimal. A single computer can serve as a storefront. While it may sound fantastical, Tang Ye's enthusiasm instilled a spark of ambition in Chen Zhihua. Revitalizing the economy necessitates foresight and the courage to innovate. We should instill new concepts in Pinga's enterprises and encourage them to boldly experiment. Upon returning to the office, Tang Ye proactively called Gu Wenqin, inquiring about the recent sales performance. Gu Wenqin responded with joy, we are overwhelmed. Just yesterday, we sold 300 units in small orders and had to assign dedicated staff for packaging. The daily order volume continues to rise steadily. With a profit margin of 20 yuan per unit, they could earn 5,000 to 6,000 each day, far surpassing the profits from selling shirts. That is excellent. Since you're just starting, ensure you maintain quality control. I recently read a report about some domestic lingerie brands having quality issues, with defective underwire posing unseen dangers. Gu Wenqin patiently explained, we exclusively offer wireless shaping bras with heightened side wings that elevate and gather without the need for underwire, maintaining both support and elegance. Tang Ye recalled the message Lin Xiang had left for him on QQ, indicating that Lin would arrange for several models to take some photographs, and he was to prepare a few aesthetically pleasing styles. Gu Wenqin smiled, stating that she had created several samples based on the styles he provided, and Lin Xiang could come by at any time to collect them. Gu Wenqin managed everything with remarkable efficiency, and Tang Ye secretly mused that he had indeed made a wise choice. Gu Wenqin was a pragmatic female entrepreneur. Regarding the issue with the Bowman factory workers, Gu Wenqin immediately expressed her commitment to accept them under the same conditions as the long-serving employees. I am actually quite interested in the Bowman factory premises. Tang Ye chuckled softly, wondering how she could say she lacked ambition. Let's wait a little longer for the right opportunity to seize it. After ending the call, Gu Wenqin felt a warm glow in her heart. Ever since she met Tang Ye, everything had begun to unfold smoothly. Not only had the factory undergone a transformation, but her arch-rival Su Jie had also been sent to operate a sewing machine. Now, she no longer walked this path alone. After concluding his conversation with Gu Wenqin, Tang Ye placed a call to Lin Xiang. In 2005, online shopping was still in its infancy, and the selection of products was not as vast as it would later become. Particularly in the realm of women's lingerie, there were no competitors, thus eliminating the need to purchase promotional tools such as direct traffic services. Customers would naturally gravitate towards the offerings. Moreover, Lin Xiang, possessing a modicum of cleverness, had arranged for models to take photographs, which were then featured on the product detail pages, accompanied by promotional posts disseminated through forums and online communities to draw external traffic. I just glanced at the product page, and some of the photos are rather revealing. This method is indeed effective, Tang Ye acknowledged. I understand your intention to attract attention this way. It can certainly generate rapid popularity, but it carries risks. What if someone reports it? If someone reports it, I will simply delete it. Lin Xiang replied. Tang Ye, with earnest concern, advised, the internet has a memory. We must operate transparently from the outset. Perhaps our growth will be slower, but every step will be solidly grounded. Those revealing images, while capable of attracting traffic, do not represent our target consumer group. Lin Xiang took a deep breath. I understand. I will remove all problematic photos shortly. No need to delete them. Simply apply a mosaic over the revealing parts. Sometimes, the allure of a hint is greater than that of explicitness. Lin Xiang responded, astounded by Tang Ye's serious tone yet intrigued by the suggestion. Chapter 40, Promotion to First Deputy Mayor. As November drew to a close, a definitive conclusion emerged regarding the handling of Su Yiping and his associates. The county's Discipline Inspection Commission issued a notification regarding Su Yiping's dismissal. Additionally, Xia Haiqiao also found himself collateral damage in this upheaval. The county and Oppo's organization department announced new appointments. Chen Ziyuan was designated as the party secretary, while Wang Kaiqing was appointed as the deputy party secretary and acting mayor. With Su Yiping and Xia Haiqiao vacating their positions, two deputy section leaders from the county bureau stepped in to fill the gaps. In a subsequent meeting to delineate the responsibilities of the party group, Chen Ziyuan revealed the assignments of the team members. Comrade Tang Ye, renowned for his exceptional work capabilities, was appointed as a member of the party committee and deputy mayor, overseeing financial, taxation, industrial, and service sector economic development. The announcement elicited widespread astonishment, particularly from Chao Debiao, who had aspired to the party committee position. Xia Haiqiao had been a formidable contender for the role, but with his departure, it seemed that the opportunity would naturally fall to Chao Debiao, who had previously assessed the qualifications of the two new appointees, both of whom had served in deputy roles at the county bureau, giving him a competitive edge. To his surprise, Tang Ye ultimately emerged as the choice. Tang Ye himself had not anticipated being selected as a member of the party committee. When Chen Ziyuan briefly mentioned it to him, he did not give it much thought. Although the title of party committee member seemed a mere addition, it fundamentally altered the nature of his role. In Pinggu, there were 4 deputy mayors, and with the designation of party committee member, he effectively became the first deputy mayor, also referred to in some locales as the executive deputy mayor, signifying that in the mayor's absence, he would hold decision-making authority. The fact that Tang Ye, a temporary appointee, was placed in such a pivotal position was both surprising and, upon reflection, entirely reasonable. His achievements as deputy mayor were well recognized. During the rivalry between Chen Zhihua and Su Yiping, Tang Ye played a crucial role, as Chen Zhihua required Tang Ye's presence in the party committee as a trusted ally. The meeting dragged on, oppressive in its length. Tang Ye scribbled notes in his notebook with a steel pen, contemplating the intricacies of navigating the political landscape to thrive in the realm of governance. One must never forget to carry 2 essential items before stepping out: a mask and a lie. Without these tools, one would find it nearly impossible to advance in the political arena. One must approach tasks with a calm demeanor, grounded in meticulousness and practicality, diligently focusing on each step, progressing gradually and steadily, avoiding opportunism and shortcuts, embracing hard work, and eschewing the desire for superficial acclaim. To make a name for oneself, one must possess the vastness of the sea rather than the pettiness of a narrow mind, holding grudges against even the smallest slights. For failing to grasp such wisdom would render one unfit to even comprehend the role of a village chief. The leaders of the county's organization department mistook Tang Ye's focused note-taking for earnest diligence, wearing expressions of satisfaction at the sight of such a promising young cadre. As the meeting adjourned, Wang Kaiqing had just returned to his office when a knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in," he called. Deputy Mayor Chao Debiao entered, his face etched with resentment. Wang Kaiqing, aware of Chao Debiao's grievances, greeted him with a smile. "Old Chao, you don't seem to be in great spirits." Chao Debiao slumped onto the sofa, lamenting, "I've toiled in Pinggu for so many years. Surely, I deserve some recognition for my efforts?" Chen Zhihua is far too petty. Didn't I have a few disagreements with him when he was down on his luck? Now he promotes a young appointee who has barely been here 3 months. This is simply a slap in the face. Wang Kaiqing offered Chao Debiao a cigarette, lighting one for himself and inhaling deeply before responding, "Haste makes waste." Chao Debiao looked at him quizzically. "What do you mean?" Wang Kaiqing patiently elucidated, explaining how Chen Zhihua managed to bring Su Yiping down. Chao Debiao, cigarette in mouth, furrowed his brow. "It's merely a stroke of luck." Bumping into Du Chengfeng and Gao Zhanjuan in their power struggle for the county secretary position, Wang Kaiqing shook his head. "You're mistaken. The key lies with Tang Ye. He is no ordinary temporary appointee. How many such figures can attract investments worth billions?" Chao Debiao gritted his teeth. "I know Tang's background is formidable, but he is obstructing my path. I cannot tolerate this." Wang Kaiqing shot him an incredulous glance, expertly fiddling with his beads. One must possess foresight. Tang Ye has only been here for a year. If Chen Zhihua can tolerate being in a subordinate position for 4 years, can't you wait just a year? Tang is destined to ascend. You can bide your time and reap the rewards. Chao Debiao had an epiphany. Now that you mention it, I feel much better." After Chao Debiao departed, Wang Kaiching's smile faded, replaced by a profound gaze. Who could have anticipated Su Yiping's swift downfall? The once arrogant Su family influence had become akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Analyzing the situation, it became evident that Tang Ye's arrival had disrupted the existing equilibrium. Had Su Yiping shown Tang Ye goodwill from the outset, his fate might not have been so dire. In contrast, Qin Jihua exhibited considerable sagacity. Wang Kaiching believed in the significance of fate and destiny. Tang Ye was a person of fortune. He privately enjoyed studying almanacs, harboring a unique theory that for national or provincial examinations, selecting auspicious days according to the lunar calendar often revealed those with exceptional luck. Although the day chosen might seem inauspicious, it often filtered out the truly fortunate individuals. As for Tang Ye, having emerged as the top candidate from a pool of hundreds of thousands, he was indeed one chosen by destiny, a child of fortune. It was imperative to collaborate with such individuals without opposition while subtly leveraging their luck to enhance one's own prospects. Once the appointments were finalized, Tang Ye immediately sensed a shift in the attitudes of those around him. Previously, individuals would avoid him, but now they approached with utmost respect, greeting him with, "Good morning, Mayor Tang." Faced with these sycophantic smiles, Tang Ye felt a sense of discomfort. Most disconcerting was Wang Kaiching's sudden change in demeanor. His rapid transformation was astonishing. He had arranged numerous banquets and insisted Tang Ye accompany him. At the table, Wang Kaiching clapped Tang Ye on the shoulder, expressing, "I've wanted to get to know you better, but I couldn't find the right opportunity. We're all part of the same family now, and we need to work together for the development of Pingu." Tang Ye felt as if he had transitioned overnight from a stray dog, unnoticed by anyone, to a prized steed under the spotlight. The next morning, as he went to have wontons, the owner's wife insisted he need not pay. Clearly aware of Tang Ye's new status, Tang Ye, however, refused to take advantage of the situation, tossing money into the box and leaving without a backward glance. The owner's wife chased after him for several meters, unable to catch up, muttering to herself, "He is quite a decent fellow. Huh. How did he vanish in the blink of an eye?" Fearing he would be pursued, Tang Ye took a turn into an alley, only to find himself at the back door of the market's restroom, overwhelmed by a wave of foul odor. After taking a brief stroll around, he realized the sanitary conditions in Pinga town were appalling, with plastic trash bags and broken bottles strewn about. He finally grasped the grim reality of the impoverished town, dilapidated streets lined with old brick houses, some still in their raw state, pothole-ridden roads, and stagnant water pooling in numerous spots, accompanied by an unbearable stench. Upon returning to the office, Tang Ye sought out Qin Jihua. "Secretary, I just took a stroll around the town, and the sanitation conditions are deplorable. The quality of the environment reflects a person's appearance. It's not about using high-end cosmetics or wearing designer clothes, but at least washing one's face with clean water daily and dressing neatly." Qin Jihua nodded slightly. "I've noticed this too. I had intended to address the sanitation issue, but during Su Yiping's tenure, the focus was on avoiding mistakes rather than achieving progress. I'll instruct the Housing and Urban Rural Development Office to prioritize sanitation. We'll increase the budget and hire additional sanitation workers." Tang Ye contemplated before softly suggesting, "I propose we start with the cadre. Beginning tomorrow, all party and government officials should participate in street cleaning, aiming to rejuvenate Pinga town within a month." Qin Jihua understood Tang Ye's intent. If a town cannot be cleaned, how can we hope to clean the world? What appears to be mere formalism is, in fact, an endeavor to rectify the spirit and demeanor of the community, commencing with government officials and gradually permeating the very fabric of the townsfolk. Qin Jihua announced this decision during the party committee meeting, inciting considerable outrage among many. Particularly, Chao Debiao vented his fury in the office immediately following the meeting. It is understandable that a newly appointed official would seek to assert authority and express grievances from previous years. The government personnel, accustomed to a life of comfort, found it outrageous that Qin Jihua mandated them to sweep the streets at dawn. Surely, such treatment is excessive? It is rumored that the ill-conceived idea originated from that scoundrel Tang Ye. At the joint party and government meeting, I intend to demonstrate to Tang Ye what it truly means to be seasoned in the ways of governance. Chapter 41. Tackle the toughest challenge. Once the party committee leadership was established, the joint meeting of the party and government in the town commenced with great enthusiasm. Members of the party and government leadership, heads of 5 offices, 1 station, and 2 centers, along with branch secretaries from various villages, gathered to discuss the reallocation of responsibilities regarding the village connections with the town mayor and the station village officials. Tang Ye sat beside Wang Kaiqing, fully aware that today's meeting would be significant. Wang Kaiqing greeted Tang Ye with a smile before taking the helm of the meeting. Our town government has recently undergone considerable changes. Today, we shall deliberate on how to advance our work moving forward, particularly concerning the reassignment of leadership for each village. Everyone was encouraged to speak freely and share their thoughts. Chao Biao was the first to voice his opinion. I propose that we assign Comrade Tang Ye as the contact leader for Qianjin village. As a cadre on temporary duty, he should spend more time at the grassroots level to gain a deeper understanding of the situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Jihua instinctively touched his teacup and furrowed his brow, thinking that Chao Biao had placed Tang Ye in a precarious position. Qianjin village was the most remote at Pinga town and the only one without road access. The road construction was hindered by a lack of funds, rendering it a significant headache. The branch secretary of Qianjin village, Tian Daming, had served in the military, was highly capable, and enjoyed great respect among the villagers. Yet he was notoriously stubborn and often clashed with the town's directives. Generally, station village officials could hardly manage him. Instead, they found themselves at his mercy. Chen Jihua quickly expressed his opposition. Comrade Tang Ye is not well acquainted with grassroots work and lacks experience in party affairs. Assigning him to manage such a complex party branch in Qianjin village may yield ineffective results. Comrade Wang Kaiqing, you have served as the Armed Forces Minister for many years. Why don't you take on the responsibility for Qianjin village? Wang Kaiqing was taken aback by Chen Jihua's pointed remark, but merely smiled lightly. Young people should bear the burden. We must trust our personnel. Secretary Chen, you ought to have confidence in Comrade Tang Ye. Tang Ye sat silently, inwardly lamenting the intricacies of the political arena, where the art of language was wielded to its fullest extent. What was once deemed black could be portrayed as white, and the negative could be spun into the positive. Although they appeared to be discussing work arrangements, in reality, it was a subtle contest between Wang Kaiqing and Chen Jihua. Wang Kaiqing had been harboring frustration. It was freezing outside, and while Chen Jihua had taken the initiative to clear the streets, he insisted on dragging Wang along, an affront to even the best of tempers. Tang Ye smirked and said, "Since Mayor Wang has such confidence in me, I cannot be a coward." Chen Jihua was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Tang Ye would willingly leap into the fray. Viewed from another angle, it seemed Tang Ye was determined to tackle the most challenging issue head-on and emerge victorious. However, Qianjin village was not merely a tough nut to crack. It was akin to a hard, unsightly stone. After the joint meeting concluded, Tian Daming knocked on Tang Ye's office door. Tang Ye casually tossed him a pack of cigarettes. Upon seeing the 10-yuan cigarettes, Tian Daming took one, pulled out a matchbox from his pocket, lit it, and began to smoke in silence. He was seething inside, having been called out several times during the meeting by Wang Kaiqing. Although Tang Ye was not the instigator, he felt that Tang Ye was allied with Wang Kaiqing. After finishing a cigarette, Tian Daming began to lay out his demands. Mayor Tang, I hear you are a cadre assigned by the municipal committee, so you must possess considerable capability. Now that you are tasked with liaising with our village, you must help us resolve a few issues. First and foremost is the road. While other villages have roads leading to their doorsteps, we in Qianjin village are still on a dirt path. Tang Ye firmly responded, since the party committee has assigned me to liaise with Qianjin village, I must address your issues. Let South put road construction on hold for now and prioritize resolving the land transfer concerns. Other villages are actively promoting this policy, yet Qianjin village has made no progress. Ignoring this policy will hinder our ability to garner support. The land transfer policy had been in effect since 2002, laying the legal groundwork for such transactions. With the initial implementation of the household responsibility system, many farmers migrated to cities for work, leading to idle rural land. The introduction of the land transfer policy allowed farmers to lease their contracted land, thereby increasing income and optimizing land resource allocation. However, Qianjin village showed little enthusiasm in executing this policy. When someone expressed interest in leasing land, villagers were often reluctant to relinquish it, resulting in wasted resources and diminished income for the community, which hindered external funding for improving livelihoods. Tian Daming smirked and said, as a leader, you surely have many solutions. Why not accompany me around the village? You can explain the policy to the villagers, which may facilitate its implementation. Tang Ye recognized that Tian Daming would be a formidable opponent, yet he understood the importance of not retreating. All right, I have a meeting shortly. I'll head to Qianjin Village this afternoon. In the afternoon, Tang Ye arrived at Qianjin Village, accompanied by Guo Liang, the deputy director of the Comprehensive Office. As the deputy town mayor responsible for the village, Tang Ye was effectively Guo Liang's superior. With autumn in full swing and the rain pouring daily, Qianjin Village, adjacent to Pingu, was buffeted by the wind, causing the raincoat to flap noisily. Tian Daming awaited at the village entrance, accompanied by a large yellow dog. As Tang Ye and Guo Liang approached, the dog suddenly leaped up and barked at them. Guo Liang was startled, nearly falling off his bicycle, while Tang Ye remained composed. Tian Daming shouted, and the yellow dog whimpered, circling the two men's legs, sniffing around, before starting to wag its tail. Let us go for a visit. Secretary Tian, please lead the way, Tang Ye suggested. Tian Daming blinked and chuckled. It's raining. Let us just get acquainted today. How about a drink? I have some homemade grain liquor at my place. Tang Ye had prepared in advance, having purchased pig-ass head meat and peanuts as snacks. Politely, he replied. Let us drink and chat, but don't overindulge. Upon arriving at Tian Daming and Appo's home, they spread old newspapers on the table, arranged the snacks, and soon began toasting one another. After a few cups of sorghum liquor, Tang Ye felt a warm sensation in his belly, though the liquor seemed unremarkable. It didn't lead to a hangover. Tian Daming's eyes sparkled as he remarked, I didn't expect you to have an appreciation for liquor. Tang Ye set down his chopsticks. Could we switch to smaller cups? That way, I can manage to drink a few more. Noticing the large cups Tian Daming deliberately chose, he thought, so you were just a FAOD of strength. He provoked, I don't have small cups at home. If you can't handle it, just say so, we won't pressure you. However, how much you drink represents the respect you show to Qianjin Village. Tang Ye grinned. Then I'll start with 3 cups, to show my respect for Qianjin Village. With that, he downed 3 cups in quick succession, maintaining his composure. Do confess, how much can you really drink? Tian Daming inquired. I've never had this kind of strong grain liquor, so I'm unsure of my limits. Tang Ye admitted. What about beer? How much can you drink? Tang Ye extended a finger. 1 box. Keep drinking. Tian Daming suspected that Tang Ye had indulged too much and was speaking nonsense, violating the unspoken rules of drinking occasions. He thought to himself that if Tang Ye attempted to act unruly later, he would have something to say in response. Thus, he sarcastically remarked, in Qianjin Village, we lack everything, except for an abundance of liquor. Tang Ye tossed a peanut into his mouth and replied, Secretary Tian, it won't be long before Qianjin Village lacks nothing. Guo Liang, a veteran village cadre who frequently interacted with Tian Daming, had moderate drinking capacity. After 2 drinks, he covered his mouth and rushed outside to vomit. Seeing Guo Liang's embarrassment, Tian Daming couldn't help but reveal a barely perceptible smile. In the village, it was commonly believed that the measure of one's character and capability was reflected not in the knowledge they possessed, but in how much alcohol they could consume. Subsequently, fueled by the effects of alcohol, Tang Ye intentionally inquired about the situation in Qianjin Village. Among the 13 villages in the town, Qianjin Village's development lagged the farthest behind. While other towns were busy constructing roads and buildings, Qianjin Village remained a uniform landscape of low red brick houses. However, despite the village's economic struggles, Tian Daming held a high opinion of it, believing that Qianjin Village was no worse than anywhere else. With a shadow crossing his eyes, Tian Daming confessed, to be honest, our village ranks last in the town year after year. As the village head, I feel a deep sense of regret towards everyone. Secretary Tian, I empathize with your sentiments. Let us brainstorm together and see if we can find a way to ensure that the 2,000 villagers lead a prosperous life. After drinking for a solid hour, Tian Daming felt dizzy. Yet, Tang Ye's eyes remained bright, his speech fluent, as if he were unaffected. It dawned on Tian Daming that he had underestimated Tang Ye. He quickly summoned the village accountant and the village head, intending to employ a strategy of overwhelming Tang Ye with drink. They continued drinking from the afternoon until evening. But still, they were unable to bring Tang Ye down. Accountant Liu, quickly toast to Mayor Tang. Tian Daming shouted, I wish to share this drink with Secretary Tian. Tang Ye, still full of energy, raised his glass and launched another challenge at Tian Daming. Drink with Accountant Liu. Don't rush, Accountant Liu. After I finish this drink with Secretary Tian, I will join you. Tian Daming initially intended to intimidate the younger Mayor Tang with a pack mentality, but was surprised to find Tang Ye utterly unafraid. Observing the somewhat provocative glint in Tang Ye's eyes ignited a fire within Tian Daming, prompting him to raise his glass defiantly. However, not long after drinking, he hurriedly shoved 2 pieces of pig head meat into his mouth, attempting to quell the tumultuous alcohol swirling in his stomach. Suddenly, his body weakened, and he slid off his chair and onto the floor. Chapter 42. A heart-wrenching encounter with the wild mandarin ducks. Tang Ye was taken aback and hurriedly assisted Tian Daming to his feet. He noticed that Tian was tightly closing his eyes, gasping for breath, his complexion ashen. Inhaling without exhaling. Tang Ye quickly pressed down on the Zhongwan acupoint on Tian Daming's abdomen a few times. Suddenly, Tian Daming expelled the remnants of food and drink he had consumed. The room was in disarray, filled with a sour stench. How much could Secretary Tian possibly drink? Merely half a gene. Goodness, he's quite resilient. I had thought he could handle 2 genes. Tang Ye felt his pulse and immediately discerned that there was no serious harm done. We must rush him to the clinic for an intravenous drip. When Tian Daming awoke, it was already 5:00 and amp, oppos, clock the following afternoon. Upon hearing the details from those around him, he lamented, "The sky has fallen. That damn Tang Ye has nearly killed me." The outcome of the drinking session swiftly spread throughout the town. Wan Ming learned of the incident and laughed heartily. This Tian Daming really overestimated himself. Challenging a drinking contest with just half a gene is akin to courting death. The next day, Tang Ye and Guoliang returned to Qianjin village, bringing along Sun Hai. With the recent dividends from Qinggu, the investments were gradually being recouped. Hearing that Tang Ye had discovered another profitable venture, Sun Hai was eager not to miss the opportunity. However, as he arrived in the village, he couldn't help but wonder if this impoverished and remote place could truly be as lucrative as Tang Ye claimed, perhaps even more profitable than gold mining. Standing on the riverbank, Tang Ye gazed at the vast expanse of the tranquil lake, eventually fixing his attention on a piece of mudflat to the southwest. This plot of land boasted a favorable location, as future town planning indicated a county road would pass through it. Suddenly, a vivid image formed in Tang Ye's mind: bamboo groves, ponds, orchards, and farmhouse kitchens. Nevertheless, it was challenging for outsiders to acquire land in Qianjin village. Whatever was planted or raised would likely be pilfered. Just as Tang Ye prepared to leave, several sand transport trucks unexpectedly appeared not far away. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Upon receiving Tang Ye's notification, Tian Daming hurried over from his home, the first words out of his mouth being, "You made me sleep for an entire day and night, you big drinker. I swear, I will never drink with you again." Tang Ye briefly recounted the drinking incident and clarified his purpose for visiting. "I have come to introduce you to a friend. This is Sun Hai. He is currently leasing a piece of land in Qianjin village, intending to develop a farmhouse for leisure. Regarding the funds for road construction in the village, he is willing to contribute 100,000, with the town also contributing 100,000. We kindly ask village head Tian to lend a hand." To Tang Ye's surprise, he brought good news that would pave the way for road repairs. This was indeed a remedy for their troubled hearts. Tian Daming thumped his chest and assured Tang Ye, "If you can get the road fixed, I guarantee that the roosters 1 and oppos, T crow, and the dogs 1 and oppos, T bark in Qianjin village. I 1 and oppos, T give you any trouble." The most crucial aspect of road construction is funding, and Tang Ye had addressed that pivotal concern. Of course, Sun Hai's contribution of 100,000 for the road repair was not a gift. It would later be tax-deductible, serving as a pre-investment. Tian Daming stated that land transfers would not pose a problem, but a few households would require personal visits to persuade them. Tian Daming led Tang Ye and Guoliang to one such household. The home featured 3 rooms, with black tiles and white walls, enclosed by a rustic fence. Though simple, it was kept tidy, with vegetables and peppers growing in the yard, and a trellis heavy with fruits. Standing at the entrance, Tang Ye paused before the plaque of the glorious family, his expression solemn for a moment before he followed Tian Daming inside. A modestly dressed middle-aged woman was feeding chickens with rice. Upon seeing Tian Daming, she quickly grasped the purpose of their visit. "Sister-in-law, this is town head Tang from the town. He has come to see you." "What is there to see? Let me be clear. If you are here to persuade me to sell my ancestral land, you might as well leave. Don't waste my time." Tang Ye remained undeterred, patiently explaining, "Sister Wu, I wish to discuss policies with you. It's not about selling, but rather leasing. What difference does it make if it's 30 years of leasing versus selling?" Sister Wu waved her hand dismissively. "I can't do something that will bring shame to my descendants." Tian Daming interjected, "Everyone else in the village has signed. Please don't be so stubborn. What others do is none of my concern." Sister Wu shot Tian Daming a glare before turning on her heel and shutting the door behind her. Tian Daming shrugged at Tang Ye. Tang Ye smiled lightly. "We shall take our time with this persuasion." The group stayed in the village for dinner, and due to Tang Ye's prior display of authority at the drinking session. The villagers were apprehensive, hesitant to engage him in drinking games. Consequently, Sun Hai became the target instead. The outcome was predictable. He ended up thoroughly intoxicated. And Tang Ye decided to stay in the village with him. Tian Daming and Tang Ye assisted Sun Hai to the neighboring house. Tian Daming switched on the light and explained, "This is my cousin's home. They have 2 rooms, but they work out of town and rarely return each year. The bedding is clean. Please don't mind it." "Not at all. Thank you for your hospitality tonight." Tang Ye looked at the deeply slumbering Sun Hai, offering a wry smile. After Tian Daming left, Sun Hai began to vomit. Tang Ye provided him with water and cleaned the mess on the floor. After all the commotion, sleep eluded him, so he decided to step outside and stroll along the country path, admiring the night scenery. The night was dark and quiet, and in the distance, he noticed a flickering light on the ridge, which piqued his curiosity. Concerned it might be a fire, he ventured closer. Upon approaching, he discovered a man and a woman sitting side by a campfire, gazing up at the bright moon in the sky. Tang Ye stood behind a pile of firewood, relieved and ready to leave when he inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack. The man, with keen ears, swiftly turned, grabbed a stick, and approached Tang Ye and Apos' direction, whispering, "Who there?" Although Tang Ye had done nothing wrong, he felt it inappropriate to remain hidden, so he decided to reveal himself. Just then, a tabby cat darted out from the shadows. The man lowered his stick, realizing it was merely a wildcat. Tang Ye shook his head with a wry smile, preparing to quietly depart and not intrude upon the couple's intimate moment. The 2 by the fire were gently nestled together, not overly affectionate in their gestures. Just as Tang Ye was about to turn away, their conversation made him instinctively perk up his ears. The man pulled 2 train tickets from his pocket. "I've bought the tickets. Let us go develop in Yunhai together." The woman tilted her long, graceful neck, lost in thought as she gazed at the night sky, shaking her head. "If we just leave, what will happen to your mother?" The man placed his hands on her shoulders, declaring, "I don't care. I don't want you marrying someone you don't love." The woman's silhouette in the firelight was beautiful. She gently shook her head. "We cannot be so selfish." The man's emotions finally unraveled as he tore the tickets to shreds and tossed them into the fire. "Stop making excuses. Go marry a good man. I will no longer grovel at your feet. Wishing you happiness." With that, he turned and ran off towards the road. The woman squatted down, crying for a while, then slowly stood up and walked toward the riverbank. Tang Ye mistakenly thought she was in distress and might take drastic actions, so he rushed from the shadows and embraced her from behind. The woman was slender and tall, likely around 170 centimeters, with soft shoulders. From his vantage point, the firelight illuminated her face, casting a rosy glow on her skin. Tang Ye harbored no ill intentions, rather. He pondered how to dissuade her while ensuring not to frighten her. The woman, unable to see Tang Ye and Apos' face clearly, assumed the man was worried about her and had come back. With a hint of surprise in her tone, she said, "Zay, I've thought it through. I can go with you, but you must explain things to your mother. She has it so hard." Tang Ye was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He thought to himself, "As long as you don't seek death, you can consider me your Zay for now." Seeing the man behind her silent, she found it odd and gently placed her slender, delicate fingers on Tang Ye's hand, then held it tightly. "Zay, my heart will always belong to you. Even if we cannot be husband and wife, we can still be friends, lifelong friends." Tang Ye, aware that he must not allow her to continue in her misunderstanding, quickly withdrew his hand and gently spoke. "My dear, you are mistaken. I am not your Zay. Please do not despair, and certainly do not resort to self-harm." Who are you?" The young woman suddenly realized that the one embracing her was not her beloved, and she forcefully broke free from Tang Ye's grasp, fleeing without a backward glance. Tang Ye, with a bittersweet smile, watched her retreating figure, feeling an inkling of familiarity. She resembled a government worker, surnamed Su, a relative of Guo Liang. His impression of her was not solely due to her striking beauty and sweet countenance, but also because she had earned her position through merit. Possessing a bachelor's degree, noticing a water scoop left on the ground, he gently slapped his forehead in sudden realization. The young woman had not approached the river to drown herself in despair, but rather to fetch water to extinguish a fire. His previous actions had been a product of misplaced affection. Tang Ye picked up the water scoop, filled it, and extinguished the flames. Just as he prepared to depart, a figure rushed towards him in haste. It was the very woman who had returned. Her face was streaked with tears as she urgently implored, "Can you help? He was hit by a car. Please, I beg you, help me." Tang Ye's heart sank, and he hurried forward, exclaiming, Where is he? Lead the way. The young woman pointed in a direction, stating it was just ahead, about 300 or 400 meters away. Tang Ye quickly propelled himself forward, soon leaving her behind. While running, he dialed Tian Daming's number to explain the situation. Upon hearing about the accident, Tian Daming leapt from his bed, declaring, "Town Chief Tang, I am on my way." Upon reaching the riverside, Tang Ye discovered a man lying unconscious. He jumped down into the riverbed, crouching beside the man to check his pulse and assess his condition. The man had multiple fractures, with particularly severe injuries to the head. He had lost consciousness and lapsed into a state of coma. Who could have imagined that the moment of romantic enchantment would so swiftly transform into a brutal, bloody tragedy? Chapter 43, A Lifelong Fascination with Gossip. Upon receiving a phone call from Tang Ye, Tian Daming hurried to the scene of the incident. Upon seeing the man's face, he was taken aback and quickly called Sister Wu. "Sister Wu, Xiaohan has been hit by a car and is severely injured." Meanwhile, Tang Ye dialed Tang Yu's number. "Dad, are you on duty today?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Not on duty? I was just about to take a shower and rest." "What's the matter?" Tang Yu managed a wry smile. "You need to rush to the hospital. A friend of mine was in a car accident, and I need you to perform the surgery personally." Tang Yu replied irritably, "What kind of friends do you have that constantly end up in the hospital? Other people's sons have friends who indulge in feasting and revelry, while my son befriends those with tragic fates." Complaints aside, it was still his son who needed help, and he had to handle it with care. There was no option. After all, he was their precious son. Just as Tang Ye tucked his phone away, Sister Wu arrived. Breathless, seeing her son lying there, gasping for breath, covered in blood, she felt the world spin and collapsed to her knees, weeping. "Son, you must hold on. You can't leave me. If you go, how will I survive?" Tang Ye recalled the honorable family he had seen earlier in the day, reflecting on how fate often dealt cruel hands. With her husband now a martyr, if her son were to perish as well, the woman would likely not endure. Tang Ye sprang into action, first seeking a vehicle, and called Gu Wenqin. Upon learning the circumstances, Gu Wenqin immediately contacted the driver of the van at the factory. In about 40 to 50 minutes, a van arrived at the scene of the accident under the shroud of night. Tang Ye instructed Tian Daming to find a door plank, and together they carefully placed Hanzhou onto it, securing him with blankets and ropes, ensuring he suffered no further injury during the transfer. The van stopped near a gas station on the outskirts of the city, where they met the ambulance to transfer the patient. Upon arriving at the hospital, Tang Ye guided Sister Wu through the registration, payment, and various procedures. It was Sister Wu's first visit to the municipal hospital and feeling lost. She was immensely grateful for Tang Ye's assistance. Without his help, she would have been like a headless chicken, running amok. At that moment, Tang Ye also arrived at the emergency room. "Director Tang, you've been in surgery all day. Aren't you going to rest?" "My son's friend was in a car accident. Just brought to emergency. I'm performing the surgery myself." "Is he a patient sent from Pinga Town?" "His injuries are severe. We are at our wit's end. If you do it, we will have confidence." After examining the patient, Tang Yu exchanged glances with Tang Ye and briefly updated Sister Wu on Hanzhou's condition. The prognosis was grim, prompting Tang Yu to organize a multi-department consultation to swiftly formulate a rescue plan. The lights in the operating room flickered to life. Gu Wenqin stayed with Sister Wu, offering comfort. "Rest assured, those who are destined for greatness will be protected by fate. Hanzhou will be fine." With red-rimmed eyes, Sister Wu choked out her gratitude. "Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Tang. If it weren't for your help, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Gu Wenqin, noting the tears streaming down Sister Wu's face, felt a pang of sympathy and encouraged her. "You must maintain a positive mindset. After the surgery, you will need to care for him. You must not collapse." Wiping her tears, Sister Wu took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination. "I will not falter." As time trickled by, Tang Ye and Tian Daming stepped outside the hospital, smoking and chatting idly. "The surgery for Xiaohan will cost at least 200,000. Sister Wu's family isn't well off. She has raised her child alone. This hefty medical bill is like adding insult to injury. Tomorrow morning, I'll call door to door to see if I can gather some funds to help out." Sister Wu was usually polite and would readily assist others in times of need. Regarding the land transfer issue, it seemed she hesitated to cooperate with government policies, perhaps to help the Han family preserve their ancestral legacy. Alas, she was a pitiable yet respectable woman. Tang Ye fell silent for a few seconds, pondering that if they could find the vehicle responsible for the accident, the medical expenses would be resolved. Tian Daming shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's tough. These kinds of accidents happen every year, and not once have we found the culprit." We might know who is at fault, but we feel powerless. Tang Ye's expression turned serious. Who? With a straightforward demeanor, Tian Daming recounted, in the neighboring village, there is a sand and gravel factory. Every day, numerous sand trucks pass through our village. The owner of the factory holds a significant and unusual identity. We have reported this many times, yet relevant authorities turn a blind eye. Tang Ye smiled faintly. Please elaborate on this mysterious owner. I have always enjoyed a good gossip. Tian Daming then recounted the tales of General Bai's exploits. Tang Ye listened intently, realizing that the hidden puppeteer behind the scenes was a seemingly respectable figure but was, in truth, a nefarious force. Recently, the municipal committee held a meeting where Zhou Chengwu emphasized the need to rectify the social atmosphere in Hanzhou and eliminate these potential threats. On one hand, it was to address the profit chain behind the evil forces. On the other, to recognize them as obstacles to Hanzhou's economic development. Tang Ye had not anticipated that such malevolence had infiltrated Pinnacle. The stories recounted by Tian Daming painted a picture of a series of heinous crimes. Returning to the surgical waiting area, Tang Ye spotted Gu Wenqin in the hallway. She wore a beige coat and black heels adorned with purple accents, her slender shoulders trembling. Evoking a sense of compassion, Tang Ye speculated that Gu Wenqin was likely reminded of her husband, who had perished in a car accident, with the perpetrator still at large. Upon noticing Tang Ye, Gu Wenqin quickly wiped her tears, embarrassed to reveal her sorrowful state. Tang Ye gestured dismissively, softly reassuring her, even the king of the grasslands. The lion would lick its wounds in the darkness. There is no shame in shedding tears. Gu Wenqin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lamented. Hong Lei wasn't so fortunate. After being hit by a vehicle, he couldn't be saved after 2 days of rescue efforts, and the driver remains at large. Tang Ye produced a tissue and handed it to her. Let us not lose heart. The perpetrator will be apprehended eventually. The surgery lasted 4 hours. Dressed in surgical scrubs, Tang Ye emerged from the lead door, visibly fatigued. The patient has been stabilized and is now in the intensive care unit for observation for 48 hours. If all goes well, he can be transferred to a general ward. Though he has survived, the subsequent rehabilitation will incur significant medical expenses. Sister Wu, with red-rimmed eyes, anxiously inquired, how much will it be? At least another 150,000. Tang Ye mused briefly before adding, considering your family situation, the hospital will provide the most reasonable and effective treatment plan. Sister Wu understood the implications of Tang Ye's words, suggesting a preference for domestic medications over imported ones. She shook her head. My child is young. Please ensure the best medication is used without leaving any after effects. I will find a way to manage the financial aspect. Despite frequently witnessing the warmth and coldness of human relationships in hospitals, Tang Ye was touched by Sister Wu's earnestness and assured her, we will do our utmost to treat him. After learning that Hanzhou had been rescued, Tang Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then found a quiet corner to call Wan Ming. Are you familiar with General Bai? Of course. Wan Ming paused, a bitter smile creeping across his face. That guy has committed countless wrongdoings. Do you remember when I told you why I was transferred to Pingu? It was because I crossed paths with him. What a twist of fate. He is your nemesis. Tang Ye responded quickly. Then let us seize this opportunity to settle the score. What do you say? Wan Ming hesitated. Sighing in resignation, it's not that I don't want revenge. Baidan has operated in Hanzhou for many years and wields immense power. It's not something we can handle alone. Wan Ming, while appearing carefree, was actually quite astute and prudent in his actions. Are you afraid of him? Tang Ye intentionally provoked Wan Ming. Am I afraid of him? Do not resort to provocations. I have been assigned to Pingu, and my aspirations for promotion seem hopeless. Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. However, you are still young, with a promising future ahead, so refrain from wading into these murky waters. Tang Ye did not expect Wan Ming to consider his perspective, reflecting that this individual is indeed worth cultivating a friendship with. In unity as brothers, our combined efforts will undoubtedly surpass solitary endeavors. Wan Ming cracked his knuckles audibly. Resolute in his intent to take action without hesitation, he declared he would apprehend individuals without regard for consequences. Humph. Baidanian's sand factory is nothing more than a gambling den, a nightly gathering for substantial wagers. I have long desired to dismantle that establishment. Moreover, the reckless driver is most likely among these individuals. I shall extract a tooth from the tiger's mouth and see what Baidanian can do in retaliation. Wan Ming was evidently well prepared, for he would not have discovered this opportunity so swiftly. Tang Ye admired his strategy. It was a classic case of shaking the mountain to frighten the tiger and drawing the snake from its hole. Director 1 is both courageous and cunning, employing the art of warfare. This endeavor will surely be within reach. Chapter 44. This matter is not to be taken lightly. Tang Ye first provoked Wan Ming, then lavished him with compliments, knowing full well that Wan Ming would fall for it. Sure enough, the latent passion within Wan Ming was ignited. After hanging up the phone, Wan Ming was filled with determination, feeling as though he had been rejuvenated to the spirited self he was a decade ago, fierce against injustice, and ready to gallop forth. Brothers, follow me. Boss, where are we headed at this late hour? It's been a while since we caught any gamblers. Let us go after them tonight. The year's end is approaching, and we haven't met our gambling bust quota. I wonder which unfortunate soul will cross our path. Gathering his men, Wan Ming cheerfully announced, "Hand over your phones and beepers. Anyone who pulls any tricks, don't blame me for turning hostile." It was only at this moment that everyone began to realize that tonight's operation was far from a mere gambling bust. With his experience, Wan Ming anticipated that there would be lookouts near the sand and gravel factory. A few hundred meters away, he ordered everyone to disembark and proceed on foot. Two young men were smoking on the riverbank. Wan Ming stealthily approached from behind, subdued them, and then directed his brothers straight into the factory area. In a cramped room of just over 10 square meters, they swiftly apprehended over 10 individuals. Goodness, they were betting quite a sum, Wan Ming exclaimed, as he collected the total wager, amounting to a staggering 100,000. With a grand gesture, he confiscated all the money. Everyone in the factory, regardless of their involvement in gambling, was taken away. Upon returning to the police station, after an initial interrogation, Wan Ming had gathered some information. He called Tang Ye to report that all suspects had been apprehended. Preliminary investigations revealed that the reckless driver was a young man without a license, operating an uninsured construction vehicle. Meanwhile, in the van, Tang Ye was on his way back to Pinnacle, coldly remarking, "No wonder this guy fled the scene. If all the paperwork were in order, we could just let the insurance company handle it. But without proper documentation, the sand and gravel factory bears the responsibility. Moreover, driving without a license turns this from a mere traffic incident into a criminal offense. The employer must also share the corresponding liability." Wan Ming frowned and replied in a hushed tone, "The pressure is quite heavy. I just received a call from a leader at the county bureau, instructing me to hand over the suspects." The so-called handover was, in fact, a veiled protection. Tang Ye sighed, "Endure the pressure. I'll be back shortly." At this moment, Gu Wenqin sat beside Tang Ye, swaying slightly due to fatigue, unconsciously resting her face on his shoulder. He adjusted his posture carefully, alleviating the numbness in his arm. Gu Wenqin's body was soft, akin to a fluffy cloud, easily yielding to pressure. The uneven road caused her delicate form to bounce lightly. Upon encountering a large pothole, Tang Ye instinctively extended his left arm to steady their bodies, then quickly withdrew it. Tang Ye was astonished that despite the rough ride, Gu Wenqin remained asleep. Indeed, one can never awaken someone feigning slumber. Let her rest her head, he thought. As anticipated, Gu Wenqin was not in deep sleep, though separated by fabric. She could feel the warmth radiating from Tang Ye and sensed a particular fragrance in his breath that provided her with a sense of security. While she understood that their occasional physical contact was due to the bumpy road, her heart still raced uncontrollably. Gu Wenqin realized that Tang Ye regarded her merely as a partner, yet she held him in far greater esteem, akin to a vital source of emotional support. Upon arriving at the police station, it was already 2 in the morning. Tang Ye entered the interrogation room, glancing at the previous records to familiarize himself with the suspect. The reckless driver was a mere 20 years old, sporting dyed yellow hair, and his demeanor was visibly anxious. Having dropped out of middle school, he drifted on the streets as a thug and, through a relative's introduction, found employment at the sand and gravel factory. Despite repeatedly failing the written exam, he had never obtained a license, yet he brazenly drove without one. "Xiaolu, we brought you in today. You know the reason. If you cooperate now, you might receive a lighter sentence," Tang Ye inquired coolly. "I admit it. I hit someone," Xiaolu confessed, valuing loyalty above all, deciding to take full responsibility for the incident, believing he could withstand a few years in prison. "Clarify for me, whose vehicle was it, and who permitted you to drive?" Tang Ye's gaze was fixed on Xiaolu's face, attempting to decipher his thoughts. "I told you it was all me. I'll take the blame. It has nothing to do with anyone else," Xiaolu responded impatiently. Tang Ye frowned, then smiled lightly. "You think you can bear this burden?" In Pinga Town, there have been at least 10 hit-and-run incidents in recent years, claiming 8 lives. Can your worthless life withstand it? What do those other accidents have to do with me?" Xiaolu exclaimed incredulously. Tang Ye intentionally exaggerated, stating that these unsolved hit-and-run cases had been classified as a series of crimes due to the absence of identified culprits. "We strongly suspect you are the serial offender," he asserted. Xiao Lu, feeling cornered, shouted in protest, "You're trying to frame me." Tang Ye chuckled coldly. "If you wish to confess, then let us confess together. We can solve all those cases. But for you, it's not merely a matter of sitting in prison for a few years. You're still young, only 20. If sentenced to death, it would be a terrible shame." Xiao Lu's face turned pale at Tang Ye's words. Though he had not received much education, he had heard tales in the underworld about corrupt officers who would fabricate evidence against those with criminal records, thereby increasing their conviction rates. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out on Xiao Lu and Appo's back. His voice trembled. "I swear to God, I've only hit someone this one time. The past has nothing to do with me." Tang Ye observed as Xiao Lu's mental defenses crumbled, pressing further. "Tell me, last year at the end of December, near He village, a construction vehicle collided with a motorcycle, resulting in the victim's immediate death, and the construction vehicle fled the scene. Who was the culprit behind that incident? If you can provide a lead, I can advocate for a lenient treatment for you." Deliberately slowing his speech, Tang Ye lamented, "Actually, the patient you hit today has been saved. As long as you cover the compensation, gain their forgiveness, you might even avoid prison altogether." Xiao Lu and Appo's facial muscles twitched, revealing his internal struggle. On one side was loyalty. On the other, the prospect of spending years behind bars, or worse, facing a bullet. Tang Ye smiled knowingly. "I know what you're thinking. Do you believe Boss Bai will come to your rescue? Don't be naive. You're merely working for him. When trouble arises, he might just throw some money your way to cover for you. He won't waste much energy on you." Wan Ming observed Tang Ye's interrogation rhythm from the side, surprised at how each seemingly simple exchange was meticulously crafted to exploit Xiao Lu's psychology. As if he could read his thoughts, Tang Ye felt a sense of sorrow for Xiao Lu's ignorance and youth. In truth, Xiao Lu was merely a pawn, driven to the brink for the sake of misguided loyalty. An associate leaned in closer to Wan Ming, whispering, "Boss, someone from the county bureau has arrived." Wan Ming glanced at Tang Ye, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I'll step out to handle it." Tang Ye recognized that pressure was being exerted from above, and his time for interrogation was running thin. As Wan Ming entered his office, he wore a smile. "What a surprise to see you here personally. If there is something to discuss, just a phone call would suffice." The deputy director of the county police bureau, Wu Chuan, gazed sternly at Wan Ming. "Old Wan, we can impose fines, perhaps even hefty ones, but you must release the suspects promptly." Wan Ming spread his hands helplessly. "This involves a fatal case. It cannot be resolved merely with a fine." Wu Chuan looked at Wan Ming in astonishment. How did this turn into a murder case? Wasn't it a gambling bust? Wan Ming patiently explained to his superior, "Last night in Qianjin village, a man was severely injured by a construction vehicle, and the driver fled the scene. We apprehended the perpetrator at the gravel yard. Meanwhile, we discovered that the gravel yard is linked to multiple hit-and-run traffic incidents. Director Gua, this matter is not trivial." Wu Chuan furrowed his brow, dismissing it with, "Isn't it just a few individuals gambling together? Do not exaggerate. You should heed my advice and release them immediately. You have recently achieved several commendable feats, and the Bureau is considering promoting you. Do not jeopardize your future over this." Before Wan Ming stood not only the authority of his superiors but also the uncertainty of his future. Unmoved, Wan Ming was prepared to express his stance to Wu Chuan. "We absolutely cannot release them." At that moment, the door swung open, and a subordinate quietly announced, "Wan, the suspect has confessed. Last year's hit-and-run incident is also connected to the gravel yard." Wan Ming exhaled in relief. Little Lu had ultimately provided a complete account. Suddenly, Wu Chuan realized that the operation in Pingu town was not merely about gambling. It was, in fact, a targeted action against the gravel yard. Or perhaps, it was aimed at General Bai. Chapter 45. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Wan Ming bid farewell to Wu Chuan and met up with Tang Ye. Both were refined beings, having cultivated themselves for millennia as fox spirits. Upon hearing of a potential murder case, Wu Chuan sensed the impending danger and fled. Nevertheless, I assured him that participants in the gambling would face fines and a brief detention before release. Tang Ye smiled faintly. Wu Chuan was not foolish and knew that entering the fray would make him a pawn in someone else and Appo's game. "By the way, what else did you uncover?" Wan Ming inquired, intrigued. Tang Ye raised an eyebrow. "Take a look at the written account." Wan Ming stared in astonishment at Tang Ye. "Hong Lei's death is a murder." The driver, old Wang, confessed that he was instructed by others to ram a sand truck into a motorcycle, leaving Hong Lei unconscious at the time. The accident was merely a faade to obscure the truth. With his background in criminal investigation, Wan Ming found the case exhilarating and full of unexpected twists. The deeper he delved, the more he sensed a hidden agenda. Tang Ye stroked his chin and murmured, "Things are not as straightforward as they seem. The opposition must have a countermeasure." Wan Ming, undeterred, retorted, "Let the storm rage on. I hope they reveal more flaws." Tang Ye inwardly acknowledged that Wan Ming shared his worldview. Life and death should be regarded with indifference, and one should confront challenges head-on. Tang Ye set an alarm and fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. Upon awakening, the dawnlight greeted him. Despite sleeping only 2 to 3 hours, he felt revitalized due to the exceptional quality of his slumber. In comparison to the average person who rests for 8 hours daily, Tang Ye managed to rejuvenate in less than half that time, granting him additional hours to attend to his work, a unique talent indeed. Throughout history, many who achieved greatness possessed remarkable vitality. Many believe intelligence dictates a person's limits, yet physical stamina is equally pivotal. Tang Ye maintained a rigorous fitness routine, running 2 kilometers and performing 100 push-ups and 20 pull-ups daily. After breakfast, he called Gu Wenqin, asking if she was free to accompany him on an errand. Without inquiring about the purpose, Gu Wenqin readily agreed. Today, she donned a light yellow coat, a black skirt, and nude leggings, her makeup meticulously applied, accentuating her exquisite features. Though uncertain of whom Tang Ye intended to meet, she understood the importance of the occasion. Noticing the height of Gu Wenqin's heels, Tang Ye gently advised, in the future, refrain from wearing such high shoes, they may lead to ankle injuries. Gu Wenqin felt a warmth in her heart. I only wear them occasionally. Thank you for your concern. Tang Ye hailed a Santana and directed the driver to their destination, sitting in the back seat alongside Gu Wenqin. In the confined space, a delicate fragrance emanated from her. As she recalled the previous night, when she had leaned on Tang Ye's shoulder, her cheeks grew warm. Tang Ye, however, was preoccupied with strategizing his next moves. Who will we meet, and what should I do? Gu Wenqin softly inquired. Tang Ye smiled and instructed, for now, do nothing. Hold your chin slightly up. Devoid of any expression or emotion, project an air of aloofness. Gu Wenqin raised her chin, revealing her long, fair neck. Yes, just like that, Tang Ye directed, his fingers motioning to adjust her posture. Remember this angle. Gu Wenqin rolled her neck and playfully glared at Tang Ye. Why do I feel like you're treating me like a puppet? Tang Ye laughed heartily. You're no mere puppet. You are a priceless Ming and Qing vase. Gu Wenqin shot him an annoyed glance. She despised being referred to as a vase. Had it been anyone else, she would have walked away. Yet, she consoled herself, recognizing that Tang Ye's comment acknowledged her beauty. They arrived at the 18th floor of the Haihua building in the city center. Tang Ye introduced himself at the reception. Although they had no appointment, the receptionist reported to her superiors and, receiving approval, escorted them to the general manager's office. The room was adorned with elegant light yellow wallpaper, and a half-circle of deep yellow sofas surrounded a glass coffee table. Seated on the sofa were a man and a woman. The man, in his 40s, was of average height, dressed in a gray suit, with slick-back hair. The woman, well-preserved, appeared ageless, her delicate features complemented by a subtle smile. Her alluring peach blossom eyes seemingly capable of conversation. The man greeted them with a warm smile, rising to extend his hand in welcome. Tang Ye shook his hand firmly. Once seated, the woman gestured toward a white porcelain teacup. Please, have some tea. Mr. Hu, my unannounced visit may seem presumptuous, Tang Ye said, taking a sip and smiling lightly. Allow me to introduce the lady beside me, Gu Wenqin, the owner of Qinga Garment Factory. Of course, she also has another identity as Hong Lei's wife. Gu Wenqin stifled her emotions, puzzled as to why Tang Ye mentioned Hong Lei. Hu Mingsheng fell silent for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Township head Tang, if you have something to say, please be direct. Tang Ye retrieved a newspaper from his briefcase and read aloud, recently. City Secretary Zhou Chengwu visited the municipal office for the anti-crime campaign and the Public Security Bureau to investigate the ongoing efforts against organized crime. He emphasized the importance of viewing this as a political mission, recognizing the persistent and complex nature of organized crime, and strengthening legal measures to better maintain societal stability and safeguard the well-being of the populace. Hu Mingsheng frowned slightly, coldly responding, Township head Tang, what do you imply? Are you suggesting I am part of the underworld? I am a law-abiding citizen. Tang Ye shook his head, patiently clarifying, Mr. Hu. I merely wish to inform you of recent significant actions taken by the city. A new administration often brings about a series of policies. The city secretary, having assumed office for 3 months, is signaling something, which I trust you can comprehend. At this moment, Gu Wenqin regained her composure. She had heard of Hu Mingxing's reputation and was astonished that Tang Ye would introduce her to such a formidable figure. Her body tensed, and beads of sweat trickled down her back. Remembering Tang Ye's earlier advice, she clenched her fists, striving to maintain her composure and hide her inner turmoil. Tang Ye finished his tea in one gulp, stating, "In my view, this operation presents a splendid opportunity for you." Opportunity? Hu Mingxing's mood shifted. Times are changing. Some positions cannot remain occupied by a single individual for too long. Are you trying to sow discord? Tang Ye countered, "Mr. Hu, as I understand, your parents were fishermen. From a young age, you should have known the adage, the greater the storm, the pricier the fish." Hu Mingxing suddenly fell silent, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. The atmosphere grew tense. The woman, noticing Tang Ye's empty teacup, rose to refill it. Tang Ye smiled and declined. "No more. I've said what I needed to say. We shall take our leave." Hu Mingxing, his face still clouded, managed a smile. "I shall see you out." He escorted Tang Ye and Gu Wenqin to the elevator. As the doors closed, he finally retracted his smile, returning to his office. The woman inquired, "Why did you choose to meet him?" "He is merely a deputy township head." Hu Mingxing produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips, but not lighting it. "I certainly do not concern myself with a deputy township head. However, the woman accompanying him is Hong Lei's wife. Do you understand Hong Lei's significance?" The woman gazed at Hu Mingxing in confusion. "Hong Lei? The name sounds familiar." Hu Mingxing's eyes flickered with intensity. Hong Lei is the grandson of the former deputy secretary Hong Ruolin. His adoptive father's only son was once targeted for severe punishment by Hong Ruolin and died of illness in prison. How could one with the temperament of a godfather endure such indignity? After his retirement, Hong Ruolin sought clandestine retribution, first by leading Hong and Apos, as son astray, and then by setting a lethal trap for his grandson. The new mayor of Hanzhou, Shou Chengwu, is a former student of Hong. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired, "Are you suggesting that this anti-crime operation is aimed at the godfather?" Hu Mingxing's gaze grew increasingly resolute. The woman leaned in, grasping Hu Mingxing's hand tightly, declaring, "Whatever decision you make, I shall always stand by you." On their journey back to Pinnacle, noticing Gu Wenqin's persistent silence, Tang Ye gently remarked, "You may speak now. There is no need to maintain that aloof demeanor." Gu Wenqin softly replied, "I am the granddaughter-in-law of old Hong. Is that the true reason you are assisting me?" Tang Ye shrugged with a smile. "I didn't approach you merely for your looks. Perhaps that's a bit disappointing. However, I am genuinely drawn to partnering with you in business. You possess the potential to become an exceptional entrepreneur." Gu Wenqin and Apos, as previously gloomy mood lightened slightly as she sighed. "You seem bright and cheerful, yet you harbor many secrets." Tang Ye chuckled. "Are you starting to find me rather intimidating and considering keeping your distance?" Gu Wenqin smiled helplessly. "I've already boarded the pirate ship. I am but a novice in these waters, wishing to escape, yet lacking the means." Suddenly, the phone rang, and Tang Ye answered. Wan Ming's tone was somewhat somber. "The other party has acted. Dozens of sand transport trucks are blocking the town government." Tang Ye was taken aback. The storm had arrived with astonishing swiftness. Chapter 46. This assistance is timely. Tang Ye arrived at the government building, where dozens of sand transport trucks had congregated at the entrance, blocking the road completely. A crowd, holding banners, gathered, and the onlookers multiplied. Chen Jihua hurried downstairs. "Dear fellow townsfolk, I am Chen Jihua, the secretary of the town party committee. What seems to be the issue? Let's discuss it amicably. Please move your vehicles to avoid disrupting the government's normal operations." "Secretary Chen, we are left with no other choice. Rumors are circulating that the sand factory is on the verge of closure. We purchased these sand trucks with loans to earn a living. If the factory collapses, how will we repay our debts and survive?" "I understand your concerns," Chen Jihua replied earnestly. "I assure you, as long as the sand factory adheres to legal regulations, there will be no issues. Our government will support you." Chen Jihua spoke until his throat was dry, yet the crowd remained unmoved. Observing a few individuals whispering among themselves, Tang Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. This group was evidently being incited and would not leave without putting on a show. Half an hour later, with police cars paving the way, 2 black sedans arrived and parked behind the sand transport trucks. Tang Ye sensed an impending storm. County Mayor Wei Jian stepped out and walked through the crowd directly to the center. With a serious expression, he took the megaphone. "Dear fellow townsfolk, I am County Mayor Wei Jian. I apologize for the inconvenience caused by our oversight in our duties. The weather is poor and rain may come, so I urge you to disperse. Regarding the sand factory issue, please appoint representatives for a discussion. I will personally address your concerns. You can rest assured. Wei Jian and Appo's presence had an immediate effect. The crowd began to disperse, leaving only 2 representatives. During the discussion, Wei Jian agreed to the demands put forth by the sand factory representatives, promptly announcing the release of those detained for gambling and the reckless driver involved in the incident. After the meeting, Wei Jian convened a session with the members of the Pingu Town Party Committee. Comrade Jihua, as the primary leader, you lack the experience to handle such issues effectively. I learned on my way here that many were arrested by your town's police yesterday. This was the trigger. I hope those who should be released are freed quickly to avoid disrupting the sand factory's operations. Some comrades handle problems too harshly, disregarding the larger picture, showing a lack of reverence. Comrade Tang Ye, as an appointed official, your lack of grassroots experience in problem-solving needs attention in the future. Although the storm had calmed, the incident should serve as a cautionary tale. Remember, we must not allow such situations to arise again. Wei Jian's gaze frequently fixed on Tang Ye, who frowned at the implication. While the situation appeared to have settled, the methods employed in handling it were questionable, lacking discernment. Were the arrests for gambling truly misguided? Was the pursuit of the hit-and-run driver unwarranted? Maintaining stability is paramount. Can everything else be set aside? Xiao Debiao reveled in Chun Jihua and Tang Ye's predicament, while Wang Kaiqing felt conflicted, knowing that as the town mayor, he too bore responsibility for the unrest. He discerned that Qin Jihua and Tang Ye were closely aligned with Du Chifeng, and Wei Jian was deliberately using this opportunity to dampen their spirits. Qin Jihua, Tang Ye, I request you both to submit a written reflection, deeply contemplating your actions, to me by tomorrow morning. Meeting adjourned. With the situation established, Wei Jian descended the building. Just then, a military green jeep drove into the government compound. A middle-aged man in military attire exited the vehicle, followed by Sister Wu, who appeared before the crowd. Tang Ye was taken aback upon seeing Sister Wu, his heart racing with excitement. Who would have thought she would bring such an influential figure? A golden olive branch accompanied by a star. This assistance was remarkably timely. Navigating through the crowd, Sister Wu led the middle-aged man directly to Tang Ye. This is Hanzhou's savior, our town's deputy mayor, Tang Ye. The middle-aged man extended his hand. I am Ji Guotao. Thank you for everything you have done. Tang Ye promptly shook his hand. Sir, you are too kind. It is merely my duty. Ji, a major general, patted Tang Ye's shoulder earnestly. Hanzhou is the son of my old squad leader. If anything were to happen to him, my comrades and I would feel ashamed before his late father. His mother is a remarkably proud woman, raising her child alone through hardship. I have urged her several times to join the military, allowing Hanzhou to be by my side, but she has always declined. Over the years, my comrades and I have sent her money, yet she has never touched a penny. If it weren't and Appos for this severe accident, she would never have reached out to me. Tang Ye cast an admiring glance at Sister Wu. She is noble. She did not wish to disrupt your lives. Ji Guotao shook his head with a wry smile. Many years ago, we faced a cunning sniper on the heights. Had it not been for the squad leader and Appos' timely response, I might have lost my life that day. If the squad leader had not sacrificed himself, he would have undoubtedly performed better than I. When he fell, I promised to take good care of you and Hanzhou. Sister Wu wiped her tearful eyes. Had it not been for this hardship, I would never have approached you. Hanzhou's father was a formidable man. I cannot allow Hanzhou to become soft. Overwhelmed with emotion, she found herself speechless. Ji Guotao surveyed the area, his gaze stern. Rest assured. Today I will ensure you receive justice. Otherwise, I am not the soldier the squad leader trained. Wei Jian recognized the gravity of the situation and reported swiftly. Sir, I am Wei Jian, the county mayor of Tianling. Following the accident, the police from Pinga Town promptly apprehended the suspects and seized the vehicle involved. Tang Ye mused at Wei Jian's rapid response. Wan Ming, with a casual demeanor, remarked, County Mayor Wei, you just requested we release the suspects. We have complied with your wishes. Ji Guotao's brows furrowed. What is going on? Wei Jian nearly lost his composure, striving to maintain his expression. I made that decision during discussions with the sand factory representatives to placate them. Wan Ming, you must immediately rearrest the suspects. Wan Ming felt a surge of satisfaction as he pulled out his phone, eager to make the call. Surely, they had not been released so quickly. Du Qingfeng, sensing trouble with the blockade at the Pinga Town government, rushed over. Upon arriving, he found that the situation had already calmed. In the conference room, Dichifeng met Ji Guotao. After exchanging pleasantries, Ji Guotao remarked, "The handling of this incident by Pinnacle has been commendable. Particularly, Comrade Tang Ye acted decisively, ensuring the injured were taken to the hospital for urgent care, locating the best surgical specialists, and even covering the medical expenses up front. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire." Du Chengfeng chuckled. "Young Tang has a warm heart, always ready to help." Ji Guotao continued, "Additionally, I must commend Wan Ming, the chief of the Pingaotown police, for his prompt action following the accident, successfully apprehending the suspects. He is both courageous and resourceful, a dedicated officer." Wan Ming basked in the praise, feeling invigorated as he chanted a slogan, "Upholding justice and defending the weak is the duty of our grassroots police force." Wei Jian, seated among them, felt discomfort at Ji Guotao's every word, which left him feeling cornered. "I shall refrain from elaborating further. Remember this, we must not allow the weak to be humiliated, nor the martyrs to feel forsaken." Chapter 47. Achieving Extraordinary Results with Poor Cards. After expressing his stance, Ji Guotao promptly departed. Before leaving, Ji Guotao exchanged contact information with Tang Ye. "In the future, please assist in taking care of Wu Jie and Hanzhou. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me. Rest assured, I will look after them," Tang Ye replied. Observing this scene, the others were overwhelmed with emotion. Despite the military and the government being two distinct systems, Tang Ye's connection with Ji Guotao could only prove beneficial for his career. Wang Kaicheng suddenly recalled the notion of fortune. After years of dedicated service, he had awaited a benefactor, only to find himself with thinning hair and no sign of one. In stark contrast, Tang Ye seemed to encounter influential figures effortlessly. The previous decision to hand over Qianjin village to Tang Ye had been somewhat impulsive. Wang Kaicheng resolved to mend his relationship with Tang Ye. At this moment, Chao Debiao felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Initially, the intention behind transferring Qianjin village to Tang Ye was to teach him a lesson. Little did he expect that this individual could turn a poor hand into extraordinary results. As Tang Ye watched the jeep disappear from view, he turned to head towards the conference room, where a group was discussing how to resolve the issues surrounding the sand and gravel factory. Du Chifeng presided over the meeting, inviting everyone to share their thoughts. Wei Jian decided to continue down the path of compromise, acknowledging the series of management irregularities within the sand and gravel factory. However, the contributions made to local development over the years were evident to all, and he advocated for a degree of leniency, arguing against a one-size-fits-all punishment. Naturally, compensation and fines should still be enforced. One by one, others echoed Wei Jian and Appo's sentiments. Du Chifeng glanced at Tang Ye and suddenly inquired, "Comrade Tang Ye, what are your thoughts?" After a brief pause, Tang Ye responded emphatically, "I believe this is an opportune moment to either shut down the sand and gravel factory or consider its transformation." The room fell silent, stunned by his audacity. Chen Jihua had previously discussed with Tang Ye the necessity of taking strong action against the factory. Yet he was taken aback by Tang Ye's proposal in such a sensitive setting. Wei Jian shot Tang Ye a frosty glare, pressing him with questions. "It's easy to speak without considering the consequences. If we shut down the factory, what will happen to the workers? The drivers who took loans to purchase sand trucks? Are we to disrupt their livelihoods? Yes, the factory has mismanaged its operations, but a forced closure would lead to a cascade of repercussions. Are you prepared to shoulder that responsibility if further issues arise?" Most attendees deemed the closure of the sand and gravel factory unrealistic and excessively punitive. Tang Ye replied coolly, "It is indeed difficult to ascertain whether the factory has contributed more than it has harmed since its inception." Wei Jian regarded Tang Ye with a complex expression, acknowledging that while accidents are rare, strict management and government oversight should prevent similar occurrences in the future. Tang Ye recognized that he must reveal his trump card. "Here are some photographs I captured a few days ago along the riverbank in Qianjin village. According to approvals from higher authorities, the factory's designated sand extraction area was supposed to be in Fugo village. However, malicious extraction is occurring daily in the tidal flats of Qianjin village. A site that once existed has inexplicably vanished. While Neahai is engaged in land reclamation, certain individuals exploit the land for profit, resulting in a grievous loss of territory. Pingu has previously suffered severe flooding. Such illegal sand extraction leads to soil erosion and jeopardizes flood control measures. Therefore, this operational model is incompatible with the national policy of sustainable development. The sand and gravel factory must be permanently shut down." Wei Jian was taken aback by the constant challenges to his authority from a deputy mayor. His expression darkened as he slammed his hand on the table twice. The sand and gravel factory employs nearly 100 individuals. How do you propose to manage their welfare? If they lose their jobs, protest will ensue, and if the situation escalates, will you bear the responsibility? Compared to Secretary Du, Wei Jian's composure was somewhat lacking. Tang Ye, maintaining his poise, retorted, "My suggestion is to establish a civil engineering transportation company, shifting operations from sand to earth transportation. The sand extraction equipment can be sold to compensate the victims of the accident. I have surveyed the market, and there is significant demand in real estate development and large infrastructure projects. If we establish a transportation company, the drivers' incomes will substantially increase. Simultaneously, we can prevent further environmental degradation." Wei Jian suddenly felt as though he were being outmaneuvered. Tang Ye had meticulously organized his arguments, and continuing the debate would only place him at a disadvantage. He strategically chose to sip tea, opting for silence. Du Chifeng was astonished that Tang Ye could hold his ground against Wei Jian. Although circumstances favored him, Tang Ye's unwavering demeanor was commendable. It was clear that a conclusion was in sight. Du Chifeng tapped the table twice to gather everyone's attention. Comrade Tang Ye has conducted an insightful analysis of the issue and proposed a viable solution. We shall assign you the responsibility of establishing a transportation company based on the sand and gravel factory. On Saturday, Tang Ye visited Hanzhou. Entering the room, he placed a basket of fruit beside the bed. Hanzhou's hospital bed was situated by the window, and he lay with his eyes tightly shut, pallid and motionless, making it difficult to discern whether he was in a coma or merely asleep. The attending physician, upon learning of Tang Ye's arrival, came from the office, exchanged pleasantries, and briefed Tang Ye on Hanzhou's condition. The patient had suffered extensive ischemia and hypoxia in the right hemisphere of the brain, leading to edema, increased intracranial pressure, and necessitating procedures like decompressive craniectomy and hematoma evacuation. Tang Ye understood that Hanzhou's chances of survival were 30% due to his father's expertise and 70% due to sheer luck. Wu Jie, should you encounter any issues at the hospital, do not hesitate to contact me. Take this meal card. My father typically eats in the small cafeteria in the operating room and does not need it. The funds on this card can be used for meals or to purchase daily necessities at the supermarket. Tang Ye was selective in whom he chose to assist, but he held deep respect for Wu Jie. Her eyes welled with tears as she shook her head, refusing. "I cannot accept this, Tang Mayor. You have already helped me enough." Tang Ye resolutely placed the meal card into her pocket, insisting, "I promised the leader that I would take good care of you all. I cannot go back on my word. You must accept it, or it will seem as though you look down upon me." Seeing Tang Ye's apparent displeasure, Wu Jie ceased her protests and retrieved the document. "This is the agreement for land transfer. I owe you an apology for putting you in an uncomfortable position earlier." Tang Ye patiently encouraged her, "Please reconsider. Do not make a decision that you may regret. My son has mentioned several times the idea of leasing out our cell phone land. I previously struggled with this concept, but through this experience, I've come to realize that health is paramount. How much food can that piece of land yield? Holding on to it is unnecessary. Then I shall accept it. Thank you for your cooperation." Without lingering, Tang Ye took his leave. A fellow patient quietly inquired of Wu Jie, "Who is this young man? The doctors and nurses treat him with such respect." "He is my son's savior. His father is the chief of neurosurgery. When my son had the accident that night, he was fortunate to have discovered it in time, arranged a vehicle to transport him to the City People's Hospital, and Dr. Tang rushed over after finishing his shift to assist with the rescue." "I see. I did not expect the chief's son to be not only handsome but also so compassionate. He is the deputy mayor of our town, quite a promising young man." Tang Ye, having heard that Tang Ye was present, made her way to the ward but discovered that he had already left. She happened to overhear Wu Jie and the patient praising her son, causing a smile to break through her typically stern demeanor. As Tang Ye exited the hospital, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. A woman in Apo's languid voice introduced herself. "Tang Mayor, my name is Kai Meifin. Are you free tonight to join me for dinner?" Tang Ye was aware of Kai Meifin as the nominal owner of the sand and gravel factory, with close ties to General Bai. He pondered the potential benefits of this encounter, recognizing that her collaboration would be essential for the factory's transformation. "I also wish to make the acquaintance of Boss Kai. How about I treat you?" Kai Meifin was momentarily taken aback, for it is not customary for subordinates to invite their superiors to dine. "I shall send you the address for our meal shortly. Let us meet later." Following the address provided by Kai Meifin, Tang Ye arrived at a restaurant situated on the outskirts of the city. He announced Kai Meifin's name at the front desk, and the attendant escorted him to a private room. Upon entering, Tang Ye paused for a moment. Kai Meifin, with her elegant legs crossed, was seated on the sofa, adorned in a rather alluring V-neck dress, gazing at him with a radiant smile. Chapter 48. A being that can both devour and care. Upon the arrival of Tang Ye, Kai Meifin and Appo's lovely face radiated with delight. "Mayor Tang, please take a seat." Noticing only 2 sets of utensils on the table, Tang Ye expressed his surprise. "Is it just the 2 of us in this grand private room?" Kai Meifin's lips curled into a playful smile. "What? Are you afraid I might consume you?" Tang Ye chuckled lightly. "Boss Kai, your words are somewhat frightening. You speak of devouring people so casually." Kai Meifin laughed heartily. "I never imagined Mayor Tang would possess such a timid disposition. Fear not, for I not only consume but also care." Tang Ye casually remarked. "Then, Boss Kai, do show me some compassion and bring forth the dishes quickly. I haven't had lunch and have been eagerly awaiting this meal." Kai Meifin's melodious laughter filled the air once more. "I shall notify the waiter to serve the dishes immediately. We cannot allow Mayor Tang to go hungry. Just don't eat me in return." Tang Ye smiled, internally chastising her as a cunning vixen. The waiter soon began to serve an array of dishes, including Pinnacle bridge tofu soup, braised baby bok choy, and steamed perch. Though Tang Ye claimed to be famished, he did not pick up his chopsticks. Kai Meifin stood up to personally pour wine for him. He raised a hand in protest, suggesting, "How about we drink tea instead?" Kai Meifin laughed. "Mayor Tang, I have heard tales of your impressive drinking capacity. Are you truly afraid of a mere woman?" With a smile, Tang Ye replied, "My primary purpose in meeting you today is to engage in business discussions. If we indulge too much in drink, will we be able to discuss matters effectively?" Relentlessly, Kai Meifin insisted. "Then let us share a small pot. Nothing will go awry. Even if something does, it will be to your advantage." As she poured the wine, she leaned closer to him, her low-cut neckline revealing a generous expanse of alabaster skin. Unable to dissuade her, Tang Ye allowed her to fill the pot. Returning to her seat, Kai Meifin raised her glass. "I toast to you." With that, she elegantly tilted her neck back and drained her glass in one go. Tang Ye refrained from lifting his own glass, quietly observing her. Kai Meifin flashed the bottom of her glass, urging, "Mayor Tang, I have already finished mine. Surely, you wouldn't deny me this courtesy?" Tang Ye chuckled softly. "To be honest, I do not dare to drink this glass." Kai Meifin's eyes widened in surprise. "Why not? Do you suspect I might have drugged it? Let us return to the matter at hand. Boss Kai, you summoned me undoubtedly concerning the sand and gravel factory." Kai Meifin's demeanor shifted, a flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. "We all toil for our sustenance. Must we resort to extremes?" Tang Ye shook his head with a bitter smile. "Though I address you as Boss Kai, the reality is that profit does not pertain to you. Should issues arise, you bear the burden. Your current situation is indeed precarious." Kai Meifin inhaled deeply. "Could you perhaps show some leniency? Do not close down the sand and gravel factory." Tang Ye replied earnestly, "The factory must indeed be shut down. There is no need to regard me as your adversary. Rather, consider me an ally." Kai Meifin's expression turned grave. "What do you mean?" Tang Ye smiled gently. "The one who wishes to drive you to despair is not me, but rather the person behind you. The immense debt must be suffocating you. Yes? You are privy to many of his secrets. When you cease to be of value, how do you think he will treat you?" A chilling realization washed over Kai Meifin. The betrayal of trust was a tactic often employed by Dajing, and she had sensed this impending doom, which prompted her to reach out to Tang Ye, seeking a glimmer of hope for salvation. Observing Kai Meifin's tense expression, Tang Ye continued, "If you collaborate with me to topple Dajing, you may yet find a sliver of hope." A sardonic smile crossed Kai Meifin's lips. "I can see that you are astute, but you are still overly naive. Dajing is a master strategist. Even 100 of you would not suffice against him." Tang Ye remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Relying solely on me will not suffice. You ought to be aware that the city is currently undertaking a crackdown on organized crime. It only takes a single straw to break the camel's back. If you are unwilling to be that straw, then we need not continue our discussion." Seeing Tang Ye rise to leave, Kai Meifin grew anxious. "I can agree to cooperate, but I have conditions. Firstly, do not shut down the sand and gravel factory." Tang Ye, relieved by her concession, responded, "The factory will indeed close, but it will be restructured into a transportation company. I can assure you that you will have a stake in the new company." Kai Meifin's face remained impassive. "Secondly, ensure my safety." Tang Ye smiled, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. "You may come in now." Moments later, Wan Ming entered with a cheerful demeanor. Kai Meifan gazed at Tang Ye in astonishment. Disappointment lacing her tone. I did not expect you to have such a backup. Indeed, those in power are full of tricks. If we collaborate, Director Wan will guarantee your safety. Tang Ye paused for a moment. Next, I need you to be forthright. What evidence do you possess? Kai Meifan prepared to speak, but Wan Ming gestured for silence. Hand me your bag. After a brief hesitation, Kai Meifan handed it over to Wan Ming. Minutes later, he retrieved a listening device from within. Wan Ming cast the device into the toilet and flushed. Tang Ye silently admired Wan Ming's quick thinking. A moment's lapse could have exposed critical evidence. With the opponent prepared, the evidence would lose its efficacy. Kai Meifan's complexion paled instantly upon witnessing this. She understood that Bai Dazheng had begun to suspect her, which was why he had planted the listening device in her bag. With her last psychological defense shattered, she resolved to place all her hopes in Tang Ye. You may speak now, she urged. I often accompany Bai Dazheng to various business engagements, interacting with many officials. Aside from dining, I also discreetly offer them red envelopes or shopping carts. Your words alone are insufficient. Do you have any proof? Bai Dazheng conducts regular audits, so I remember every transaction distinctly. He is unaware that, in addition to the records I provide him, I have also kept a backup. I can recall precisely when and where I delivered gifts, and to which establishments. Tang Ye remained cautious, realizing he had to tread carefully. One could never know when a briber might divulge information. Shaking his head, he replied, this alone is inadequate. I possess a video, roughly 2 minutes long, documenting his involvement in a murder, Kai Meifan declared, gritting her teeth as she revealed the most damning evidence. Tang Ye and Wan Ming exchanged glances, recognizing the shared excitement in their eyes. Kai Meifan then recounted numerous projects Bai Dazheng had engaged in, many of which involved significant corruption. Tang Ye was taken aback, realizing the vast network of corruption Bai Dazheng had woven. He and Wan Ming immediately set off to retrieve the proof from Kai Meifan's safe. Following that, Tang Ye contacted Du Chengfeng for an urgent meeting at the county committee office. Du Chengfeng scrutinized the materials, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why would Kai Meifan betray Bai Dazheng? Tang Ye explained she finds herself in a desperate situation, burdened by substantial debts. Bai Dazheng refuses to assist her, leaving her to fend for herself. Thus, she considers betrayal. She understands Bai Dazheng's nature, suspicious and ruthless, so she seeks our protection to survive. Du Chengfeng inquired, what assurances did you provide her? Tang Ye replied, to ensure her safety and to allow her to have a stake in the new company. Seeing that the information was credible, Du Chengfeng's eyes glimmered with resolve. I will report this to Secretary Zhou at the Municipal Party Committee immediately. As he departed from the county committee, Tang Ye sent a message to Mingxing. A storm is brewing. Chapter 49. A good night's sleep awaits. On the weekend, Tang Ye upheld his disciplined routine. He jogged 2 kilometers in the nearby park, and upon his return, he took a refreshing shower and donned a clean outfit. Just as he opened his laptop to commence work, the door swung open. Qin Lan entered, burdened with a plethora of vegetables, and began to chatter at Tang Ye, lamenting how others, being civil servants, enjoyed socializing on weekends, while he remained cooped up at home, devoid of any social engagements. Tang Ye found himself amused yet perplexed. Mother, do you find me bothersome and lacking ambition? If so, feel free to say so. I could always move out. Qin Lan, tying her apron and standing behind him with her hands on her hips, retorted, have you grown wings? Just because I express my concerns, you take offense? If you wish to leave, then hurry and find yourself a partner. With that, she reached out, seemingly intent on giving him a playful twist of the ear. Tang Ye quickly covered his ears, chuckling, oh dear mother, I understand the adage that to be chastised is to be loved. Might I request just 10 minutes of peace to finish my draft? Afterward, I shall stand ready for your hour-long tirade. Would that be agreeable? Qin Lan shot him an exasperated glare before turning to the kitchen, muttering, your face is thicker than a city wall. Chastising you is a waste of my energy. The lunch menu consisted of chicken stewed with edamame and a delicate crucian carp and tofu soup. Seizing the moment, Tang Ye sweetly remarked, these are all my favorites. Truly, my mother is the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and virtuous woman in the world. When I seek a wife, I shall look for someone just like you. With a smile, Qin Lan exited the room and began preparing lunch in the kitchen. She felt a deep sense of satisfaction with her family. Although her husband was often preoccupied with work and rarely helped at home, he was upright, diligent, and steadily ascended to become the top surgeon in Hanzhou. As for her son, Tang Ye, he was equally commendable, excelling in both academics and character since childhood. Yet, she harbored concerns at 27. Soon to be 28 after the new year, he was considered an older, unmarried man. Previously, she believed that given Tang Ye's qualities, he need not resort to matchmaking to find a daughter-in-law. It should have been a straightforward affair. However, since Tang Ye began focusing on his career in Pinnacle, he scarcely had time for romance. Consequently, Qianlan recently started arranging blind dates for him, which had become a source of subtle tension between mother and son. Tang Ye had just completed the transformation plan for the sand and gravel factory and mused that Wan Ming would likely call soon. Today marked a pivotal day for the arrest of Bai Danian. His phone displayed Wan Ming's number. Wan Ming's voice was filled with excitement. Mayor Tang, your foresight is truly remarkable. Bai Danian attempted to disguise himself to escape from Tianjin International Airport and was apprehended at the boarding gate. The intelligence you provided was crucial, detailing not only his forged identity but also his altered appearance. We faced almost no obstacles. Bai Danian appeared surprisingly calm upon his arrest, as if he had anticipated such an outcome. Tang Ye reflected that, with Bai Danian and Apos' intellect and experience, he must surely have known who had betrayed him. Bai Danian had attempted to use a forged identity to slip away, but that tactic had failed him. The sole explanation: he had been betrayed by those he trusted most. At this moment, Bai Danian was likely regretting his support for a new faction that had pitted him against his adopted son, Hu Mingxing, resulting in his isolation. Had he relinquished control of the Haihua group's power sooner, he would never have been undermined by Hu Mingxing. Tang Ye sighed deeply. Retribution had come. Bai Danian's hands were stained with guilt and blood. All of this was his own doing. Wan Ming spoke softly. This case has garnered significant attention from the city. I have pieced together the details. It all started with a hit-and-run incident in Qinshan village. Thanks to your keen insight and perseverance, we managed to unravel a hidden underworld figure in Hanzhou. Tang Ye paused, astonished that Wan Ming intended to claim credit for the case. Unable to suppress a wry smile. You should not be a detective. You should pursue a career in public relations. You have a knack for glorifying others. Wan Ming lamented. Mayor Tang, this case would not have been successful without you. Bringing down General Bai has been a long-standing aspiration of mine. For years, I have felt so wronged, powerless, and furious. I never imagined I would personally apprehend this menace. Tang Ye clenched his fist. Vengeance was finally realized, and his wishes fulfilled. What a joyous moment. The winds and snow have weighed upon me for years, yet I now laugh as the gentle snow falls like cotton. All that is behind me now. What lies ahead is a broad and prosperous path. Wan Ming chuckled. I appreciate your kind words. His tone then shifted to one of disappointment. It is quite ironic. I regarded him as my mortal enemy, yet upon revealing my identity, this old fool had no idea who I was. Tang Ye remained silent for a few seconds, contemplating from his lofty vantage point. All he saw were ants below. To garner the attention of others, one must strive to reach the summit. No one supports my lofty ambitions. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain peak. Old Wan, if we wish to accomplish more, we must become stronger. Wan Ming felt a surge of determination coursing through him. Yes, he would strive to elevate himself, forcing those who looked down upon him to gaze upward. He would ensure that those who sought to take advantage of his misfortune would come to regret it, and that all nefarious wrongdoers would be brought to justice. Tang Ye smiled. In 10 years, I shall see if you can still boast. Wan Ming had undergone a remarkable transformation. Recent successes combined with his decisive role in apprehending Bai Danian would undoubtedly lead to a turning point in his life. After hanging up, Wan Ming let out a long sigh. Since meeting Tang Ye, his fortunes had improved. He understood that to stride confidently toward his dreams, he needed to remain in synchrony with Tang Ye. This young deputy mayor possessed countless admirable and commendable qualities. Tang Ye called Kai Mafin. Her distinctive voice resonated on the other end. You can sleep soundly tonight. Bai Danian has just been apprehended. Is that true? Kai Mafin had been living in fear these past few days. Despite Wan Ming assigning brothers to guard the area, she dared not step outside, spending half her time anxiously watching the street below. Any slight disturbance sent her heart racing. Absolutely. You can verify with Wan Ming shortly. That's wonderful. I am finally free. Oh, these past few days have driven me nearly mad. I'll head out soon. I must indulge in some shopping. By the way, Mayor Tang, is there anything you need? I can bring it to you. Tang Ye nearly doubled over from her last remark. Are you trying to set me up? I know how much you love to keep tabs. Kai Mafin giggled. My little tricks are no match for you. Tang Ye shifted the conversation to the transformation plan for the sand and gravel factory. I've finalized the proposal and will send it to you shortly. The factory was originally a liability, Your influence will depend on how much you are willing to invest. Kai Meifan grasped his meaning, having survived a calamity. Her perspective on wealth had shifted. Compared to life and death, what did money truly matter? Mayor Tang, I have 2 properties I can sell, along with my savings. I could likely raise over $1 million. That will suffice. Tang Ye knew Kai Meifan had some resources. Tomorrow morning, we will meet at the Pinga town government to sign the contract. By the way, I have found you a partner. His name is Sun Hai, and he is my high school classmate. Kai Meifan brightened. Great. When shall we arrange a meal together? Last time, we ordered a feast but hardly tasted a bite. What a waste. Of course, if you think dining is a waste of time, we can forego that. She continued. There is a hotel in Hanzhou with a splendid ambience. From the balcony, one can view the city by night, especially romantic on rainy days. Tang Ye smirked lightly. Do not lump me in with Bidanian. From this day forth, hold your head high and walk with confidence, for to do otherwise may reveal my colder demeanor. Kai Meifan shivered at the thought. Even the cunning fox, Bidanian, had fallen prey to his inexplicable machinations. Engaging in a battle of wits with him would surely lead to one's own undoing. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Tang Ye received a call from Wan Ming. A colleague from the Municipal Public Security Bureau was coming to inquire about the situation. Tang Ye proceeded downstairs to await their arrival. Before long, 2 police vehicles approached, one following the other. Captain Wu from the Municipal Bureau and Deputy Director Chow from the County Bureau alighted, their faces adorned with smiles as they made their way toward him. Following Captain Wu was a bright and graceful figure, tall and slender. Chapter 50. The police flower is not easy to pursue. She winked at Tang Ye. He mused that only a well-tailored police uniform could impeccably showcase her slightly slender figure. The azure attire was adorned with a golden police badge, and the cuffs of her blouse were slightly rolled up, revealing a pale blue shirt beneath that accentuated her delicate complexion, exuding a healthy glow. Her hair was neatly tied back into a simple ponytail, with a few wisps gently cascading onto her forehead, adding a touch of softness and vivacity. The contrast between her lustrous black hair and the radiant whiteness of her neck was striking. Her lips, tinted a rosy hue, and her brows, resembling distant mountains, were illuminated by the sunlight, allowing even the faintest fuzz on her ears to be visible. Her gaze sparkled with a hint of liveliness and joy. In the presence of such professional charisma, notions of seduction, fashion, and cuteness appeared utterly feeble. Tang Ye stepped forward and greeted several individuals. Captain Wu, Director Chow, Officer Du. Welcome. Captain Wu smiled, expressing surprise at their swift reunion. I heard from Xiao Du that you were her high school classmate? Tang Ye nodded. Indeed. The changes are quite remarkable. I hardly recognized her the last time we met. Captain Wu responded casually. On the way to Pingu, Xiao Du couldn't stop praising you, saying that your academic performance was exceptional back in school. Tang Ye's mind raced as he quickly replied. Her grades were commendable as well. At that time, we were both immersed in the sea of knowledge and were not particularly familiar with each other. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so distant after all these years. Captain Wu teased. With neither of you married, it's never too late to get to know each other now. Tang Ye laughed. The police flower is indeed not easy to pursue. Du Shi's fair cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Upon entering the conference room, Chun Jihua and Wang Kaiqing, having heard of the county bureau's visit, came to accompany them. After a few introductions and pleasantries, Captain Wu took a sip of tea and stated the purpose of their visit. Secretary Chun, Mayor Wang. We are here primarily to understand the traffic accident that occurred a few days ago in Pinga Town. This is not merely a simple traffic incident. It involves criminals who have been lurking in Hanzhou for many years, engaged in nefarious activities. Yesterday at noon, we received reliable information from Mayor Tang and Comrade Wan Ming, which led to the arrest of the suspect at the airport. Had we been a moment late, the suspect would have escaped to America, evading justice. The city committee highly regards this outcome and hopes we can compile detailed materials to report to the provincial department as a significant achievement in our city and AMP's efforts to combat organized crime this year. Chun Jihua and Wang Kaiqing exchanged glances, their emotions complex but not revealing on their faces. After all, the accomplishments of the police station could also reflect positively on their leadership. Wan Ming cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and smiled. Allow me to report the details of this matter to the leaders. After being appointed as the liaison for Tianjin Village, Mayor Tang had truly rooted himself in the grassroots, working diligently in the village daily, advancing land transfers, and even residing there, integrating completely with the villagers. Tang Ye made an effort to maintain a neutral expression. Despite Wan Ming's casual demeanor, he was quite eloquent when it came to formal discussions. On November 22nd at 11:45 p.m., under a moonless, windy night, while patrolling the village, Mayor Tang encountered a woman in distress and rushed to the scene, discovering a young man injured in the river. Without hesitation, he contacted vehicles and the hospital, saving the critically injured individual. It is worth mentioning that the victim was the son of a martyr who sacrificed his life for the country. Upon learning this, a comrade of the martyr from the Provincial Military District came to Pinnacle to personally investigate the case. Commander? Captain Wu looked up, astonished. Yes, Major General Ji Guotao. Chen Jihua added with a smile. Captain Wu and Deputy Director Chao were unaware of this detail, quietly jotting down the information. After learning that the driver had fled the scene, Mayor Tang promptly issued instructions to me. I immediately took action, searching for the driver throughout the town. Eventually, we received intel that he was gambling at a gravel factory, so I led a team there and apprehended the suspect. Little did we expect this lead would unravel a much larger case. The mastermind behind the gravel factory, known as Bai Dazheng, had long been a scourge in Hanzhou, involved in numerous major crimes. We approached the factory's legal representative, Kai Meifan, and discovered evidence of bribery, organized crime, and even murder within her home safe. I reported this to my superiors and was honored to be part of the arrest operation, bringing this notorious criminal to justice. Captain Wu, stroking his pen, sharply inquired. You provided the information regarding Bai Dazheng's escape abroad. How did you obtain such precise intel? Wan Ming glanced at Tang Ye, who confidently replied, I learned this from Hu Mingsheng. He is Bai Dazheng's godson and is quite familiar with his whereabouts. Captain Wu curiously asked, How do you know Hu Mingsheng? And how did you persuade him to turn against Bai Dazheng? Tang Ye smiled. I wouldn't say I know him well. However, I was aware of the conflict between him and Bai Dazheng. After gathering sufficient evidence, I found him at Haihua Building for a face-to-face conversation. He understood the wisdom in being pragmatic. Tang Ye omitted certain details, such as the relationship between Gu Wuqin and Hong Ruilin, the grievances between Hong Ruilin and Bai Dazheng, and the conflicts between Bai Dazheng and Hu Mingsheng, as discussing those openly would be inappropriate. Nonetheless, Wan Ming clarified these matters during his private report to his superiors. Du Shi thought to herself that Tang Ye's courage to seek out Hu Mingsheng alone required immense inner strength and negotiation skills. Most people would be terrified upon learning of Hu Mingsheng's background, yet Tang Ye managed to remain composed, exploiting vulnerabilities to achieve his objective. Admiration flickered in Captain Wu's gaze as he noted the dramatic twists of the entire process. Mayor Tang, your performance has been outstanding. Despite lacking police experience, you handled the situation with such meticulousness. It is commendable. Xiao Du, you must write this case well. Du Shi smiled brightly, assuring Captain Wu, rest assured. I will carefully craft the material, and once it is complete, I will seek Mayor Tang's approval first. Tang Ye quickly humbly replied, I dare not claim such credit. Once the article is published, I must study it thoroughly. In front of everyone, the two feigned unfamiliarity with each other. However, when their eyes met, a tacit understanding blossomed between them, warming their hearts despite the autumn chill. Du Shi felt particularly rational, unlike other girls who indulged in Korean dramas. She preferred reading crime investigation books, criminal files, and studying criminal psychology. She never considered herself to be one to fall prey to romantic notions, yet for some reason, she could always spot Tang Ye's name amidst the densely packed notes in her notebook. Tang Ye had just remarked that the police flower was not easy to pursue. Did it really have to be him who pursued her? After the personnel from the county and city police departments departed, Tang Ye awaited Kai Meifan and Sun Hai. The new company and Oppos, as partnership agreement outlined the following share distribution. Kai Meifan would hold 40%, Sun Hai 20%, Gu Wuqin 15%, and Qin Lan 25%. Without a trace of hesitation, Kai Meifan signed her name. Although this investment seemed somewhat disadvantageous on the surface, in the long run, it was expected to provide stable dividends. Having freed herself from Bai Dazheng's shadow, all she desired was a peaceful life with a stable income. Chapter 51. Just a layer of paper. The Huainan Public Security newspaper's fourth page featured a serialized report titled The Dark Clouds Over Hanzhou. This series garnered a positive response throughout the province's judicial and law enforcement systems. Lu Feng, seated beside Du Shi, held the newspaper. The articles, skillfully penned, flowed seamlessly, with a tightly woven plot, intricate developments, and dramatic twists, evoking the feel of a crime novel. Do you think there is a chance the director might notice this case and adapt it into a television series? Such audacity in thought. Du Shi having received high praise from Captain Wu in a recent meeting for her outstanding writing, was in good spirits, feeling that her acne had significantly diminished. However, Lu Fang's suggestion was a tad exaggerated. What moved me most was how the article conveyed your genuine feelings. For instance, the line that suggested we need more grassroots leaders like Comrade Tang Ye, brave and resourceful, unafraid of authority, and willing to stand against evil, would surely contribute to a more harmonious society. Du Shi, noticing Lu Fang's sudden elevation in volume, quickly covered her mouth and shot her a glare. Enough of that. Lu Fang wriggled free, playfully poking Du Shi in the side. You're usually so carefree. But when it comes to Tang Ye, you visibly change. Your face flushes, your eyes dart away, and you even smile. Du Shi grasped Lu Fang's wrist, protesting, I do not. Stop spouting nonsense. He and I are merely classmates. There's nothing to it. Lu Fang, eyes sparkling, observed the subtle shift in her friend and Oppo's expression. Noting the transition from pale to pink, it's clear to an outsider, don't deceive yourself. Du Shi, attempting to divert the topic, asked, enough about me. What do you think of Sun Hai? Lu Fang quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Don't pair us off. That guy is a creep. Du Shi, puzzled, inquired, why do you say that? Sun Hai has a great personality. He is optimistic and cheerful. Lu Fang leaned closer, whispering in Du Shi's ear. At first, our conversation was going well, but then he suddenly asked for my size, claiming he wanted to gift me some underwear. Goodness, he is too familiar. What does he take me for? I blocked him immediately. Du Shi erupted in laughter, unable to contain herself, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes. You've misunderstood him. He invested in a lingerie factory in Pinggu Town. He genuinely wanted to gift you one of his products, not to harass you. Lu Fang's eyes widened in realization, covering her mouth in embarrassment. So it seems I misjudged him. Du Shi chuckled. You're usually open to any topic. Why didn't you continue the conversation? A few more exchanges would clarify his intentions. I find it odd. Are you perhaps taking him seriously? Lu Fang haughtily scoffed, waving her hand. Not at all. I truly thought he was just a smooth-talking creep. Du Shi picked up her phone and called Sun Hai. He was in the warehouse assisting with packaging and found a quiet corner to answer. Officer Du, how may I assist you? Du Shi feigned anger. Why are you bullying my dear Fang Fang? Sun Hai took a moment to gather his thoughts. If I had 100 lives, I wouldn't dare bully a police officer. She asked me what I had been busy with lately, and I thought to give her some of our latest products. I barely got started when she misunderstood me. I hurried to call, only to find she had blocked me. I even tried reaching her from someone else's phone, but she wouldn't answer. It's my fault for not communicating clearly. Please convey my apologies. Du Shi switched her phone to speaker mode, and Lu Fang could hear everything. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, no need for a middleman. I forgive you. Sun Hai, relieved, exclaimed, that's wonderful. Let me take you out for dinner this weekend as an apology. Du Shi, grinning, probed just her. Sun Hai quickly replied, of course, you must join us. Lu Fang chimed in, you really need to be more considerate. Haha, I'll also invite that Tang kid. Sun Hai was quick on the uptake. After hanging up, Lu Fang turned to Du Shi, asking, does your mother approve of your relationship with Tang Ye? Du Shi paused, emphasizing, we are not in a relationship. Lu Fang pointed out, you two have mutual feelings. It's just that thin layer of paper that hasn't been pierced. If you like him, you should be more proactive. He is quite handsome and capable. If you hesitate, someone else might snatch him away, and you'll regret it. Du Shi felt conflicted, yet still protested, I have no feelings for him. At that moment, Lu Fang received a phone call from her superior, stating there was an urgent matter to attend to, and she hurried away. As Du Shi thought about her upcoming meeting with Tang Ye, a gentle smile crept across her face. Chen Jihua approached Tang Ye with the Provincial Public Security newspaper in hand. Your classmate writes beautifully. I've been following the serialized case reports closely, eagerly anticipating each installment. Akin to reading a novel, Tang Ye instantly understood Chen Jihua's underlying sentiment and smiled. Secretary Chen, if all goes well, your name will appear in the next issue. Chen Jihua was elated, really? I must cherish the next edition of the newspaper. By the way, I just received a call from the County Party Organization Department. Wan Ming is set to be transferred to the County Bureau as Deputy Director, leaving the position of Police Chief vacant. They inquired if we had any opinions. Personnel arrangements typically fall under the purview of the party secretary, and Chen Jihua's inquiry indicated his respect for Tang Ye's views. Tang Ye candidly expressed his thoughts. The position of police chief is crucial. If the county sends someone unfamiliar with Pinggu's circumstances, it could lead to numerous issues. Therefore, we must insist on appointing someone well-versed in grassroots work. Wang Ming held significant respect in Pingu. Even though he is leaving, we should still honor his opinions. Many will be vying for this position. Once a candidate is confirmed, we must report to Secretary Du and seek his support. Qin Jihua was taken aback. While Tang Ye shared his opinion, he refrained from naming specific candidates, demonstrating his tact and respect for Qin Jihua in personnel matters. Qin Jihua nodded with a smile. All right. I'll meet with Comrade Wang Ming shortly to finalize the successor. As Qin Jihua prepared to leave, Tang Ye quickly rose to escort him to the door. Despite their camaraderie, as Qin Jihua was now Tang Ye and Apos, as superior, it was essential to show due respect. After a private discussion with Wang Ming, it was decided that Ren Jun would take over as police chief. Tang Ye had a favorable impression of Ren Jun, who had served as a reconnaissance soldier and was nearly selected for special forces but missed out due to injury, opting instead to retire and return home. That evening, Wang Ming hosted a farewell banquet before his departure. In addition to his colleagues from the police station, he specifically invited Tang Ye. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Ming felt the moment was right and pulled Ren Jun aside, solemnly advising him. Junzi, both you and I owe gratitude to Town Head Tang. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to settle my scores or gain the county bureau leader's recognition. With my departure, you have the opportunity to advance. Carry this gratitude in your heart and remember to heed Town Head Tang's words. If you betray him, I, as your mentor, will not forgive you. Ren Jun stood, raising his glass to Tang Ye with a smile. Town Head Tang, from this moment on, wherever you point, I shall follow, ensuring I support your work. Tang Ye acknowledged Wang Ming's assistance, understanding that it was not merely about connections or favors, but rather the accumulation of commendations earned through decisive actions in significant cases. For those on the law enforcement front lines, making a substantial impact in crucial cases is a hard-won strength forever etched in their records. Tang Ye stood, clinking glasses with Ren Jun. Let us strive together to ensure our work is thorough and solid. With Wan Ju overseeing matters in the county, I am confident that our efforts in Pingu will swiftly yield positive results. My brothers are filled with hope, and their lives will undoubtedly improve. Ren Jun noticed Tang Ye raising his glass and quickly downed his drink, forcing a piece of fatty meat into his mouth to suppress the alcohol's effects before continuing to speak. Mayor Tang, your words resonate profoundly. Wan Ju, I raise my glass to you, and I hope you will continue to advocate for our brothers and Appos' welfare in the county. Wang Ming glanced at Ren Jun, suggesting that they should not neglect Mayor Tang amidst their camaraderie. Tang Ye smiled and remarked, once you join the county bureau, opportunities to share a drink with you will become scarce. Let us cherish this moment. Today, Tang Ye did not resort to evasion, for he understood that most attention was directed at Wang Ming. With deft guidance, the conversation would shift towards a vigorous assault on Wang Ming. In high spirits and with an open-hearted nature, Wang Ming welcomed all. After several rounds of toasting, the effects of the alcohol began to alter Wang Ming's tone and rhythm. As Ren Jun raised his glass once more, Wang Ming felt the effects of the liquor surging, and he struggled to rise, ultimately becoming rigid and motionless. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and slid toward the table's edge. Tang Ye was prepared and swiftly supported him, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. The following afternoon, Tang Ye went to the city on official business. Upon completing his tasks, he visited the hospital to see Hanzhou. Upon seeing Tang Ye, Sister Wu was overwhelmed with emotion. Mayor Tang, thanks to your assistance, the medical expenses and compensation were processed promptly. Tang Ye humbly responded, it is primarily due to the county leader's keen attention to this matter that things proceeded so smoothly. With tears in her eyes, Sister Wu gazed at her son in the hospital bed, choking back her words, he cannot walk, and he doesn't even recognize me. I fear it may take a long time for him to recover. Tang Ye quickly reassured her, he is still young. His recovery will be swift. Sister Wu wiped her tears, expressing, it is a miracle he has survived. Regardless of his condition, I will care for him diligently. Tang Ye was inevitably moved. After offering comfort to Sister Wu, he took his leave. Just outside the ward, in a corner, a slender woman trembled incessantly. She struggled to control her throat but could not suppress the sounds of her sobs. Chapter 52, The Future of My Brother-in-Law Rests on You. Su Qiao donned a brown trench coat over a white turtleneck sweater, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and her fair, delicate cheeks glistened with tears. Upon encountering Tang Ye, she hurriedly wiped the corners of her eyes. Tang Ye retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. Hanzhou is out of danger. You must embrace a more positive outlook and focus on the brighter side, he encouraged. Su Qiao accepted the tissue, dabbing her tears away, and gazed at Tang Ye. What should I do? He no longer remembers me. I consulted his attending physician. The amnesia is temporary, and his memories will gradually resurface. Su Qiao lowered her gaze. Mayor Tang, I must express my gratitude to you. Had you not saved Hanzhou, I would likely never forgive myself. Tang Ye endeavored to uplift Su Qiao's spirits, encouraging her. To love others, one must first love oneself. Dwelling in sorrow serves no purpose. Ultimately, only by transforming your own destiny can you gain the capacity to aid those you cherish. I understand. Su Qiao found wisdom in Tang Ye's words, her eyes now reflecting a newfound resilience. The two walked side by side to the elevator. As the doors opened, a robust man emerged. Su Qiao and Apos' expression changed dramatically, instinctively stepping back. Wang Jun, what are you doing here? Tang Ye recognized Wang Jun as the son of Wang Kaiqing. However, Wang Jun appeared oblivious to Tang Ye and Apos' presence. Upon seeing Su Qiao, the man pointed an accusatory finger at her, berating her, "You shameless wretch. Why didn't you answer my calls? Of course, I was looking for you. Not that useless man." With that, Wang Jun advanced, attempting to drag Su Qiao away. She instinctively sought refuge behind Tang Ye. Enraged, Wang Jun shouted, "Get out of my way," while trying to shove Tang Ye aside. Tang Ye was prepared. He placed a hand on Wang Jun and Apos' shoulder, took a step, and positioned his left foot between Wang Jun's legs, applying pressure to topple him. Wang Jun fell, dazed, sitting on the ground, feeling as if his body had crumbled. Seething with anger, he retorted, "Who do you think you are? I'm just talking to my girlfriend. It's none of your business." Tang Ye frowned. "Let us converse civilly. There is no need for violence. If you wonder who I am, you might inquire with your father. I might ask your mother." Wang Jun, recognizing Tang Ye's familiarity, lost his composure, emotions boiling over. After regaining his footing, he swung his fists and charged at Tang Ye. Worried for Tang Ye and Apos' safety, Su Qiao rushed in front of him, closing her eyes. To her astonishment, when she opened them, Wang Jun flew backward from Tang Ye's back. Watching Wang Jun groan on the ground, Su Qiao's concern transformed into shock. Realizing he couldn't overpower Tang Ye with his bare hands, Wang Jun grabbed a flower pot from the corner, declaring, "I'll fight you." Tang Ye sidestepped and kicked Wang Jun in the rear, causing him to fall face first, smashing the flower pot. Seeing Wang Jun unable to rise, Tang Ye called Wang Kaiqing. "Mayor Wang, is your son named Wang Jun?" Wang Kaiqing, dining with prominent figures from Tianling County, had indulged in several bottles of liquor and was jolted half awake by Tang Ye and Apos' abrupt inquiry. "Yes. What is the matter?" Tang Ye smirked. "He is in the city hospital, planning to take me on." Wang Kaiqing contemplated the situation, hoping to mend relations with Tang Ye. He wouldn't dare. "Mayor Tang, pass the phone to him. I'll handle this." Wang Jun, bewildered, received the phone from Tang Ye, who exclaimed, "Your father wants to speak with you." Wang Jun, filled with doubt, ultimately accepted the call. On the other end, his father's furious voice erupted. "Wang Jun, you little wretch. If you lay a finger on Mayor Tang, I and Apos' break your legs. Apologize to him immediately." "Apologize? Dad, I didn't realize he was close to you." Wang Jun trembled, sensing his father's inebriation. "Enough nonsense. If you do not earn his forgiveness, we will sever our father-son relationship." With that, Wang Kaiqing hung up, leaving no room for debate. Though he was typically cordial in government, he ruled his household with an iron fist, especially when intoxicated, leaving an indelible mark on Wang Jun's childhood. Realizing he had crossed the wrong person, Wang Jun hung his head. Tang Ye regarded him with a bemused expression, expecting an apology to suffice. To his surprise, Wang Jun actually bent his knees and knelt before him. Onlookers whispered amongst themselves, witnessing the spectacle. Wang Jun, ignoring the crowd, gritted his teeth. "Uncle Tang, I apologize. I'm not against you. I've been with Su Qiao for 2 years and we were about to marry. Yet, she has been unfaithful with another man." Su Qiao, with reddened eyes, replied resolutely, "That was your one-sided wish. I never agreed to be with you, let alone consider marriage." Wang Jun, with fury in his eyes, retorted, "That Hanzhou is a cripple now. You still want to give me a chance?" Su Qiao shook her head firmly. "Even without Hanzhou, I would never choose you." Wang Jun's mouth fell agape, his emotions unraveling. The crowd pointed and murmured, as if to say, "Look, what a fool." Tang Ye, suddenly feeling sympathy for the young man, patted him on the shoulder. "Why waste your efforts on someone who does not love you? Listen to me. Let it go. I can introduce you to someone better." Infuriated by Tang Ye and Apos' condescending tone, Wang Jun pointed at Su Qiao, bitterly exclaiming, "You vile woman. Your brother-in-law introduced you to me to further his career. Just wait. I will remember this grievance, and your brother-in-law will never rise again." With that, Wang Jun stormed off in a rage, leaving Su Qiao in tears. She feared others would see her as a promiscuous woman. Tang Ye, understanding Su Qiao's character, softly inquired, "Who is your brother-in-law?" With tear-streaked cheeks, she replied, "Guoliang." Tang Ye was already aware of Guoliang and Amp, Oppo's identity. With Hanza and Amp, Oppo's condition. "Are you certain you want to regret this? Regardless of what the future holds, in this moment, I choose to stand by him." Tang Ye contemplated for a moment before dialing Guoliang's number. "Director Gue, I wish to discuss something with you. Mayor Tang, please instruct me regarding Su Qiao's romantic endeavors. I hope you will allow her to make her own decisions." "Ah, I didn't expect this matter would trouble you. Rest assured, I will speak with her sister and ensure Su Qiao feels no pressure." After ending the call, Tang Ye gently told Su Qiao, "I've spoken to your brother-in-law. No one will pressure you to be with Wang Jun anymore. Thank you." Su Qiao was momentarily at a loss for words. The two parted ways and returned home. Guoliang and his sister awaited Su Qiao in the living room. Anticipating a storm of reproach, she was taken aback by her brother-in-law's gentle demeanor. "I have good news. Starting tomorrow, you will work in the general office as Mayor Tang's liaison." What does liaison mean? A liaison is akin to a secretary. There are no designated secretary positions below the department level. You will assist the leader in this capacity, Guoliang explained with a smile. "I lack experience and fear I want to perform well." Su Qiao expressed her concerns. Guoliang earnestly advised, "Experience can be acquired over time. Seize this rare opportunity." Mayor Tang is a cadre assigned from the municipal committee. Although he holds a deputy position, his future is limitless. My promotion from deputy director to director was entirely due to Mayor Tang's support after I spoke highly of him in front of Secretary Chin. Your brother-in-law and Oppo's future advancement depends on you. Su Qiao was beset by a tumult of emotions in response to Guoliang and Oppo's unusual behavior. She possessed a profound understanding of her brother-in-law's character. He had previously courted Wang Kaicheng's favor, which compelled her to engage with Wang Jun. Now, with this sudden shift in attitude, the only plausible explanation was that he perceived Tang Ye as a source of greater advantages than Wang Kaicheng. Upon returning to her chamber, Su Qiao found some solace from her pent-up feelings. Gazing into the mirror, she repeatedly reminded herself to regain her composure. Collaborating with a young leader like Tang Ye promised to be far more enriching than her previous position, and in the grander scheme, it held far greater potential for her future. Chapter 53, Easily Becoming Prey. At 8 in the morning, Tang Ye arrived punctually at work. Upon reaching the third floor, he spotted Guoliang and Su Qiao. Guoliang was glancing around intermittently, while Su Qiao was fixated on her own toes. Rising early at 5, Su Qiao had meticulously applied her makeup, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the new leader. Her foundation was flawlessly applied, and her lips, adorned with a subtle sheen of lipstick, exuded a delicate glow, her eyes reflecting a hint of nervousness that only enhanced her charm. Standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, Su Qiao's slender figure was striking, accentuated by a loose autumn white top that billowed softly, yet the sudden dip of her waist created a captivating silhouette. As soon as Guoliang noticed Tang Ye's arrival, a radiant smile lit up his face, and he approached to greet him. "Good morning, Town Mayor." Tang Ye cast a lingering glance at Su Qiao, pondering that the young lady had dressed rather lightly for the chilly weather. Waiting outside had reddened her nose. Yet it added to her endearing demeanor. He promptly urged, "The temperature has dropped significantly these days. Let us hasten indoors." With a key in hand, he unlocked the door. And upon entering, Su Qiao's gaze immediately fell upon a banner on the wall celebrating acts of bravery. Tang Ye smiled and remarked, "Since I just got here and haven't boiled water yet, I won't be serving tea." Quick-witted, Su Qiao stood up, saying, "I'll go get the water." Tang Ye did not protest, implicitly granting his approval as Su Qiao hurriedly departed with a kettle. Guoliang, beaming, commented, "I advised Su Qiao at home yesterday that working closely with the leader requires keen insight. Despite her brief tenure, she is remarkably astute, quickly grasping new concepts. With her background in Chinese studies, she possesses a solid foundation for writing, which is why much of the town's documentation is entrusted to her. Of course, there are still areas for improvement, and I hope Town Mayor Tang will guide her patiently." Tang Ye thought to himself that they were essentially performing menial tasks with little distinction. He smiled gently, recognizing that abilities would develop with experience. However, he also understood that a person's character, once formed, is challenging to alter. Although his interactions with Su Qiao had been limited, he appreciated her gentle yet resilient nature, which embodied loyalty and a spirit of dedication. Guoliang, sensing Tang Ye's approval, contemplated whether he should remain steadfastly loyal to him. He quickly smiled, assuring him, "Rest assured, we are immensely grateful to you." Tang Ye chuckled and shifted the topic, inquiring about the land transfer issues in Qianjin village. Guoliang perked up with confidence, stating, "Sister Wu's signing of the agreement has set an exemplary precedent, encouraging other hesitant villagers to follow suit. What had troubled me for over half a year was effortlessly resolved with your intervention, town mayor." Tang Ye noted Guoliang's knack for flattery but was not easily swayed by such tactics. He continued, "Next, we need to focus on constructing roads in Qianjin village and attracting investment from external merchants. Ensure you cooperate well with village head Tian, and contact me promptly with any issues. I will also frequently visit the village to expedite progress. This is our shared goal." Guoliang confidently pledged, "I promise to fulfill this task." After a brief pause, Tang Ye glanced at Guoliang, adopting a serious tone. "There is another matter requiring your special attention." Guoliang straightened. "Please go on." Tang Ye lowered his voice. "The relocation of the AIO electric factory needs to accelerate. I've spoken with the secretary. I will be assigning you additional responsibilities." Guoliang, recognizing this as a lucrative opportunity, could hardly conceal his delight, promising, "I will complete the task without fail." Tang Ye's demeanor shifted, his tone becoming stern. "The relocation work involves sensitive matters of interest distribution. I hope you can maintain impartiality and not be blinded by minor gains. You have the ambition to progress, and I trust you can resist temptation and avoid straying onto the wrong path due to external influences." Guoliang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the weight of Tang Ye's expectations. Tang Ye, having limited options available, had extended this opportunity to Guoliang based on their prior interactions in Qianjin village, adhering to the principle of utilizing familiar faces over strangers. Although Guoliang lacked boldness, he understood the nuances of engaging with the public, serving as a lubricant in their dealings. Most importantly, Guoliang was cautious, unwilling to overreach. Choosing someone more audacious could lead to conflicts of interest with the populace, ultimately tarnishing the government's image. Su Qiao returned to the office, carrying 2 pots of hot water. Tang Ye addressed Guoliang, "If there is nothing else, you may return to your duties. Do not worry about Su Qiao. Guidance comes from the mentor, but her ability to adapt to the role depends on her own dedication." Guoliang remarked, "With Town Mayor Tang as her mentor, she will undoubtedly excel." Tang Ye paused, reflecting on Guoliang's opportunistic nature. In workplaces, the relationship between superiors and assistants often evolves into a mentor-disciple dynamic, binding them together in shared honor and disgrace, making betrayal less likely. However, this is not an absolute truth. Instances of treachery are not uncommon. At this moment, Tang Ye viewed Su Qiao with a discerning eye, not yet contemplating taking her under his wing. Su Qiao covertly glanced at Tang Ye, her heart conflicted over whether to address him as master or something else. After Guoliang departed, Tang Ye expressionlessly handed Su Qiao a document from his desk, instructing, "Please make 5 copies of this material. It will be needed for the party meeting later." Holding the document to her chest, Su Qiao pondered that Tang Ye's demeanor while working was notably serious, contrasting sharply with his approachable demeanor from the previous day. Observing Su Qiao's retreating figure, Tang Ye contemplated the need to subtly advise her on her dressing habits, cautioning her against overly extravagant appearances. A woman who dazzles too brightly may easily become prey. Furthermore, as his liaison, her attire could evoke unfavorable associations in the eyes of outsiders. After all, Tang Ye was diligently striving to cultivate an image of integrity and strength. In the afternoon, the government compound buzzed with activity as a meeting for local entrepreneurs was convened. Why do these leaders relish meetings so much? Don't they realize we are busy? They claim to resolve our issues, yet nothing ever gets solved. Surely, they are just seeking opportunities for sponsorship. With the leadership having undergone a significant change, those who once disregarded Tang Ye now treated him with utmost respect. Tang Ye presided over the meeting, welcoming everyone and stating that the purpose of the gathering was to discuss how enterprises could evolve. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Du Wuqin to share the transformation journey of the Qingga garment factory. Clad in a black suit with her hair cascading over her shoulders, Du Wuqin presented an image of elegance and competence, her polished makeup and sophisticated attire further enhancing her aura. Her emotions were complex. Once, her father had been a distinguished representative of businesses in Pingu. However, under her stewardship, Chinga had faltered. Many had doubted her capabilities, questioning whether a woman could successfully manage a company. Now, standing before an audience, she was determined to prove her worth. 2 months ago, Chinga faced tremendous challenges. I must admit, I was at my wit's end. Channels were blocked, and the funding chain had collapsed. Every day, I fretted over paying the workers' salaries. Yet, with the assistance of Town Mayor Tang, we navigated through these difficulties by transforming our business. Last month, our sales exceeded 1 million, with a net profit of 500,000. As Gu Wenqin's words echoed in the room, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A monthly profit of 500,000? That translates to an annual profit exceeding 6 million. But how could the profit margin be so high? No wonder that Chinga speaks so confidently. Not only accepting all of Bowman's employees, but also aiming to acquire Bowman's factories and production lines. Observing Gu Wenqin's self-assured discourse, Tang Ye's face broke into a smile. He had previously briefed Gu Wenqin that the purpose of this presentation was to subtly showcase wealth through visually striking and intuitive data. The aim was to instill dissatisfaction with the current state and ignite a yearning for the future. Only with a desire for change will the entrepreneurs of Pinggatown consider alternative paths to expand and strengthen their enterprises. With the collective efforts of many, the economy of Pinggu can truly soar. With economic prosperity, Tang Ye can achieve compelling political accomplishments. Indeed, political achievement is Tang Ye's ultimate aspiration. Chapter 54. The schemes of Mayor Tang. As the meeting concluded, Tang Ye signaled to Gu Wenqin to visit his office. To his surprise, she was soon surrounded by a throng of people. Boss Gu, may I ask you a few questions? Indeed, Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T. Rush off. Let us converse a bit more. In less than 3 months, they had turned losses into profits, with revenues multiplying exponentially. It seemed the local entrepreneurs were indeed stimulated. Who wouldn't he want aboard the express train to wealth? Who wouldn't he wish to uncover the secrets of financial success? Gu Wenqin had never anticipated such popularity. Personally, she was reluctant to divulge the secrets of Chinga's transformation to others. Yet, she considered Tang Ye's interests. What he desired was not for Chinga to shine alone, but for all enterprises in Pinggatown to flourish collectively. Boss Gu, is selling goods online secure? What if the goods are dispatched but the payment is not received? Customers must pay up front. The funds are temporarily held by the platform until the goods are received, at which point the platform transfers the money to the merchant. With the platform acting as a guarantor, there is no cause for concern. Of course, after-sales service must be handled well, or customers will report to the platform. The platform will facilitate returns and refunds. So far, we have not encountered issues with funds not being credited. Our family manufactures hardware. Can we sell online? Absolutely. We have stores on Taobao and Alibaba. Taobao primarily targets ordinary consumers, while Alibaba caters to wholesale clients, also receiving foreign trade orders. Your products are well suited for Alibaba. Tang Ye observed Gu Wenqin patiently addressing the inquiries, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips, rather than tirelessly persuading them to transform. It was far more compelling to have a successful individual share their experience. Upon returning to his office, Chen Jihua entered with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "The meeting was immensely effective. Everyone is fired up. To be honest, I feel an urgent desire to join this endeavor myself." Tang Ye understood that Chen Jihua was jesting. Yet the government would soon need to allocate resources to assist them in their gradual transformation. Chen Jihua remarked, "You truly have a knack for this." After a moment, his expression shifted. The relocation of AIO Electric was proving to be more challenging than anticipated. Tang Ye pondered, "Even the most stubborn nails must eventually be extracted. We must expedite the relocation process to allow ample time for construction." After Chen Jihua departed, Tang Ye called Lin Ziyang. Today, Pinggatown hosted an e-commerce sharing session, which was quite successful. Many enterprises will soon join the ranks of e-commerce, so be prepared to offer them a complimentary introduction to the basics. Lin Ziyang readily replied, "I will ensure the task is completed." Tang Ye added with a smile, "While it appears to be free, reflect upon it. It conceals immense business opportunities." Lin Ziyang's mind raced to keep pace with Tang Ye. "What do you mean?" Tang Ye patiently elucidated, "These manufacturers can scarcely manage a mouse. Expecting them to become adept e-commerce operators is overly ambitious. I believe we should consider a trust model, where they handle shipping and you manage sales." Lin Ziyang's eyes lit up as he slapped his thigh. "You're brilliant. Brother, your mind is exceptionally agile. I'll come to Pinga tomorrow and thoroughly enlighten them." Tang Ye mused that Lin Ziyang sometimes spoke too bluntly. He should frame it differently. He was introducing them to a novel business model, guiding them toward the shores of success. Finally free from the crowd, Gu Wenqin noticed Tang Ye's text message inviting her and moved from the first to the third floor. Upon entering, she clutched her racing heart, exclaiming, they were utterly mad. Such minor encounters were merely precursors to even grander spectacles. She would need to adapt further. Tang Ye laid 2 documents before Gu Wenqin. One was an application form for the County Federation of Industry and Commerce, the other for the County Political Consultative Conference. Gu Wenqin gasped, are you recommending me for membership? People are judged by their attire, and horses by their saddles. To advance further, having additional social identities is advantageous. Moreover, Pingo needs to establish a role model. Am I truly suitable? Gu Wenqin questioned anxiously. Not everyone merits packaging, nor can everyone be packaged. You have achieved success and present a commendable image. Both Pinga Town and Tianling County require local entrepreneurs with outstanding accomplishments in business. Besides, as an independent woman, this holds multiple significances. Observing Tang Ye's profile, Gu Wenqin reevaluated her perception of him. Had he orchestrated all of this from the very first meeting? It was difficult for her to discern how much of their relationship was serendipitous and how much was destined. Furthermore, she wondered how much of his care and assistance was spontaneous and how much was calculated. Taking a deep breath, Gu Wenqin signed her name. Tang Ye glanced at his watch, waiting a moment before saying, I've arranged for someone to meet you. Curious, Gu Wenqin watched him. A few minutes later, Tang Ye ushered a group into the office, including a couple and a woman pushing a stroller. Upon meeting, the atmosphere grew tense. Gu Wenqin was taken aback to realize that Tang Ye had arranged for Hong Lei's mother, along with his sister and brother-in-law, to come. The sister, Hong Yu, was slender with short, curled hair, dressed in a red dress. Her husband, Song Jin, was of modest height and had a scholarly appearance. Upon hearing her daughter's voice from the stroller, Gu Wenqin instinctively rushed forward, only to be blocked by Hong Yu. Let me see Nini for just a moment. Who is your sister? You have no right to see her. Hong Yu's expression was icy, showing no signs of yielding. The girl, merely 3 years old, woke to Gu Wenqin's voice and struggled, calling out, Mama, Mama. Seeing this, Gu Wenqin could no longer hold back and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Hong Yu's mother displayed a hint of reluctance, yet upon seeing her daughter's signal, she turned away, unable to face the scene. We had an agreement. The child will be raised by us, and we do not require your support, but you also have no visitation rights. Gu Wenqin's complexion turned ashen as she bowed her head to wipe her tears. Hong Yu turned to Tang Ye, regarding Hong Lei's cause of death. Please clarify quickly. The child has not been well. We must leave soon. Tang Ye recognized the difficulty of the moment. Were it not for the connection to Hong Ruilin and Gu Wenqin, he would have kept his distance. Hong Lei's death was not due to an accident. Not an accident? Then what was it? Hong Yu's face registered shock. On the day of the incident, Hong Lei had quarreled with Gu Wenqin before riding out on his motorcycle in the dead of night. Thus, they believed Gu Wenqin was the tragic culprit behind it all. This is the case summary issued by the Public Security Bureau. Tang Ye placed a stamped document before Hong Yu. Once they had read through it, Tang Ye made another call and handed the phone to Hong Yu. Upon hearing Hong Ruilin's voice, Hong Yu froze in place. Xiao Yu, do not blame Wenqin. Xiao Lei's matter has nothing to do with her. If you must assign blame, let it be on me. I was the one who involved Hong Lei. Wenqin is Nini's mother. The child has already lost her father, and you cannot strip her of her mother as well. That would be too cruel. Grandfather, we shall heed your words. Seeing Hong Yu finally relent, Gu Wenqin swiftly lifted the child from the stroller, eagerly showering her with kisses. The girl, unaware of the adult conflict, merely thought her mother was playing with her, giggling in delight. The previously frosty atmosphere warmed instantly, akin to spring returning to the earth. Tang Ye, with great effort, resolved the grievances within the Hong family, all while calculating his own gains. For instance, it could allow Hong Ruilin to have a greater recognition of himself. The partnership with Gu Wenqin would become more intimate. Gu Wenqin would regain the acknowledgement of the Hong family, her background attributes would be strengthened, thus possessing greater potential value. Upon witnessing the tender scene of the mother and daughter nestled together, Tang Ye and Appo's inner calculations were instantly overshadowed by a wave of emotion. Chapter 55. How should I repay you? Tang Ye contemplated the Hong family's demeanor, noting that, on the whole, they were well-mannered and reasonable individuals. The so-called conflicts and disagreements stemmed merely from differing perspectives. Wenqin, please allow me to take care of the child. Your work keeps you busy, and she is more familiar with me. Should you wish to see her, you are always welcome to visit. Hong Lei's mother had toiled tirelessly to raise her child to the age of 3, and the thought of her grandchild being taken by Gu Wenqin filled her heart with an inexplicable sadness. Nini was the emotional anchor that helped the elderly woman endure the grief of losing a child. Gu Wenqin fought back tears, affirming, "I will not compete with you for Nini. I simply hope she can receive more love. Although Hong Lei is gone, I have always regarded you as my most respected elder. You are Nini's grandmother and will forever remain my family." Though Hong's mother held grievances against Gu Wenqin, upon learning the truth of the case, she had released her pent-up hatred. Simultaneously, she began to empathize with Gu Wenqin. The latter had not only lost her husband, but also been robbed of her own flesh and blood. Wiping away her tears, she resolved to move forward, stating, "The past is behind us. We must look ahead." As she spoke, she gently tugged at her daughter Hong Yu and Appo's sleeve, urging her not to make things difficult for Wenqin in consideration of Nini. Tang Ye recognized that Hong Yu was in need of a way to ease the tension. He endeavored to mediate, observing that Yu Jia was a person of genuine character, who among others would voluntarily assume the responsibility of caring for a niece. Nini's cheerful disposition suggested she thrived in a nurturing environment, and now that misunderstandings had been cleared, she would be showered with even more affection. Upon hearing Tang Ye's words, Hong Yu's previously furrowed brow relaxed. "Wenqin, I owe you an apology. I have harbored prejudice against you. Upon reflection, I realize that preventing Nini from seeing you may have been overly harsh." Song Jin placed a comforting hand on Hong Yu's shoulder and spoke softly to Gu Wenqin. "Your sister is stubborn yet tender-hearted. Even though Hong Lei is no longer with us, we will always be a family because of Nini." Tang Ye felt a sense of relief as he observed the couple's softening stance. Gu Wenqin handed Nini to Hong's mother. "Mother, I trust Nini will be with you. I will visit her every day. Furthermore, I have gathered many lovely outfits for her, which I will send over shortly." Previously, Gu Wenqin had sent many clothes, all of which Hong Yu discarded. Hong's mother understood that Gu Wenqin could not easily relinquish the bond formed during the 10 months of pregnancy. The bond between mother and child is not easily severed. Embracing Nini, her eyes glistening with tears, she exclaimed, "Good, good, good," as she kissed Nini's cheeks. "Mommy has bought you new clothes. Are you happy?" Nini, innocent and oblivious to the adult conversations, furrowed her brow upon seeing her grandmother cry. Yet, upon hearing of new clothes, she clapped her hands in delight. As they prepared to part, Song Jin deliberately slowed his pace, prompting Tang Ye to walk alongside him. "Mayor Tang, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance this time," Song Jin remarked. "Secretary Song, you are too kind," Tang Ye replied. Song Jin patted Tang Ye on the shoulder. "Do visit us at home sometime. Nini adores you and always smiles at you." "Absolutely," Tang Ye responded eagerly. 3 years Tang Ye's junior, Song Jin currently served as the secretary of the Communist Youth League in Chongjiang County, a promising young official in the bureaucratic landscape of Hanzhou. Youth League officials often begin their careers with a high starting point and rapid promotion, but they also face challenges in sustaining momentum. Once one crosses the threshold of deputy department level, advancement becomes exceedingly difficult. Success often hinges on the support one has behind them. Despite being the son-in-law of Hong Ruilin, Song Jin had minimal interaction with him. Though he never expected the just and impartial Hong Ruilin to assist him, he still harbored aspirations of advancing further with the esteemed support of his father-in-law. Presently, the municipal party secretary, Zhou Chenggu, was a protégé of Hong Ruilin, and he would likely remain in Hanzhou for at least 5 years. If he did not seize this opportunity to rise, he risked remaining stagnant indefinitely. Song Jin understood Hong Ruilin's character well. His father-in-law had once succumbed to temptation and strayed from the righteous path, leading to a severed father-son relationship. Consequently, neither Hong Yu nor Song Jin received much favor from him. With the tensions in the Hong family easing, Song Jin felt a renewed sense of ambition for his career. However, he knew to tread carefully. Excessive eagerness might provoke Hong Ruilin's disdain. Perhaps the key to breaking through lay in Tang Ye. Rumors circulated that Tang Ye was Hong Ruilin's close confidant, with some suggesting he was his personal disciple. This could explain why Tang Ye was so determined to uncover the truth behind Hong Lei's death and why he sought to mend the long-standing rifts and grievances within the Hong family. Regardless, forging a closer relationship with Tang Ye was not a disadvantage for Song Jin. As they entered the car, Song Jin glanced back at Nini with a smile. "Nini, you seem so happy today, and it looks like your cough is much better. But you still need to take your medicine when we get home." Nini shook her head vigorously. "Baby doesn't want to take medicine." The group shared a collective smile. Hong Yu noticed her husband's cheerful demeanor and sighed inwardly. They had a son already in elementary school and were now caring for her brother's daughter. Although her husband did not voice his thoughts, she knew he must have some grievances about this arrangement. Gu Wenqin's clothing factory had been performing exceptionally well recently, with rumors of its expansion to acquire the Bowman clothing factory. Song Jin had been discreetly monitoring Gu Wenqin's situation. I heard it was on the verge of closing down? Hong Yu inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. It is thriving now. It will likely become the most profitable factory in Pinggu. Song Jin's assessment made Hong Yu realize Gu Wenqin's circumstances had greatly improved. Had this been in the past, Hong Yu would have been furious. However, now that the misunderstandings had been resolved, she felt a sense of comfort. If Gu Wenqin's financial situation improved, Nini would have access to a better material environment in the future. While a mother's care could provide emotional support, considerations for her education, schooling, and future marriage were equally important, all of which required financial resources. After bidding farewell, Gu Wenqin gazed wistfully in the direction her daughter had disappeared, her eyes reddened. Yet, the sorrow in her gaze had vanished, replaced by determination and confidence, as if she had transformed into a different person. Mayor Tang, I am deeply grateful to you. Nini has been my emotional anchor, and you have completely alleviated my worries. I am unsure how to repay you. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask, even if it involves illegal or unethical matters. I will comply without hesitation. Gu Wenqin's candor was striking. What audacity she had. Tang Ye did not dwell on any inappropriate implications. The first thing I require of you is to conduct your business lawfully and ethically, without engaging in any illicit activities. Gu Wenqin gazed deeply at Tang Ye, as if summoning every ounce of strength. I promise you. Tang Ye continued. Next, the second task. Accompany me to meet someone this Sunday. Without hesitation, Gu Wenqin replied, all right. On Sunday morning, the sun shone brightly. Hong Ruilin donned a sun hat, dressed in blue work attire, and wore rubber shoes as he wielded a hoe, diligently breaking up the soil. Suddenly, he heard the sound of children's laughter nearby. Leaning on his hoe, he picked up a towel draped around his neck, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked in the direction of the sound. Before him stood a tall young man with a little girl of 2 or 3 years perched on his shoulders. Beside them was an elegant young woman pushing a stroller. Sunlight bathed them, and Hong Ruilin felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling the days of his son and daughter-in-law. Gradually snapping back to reality, he recognized the young woman as Gu Wenqin and the little girl as his great-granddaughter. The young man was none other than that Tang Ye. Chapter 56, My Aspiration for Progress. Upon spotting Hong Ruilin, Tang Ye suddenly quickened his pace, his steps swift as the wind. Hurry, hurry, let us fly, Nini exclaimed. Shaking her little head, her pigtails bouncing joyfully, laughing even more heartily, Gu Wenqin found herself struggling to keep up. As Hong Ruilin awaited Tang Ye's approach, he was met with an onslaught of reproaches. Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? Wasn't this meant to be a surprise? Tang Ye gently set Nini down on the ground, calling out to the elder. Nini examined the elderly man before her, hesitating briefly before timidly greeting, Hello, great-grandpa. Hong Ruilin stood frozen for a moment, speechless, suddenly feeling a prickling sensation at the corner of his eyes, and quickly suppressed it. Wait for me a moment, dear. With that, Hong Ruilin turned back, squatting down with a warm smile, placing a handful of candies into Nini's palm. Nini cautiously glanced at Gu Wenqin, who nodded encouragingly with a beaming smile. Nini's lips curled into a sweet smile as she politely thanked, Thank you, great-grandpa. Quickly unwrapping a piece of candy and popping it into her mouth. She then unwrapped another and offered it to Hong Ruilin, whose forehead creased with worry suddenly smoothed out, as if rejuvenated by years, bursting into hearty laughter. Ah, thank you, Nini. What a thoughtful little darling you are. Tang Ye picked up a hoe, spitting on his palms before beginning to till the soil. Old man, leave this to me. You chat with Nini. Hong Ruilin hastily removed his coat and liberation shoes, beckoning Tang Ye. Put these on. Don't get your clean clothes dirty. Tang Ye effortlessly donned the clothes and bent to work the soil. Old Gu, from across the courtyard, chuckled. Old Hong, you're making use of young Tang again, treating him like free labor. Tang Ye self-deprecatingly replied, This has nothing to do with the old man. It's just that I am too eager to improve. Hey, you rascal. Old Gu found the banter dull and retreated indoors. Hong Ruilin, with Nini in his arms, commented on Tang Ye. Not bad. He is really quite capable. With boundless energy, Tang Ye swung the hoe vigorously, soon creating a furrow, boasting, My grandmother lives in the countryside, and every autumn harvest, my father would bring me to the village to help. I'm the grandson of a farmer. Gu Wenqin could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. her prior tension dissipating. It was no wonder Hong Ruolin regarded Tang Ye differently. Who wouldn't appreciate a young man with a purpose in his eyes, work in his hands, and a good sense of humor? Gu Wenqin busied herself, fetching a watering can to tend to the flowers and plants in the corner. A radiant, delicate oval face flitted through the trellis, partially hidden. She wore a black long dress that accentuated her fair and smooth skin. From behind, one could see the graceful curve of her waist, reminiscent of a swan's neck, adding to her allure. After finishing his tilling, Tang Ye washed his hands and entered the kitchen to help out. Feeling a bit constrained around Hong Ruolin, Gu Wenqin decided to assist Tang Ye. As she placed the washed vegetables in order, she suddenly heard commotion outside. It sounded like Nini was crying. She hurried out of the kitchen. Tang Ye instinctively turned to look at Gu Wenqin, only to see her stepping onto a pile of rotten vegetable leaves. He cautioned her to watch her step. But it was too late. He rushed forward to steady her from behind, gripping her waist. The floor was slick with water. Tang Ye lost his balance and fell hard. Feeling as though he had shattered into pieces, Gu Wenqin landed atop him, as if on a thick cushion, feeling no pain. Yet her heart raced as if about to leap from her chest. Tang Ye realized his hand was in an inappropriate position and quickly withdrew it. Gu Wenqin's horizontal body remained largely unchanged in height, but the snug fabric of her top clung to her skin, her silhouette resembling a smooth moon bridge. At that moment, she felt weak, her mind clouded, as if intoxicated. Tang Ye found his view obscured by her thick, dark hair and momentarily lost focus. Just then, Nini approached, her previous tears forgotten, clapping her hands joyfully. Great-grandpa, come quick. Mommy and Uncle Tang have both fallen. Silly, silly. Gu Wenqin quickly scrambled to her feet, rubbing her waist. Shooting a glare at Nini, you little heartless rascal. Mommy has fallen, and you're laughing? Thinking Gu Wenqin was angry, Nini quickly cupped her hands to her lips. Blowing gently, Mommy, it doesn't hurt. Baby will blow it away. Tang Ye hastily got up, twisting his waist to check for injuries, relieved to find nothing serious. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that Nini had appeared just in time. Otherwise, the earlier awkwardness would have been hard to resolve. Hong Ruolin followed them from outside. Are you two all right? I heard Nini crying and stumbled. Gu Wenqin quickly explained. Hong Ruolin took Nini's soft little hand, grinning. The kitchen floor is too slippery, and there's fire. It's not safe. Come, let us continue our chess game. This time, Great-Grandpa will let you win. So you won't cry again. Tang Ye washed his hands and noticed a stain on Gu Wenqin's lower back. After pondering, he decided against mentioning it to avoid awkwardness. However, after Gu Wenqin made a trip to the restroom, she returned with the stain gone, looking as good as new. Tang Ye was secretly astonished. How did she notice that spot, and how did she clean it? Quite remarkable. Half an hour later, Tang Ye prepared a few home-style dishes: braised green beans, tomato and egg soup, oil-braised cucumbers, and pork rib soup with radish. Gu Wenqin tasted a spoonful and exclaimed, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be quite good. Nini ate heartily, finishing a bowl of rice without needing help. Hong Ruolin took a sip of white liquor, the spiciness warming his throat. He never anticipated experiencing such familial joy in his twilight years. Yet he remarked, don't praise him too much. This kid can't handle compliments. After the meal, Tang Ye and Hong Ruolin set up the chessboard. Hong Ruolin knew Tang Ye had come with a purpose. Yet even as Tang Ye prepared to leave, the matter remained unspoken. After sending off Tang Ye, Gu Wenqin, and Nini, Hong Ruolin began to tidy up the chess pieces and noticed a set of materials on a chair. He couldn't help but chuckle. This little rascal, usually so thick-skinned, speaks his mind, but today he is surprisingly composed. Hong Ruolin retreated to his study, donning his reading glasses. He skimmed through the project overview and was quickly captivated by the materials. An hour later, having finished reading, he pondered for a while before pulling out the first page of his contact list. He found the number and dialed it. Old Zhao. It's been ages since we last spoke. No visit is made without reason. I'll get straight to the point. Secretary Chun is your student, right? Can you help me pass some materials? You owe me a favor from back in the day, and it's time to repay it. Once this is sorted, I'll treat you to a bottle of 20-year-old Maotai. Old Hong, you rarely ask for favors. I'm not as stubborn as you think. When the right opportunity and the right person come along, one must know when to be flexible. All right, I'll help you pass the materials. Old Zhao reminded. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the quality of the materials. Hong Ruolin chuckled confidently. Do you not know me? I only fight battles I'm sure of. Inside a taxi, after a day of play, Nini was exhausted, comfortably nestled in Gu Wenqin's lap, sleeping soundly. Tang Ye sat in the front passenger seat, occasionally turning to glance at Gu Wenqin and Nini. His visit to Old Hong indeed bore a personal motive, which Gu Wenqin surely sensed. Though Gu Wenqin kept her eyes closed, she remained acutely aware. Each time Tang Ye looked at her and Nini, his emotions rippled across her calm demeanor like a pebble cast into a still lake, creating gentle waves of awareness. She understood Tang Ye had brought her to meet Hong Ruilian for a reason, yet she held no resentment towards him. He had been of immense help to her. If I could assist him in any way, it would be of little consequence. Chapter 57. A desire to build a good relationship. In Pinnacle Town, each government leader is assigned a sanitation responsibility zone, and participation in street cleaning is mandatory for everyone. As one of the initiators, Tang Ye is no exception. With the dawn barely breaking and a veil of mist enveloping the air, he hastens to his designated area. Su Qiao arrives early, glancing around anxiously. Dressed too lightly for the biting cold, she rubs her hands together, her delicate lips releasing faint wisps of mist. "Good morning, Mayor Tang," Su Qiao greets, her voice trembling from the chill. This dreadful weather makes lying in bed seem so much more appealing. Getting up early to clean the streets feels rather inhumane. Others may complain, but as the suggestion came from Tang Ye, he must face the hardship with a smile, no matter how bitter the experience. "Good morning. Isn't it freezing? Don't worry, we'll sweat it out once we start working. Let us get moving and finish the tasks at hand. And I'll treat you to breakfast." "No need. I've already had breakfast." "So what if you have? You can eat again." Tang Ye notices the frostbitten back of Su Qiao's hands and pulls out a pair of gloves from his pocket, urging her to wear them to avoid frostbite. Though the white safety gloves are rather unattractive, they are durable and practical. Holding them, Su Qiao feels warmth from Tang Ye, stirring an unusual emotion within her. This year, the cold has arrived quite rapidly, with temperatures dropping below zero. She wonders if it will snow. Other cities have already begun to see snowfall. "I've seen many beautiful photos on the forum," she adds. While a good snow foreshadows a bountiful harvest, too much can be detrimental to production, Tang Ye reflects. His thoughts focused on the people's livelihoods, contrasting with Su Qiao's romantic musings about a snowy night. Is this a generational gap? Without further ado, Tang Ye seizes a large bamboo broom and begins to sweep along the street. Su Qiao, armed with a pair of tongs, bends down intermittently to pick up debris and deposit it into a bag. Like a bulldozer, Tang Ye moves swiftly, pushing forward several dozen meters. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sanitation conditions in Pingu have noticeably improved, with litter becoming a rarity. The townsfolk have begun to take the initiative in maintaining cleanliness. Shopkeepers tidy up their entrances before closing time, while residents dispose of their waste in designated areas. Though the number of sanitation workers remains unchanged, their workload has decreased by at least half. Previously, Pingu resembled a tattered beggar. Now it stands tall and proud like a well-dressed achiever. Such is the impact of the government leading by example, fostering a culture of diligence and responsibility. Not far away, a black Audi breaks through the mist and comes to a halt at the street corner. A middle-aged man steps out from the back seat, accompanied by an elegantly made-up woman. The man observes Tang Ye and Su Qiao's figures, pausing for a moment. Who would have thought the streets of Pingu are cleaner than those in Jingshui town? He remarks. The woman nods in agreement. It's strange. The sanitation workers here appear quite young. Tang Ye and Su Qiao's youthful appearances starkly contrast with that of traditional sanitation workers. The two proceed towards a breakfast shop at the market. The enthusiastic proprietress calls softly, "We have noodles, wontons, pot stickers, and dumplings. Come in and give them a try." The man eyes the golden, crispy pot stickers in the pan and turns to the woman. "Let's South try this place." The woman orders 2 bowls of wontons and 2 portions of pot stickers from the proprietress. Upon entering, she swiftly wipes the table and benches with a napkin, placing chopsticks in hot water for sterilization. The proprietress does not seem put off by her actions. They are from the city and value cleanliness, she thinks. Though the breakfast shop is small, it is meticulously cleaned every day, yet it pales in comparison to large restaurants. After finishing their street cleanings, Tang Ye and Su Qiao arrive at the breakfast shop and are soon captivated by the neighboring table. The middle-aged man's attire and demeanor suggest he belongs to a different social echelon. 2 bowls of wontons and 3 portions of pot stickers, please, Tang Ye orders. Certainly, Mayor Tang. I'll have them ready shortly. In no time, 4 bowls of wontons are served. The middle-aged man glances at the table next to him, momentarily taken aback, then shakes his head with a wry smile. Tang Ye, quick to respond, cheerfully tells the proprietress, "Madam, this isn't fair. Same price, but the portions are different." The proprietress shoots him an annoyed look, raising her slotted spoon in amusement. "You really know how to stir trouble." Tang Ye, undeterred, picks up the 2 bowls of wontons from his side and approaches the adjacent table. "Since you haven't touched your chopsticks, would you mind if we swapped?" The woman frowns and declines, "No need." But the middle-aged man smiles and says, "Since it's a kind gesture, let us exchange. I'd like to see if there's a difference in flavor." The proprietress remains unbothered, explaining with a smile, "The flavors are absolutely the same. In business, we sometimes treat regulars and newcomers differently, so please understand. After all, familiarity breeds comfort. Next time you come, I'll definitely increase the portion without raising the price." The middle-aged man chuckles, appreciating her straightforwardness. The highest level in business is understanding human relationships. "You have high emotional intelligence, madam. Xiaoqin, you should learn from her." He glances at Tang Ye, noticing him adding chili powder to his bowl. Mimicking him, he does the same, and indeed, the broth becomes more complex, tantalizing the taste buds with greater intensity. Soon, warmth spreads from his abdomen to his limbs. "You seem to enjoy it spicy, not like a local." The middle-aged man observes with a grin. "I am indeed a true local." Tang Ye stirs the thick, sauce-like broth with his porcelain spoon. "From your accent, you must be from Cheongjing. I studied there for several years. Are you here for a family visit?" He speaks the last part in fluent Cheongjing dialect. The middle-aged man blinks in surprise, then smiles. "You could say that. I'm also here to assess the investment environment in Pingu." Tang Ye's eyes brighten. "You've come to the right place. Pingu's investment environment and policies are exceptionally favorable. Within 5 years, the return on investment will undoubtedly exceed double." The middle-aged man bursts into laughter. "To my knowledge, Pingu's economy lags behind other towns significantly." Tang Ye, undeterred, retorts, "Investment environments must be viewed dynamically. Care for a bet? In 5 years, Pingu will certainly become your top investment choice." Surprised by Tang Ye's boldness, the middle-aged man agrees. "I'll take that bet." Tang Ye cheerfully suggests, "We should exchange contact information for our accounting in 5 years. "Sure." The middle-aged man instructs the woman, "Xiaoqin, please give him your contact details." Xiaoqin is taken aback. The boss's number isn't typically shared. Yet, an exception is made this time. She retrieves a piece of notepaper from her bag, scribbles down a series of numbers, and hands it to Tang Ye. Tang Ye glances at the note, memorizes the number, and slips the paper into his pocket. Soon, he and Su Qiao finish their meal. Tang Ye bids the middle-aged man a polite farewell and leaves. Outside, he observes the car's license plate from a distance, pondering its significance, yet fails to draw any conclusions. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, Xiaoqin and the proprietress settle the bill. "How much do we owe?" The proprietress waves her hand. "No need to pay. Someone has already covered your expenses." The middle-aged man smirks. "Xiaoqin, you're not being astute enough. We owe someone a favor." Xiaoqin pouts. "Who would have thought a chance encounter would lead someone to pay for us? Especially since those two were just street cleaners." The proprietress, with her warm heart, feels it's unfair for Tang Ye to perform a good deed without recognition. "The one who paid for you is our town's mayor, Tang Ye. If you wish to invest in Pingu, you can contact him directly." Xiaoqin is puzzled. "The mayor? Why do I see him sweeping the streets?" With pride, the proprietress replies that "S our unique trade in Pingu. Government leaders sweeping the streets. Initially, I regarded their actions as mere formalism, yet after persisting for a month or two, it became evident that from the secretary to the clerks, everyone is compelled to participate. To speak candidly, this government exhibits considerable resolve and is capable of achieving tangible results. The situation in Pingu has markedly transformed compared to the past. Daiwa Electric is set to establish its presence in our town. Moreover, there are plans to construct an enormous resort, rumored to entail an investment exceeding 2 billion. How did you come by the news of the resort? It is common knowledge. The city leaders have conducted several inspections. Xiaoqin swiftly cast a glance at the middle-aged man, who appeared to ponder deeply. Upon returning to the vehicle, the man suddenly inquired whether Xiaoqin would recognize him. Xiaoqin shook his head, indicating that he did not resemble someone easily identified. He perceived you as an investor, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship. A breakfast costing less than 20 yuan is a modest investment for such goodwill. On a brisk autumn morning, young officials sweeping the streets evoke memories of the monk in the Buddhist scriptures from demigods and semi-devils. The man found it increasingly amusing. A smile gradually gracing his lips. Chapter 58. Such a face. Tang Ye returned to the government to attend a coordination meeting regarding the demolition work. The demolition of the Aoyu electric factory's land encountered obstacles. Guoliang had a dispute with the villagers during the work and was beaten up, now lying in the hospital for treatment. Chen Jihua was in a terrible mood as the demolition work had already been delayed. Continuing to drag on would result in a breach of contract. Tang Ye understood that while breaching the contract was a concern, the primary issue was that if the Aoyu electric factory was not completed on time, it would disrupt Aoyu Electric's production schedule. As a publicly traded company, this would subsequently affect its stock price and shareholder rights. Dofanggang was counting on Tang Ye to choose to invest in Pingu, so Tang Ye could not afford to falter. Tang Ye stroked his chin in contemplation and said, "Hand me the list. I will handle this personally." In the past, Wang Kaiqing and Xiao Debiao might have thought Tang Ye was being overly ambitious. However, Tang Ye's ability to tackle hard challenges had now been recognized. After reviewing the list and their information, Tang Ye sensed a whiff of conspiracy. After work, Sun Hai came to invite Tang Ye for dinner. Upon learning the reason behind Sun Hai's gathering, Tang Ye felt that this meal was quite unjust. Yet, such is the nature of romantic relationships, where one willingly fights and the other willingly bears the consequences. Sun Hai had purchased a second-hand Santana, which Tang Ye supported wholeheartedly. Firstly, it was convenient for travel. Secondly, in business, having a car created an impression of strength, even if others couldn't and oppose. TC1 and oppose. S bank balance. On the way, Sun Hai received a call from Lu Fong, who asked if it was convenient to bring an additional friend. Without inquiring about the person and oppose, S identity or gender, Sun Hai cheerfully replied, "Of course, it and oppose, S convenient." The venue was set at a seafood restaurant in Jinshui town. In 2005, logistics and cold chain technology were not yet well developed, and Hanzhou was not near the sea, making seafood restaurants quite rare. The newly opened establishment was bustling with patrons. Although Jinshui was only separated from Pingu by a lake, merely 2 kilometers in a straight line, the journey by water required a boat, and by land involved a detour, taking almost 40 to 50 minutes. Sun Hai and Tang Ye entered the private room. Before long, Lu Fong and Du Shi arrived with a man. Lu Fong introduced him to Sun Hai and Tang Ye, saying, "This is my senior, Hu Zhangping." He was previously the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau's Police Support Division and is now serving as the Deputy Town Chief and Police Station Chief in Jinshui Town. "We all graduated from the Huai Province Police Academy, and he is 3 years my senior." Hu Zhongping shook hands with Tang Ye and Sun Hai, explaining, "I happened to be in a meeting at the City Bureau this afternoon when they mentioned coming to Jinshui Town for dinner, so I figured I'd give them a ride. I apologize for my intrusiveness." Sun Hai laughed heartily. "The more, the merrier." Upon entering, Hu Zhongping and Oppos, S gaze frequently settled on Tang Ye. Tang Ye and Oppos, S intuition was sharp, leading him to wonder if this man viewed him as a rival. Hu Zhongping had a strong facial structure, stood around 1.75 meters tall, and was 30 years old. He had been in 2 relationships, one of which had progressed to the point of discussing marriage but had ended due to conflicts. Hu Zhongping had interacted with Du Shi during their school days, but at that time, she had not changed much, leaving a shallow impression. To his surprise, upon seeing Du Shi again recently, she appeared to be an entirely different person, igniting his interest in pursuing her. Lu Fong noticed Hu Zhongping's intentions and initially regretted bringing him along. However, she then thought it was a great opportunity to apply some pressure on Tang Ye, making him aware that Du Shi was also exceptional, with many admirers, and he needed to be proactive. Sun Hai passed the menu to Lu Fong, urging her to order the most expensive items and not to skimp. Lu Fong shot him an exasperated glance and assured him, "Don't worry, I'll order enough to make you wince." Though Lu Fong's words were fierce, she only chose simple dishes and then handed the menu to Du Shi. Du Shi removed her outer jacket, revealing a crisp white shirt paired with tailored trousers and round-toed leather shoes, her ankles adorned with white socks. Her natural elegance was enhanced by the simplicity of her attire. After flipping through the menu and realizing the prices were exorbitant, she feigned ignorance in ordering. The menu landed in Hu Zhongping's hands. He casually inquired with the waiter, "Do you have Australian lobster?" The waiter's hand froze as he shook his head. "No, we don't," Hu Zhongping frowned, recalling that he had seen Australian lobster on his last visit. The waiter hesitated, explaining that while it sometimes was available, it was not today. "Today, we are featuring prawns," he added. Disappointed, Hu Zhongping sighed, "Then I'll have the prawns. They're quite good at your restaurant." He turned to Du Shi, inviting her, "Next time, when I confirm with the owner that we have Australian lobster, I'll bring you to taste it." They prepared exquisitely. Sun Hai leaned closer to Tang Ye, whispering, "This guy really knows how to put on a show." Tang Ye smiled, thinking that if he were to react angrily, he would be conceding defeat. As they awaited their dishes, Hu Zhongping spoke incessantly, seemingly delighting in complicating simple life issues with convoluted explanations akin to quantum mechanics. Due to Lu Fong and Du Shi's presence, Tang Ye refrained from confronting him. Had it been anyone else, he would have already overturned the table. Sun Hai excused himself to the restroom and returned to inform Tang Ye that Kai Meifan was also dining there and intended to come over for a toast. Just as he finished speaking, the exquisite and charming Kai Meifan entered, beaming, "Mayor Tang, what a coincidence. I'm here dining with my friend. Let me raise a toast to everyone." Tang Ye stood and raised his glass, saying, "Thank you, President Kai." Everyone else lifted their glasses in response. Kai Meifan lingered, her gaze falling on Du Shi's face. "Mayor Tang, is this your girlfriend?" "She is quite beautiful." Hu Zhongping's expression shifted slightly, casting a glum look at Tang Ye. Du Shi's cheeks flushed as she quickly shook her head, denying, "I'm not." Hu Zhongping's expression returned to normal. Kai Meifan smiled, "Then I'm relieved. I was just about to introduce my friend to Mayor Tang. If he has a girlfriend as lovely as you, I cannot introduce anyone." Tang Ye shot Kai Meifan a disapproving glance. "Thank you for your concern. Besides, take care of yourself and don't drink too much." Kai Meifan replied playfully, "All right. I will control myself." With that, she swayed gracefully as she departed. Lu Fong observed Du Shi, noting her friend's somewhat unnatural expression. Clearly, she had brought a light bulb to provoke Tang Ye's competitive spirit. Unexpectedly, Kai Meifan's appearance had instilled a sense of urgency in Du Shi. After a sumptuous meal, Hu Zhongping took the initiative to summon the waiter to settle the bill, cheerfully telling Sun Hai, "If this were in Pingu, I would never take the lead in paying. But here in Jishui town, please allow me this favor." Under normal circumstances, if someone took the bill, it would not matter much. But today, Sun Hai had organized this gathering to apologize to Lu Fong. Hu Zhongping's insistence on paying was clearly an attempt to overshadow Sun Hai. Determined to confront Hu Zhongping, Sun Hai prepared to argue. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Tang Ye looked up to find Song Jin entering with guests to offer a toast. Song Jin walked straight to Tang Ye, stating, "Let me introduce you. This is Director Gao from the Chongjiang County Committee Office. Director Gao, this is my good brother Tang Ye, the Deputy Town Chief of Pingu." Director Gao approached Tang Ye and extended his hand. "Mayor Tang, I have long admired your reputation. Allow me to toast you." After the toast, Song Jin cheerfully informed the waiter, "The bill for this room will be charged to us." The waiter, having already checked with the front desk, promptly reported, "Director, this room has already been paid for." Tang Ye realized that Kai Meifan had likely settled the bill immediately after her toast. Song Jin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, proclaiming that next time he would organize a gathering specifically for this purpose. As Song Jin departed, Hu Zhongping found himself enveloped in a deep sense of gloom. He was acquainted with Director Gao, who had merely acknowledged him with a nod earlier. Before he could fully process his emotions, the door to the private room swung open once more, and Wan Ming entered alongside a tall gentleman. The man caught sight of Hu Zhongping, his eyes widening in surprise. "Ah, Zhongping, what a coincidence to see you here." Hu Zhongping's expression shifted slightly as he quickly responded, "Director Zhu, greetings." Director Zhu nodded, walking alongside Wan Ming towards Tang Ye. Wan Ming, with a smile, introduced, "This is the Tang Ye I often mention to you." Director Zhu, the Deputy Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, oversees criminal investigations and is one of the esteemed students of Old Man Gu. He grasped Tang Ye's hand firmly, exclaiming, "I've heard so much about you. Indeed, you are quite the remarkable individual." Tang Ye lifted his cup, graciously retorting, "Director Zhu, you flatter me. I raise my glass to you." After downing his drink, Director Zhu draped his arm around Tang Ye's shoulder, engaging him in intimate whispers. At that moment, Hu Zhongping's spirit shattered entirely. He had not anticipated Tang Ye to possess such stature. After the toast, as they prepared to leave, Wan Ming gestured to the waiter and quietly stated, "I will cover the expenses for this private room." The waiter, with a stoic expression, reiterated, "Sir, it has already been settled." Wan Ming paused, touching his nose, and lamented, "Oh, I see. No opportunity for me then." Hu Zhongping felt as though a fishbone had lodged itself in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. His plan to pay seemed particularly contrived, for from the very beginning, he had had no chance to do so. As the dinner concluded, Sun Hai drove Du Shi and Lu Fong home. After starting the car and traveling a mere few meters, Sun Hai felt a jolt beneath him and promptly exited to inspect the vehicle, only to furrow his brow upon discovering a flat tire. There should be an auto repair shop nearby, Tang Ye suggested. Sun Hai climbed back into the car, steeling himself to drive towards it. Upon disembarking, Tang Ye noticed an Audi parked within the repair shop, its license plate strikingly familiar. However, the air around the Audi was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Chapter 59. There will be opportunities for collaboration. Tang Ye was astounded by the sheer coincidence. He had encountered the middle-aged man in Shaoqing at a breakfast shop during the day, and now he found himself embroiled in yet another predicament. The driver and the shop owner were engaged in a fierce confrontation, each gripping the other and Oppo's collar with an intensity that suggested a resolution was far from reach. Shaoqing, with her delicate willow-like brows furrowed, clenched her fists tightly, seemingly ready to rush in and assist at any moment. The middle-aged man, seemingly accustomed to such spectacles, maintained an eerie calm, a chilling smirk etched on his face. Without hesitation, Tang Ye strode forward. "What is going on?" As he spoke, he positioned himself between the driver and the owner, forcibly separating the two. Recognizing Tang Ye, Shaoqing felt a surge of relief akin to the arrival of reinforcements, and quickly explained, "We were getting a tire repaired, and they demanded 500. When we tried to negotiate, they responded with all sorts of sarcastic remarks, questioning if we could afford such a sum for a car like this." The owner, feeling a sharp pain in his neck from the driver's grip, contemplated the strength of the latter's hold. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "If he claims I run a black shop, I'll embrace that label wholeheartedly. No 500, no one leaves." Tang Ye discerned the owner's mindset, noticing the out-of-town license plate and the luxury vehicle. It became evident that he aimed to extort money. The driver was no pushover either, and soon a verbal altercation escalated into a physical scuffle. In that moment, Tang Ye resolutely chose to stand on the side of justice. 500? That's quite exorbitant. Have you never seen money before? Fuming with rage, the owner spat. "Ah, here comes another troublemaker." He waved his hand dismissively at his employees, barking, "Are you all just standing around? Someone's causing a scene. Arm yourselves." Tang Ye, intent on de-escalating the situation, advised, "I suggest you all put down your tools. If this turns violent, the nature of the dispute changes entirely." What began as a commercial disagreement could easily be misconstrued as armed robbery. The man observing from the sidelines regarded Tang Ye with newfound respect, recognizing within him an intriguing spirit. Seeing Tang Ye's words instill fear in his employees, the owner shot them a furious glare. "Who's robbing whom? Refusing to pay for repairs and still wanting to leave? You useless lot. I've wasted my time on you." If this had occurred back in Pinnacle, a single call would have resolved the matter. Now, in an unfamiliar city, he wished to avoid making a scene. How about this? Shall we call the police? Let them decide how this should be handled. I'm quite familiar with the chief of your precinct, Hu Zhongping. I just had dinner with him. Though Tang Ye held Hu Zhongping in low regard, he invoked his name in hopes of intimidating the owner. However, to his surprise, Sherdong dismissed him outright, slapping the identification from his hands and trampling it underfoot. "Who do you think you are, trying to put on airs? Do you even know who I, Sherdong, am? In the entirety of Chongjiang County, who dares to challenge me?" She quickly bent down to pick up the work ID, brushing off the dust before handing it back to Tang Ye. He received it with a cold smile, tucking it into his pocket. "No one wants to challenge you. However, I must remind you that business must adhere to certain rules. Some profits are simply too hot to handle." The man continued to observe Tang Ye's demeanor. The young man's composure exceeded expectations. Had he been of the same age group, he would have likely succumbed to provocation and resorted to violence by now. Concerned citizens had called the police, and the squad car soon arrived at the scene. The officers, upon detecting Sherdong's strong odor of alcohol, exchanged concerned glances. Knowing Sherdong's background, he often flaunted his connections due to his cousin working in the Chongjiang County Public Security Bureau. The officers approached with caution. "What is happening here?" One officer inquired sternly. She retrieved her work ID from her bag and presented it to the police. Initially, they paid it little mind, but their expression shifted dramatically upon realizing the attractive young woman before them was an officer from the Municipal Bureau. They thought to themselves, "Sherdong, you've certainly landed yourself in serious trouble this time." Uncertain of how to proceed, the officer decided to follow protocol. "Let us all head to the precinct to sort this out." Sherdong, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, dialed his cousin's number. "I'm in a bit of a bind. A customer refuses to pay for repairs, and now I have some busybodies causing a scene. They claim to know Hu Zhongping. So you need to help me out." His cousin, Shi Chong, was the deputy chief of the traffic police division, and it was through this connection that Shi Dong had been able to operate his auto repair shop so freely. Observers could see the potential consequences of Shi Dong's actions. The officers believed he had gone too far this time. They thought, Shi Dong, just keep making waves. Meanwhile, Hu Zhongping returned home, his thoughts consumed by Du Shi's enchanting visage. His desire to pursue her stemmed not only from her transformation into a swan, but also from her advantageous family background. Marrying her would undoubtedly bolster his career. A phone call from an officer interrupted his reverie. Chief Hu, we just received a report of a disturbance at an auto repair shop. One of the individuals involved claims to be your friend. Hu Zhongping sprang up, intrigued. What is the name? Du Shi, I saw her ID. And she works at the municipal bureau. Realizing the significance, he hastily dressed. I'll be there shortly. While dressing, he received a call from Shi Chong. Hu Zhongping immediately informed him of Du Shi's identity. Shi Chong recognized the gravity of the situation and rushed to the Jinshui town precinct. In the negotiation room, the atmosphere was tense. Upon seeing his cousin, Shi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Bro, these people are causing a ruckus in my shop. They need to be locked up for a few days. Shi Chong's expression darkened as he approached Shi Dong silently. With a swift motion, he slapped him across the face several times. Shut your mouth. Hu Zhongping, noticing Shi Chong's reprimand of his cousin, turned to Du Shi with an apologetic demeanor. I'm sorry you had to witness this. I've arranged for your car to have its tire repaired. It's parked outside now, and you may leave. And what about them? Tang Ye inquired calmly. They may leave as well. The matter of payment can be negotiated. 500 is indeed excessive. How about 50 instead? Shi Dong, do you have any objections? Hu Zhongping thought to himself. Tang Ye certainly has a broad perspective on this matter. Shi Dong's face burned with humiliation, still stunned by his cousin's reprimand. Chief Hu, whatever you say goes. Hu Zhongping, having grasped the situation, realized that Tang Ye was the root of the trouble. Had it not been for Du Shi, he would not have intervened at all. In that case, Tang Ye would have been detained at the precinct for the night. 50 it is. The middle-aged man cast a knowing glance at Tang Ye, a smirk playing on his lips. Thank you for helping us out today. Tang Ye waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. We were just about to get our car repaired. You inadvertently helped us avoid a mishap. As they prepared to leave the negotiation room, the door burst open. Wan Ming stormed in with a group of officers, striding directly towards Tang Ye. His eyes ablaze with fury. Did you come to any harm? Did anyone lay a hand on you? If so, I'll smash this place to bits. Tang Ye mused to himself. Old Wan, had you arrived just a moment later, the situation would have been resolved. Nonetheless, his presence did hold value. At the very least, it demonstrated to Hu Zhongping that he could navigate crises independently without relying on Du Shi. Smashing things might be a bit extreme, he thought. But knowing Wan Ming's temperament, a chaotic scene would have been inevitable. Hu Zhongping had initially perceived Tang Ye and Wan Ming as mere acquaintances, not realizing the depth of their bond. Upon learning of Tang Ye's troubles, Wan Ming had rushed over with his team. Had Hu Zhongping not intervened, the precinct might well have been overrun by Wan Ming and his crew. Moreover, Director Zhu dined with Wan Ming this evening. Should anything go awry, it could adversely affect his future prospects. Contemplating this, a chill ran down his spine. Hu Zhongping quickly smiled at Wan Ming, urging, Director Wan, please remain calm. I am friends with Mayor Tang. How could I allow him to suffer any disadvantage in my presence? A wave of apprehension washed over Shi Chang. Had it not been for Hu Zhongping's timely warning, Shi Dong might have found himself in a predicament tonight. Tang Ye, grateful for Wan Ming's demeanor, grasped his arm and inquired, what is with all this commotion? Let us keep a low profile. Wan Ming, reassured by Tang Ye's well-being, laughed heartily. I am fully prepared for any confrontation. As long as you're fine, that is what matters. At last, the matter seemed to reach a conclusion, and everyone prepared to part ways. A middle-aged man extended his hand to Tang Ye, introducing himself. I am Qi Yunwei. Should you encounter any issues in Xiangjin in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Tang Ye felt that, in this moment, a degree of candor would enhance sincerity. If there are investment opportunities, I hope you will consider selecting Pinnacle. Our town's social atmosphere and business environment will not disappoint you. Qi Yunwei paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. We shall certainly have the opportunity to collaborate. Sun Hai escorted Du Shi and Lu Feng home before finally taking Tang Ye to his residence. Today it was indeed satisfying. Director Wan stormed into the office. And even Hu Zhongping's expression changed dramatically. By the way, how did you come to know Director Qi? What is his background? Tang Ye chuckled, admitting that he, too, was unaware of Qi's background, yet the demeanor he exhibited today suggested he was no ordinary individual. He adeptly shifted the topic, asserting, regardless of who he is. In the face of today's challenges, I could never stand idly by. Tang Ye mused that such sentiments would surely elevate his stature in Sun Hai's eyes. Sun Hai paused, reflecting, Tang Xing, you truly are that kind of person. When confronted with injustice, you step forward. Were it me, I would undoubtedly hesitate and second guess. Tang Ye self-deprecatingly remarked, some might consider me foolish for not prioritizing my own safety. Yet Sun Hai shook his head, declaring, why do I trust you so deeply? Because I know that if I were in trouble, you would unhesitatingly come to my aid, never betraying me. Tang Ye was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Don't be so sure. Sun Hai, shedding his earlier nonchalance, replied earnestly, I am indeed this confident. Chapter 60, designed to break the deadlock. Upon returning home, Dushi took a shower and settled into bed with a face mask. Lu Fang called, mentioning that Tang Ye handled matters with an admirable flair that evening. Dushi chuckled, acknowledging that receiving such praise from her was quite rare. Lu Fang remarked seriously that while she once believed Hu Zhongping was exceptional, it was clear that Tang Ye surpassed him in every way. However, she advised Dushi to brace herself. Confused, Dushi inquired about the nature of this preparation. Lu Fang offered a rational analysis, suggesting that Tang Ye possessed strong opinions and a high emotional intelligence, making a romantic relationship with him undoubtedly enjoyable. Yet, the prospect of marriage might prove troublesome, as he was not the easiest person to manage. Dushi countered, questioning why one would need to manage their partner. Lu Fang paused, reflecting for a moment before exclaiming, all right, you hopeless romantic. Lu Fang also contemplated her own relationship dynamics. She tended to take the lead in her romantic endeavors, expecting her partner to cater to her desires, which led her to adopt a dominant stance in her interactions with Sun Hai. Although Sun Hai's appearance paled in comparison to Tang Ye's, he was always accommodating. She sometimes wondered if Dushi's independent yet gentle nature would be more appealing to men. After ending the call with Lu Fang, Dushi retrieved her phone and opened her photo gallery. She came across a group picture taken during a recent gathering, featuring Tang Ye with a radiant smile and warm eyes that exuded optimism. Closing her eyes, she replayed Tang Ye's words from that day in her mind. Chasing after a police flower is no easy task. Why must one chase it all? At 8:30 a.m., Tang Ye attended a meeting at the county committee's auditorium. The agenda focused on urging all governmental units to enhance their learning and engage in a rectification movement by year-end. Tang Ye interpreted this rectification as fundamentally a means of addressing personnel issues. It seemed that those who emerged victorious from the fray would be the ones capable of enduring the tumultuous conditions. Half an hour into the meeting, Tang Ye found himself stifling yawns. In the latter half, he chose to disregard the discussions altogether, opting instead to jot down a list of pressing matters that required his attention in his notebook. Once the meeting concluded, he visited the county hospital, purchasing fruits from a shop outside before heading to see Guoliang. Guoliang's wife, Su Miao, was gently tending to him, carefully wiping his arms. From a side glance, one could see that Su Miao bore a striking resemblance to her sister, Su Qiao. A sheen of perspiration glistened on her oval face, her fair complexion slightly flushed, and her alluring eyes appeared somewhat dazed from fatigue. In comparison to Su Qiao's pure charm, Su Miao radiated a vibrant beauty. Upon spotting Tang Ye, Guoliang urged Su Miao to help him sit up. Tang Ye noticed the thick bandage wrapped around Guoliang's head and felt a twinge of sympathy. Considering that the assignment had been entrusted to him, the kettle is out of hot water. Honey, could you fetch some? He requested. Of course. Su Miao understood that her husband intended to discuss business with Tang Ye. Once Su Miao left, Tang Ye pressed a hand to Guoliang's forehead, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. I didn't Apos. Realize your injuries were so severe. Tang Ye exclaimed. Guoliang sighed. The assailant was quite brutal. I nearly thought I was going to be killed. Tang Ye grasped Guoliang's hand firmly, saying earnestly, your sacrifices for the demolition work have been immense. Your name will be recorded in the Book of Merits. He admitted to having slightly exaggerated the severity of Guoliang's condition when requesting a medical report. Tang Ye paused, then praised, you've got a sharp mind. Guoliang clenched his fists, anger evident in his eyes. This demolition has substantial compensation, but those involved are scoundrels trying to exploit the situation. Additionally, as you suspected, someone is indeed stirring the pot. The one who attacked me is Hu Junsheng, their ringleader. Tang Ye and Apos, S fist tightened, his gaze resolute. Focus on your recovery. I will handle the rest. After Tang Ye departed, Su Miao returned with the kettle. Tang Ye is quite a decent fellow. He even came to visit you, she remarked. Su Qiao has a good leader. Do you think Tang Ye and Su Qiao might? Su Miao began, but Guo Liang interrupted, insisting that Su Qiao should simply follow Tang Ye's lead without attempting to pair them up. Su Miao looked puzzled, questioning why it should be impossible for two unmarried individuals to be together. Guo Liang lowered his voice, cautioning, Tang Ye has a girlfriend, a police officer, from a well-off family. Their relationship is not yet defined. Understanding dawned on Su Miao, realizing the complexities involved. Had Tang Ye heard the rumors, he would surely have been astonished. His encounters with Du Shi had been limited to a couple of meetings at the government compound, and yet gossip had already surfaced. Guo Liang refrained from sharing his true concerns about Su Qiao's potential relationship with Tang Ye, believing that Tang Ye's depth and cunning could lead to Su Qiao's disadvantage. In a strategic move reminiscent of the Bittermeat plan from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Guo Liang followed Tang Ye's instructions, deliberately provoking Hu Junxing. The ensuing altercation left Guo Liang seemingly the victim, yet it was all part of a larger design to break the deadlock. If not for Tang Ye's directive to intentionally draw Hu Junxing's ire, Tang Ye would have genuinely felt sorrow for Guo Liang's condition. Inwardly, Tang Ye commended Guo Liang's performance, rating it highly for his exceptional execution. This individual showed promise and was worth nurturing. Upon returning to the Pingde Town government office, Tang Ye knocked on Chen Zhihua's office door. Upon seeing Tang Ye, Chen Zhihua quickly stood to prepare tea. No need for tea, secretary. I just need to speak with you briefly, Tang Ye said, gesturing for him to remain seated. What is it? Chen Zhihua asked, his expression turning serious as Tang Ye relayed the dire news about Guo Liang's injuries, a severe head wound, substantial blood loss, a concussion, and potential long-term repercussions that might hinder his marital life. Chen Zhihua was taken aback, feeling a chill run through him. It's that severe? He gasped. Tang Ye raised his fists, emphasizing, given the gravity of the situation, I recommend we apprehend the assailant. Chen Zhihua chuckled bitterly, explaining that the assailant, Hu Junxing, was from the demolition village, and arresting him could lead to negative repercussions. Tang Ye asserted, we must strike decisively. Without strong measures, the demolition process cannot advance. Besides, Hu Junxing is culpable for the violence he inflicted. Tang Ye firmly positioned himself in defense of the demolition households, recognizing them as the disadvantaged party facing asset confiscation. He opposed violent demolitions and exploitation under the guise of progress, yet the current situation was different. With ample funding for the demolition in Pingde Town, along with compensation and housing provisions exceeding those offered by neighboring towns, the majority of villagers accepted the government's terms. From a developmental perspective, the demolition was essential for economic progress. However, the obstacles faced were evidently orchestrated and methodical. Chen Zhihua cautiously warned, if we forcibly arrest him, we may fall into a trap set by others. Tang Ye held a contrary view, asserting that while unlawful demolitions would lack moral support, taking a stand for the people meant acting decisively without hesitation. What do you plan to do? Chen Zhihua inquired thoughtfully. I will advocate for Hu Junxing's arrest on charges of malicious assault, Tang Ye replied, ready to shoulder any fallout. Chen Zhihua, resolute, declared, as the leader, I will bear the brunt of any consequences. Chapter 61. A resounding outburst. Upon receiving Chen Zhihua's consent to proceed with the arrest, Tang Ye promptly contacted Ren Jun. Without delay, Ren Jun executed the order and headed to the demolition village to apprehend Hu Junxing. Tang Ye received a call from Ren Jun, who was seething with anger. This insolent fellow had the audacity to pound the table in the interrogation room as if he were invincible. I have never encountered such arrogance. Should I give him a beating? Tang Ye, startled by Ren Jun's fury, quickly intervened, urging him not to resort to violence. We currently hold the upper hand. Any act of aggression on Ren Jun's part would jeopardize our hard-won advantage. Although direct confrontation was inadvisable, Tang Ye had his own methods to deal with Hu Junxing. Soon, Tang Ye arrived at the police station, accompanied by Su Qiao. Upon seeing Hu Junxing, Su Qiao's eyes instantly welled with tears. After her brother-in-law's incident, Hu Junxing had sent his ruffian friends to threaten Guo Liang at home, brandishing a loudspeaker and hurling trash into the yard at night. With her brother-in-law hospitalized and her sister providing care, Su Qiao was left alone at home. Despite her exceptional strength and courage compared to ordinary girls, the provocations from a gang of thugs left her shaken. Tang Ye learned of this distressing situation during the journey, igniting a blaze of anger within him. It was no wonder Su Qiao appeared haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. They say misfortune spares not the family. Hu Junxing and his gang, despite their streetwise bravado, were utterly despicable. Hu Junxing, not particularly tall, lounged in his chair with a defiant posture, exuding an air of invulnerability. Upon entering the room, Tang Ye tossed him a cigarette. Hu Junxing took it and lit it with a lighter, exhaling smoke with an air of nonchalance that was infuriating. Hu Junxing, I am Tang Ye, the deputy mayor of Pinga Town. I know you. At the demolition mobilization meeting, you proclaimed the policy and assured us our needs would be met. Yet, my requests remain unaddressed, and now you have me detained at the police station. I am a man with nothing to lose. If you wish to confront me, I will stand my ground. Hu Junxing shook his head defiantly. Tang Ye felt as though he had just heard the most absurd joke. Stand your ground? Do you think rallying a few lowlifes to obstruct the demolition will deter us? Have you considered that we have contingency plans? If we cannot dismantle your village, we shall proceed with others. Hu Junxing waved dismissively. Spare me your convoluted arguments. I am resolute. If my demands are not met, I will not sign. With unwavering resolve. Tang Ye reiterated, your demands are exorbitant, and I cannot acquiesce. Hu Junxing slammed his hand on the table, declaring, then there is nothing to discuss. I shall be a thorn in your side. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the interrogation room. After a moment, Tang Ye softened his tone. I am somewhat familiar with your background. Married with a daughter, yet your gambling addiction drove your wife to return to her family with your child. Seize this opportunity to secure demolition compensation and housing. You could salvage your marriage and rewrite your life's narrative. Hu Junxing's lips quivered in surprise at Tang Ye's thorough knowledge of his personal affairs, but he quickly regained his composure. My life is not your concern. Do not attempt to manipulate my mindset. If you refuse to meet my conditions, all negotiations are off. And do not think that by imprisoning me, you will break my spirit. My brothers will bring you endless surprises. Tang Ye found Hu Junxing's bravado laughable. You, a mere street thug, think I would fear your threats? Guoliang and Amp, Oppos, injuries are severe. 5 years in prison would be a light sentence for you. Hu Junxing, upon hearing the prospect of incarceration, felt a flicker of fear. He insulted me. Why can't I retaliate? He even struck back. Resolute. He declared, you bully me with your power, seeking to frame me for imprisonment. I am not afraid. I have already contacted reporters and plan to escalate my grievances to the county and city levels. If that fails, I shall approach the province. Su Qiao, aghast at Hu Junxing's despicable words, could only shake her head in disbelief. This man, clearly a nuisance, was now masquerading as a victim. In verbal sparring, Tang Ye had never backed down from anyone but himself. You are blinded by self-interest, disregarding the collective good for your own gain. Have you considered that if a few of you refuse to sign the contract, the AIU Electric Company may change its factory location, robbing the villagers of their chance to alter their destinies? You are a selfish, immoral scoundrel, devoid of humanity and moral integrity. No wonder your wife and child abandoned you. With a husband like you, it is a stroke of misfortune. I suggest your wife remarry and your daughter change her surname to sever ties with you. Why you? Hu Junxing's face turned pale with rage, a surge of blood rising in his throat. Guoliang's insults were harsh, but he had never encountered such a twisted individual. What do you mean? Do you think the demolition will unfold as you desire? The wheel of history does not halt for petty, short-sighted men like you. People like you deserve a lifetime of poverty, never to prosper. Enraged, Hu Junxing leapt to his feet. What do you intend? Maintain a respectful demeanor. Ren Jun swiftly kicked Hu Junxing and Oppos' calf, causing him to wince and return to his seat. Having observed Tang Ye and Oppos' interrogation style, Ren Jun had learned much. Noting the subtle humor in his sharp retorts, Tang Ye continued his verbal onslaught. What? After attacking Guoliang days ago, you now wish to strike me? In this police station, you must possess an extraordinary amount of audacity to disregard the law. I say, let you rot in prison. You deserve far worse. The world would be better off without your kind, making the air much clearer. Watching Tang Ye unleash his fury upon Hu Junxing filled Su Qiao with a sense of relief. She witnessed another side of Tang Ye, a diligent and composed leader with remarkable efficiency, yet today he was a fiery youth, pouring forth words like a torrent. Hu Junxing, chastised, dared not retort, merely glaring at Tang Ye. After releasing some of his pent-up frustration, Tang Ye instructed Ren Jun to detain Hu Junxing for assault and to notify his family, particularly his wife, urging her to bring their child back from her hometown. Hu Junxing and Oppos' eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Through their exchange, Tang Ye had discerned Hu Junxing and Oppos' vulnerabilities, though his wife had been living apart for months. They were not officially divorced, suggesting Hu Junxing was unwilling to end the marriage. Before exiting the interrogation room, Tang Ye twisted the knife further. If your wife learns you are facing years in prison, do you think she would still give you a chance? Think carefully. Do not allow others to exploit you and ruin your happiness. Tang Ye strode away with purpose, Su Qiao hastening to keep pace with him. Hu Junqing's threats to escalate the matter to the county and journalists left her anxious. What if it escalated? Let it escalate, Tang Ye replied confidently. These people would soon realize that a golden opportunity had slipped through their fingers, only to leave them with deep regrets. Observing Tang Ye's assured demeanor, Su Qiao's unease began to dissipate. There was no need for her to fret unnecessarily. If trouble arose, Mayor Tang would surely stand tall to face it. Suddenly, Tang Ye halted, deep in thought. Remember, I was not insulting you earlier. I was merely engaging in ideological persuasion. Su Qiao. Chapter 62. Achievements are the true path to success. The following day, around 10 o'clock, Tang Ye received a call from Wang Kaiqing. Was the arrest of Hu Junqing too impulsive? This morning, a banner was unfurled at the county government entrance, accompanied by reporters from the television station, accusing us of violent demolition and demanding the immediate release of Hu Junqing. County Chief Wei was extremely irate and issued directives to handle the matter promptly. The arrest of Hu Junqing stemmed from his violent actions, which were unrelated to the demolition itself. All County Chief Wei cared about were the results. You need to head to the county and clarify the situation, he instructed. I shall proceed to address it at once. Upon hanging up, Tang Ye mused that everything was as anticipated. However, Wang Kaiqing's attitude left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Wang was a cunning figure, courteous to a fault, often inviting Tang to banquets. He was adept at maneuvering and opportunistic, believing in the power of feng shui. For instance, a pin holder graced the right side of his desk, symbolizing prosperity in official matters according to feng shui principles. His bookshelf housed two bronze figurines, shaped as a monkey and a horse, respectively symbolizing swift success in one's career. While he adorned himself with such superstitious trinkets, when crucial matters arose, Mayor Wang would suddenly become elusive. For Tang Ye, having such a superior was not entirely disadvantageous, although Wang Kaiqing relished in reaping the rewards without bearing responsibility. His disposition did not hinder Tang Ye from pursuing his own agenda. In the mayor's office, Chao de Biao held a cigarette, the smoke swirling around his fingertips. Why did Tang Ye choose to arrest Hu Junqing, thereby exacerbating tensions? Typically astute and diplomatic, why had he acted so rashly this time? Wang Kaiqing wore a troubled expression. Tang Ye was still too young and had not completed the demolition tasks as planned, leaving him with no choice but to resort to force. Chao de Biao pondered. If it were me, I would have collaborated with Hu Junqing from the outset. Having the demolition company handle the process while we oversaw, it would have been much simpler and far less troublesome. Wang Kaiqing sighed, noting that Tang Ye's intentions were noble, aiming to ensure that the benefits of the demolition would be directed toward the common people. However, he underestimated the complexities involved in such endeavors. Hu Junqing specialized in demolition projects in Tianling County, possessing various methods and strong connections with county leaders. Tang Ye was likely to experience significant setbacks due to his lack of grassroots experience. In the past, Chao de Biao would have relished the prospect of Tang Ye stumbling. Yet, his perception of Tang Ye had subtly shifted. Hu Junqing had the audacity to strike Guoliang. Guoliang represented the government. Such a person must be apprehended, otherwise, where would the government's authority lie? The previous incident at the sand and gravel factory had already angered County Chief Wei, and it was anticipated that he would seize this opportunity to retaliate. Wang Kaiqing cast a sidelong glance at Chao de Biao, pondering that County Chief Wei was not so petty. Yet, he harbored doubts. The county was currently undergoing a rectification campaign, and several of Wei's trusted aides were embroiled in the turmoil. Furthermore, Tang Ye's close relationship with Du Chengfeng could very well render him a pawn in their power struggle. Tang Ye hurried to the county office. Thanks to the calming efforts of the petition office, the crowd had dispersed, though representatives still awaited a resolution. As he entered the conference room, all eyes turned to him, some cold, some mocking, while others appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Du Chengfeng's expression was complicated as he glanced toward a seat at the back right. Please, take a seat, he urged. Tang Ye, feeling justified, confidently settled into his chair. Du Chengfeng glanced at Wei Jian and softly suggested, let us commence the meeting. Wei Jian's face was devoid of expression, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. He recognized that Tang Ye held a certain weight in Du Chengfeng and Appo's estimation. With a grave tone, he declared, the demolition work for the AIO electric project in Pinga Town has encountered significant obstacles. I propose transferring the demolition authority to the county government. Additionally, Hu Junqing must be released promptly, and a team from the county should negotiate the terms he proposed for the demolition. Lastly, given the adverse repercussions, we must hold the relevant personnel accountable. Tang Ye scoffed. Wei Jian's lengthy discourse essentially boiled down to 3 points. First, to strip Pinga Town of its demolition authority. Second, to expedite Hu Junqing's release. Third, both Chen Jihua and Tang Ye himself would face disciplinary action. Tang Ye's anger surged. Wei Jian was downplaying the severity of Hu Junqing's violent actions. Transferring the demolition rights implied that significant profits would be siphoned away by behind-the-scenes forces. Being penalized would tarnish his record and jeopardize his career. After all his hard work for the local community, this was the outcome he received? He felt compelled to defend himself. However, the situation was not in his favor. Higher officials often overshadow lower ones. Wei Jian's tone had already defined the matter. At this moment, how effective could any defense be? Tang Ye lacked confidence. Of course, he had an ally in Du Chifeng. This turmoil was, in fact, a covert conflict between Du Changfeng and Wei Jian. Du Changfeng resolved to speak on Tang Ye's behalf. Otherwise, indecisive individuals might lean toward Wei Jian's side. Just then, his phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Municipal Secretary Zhou Qingwu, he quickly answered. Zhou Qingwu's voice resonated powerfully. Comrade Chenfeng, I am in a meeting at the provincial level. I have just received some excellent news. The Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission has decided to establish the resort project in Tianling County. Congratulations. Du Changfeng could hardly contain his excitement and inquired, will it be located in Pinga Town? Zhou Qingwu laughed heartily. Indeed. Director Chi from the Provincial State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission holds Pingu in high regard. Last week, he visited Pingu and Jinshui for an undercover inspection, and he praised the officials in Pinga highly. From the secretary to the ordinary employees, they all rise at 5 in the morning to sweep the streets alongside sanitation workers. No other town can boast such dedication in the province. Furthermore, Pingu has done a better job than Jinshui in environmental preservation, transforming the sand and gravel factory with an awareness of ecological protection. Additionally, Director Chi has a stellar impression of Xiaotang. The resort project will even bear the name from his proposal, calling it the Health and Wellness Town. Du Changfeng had initially contemplated how to extricate Tang Ye from his predicament. With this news, was there even a need for a rescue? What a stroke of fortune. He could hardly wait to share the good news with everyone. Upon hanging up with Zhou Qingwu, Du Chifeng beamed and announced, I have some wonderful news. The resort project, originally slated for Jinshui Town in Chongjiang County, has been awarded to Pingu. The Provincial Investment Corporation will invest, with an initial funding of 3 billion. As his words fell, Wei Jian's mind buzzed. He understood that Du Chifeng had been diligently seeking pathways for this provincial-level resort project. In Wei Jian's view, it was sheer folly. A project worth billions was beyond the reach of county-level officials. The high demand for Chongjiang County was due to the former presence of a vice-ministerial leader who had facilitated connections. Who could have predicted that it would truly materialize? Tang Ye's mood swung like a pendulum. He had prepared himself for criticism and gathered materials to defend his actions. Now, it seemed, none of that would be necessary. Achievements are indeed the true path to success. Tang Ye's spirit was entirely transformed. He took the initiative to speak up. Secretary Du, the obstacles encountered in the demolition work in Pingu Town are the result of a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. I recommend a thorough investigation. As soon as these words escaped Tang Ye's lips, the expressions of those present at the meeting were nothing short of remarkable. They had not anticipated such a swift reaction from him. He intended to leverage the news of the project being established in Pingu to stage a triumphant comeback. Chapter 63. Only engage in battles you can win. Tang Ye extracted several meticulously organized documents from his briefcase. Even without the fortuitous exemption provided by the resort district, he was well prepared. The first document. Esteemed leaders, following our arrest of Hu Junqing yesterday, we conducted an in-depth investigation into his circumstances. Hu Junqing is a notorious gambler, squandering any money he possesses at the gaming table. Recently, however, he has been unusually extravagant, frequently frequenting upscale venues and purchasing numerous luxury items. These serve as evidence. Wei Jian cast a skeptical glance at Tang Ye, questioning if Hu Junqing is indeed an avid gambler. It is plausible that he has recently enjoyed a streak of good fortune, thus explaining his sudden increase in spending capacity. Gambling encompasses both wins and losses. Perhaps his luck has simply improved? Tang Ye acknowledged Wei Jian's perceptiveness as he swiftly identified the issues within the evidence. During the investigation of Hu Junqing's bank statements, Ren Jun did not uncover any substantial transfers. The sole explanation for this was that transactions were conducted in cash, away from the electronic realm. Naturally, Tang Ye did not expect a single document to shift the tide. He promptly presented the second document. This contains the opinions of the villagers we consulted. Hu Junxing has previously persuaded several villagers to join him in opposing the demolition efforts, promising them substantial compensation afterward. His aggressive nature has led to multiple instances of him injuring villagers, thereby resulting in their reluctance to cooperate. The document passed to Wei Jian, who merely skimmed it. The authenticity of this document remains in question. Firstly, could they have been bribed into providing false testimony? Secondly, given the poor relationship between the witnesses and Hu Junxing, might they deliberately seek to undermine him? Thirdly, could their intent be to discredit Hu Junxing out of fear that he would secure better compensation for the demolition? Conflicts frequently arise among villagers, rendering their statements subjective, unreliable, and lacking objectivity. Tang Ye noted Wei Jian and Appo's adeptness at sophistry. Under his distorted reasoning, the oppressed villagers were transformed into cunning adversaries. Tang Ye then produced a voice recorder. This is the third document, and it is our trump card. Victory hinges on this. He declared, this recording was provided by Hu Junxing's wife, and we have obtained her consent to share it with all of you. In that moment, an ominous feeling washed over Wei Jian. He had not anticipated Tang Ye's thorough preparation. It seemed that every piece of evidence had been countered. Yet, Wei Jian understood that his arguments were merely a form of sophistry. The revelation of the conspiracy was merely a matter of time. Tang Ye pressed play on the recorder, and the dialogue between Hu Junxing's wife, Li Min, and Tang Ye resonated. Li Min, a month ago, Hu Junxing called me to inform that our home would be demolished. He had connections with a powerful businessman in the county and would assist him with certain tasks. Upon completion, the businessman would allow him to oversee the demolition in our town, enabling him to claim 3 additional properties. He promised that not only would he pay off his gambling debts, but he would also purchase a house for us in the city. His words were grandiose. And he hoped I would bring our daughter back. Tang Ye, why did you not return? Li Min, I have lost all hope in him. No matter how much money he acquires, he will squander it. When intoxicated, he becomes a beast, not only abusing me but also our daughter. I can endure his violence towards me, but I cannot tolerate him harming our daughter. She is only 5 years old and bears numerous bruises. I have even contemplated a mutual demise. Tang Ye, what is the name of that businessman? Li Min, I can't quite recall, but I believe his surname is Hua. Tang Ye, your marriage with Hu Junxing has deteriorated, yet you are still his spouse. The village's demolition requires your presence to assist us. You need not worry about Hu Junxing harassing you. He has assaulted Guoliang and colluded with unsavory individuals to obstruct official duties. The law will penalize him. Li Min, I will return by bus tomorrow. Tang Ye switched off the recorder. Some may question the reliability of the recording, but Li Min had already rushed back from her hometown and could verify it in person. Hu Junxing is a notorious gambler and a chronic alcoholic with tendencies toward domestic violence. During our conversation, his wife broke down emotionally several times. He even dared to publicly assault staff members, leaving Guoliang bedridden in the county hospital. How can we allow a societal parasite, who instills fear even in his closest kin, to roam freely? Wei Jian stroked his chin, opting for a strategic sip of water. He was taken aback by Hu Junxing and Appo's vile behavior. How had Hu Junxing aligned himself with such a character? Are there any other materials? Du Qingfeng surveyed the room. Tang Ye responded, that is all. Du Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging that the materials had been reviewed. Colleagues, please share your perspectives. He urged. Wei Jian, you have consistently approached this matter from Hu Junxing's perspective. Perhaps you would like to express your thoughts? Wei Jian responded calmly, Comrade Tang Ye, my skepticism towards the evidence is not intended to challenge you. If Hu Junxing has engaged journalists, it would be arduous to convince them without substantiating the evidence through my scrutiny. As civil servants, we must empathize with the citizens, who are the more vulnerable party. The demolition process is inherently contentious, often leading to negative publicity for the government. Regarding these materials, I remain doubtful, particularly concerning the recording, which necessitates verification upon Li Min's return. Tang Ye underestimated Wei Jian's psychological resilience. Even at this juncture, he was capable of crafting a narrative from his standpoint. Subsequently, the county committee members expressed their stances. Tang Ye gleaned an understanding of the committee dynamics. 3 members aligned with Wei Jian. 3 maintained a neutral stance. The remaining 4, including Du Qingfeng, sided with Tang Ye. Although Du Qingfeng was the county secretary, his recent appointment left him lacking sufficient control over the committee. Nevertheless, the momentum of today's meeting appeared to favor Du Chengfeng. Once all voices had been heard, Du Chengfeng summarized regarding the petition incident today. Comrade Tang Ye has articulated the situation. It is imperative that we communicate effectively with the media to prevent any misunderstandings. Furthermore, the provincial resort project will be established in Pinnacle, necessitating extensive demolition efforts ahead. The situation will undoubtedly become more intricate. We must respect the rights of the citizens while not permitting individuals to exploit the situation for personal gain, thus removing obstacles to economic development. Moreover, the progress achieved in Pinnacle town is evident, with the AIO electronics project involving an investment of 220 million. The initial investment for the health and wellness town will reach 3 billion. Local development will encounter a variety of challenges. We must not react impulsively. Rather, we should support grassroots officials, providing them with the confidence to strive forward. Based on Comrade Tang Ye's feedback, this may be a premeditated conspiracy. The county police must establish an investigative team to delve into the truth of the matter. We must convey to those lurking in the shadows, eager to exploit the chaos, that our resolve is unwavering, and they cannot usurp the interests of the people through unscrupulous means. Du Chengfeng's final statement was pivotal. Who could have anticipated that Tang Ye would emerge unscathed? Not only that, but he also deftly struck a blow against the shadowy puppeteers behind the scenes. Chapter 64. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down. The enigmatic boss with the surname Hua? Although the recording did not reveal the full name, the first thought that crossed everyone in Apos' mind was Hua Jianxing. As for the relationship between Hua Jianxing and certain leaders of the county government, it was common knowledge. Hua Jianxing is a relative of the former county party secretary, and his presence is nearly ubiquitous whenever there are major projects in the county. Now that AIU Electric intends to establish a large factory in Pinnacle, Hua Jianxing naturally does not wish to miss out. He arranged for contacts with the Pinnacle town government, attempting to secure the demolition work for himself. However, after Su Yiping and Apos' arrest, the new government did not afford him that opportunity. Tianling County had long been viewed as a personal fief by Hua Jianxing. How could he let such a lucrative opportunity slip through his fingers? Thus, he bribed individuals like Hu Junxing and orchestrated this anti-demolition incident. The aim was simple: by applying pressure through the county government, he intended to make the local officials in Pinnacle suffer a bit. Then, through a top-down approach, he could seamlessly acquire the demolition rights for Pinnacle. In the county chief's office, Hua Jianxing was sipping tea when Wei Jian entered, his expression darkening. Hua Jianxing immediately sensed something amiss. Is there a troubling matter that requires my assistance? Wei Jian glanced at Hua Jianxing and coldly remarked, Mr. Hua, your presence in my office at such a sensitive time is highly inappropriate. Director Wei, it's merely a trivial matter. No need to be so tense. Hua Jianxing attempted to downplay the situation, but was abruptly interrupted by Wei Jian. Hu Junxing and Apos' malicious actions have already been classified. Just now, Secretary Du requested the county police to investigate whether there are any instigators behind Hu Junxing. How could you act without considering the consequences? Wasn't today's meeting supposed to reclaim the demolition rights for Pinnacle? Why have things changed? Hua Jianxing could no longer sit still. Wei Jian furrowed his brow and sternly stated, the municipal propaganda department has already sent the journalists away. Pinnacle is about to welcome a 30 billion project, and there will soon be extensive demolition efforts. If negative news breaks, wouldn't that be akin to shooting oneself in the foot? 30 billion? Hua Jianxing could hardly believe it. A larger cake indeed. Wei Jian's gaze locked onto Hua Jianxing's face. On the basis of the former secretary's favor, I have already assisted you considerably. The matter regarding Pinnacle must come to a close. You should know how to manage it from here. A 30 billion project in Pinnacle? Is there still a chance? If you could assist me. Wei Jian waved his hand, cutting him off. There was still hope initially, but after this incident, I suggest you abandon the idea. Hua Jianxing, unwilling to concede, stared at Wei Jian. Isn't Chen Jihua merely clinging to Du Chengfeng's coattails? I'll have someone warn him. Wei Jian straightened his posture and slammed his hand on the table. Remember, you are a businessman, not a member of the underworld. With so many eyes on Pinnacle, do you think you can easily extricate yourself if something goes awry? If you wish to perish, do not drag others down with you. Hua Jianxing retorted defiantly. Chen Jihua is just a lucky opportunist who managed to oust Su Yiping. I can handle a mere section-level cadre without your concern. Wei Jian narrowed his eyes, a hint of sarcasm gracing his lips. You don't even know who your opponent is. It's no wonder you're losing so miserably. Su Yiping was not ousted by Chen Jihua. How laughable. The true adversary you must contend with is Tang Ye, the acting deputy town head of Pingu. Tang Ye? That name sounds familiar, Wu Jianxing mused. Wei Jian took a deep breath. AIU Electric's investment in Pingu is largely due to Tang Ye saving the mother-in-law of AIU Electric's chairman. The decision to establish the resort in Pingu is closely tied to Tang Ye as well. He is a protege of the former municipal deputy secretary, Hanzhou Municipal, making him a junior to municipal secretary Zhou Qingwu. The intricacies of Tang Ye's connections have become increasingly convoluted. Sometimes, the more one hears, the more it solidifies into accepted fact. Wu Jianxing finally understood why Pingu's measures had been so resolute. Gritting his teeth, he muttered. Isn't he just a deputy section-level cadre? Should I arrange for someone to deal with him? Wei Jian stood up in anger, exclaiming, If you wish to perish, do not drag me down. Wu Jianxing was taken aback, not expecting Wei Jian to be so cautious. He chuckled, Do not be so tense. I am a legitimate businessman, not a member of the underworld. I was merely jesting. Wei Jian retorted coldly, It's not amusing at all. Do not think of resorting to underhanded tactics. The city has just concluded a crackdown on organized crime, taken down by Danian. You probably aren't aware. But by Danian's arrest was orchestrated by Tang Ye. Surprise flickered in Wu Jianxing's eyes. He possesses such influence? Wei Jian shot Wu Jianxing a piercing glare. Lay low for a while. Do not stir up trouble. In due time, when the dust settles, you may find new opportunities. The 30 billion project in Pingu is merely an appetizer. There are still many prospects ahead. A small forbearance can lead to great strategies. Frustration welled within Wu Jianxing. Yet he recognized that he must rely on Wei Jian to continue his previous way of life. He could only agree obediently. Once Wu Jianxing departed, Wei Jian's brow furrowed, and he sighed inwardly. The outcome of this rectification movement would likely conclude with Du Chengfeng emerging victorious. Who could have predicted he would snatch the resort project from Chongjiang? Although the project was introduced by Du Chengfeng, and he might gain some benefit, his influence would undoubtedly be diminished in the long run. Regardless, the successful implementation of the resort project would not be detrimental to his position as the second-in-command. Suddenly, Wei Jian regretted having made his relationship with Tang Ye so strained. Contemplating the constraints this would place on his future work, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. In the county party secretary's office, Jiao Dai, the party secretary of Zhugo Township, had been waiting for some time. Early that morning, he had seen the locals from Pingu rallying for their rights. A sense of schadenfreude filling him. Jiao Dai was displeased. Despite his extensive groundwork, AIU Electric ultimately decided to build its factory in Pingu. He was convinced that Pingu had orchestrated this, reaping the benefits while he had toiled in vain. It was said that acting deputy town head Tang Ye had saved Dofang Gong's mother-in-law. What a coincidence that was. Jiao Dai hoped fervently for Pingu town to falter. Ideally, the demolition would be thwarted, and AIU Electric would reconsider. Today, he intended to report to Du Chengfeng about the recommendations for the Municipal Investment Promotion Conference. Each year, during this conference, various counties had the opportunity to recommend projects to entrepreneurs, and Jiao Dai believed his Food City project had great potential, with financing of 2 to 3 billion not posing significant issues. Du Chengfeng entered the office with a smile on his face, followed closely by Tang Ye, who was engaged in jovial conversation with him. Jiao Dai sensed that the atmosphere seemed somewhat off. Du Chengfeng spotted Jiao Dai and cheerfully remarked, Sorry to have kept you waiting. Tang Ye took the initiative to greet Jiao Dai. Secretary Jiao, hello. Jiao Dai forced a smile. I hear that AIU Electric and Oppo's demolition efforts have encountered obstacles. Grassroots work can be quite complex. Young Tang, your investment capabilities are commendable, but you still lack some experience in dealing with the common folk. Tang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he understood. Jiao Dai had been harboring grievances regarding the AIU Electric project. Du Chengfeng could easily perceive Jiao Dai's underlying intentions. Jiao Dai remained oblivious to the fact that Tang Ye had already navigated through the challenges, prompting him to covertly undermine Tang Ye. Chapter 65, Tightening Where Needed. Before Tang Ye could speak, Du Chengfeng took the initiative to assist him. Today's events had nothing to do with Xiao Tang's work style. The allure of the cakes in Pingu had stirred many, inciting attempts to create chaos and seize an opportunity amidst the turmoil. Jiao Dai, listening intently, felt a sense of disappointment. The situation had already taken shape, and Tang Ye had successfully navigated through. He quickly smiled and remarked, Is that so? Alas, among the masses, there are both good and bad individuals. It is wonderful that the matter can be resolved smoothly. The key is to communicate well with the reporters. Thank you, Secretary Du, for your efforts. Du Chengfeng shifted the topic, asking, Do you have something to discuss with me? Zhao Dai glanced at Tang Ye, knowing that he wouldn't approach unless it was something significant. Tang Ye understood Zhao Dai's intent to report privately and decided to take his leave. Secretary Du, I have follow-up work to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Du Chifeng, not yet having the chance to celebrate with Tang Ye and share in the joy, was reluctant to let him go. He waved his hand to halt him, saying, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Comrade Dai, are you referring to the Food City project? Comrade Tang Ye possesses considerable expertise in project planning. Let's all listen together. Many hands make light work." Zhao Dai felt as though he had swallowed a fly, awkwardly stating that the project needed to remain confidential for the time being. Du Chifeng waved his hand dismissively, asserting that if the project was indeed promising and closely aligned with government planning, there was no need for secrecy. It should be displayed openly without reservation. Zhao Dai realized that the situation had changed. Previously, Du Changfeng had expressed enthusiasm for the project, believing it to be innovative and worthy of emphasis at the city's investment promotion conference, but now it seemed less prioritized. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Dai produced the proposal document. Du Chifeng glanced at it briefly before passing it to Tang Ye. Zhao Dai's gaze was filled with trepidation. Tang Ye, sensing the tension, merely glanced at the project summary. Zhao Dai had long considered him an adversary who threatened his achievements. If Tang Ye were to scrutinize the project closely, it would only exacerbate the conflict. In the political arena, usurping another's accomplishments is akin to a grave betrayal. Moreover, the project was not particularly innovative. Examples could easily be found domestically. With clear thoughts, Tang Ye found it rather enlightening. Tang Ye smiled. Du Chifeng, recognizing that it was inappropriate to solicit Tang Ye's opinion on the project, diverted the conversation, stating, "Comrade Tang, I have an important task for you. At next week's City Investment Promotion Conference, the Health and Wellness Town project will be our county's featured initiative. You must promptly prepare the written materials. We aim to draw more attention to Pinga Town and attract greater investment through this project." Tang Ye had anticipated this outcome. Regarding the Health and Wellness Town, I have already prepared quite a bit. Much of it is readily available. I will send you the materials later and make any necessary additions as per your requirements. Du Changfeng, satisfied, patted Tang Ye on the shoulder. "You are diligent in your work, and that reassures me." Zhao Dai, listening to the exchange between Du Chifeng and Tang Ye, found himself bewildered. "Secretary, weren't we supposed to recommend our township's Food City project at this year's City Investment Promotion meeting?" Zhao Dai expressed his confusion. It was indeed intended to promote the Food City project, but circumstances have changed. We have just received news from the city that the resort area will be established in Pingu. According to the municipal committee's directive, our county must prioritize Pinga Town this year. Zhao Dai was left speechless, unable to close his mouth. Wasn't that project supposed to be located in Jinshui Town? Du Chifeng, in high spirits, eagerly shared the news. It has been confirmed that it will be situated in Pingu. The initial construction funding will be 30 billion, with more funds expected to flow into the project as it progresses. This project will take at least 10 years to complete, heralding significant development for Pingu. This was indeed a monumental surprise. Zhao Dai, with insincerity, congratulated Tang Ye. "Congratulations, Town Mayor Tang. Who would have thought your role in Pingu would yield such resources? Why didn't you take a post in our Zhugo Township back then?" Tang Ye quickly responded with humility. "Thank you, Secretary Zhao, but you flatter me. I am but a cog in the machine, working wherever needed. Pinga's acquisition of the Provincial project is entirely due to Secretary Du's astute leadership and meticulous guidance. I have merely done what little I could." Du Chifeng then patted Zhao Dai's shoulder, chuckling. "Perhaps we can consider recommending the Food City project at next year and Oppo's Investment Promotion Conference." Zhao Dai understood that the two projects were not comparable in scale and, recognizing the situation, replied with a smile, "All right, I shall wait a bit longer." As Zhao Dai exited the county committee compound, a sense of desolation washed over him. Unless something unforeseen occurred, the leadership position of Tianling County was on the verge of slipping away. He suddenly pondered whether to request a seconded cadre from the city. However, he quickly dismissed this fruitless notion. Most seconded officials merely sought to gain experience, and those like Tang Ye, who could deliver resources and yield political achievements, were exceedingly rare. He felt pity for Su Yiping, languishing in prison. If Su Yiping were to learn that Pingu had secured the resort project, he would likely weep inconsolably in the restroom. Su Qiao accompanied Tang Ye to the county government. Lacking the qualification to attend the county committee meeting with Tang Ye, she could only wait for news at the petition office. The staff at the petition office consistently treated Su Qiao with disdain. She understood their sentiments. Unresolved matters in the township reaching the county level indicated a failure in their duties, causing them trouble. Tang Ye, accompanied by Director Zhang of the petition office, entered the office. Town Mayor Tang, rest assured, in the future, should similar situations arise, we will ensure to keep you informed beforehand. The complexities at the grassroots level are considerable. We appreciate Director Zhang's understanding. Director Zhang's demeanor towards Tang Ye was exceedingly courteous, which took Su Qiao by surprise. The staff's expressions also softened, no longer icy. After Tang Ye and Su Qiao departed, Director Zhang promptly convened a brief meeting. In the future, if Pingu encounters similar situations, we must assess each case individually. We cannot impose pressure on grassroots governments or pass the buck carelessly. We must thoroughly investigate issues and actively assist lower-level departments in resolving their problems. Tang Ye and Su Qiao returned to the government office. Chen Jihua soon appeared in Tang Ye's office, beaming. He clapped Tang Ye on the shoulder and exclaimed, "You've worked hard." Tang Ye instructed Su Qiao, "Please prepare a cup of tea for the secretary. I need to report to him." Su Qiao quickly brewed a cup of green tea and handed it to Chen Jihua. After taking a sip, Chen Jihua said excitedly, "I just received a call from Secretary Du. I can't believe it. The provincial resort area is indeed going to be established in our Pingu. You have played a pivotal role." Su Qiao, who was bending over to organize the documents on the table, paused in astonishment and looked at the two men. Tang Ye understood that news could not remain concealed for long, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly it had spread. He smiled faintly, reflecting. Such a grand project signifies an arduous task ahead. Chen Jihua's eyes sparkled with determination. "I am mentally prepared. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must ensure that the people of Pingu firmly grasp this chance." Su Qiao listened to the dialogue between the two leaders, her heart racing. She had long heard rumors about the resort area potentially being established in Pingu. She could hardly believe it had come to fruition. No wonder Director Zhang and Appo's attitude had shifted so dramatically. Town Mayor Tang was remarkably adept at keeping matters under wraps. On the way back, he had not divulged a single hint. Chapter 66. The act can be discarded. In the mayor's office, Chao Debiao entered with an air of mystery, announcing that he had just received news that the resort project would be established in Pingu. Wang Kaicheng remained composed, confirming that it was indeed true. County Chief Wei had just called him. Wei Jian promptly informed Wang Kaicheng, signaling a thought-provoking development. Pingu had become highly coveted, and various factions were beginning to delineate their territories. Wang Kaicheng, who was entrenched in government affairs and had frequent interactions with Wei Jian, had previously been a marginal figure due to Pingu's underdevelopment. However, with the town on the brink of resurgence, Wei Jian reached out, seeking to ally with him. As the news was verified, a smile spread across Chao Debiao and Appo's face, astonished by Tang Ye's capabilities. Wang Kaicheng reflected, it was more than just mere talent. Chao Debiao regretted not recognizing earlier that when Tang Ye suggested that all party and government officials in the town participate in street cleaning, it was not a slight against them, but rather a strategic move. Rumor had it that leaders from the Provincial State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission had visited Pingu undercover. Appreciating this initiative, Wang Kaicheng stroked his chin, murmuring that what seemed like a chance occurrence was, in fact, a calculated endeavor. Tang Ye could indeed be described as remarkable. At just 27, he strategized like a master chess player, anticipating moves well ahead. It was truly formidable. In the realm of politics, some focus on affairs, while others study individuals. Wang Kaicheng undoubtedly belonged to the latter group. He could typically discern a person's true nature after only a few encounters. Yet, Tang Ye remained an enigma to him. Wang Kaicheng pondered that Chao Debiao was oblivious to his internal struggles. Wei Jian had made his intentions clear. He sought to recruit him. Aligning with the right faction was an intricate art. Choosing the right side could lead to swift advancement, while a poor choice was akin to leaping into a pit of filth. Wang Kaicheng subtly sensed that maintaining alignment with Tang Ye might indeed be the wisest course of action. Tang Ye, having learned from Ren Jun that Li Min had hurried back from her family home, made his way to the police station. Li Min, of modest height and delicate appearance, held a small girl by the hand, her face clouded with sorrow. Tang Ye escorted Li Min into the interrogation room. Hu Juxing initially displayed surprise, then glared, exclaiming, "Have you finally decided to return?" Li Min, frightened of Hu Juxing, hid behind Tang Ye, while their daughter, recalling Hu Juxing's terrifying drunken state, began to wail. Tang Ye had anticipated that Hu Juxing would soften upon seeing his wife and child, but he was met with hostility instead. "Hu Juxing, you need to behave yourself." Tang Ye admonished coldly. Hu Junxing, seemingly aware of the turmoil outside the county government, smirked dismissively. Aren't you supposed to let me go now? Tang Ye chuckled wryly. I just returned from the county government. It was your cronies who were unfurling banners, wasn't he it? The county police have formed an investigation team, laying a trap from which none can escape. Do you truly believe you can walk free? Hu Junxing's expression shifted slightly. Don't think you can scare me. Once the reporters expose this, it'll escalate, and you might lose your position. Let me go now, and it might not be too bad for you. Tang Ye retorted disdainfully. This is your last chance. If you reveal who's behind this, you might receive leniency. Despite sensing the gravity of the situation, Hu Junxing remained obstinate. You want to pry a word from me? Li Min, with tears streaming down her face, implored. Hu Junxing, Tang Town Chief, I send T deceiving you. Lu Er and De Huzai are implicated in illegal gatherings and have been arrested. Hu Junxing realized his wife was telling the truth, and his face paled. The last flicker of hope extinguished within him, he slammed his hand on the table in despair. They had a deal, he shouted. Once the press gets involved, the county leaders will intervene. Renjun swiftly pressed Hu Junxing's face down onto the table. You will face legal repercussions. You're looking at a minimum of 5 years in prison. Li Min has decided to divorce you, and the compensation from the relocation will be divided according to the law. I hope you can reflect upon your actions and become a better person in there. Tang Ye shielded the little girl's eyes, not wishing her to witness her father's grotesque demeanor. At the county hospital, Guo Liang received a perfectly sliced apple from Su Miao, taking a bite and exclaiming, the apples bought by Tang Town Chief are delightful, crisp, sweet, and juicy. Would you care to try? Su Miao shot him a disapproving glance. Tang Town Chief is not frugal. He only picks the finest fruits. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Guo Liang quickly concealed the apple beneath his pillow, pulling the blanket over himself, his brow furrowed in anxiety. Su Miao observed her husband's antics with a mix of exasperation and amusement. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? Aren't you exhausted? Guo Liang retorted. What do you know? I just received a call from Tang Town Chief. County leaders are coming to visit. If I appear well, wouldn't they have made the trip for naught? As the words left his lips, a group entered the ward. Leading the pack was Du Qingfeng, accompanied by the hospital's director, with Tang Ye walking slightly behind. Upon entering, Tang Ye stepped forward, introducing, this is Su Miao, Guo Liang's wife. And then to Su Miao, this is Secretary Du, who has come to visit due to Guo Liang's injury while on duty. Su Miao was taken aback, astonished that Secretary Du himself had come to check on them. This was no ordinary treatment. Du Qingfeng approached Guo Liang's bedside. Guo Liang slowly opened his eyes. Attempting to sit up with great effort, a pained expression etched on his face. Tang Ye, observing Guo Liang's exaggerated act, stifled a laugh while gently advising. You haven't fully recovered. Don't push yourself. Du Qingfeng frowned, concern evident in his eyes. The village tyrant, Hu Junxing, has been apprehended. You need to focus on your recovery and strive for a swift return to health. Tang Ye added, smiling. Secretary Du is truly concerned for you. The county committee has issued a commendation order to recognize your efforts. Guo Liang felt a surge of joy yet maintained a facade of weakness, expressing, I'm so ashamed. Thank you, Secretary Du, and thank you all for coming. I merely did what was right. Du Qingfeng gently grasped Guo Liang's hand, patting the back of it. Rest well, we want to intrude further. If you need anything, just let Comrade Tang know, and we will do our utmost to assist. Guo Liang offered a grateful smile. Thank you for your concern, Secretary. The camera flashes illuminated the room, capturing this poignant moment. Tang Ye accompanied Du Qingfeng to his vehicle before returning. He found Guo Liang still feigning illness on the bed, bemused at the absurdity of the situation. Now that the guests have departed, you can drop the act. Guo Liang chuckled. I never anticipated that an injury would warrant a visit from the secretary. Tang Ye replied with a grin. I merely mentioned it casually to the secretary. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to visit you. Work diligently, and your future is promising. Guo Liang, brimming with excitement, cautiously inquired. I heard that a provincial resort is to be built in our Pinggu. Is that true? Tang Ye nodded emphatically. Absolutely true. There will be numerous challenges ahead. Be mentally prepared. After Tang Ye left, Guo Liang could no longer remain still in bed. Pacing back and forth, Su Miao softly urged, Can you not settle down for a moment? Guo Liang clenched his fists, exclaiming excitedly, I'm going to handle my discharge paperwork tomorrow. I've made the right choice in aligning myself. Dear, do you think I have a chance to advance further? Su Miao gazed at her husband, lost in his fervor, and sighed inwardly, understanding that many would likely feel the same way. What implications will a colossal investment project, valued at $3 billion, have on a small town? The realm of possibilities is truly vast. Chapter 67. The moment of appreciation. Tang Ye returned to the government and arrived at the secretary's office, where he met with Chen Jihua. After exchanging pleasantries, a party meeting was convened, presided over by Chen Jihua. The faces of Wang Kaiqing and others were adorned with smiles. This was indeed a day worthy of celebration for all the cadres in Pingu. Any previous conflicts from their work were momentarily set aside. Today, two matters were to be discussed. The first concerned the land acquisition and demolition work related to AIO electric appliances. Hu Junxing, under the influence of others, had incited local ruffians to resist the demolition, resulting in an assault on Guo Liang that left him severely injured, which has already been filed with the police. His wife, Li Min, has signed the consent form, and the remaining households are also in agreement. The demolition work that had long troubled us has finally been successfully completed. Chen Jihua glanced at Tang Ye and said, "Comrade Tang Ye, you played a crucial role in this. Please share your insights with everyone." With a serious expression, Tang Ye responded, "Although the demolition work has concluded, we must ensure the follow-up measures are effectively implemented. Understanding that Hu Junxing's resistance was instigated to create discord, we must pacify public sentiment and foster positive public opinion so that everyone recognizes the demolition as a beneficial endeavor for the collective. We must not allow malicious individuals to spread rumors." Chen Jihua nodded slightly, his face beaming with satisfaction. The second matter was to share some good news. A provincial-level resort will be established in Pingu. The entire town has made tremendous efforts to secure this project. It is well known that Comrade Tang Ye has devoted considerable energy from planning to implementation, playing a decisive role in this achievement. As a cadre on temporary assignment, he has not only adapted to grassroots work, but has also facilitated the allocation of resources to the community. We should sincerely express our respect to him. Upon finishing these words, Chen Jihua was the first to rise. Wang Kaiqing, without hesitation, smiled and applauded while nodding in acknowledgement towards Tang Ye. The other members of the team also stood up, casting approving glances at Tang Ye. A 30 billion project. Previously, securing a 220 million project was already remarkable. Now, with this 30 billion project, Tang Ye's name will forever be etched in the hearts of the people of Pingu. Tang Ye was taken aback by the unexpected moment of praise. He bowed deeply to the crowd, his face radiating humility. Once the applause subsided, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you all for your recognition. The successful acquisition of the resort project is a collective achievement. I was quite surprised when I received this news. However, upon calm reflection, it is indeed well-deserved for Pingu. We possess excellent geographical advantages and natural resources. More importantly, the cadres of Pingu are united under Secretary Chun's leadership, brimming with determination and a vibrant spirit. I am confident that all of you can transform the wellness town into an exemplary provincial project, creating a joyful and beautiful home for the people of Pingu." After Tang Ye concluded, Wang Kaiqing suddenly interjected, "Comrade Tang, ye spoke splendidly. Let us all work together with renewed vigor." The applause erupted once more. Indeed, many hands make light work. Chaudebio's gaze towards Tang Ye shifted from previous disdain to admiration and flattery. Human nature and the nature of dogs are fundamentally alike. When a dog bares its teeth to guard its food, gentle persuasion is futile. After a good meal, offering it a few dragon fruits can tame it. Revealing a docile side, Tang Ye's accomplishments spoke for themselves, compelling even those who once doubted or slandered him to concede. Observing the harmonious scene, Chen Jihua couldn't help but recall the stifling atmosphere of the government meetings during Su Yiping's tenure, overshadowed by a sense of gloom. It was hard to imagine that such a transformation could occur due to a temporary cadre and Oppo's integration. He silently rejoiced at his wise decision to extend goodwill to Tang Ye. Who could have anticipated that the youth who preferred hiding in the shade to fish for catfish would bring such a significant turning point to his life? As the meeting adjourned, Chen Jihua walked alongside Tang Ye. "Are you coming over for dinner tonight? I'll have your sister-in-law prepare a few extra dishes." Tang Ye politely declined, citing prior commitments. Chen Jihua patted him on the back, "Then let us do it another day." As work hours concluded, a black sedan pulled up in front of the government building. A man exited the driver's seat and shook hands with Tang Ye. They exchanged light-hearted banter. And through the car window, Tang Ye waved at the back seat with a smile before opening the passenger door and taking a seat. Once the sedan drove away, Chen Jihua realized that the man who had come to pick up Tang Ye was Song Jin, the secretary of the Youth League Committee of Chongjiang County. Tang Ye fastened his seatbelt and waved at Nini in the back seat, cheerfully saying, "Why didn't you greet me? Have you forgotten who I am?" Nini softly replied, "You are Uncle Tang." "Hello, Uncle Tang." Tang Ye praised, "What a good girl." His gaze then fell on Gu Wenqin, who had dressed exquisitely today. Her white woolen coat was open, revealing a light purple knitted sweater and black trousers, exuding an elegant charm. With Nini beside her, her eyes softened with warmth, and a gentle smile graced her lips, making her extraordinarily stunning. Nini handed Tang Ye a colorful stone from the back seat, beaming, "Uncle Tang, this is a treasure I found by the seaside, just for you." Tang Ye accepted it without hesitation, cupping it in his palm. "Thank you. This stone is beautiful. I will treasure it." Nini, proud, glanced at Gu Wenqin. "I also gave one to Mommy. Hers is even prettier." Tang Ye feigned regret. "Nini, you are quite biased." Nini quickly reassured him, "Don't be sad. I have several treasures. I will give you another one next time." Tang Ye responded, "Now that sounds much better." Song Jin observed Tang Ye playing with Nini and couldn't help but reflect. Xiao Tang truly has a wonderful personality, with remarkable charm. Meanwhile, Hong Ruilin was lost in thought while playing chess and lost several rounds in a row. The old man was quite displeased, tossing the pieces aside. "You keep getting distracted while playing chess. It's no fun. I'm done." Hearing the cheerful laughter of a little girl from outside, Hong Ruilin placed the black pieces back in the box and exclaimed, "My darling has arrived. Today I'll let you off the hook. I'll win back my pride another day." Hong Ruilin stepped outside. Nini excitedly called out, "Great-grandpa! Great-grandpa!" Hong Ruilin squatted down and embraced Nini, who showered his face with affectionate kisses, laughing, "You truly are my source of joy." Gu Yong, witnessing this, felt a wave of emotions. In all the years he had known old Hong, he had seldom seen such genuine joy on his face. Hong Ruilin spotted Song Jin in the crowd and greeted, "Xiao Song, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." Song Jin promptly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa. Hong Yu has been pushing me to lose weight. She says it makes me look more spirited. In a few days, Hong Yu and I will bring Lele to visit you. You're welcome. Come in. It's cold outside. Let us talk inside." Hong Ruilin, still holding Nini, walked indoors. Tang Ye gently pressed on Song Jin and Appo's waist and whispered, "Brother Song, relax a bit." Song Jin chuckled, trying to mask his embarrassment. "After driving for several hours, my body and mind feel numb. My reactions are a bit slow." Tang Ye smiled. Song Jin reminded himself to maintain a calm demeanor. Chapter 68. Little Tang is quite the show-off. Upon arriving at Hong Ruilin's residence, Tang Ye could hardly remain idle. He donned his work attire and, armed with a hoe, stood on a patch of bare ground in the courtyard. After spitting into his palm twice, he began to till the soil vigorously. Meanwhile, Hong Ruilin cradled Nini and engaged in casual conversation. Song Jin felt a sense of disconnection, as if Tang Ye and Hong Ruilin were a grandfather and grandson duo, and he was merely an outsider. Hong Ruilin received a phone call, and, holding Nini, walked to the door. Before long, Municipal Secretary Zhou Chengwu arrived. Upon noticing Tang Ye laboring in the field, drenched in sweat with hoe in hand, he chuckled, "Why have you got little Tang doing farm work?" Hong Ruilin replied with a smile, "He is quite the show-off, always seeking ways to present himself." Tang Ye put down the hoe and cheerfully greeted the secretary, explaining, "Farming aids in contemplation. Perhaps one day, I shall have an epiphany." Zhou Chengwu, fond of Wang Yangming's philosophy, laughed and remarked, "Achieving the mindset of the sage is no easy feat." Tang Ye smiled, "I shall strive for it." Observing the engaging conversation between Tang Ye and Secretary Zhou, Song Jin wished to interject, but struggled to find an appropriate entry point, harboring a sense of envy. Seeing Song Jin silent, Zhou Chengwu extended his hand. "Hello, Xiao Song." Song Jin promptly shook hands with him, exclaiming, "Hello, Secretary Zhou." Zhou Chengwu smiled and inquired, "You work at the Chongzheng Youth League, right?" Surprised, Song Jin replied, "Yes. We met last month." Zhou Chengwu scrutinized Song Jin, stating, "Every position shapes a person. If you wish to progress, you must enhance your practical abilities. You should learn from little Tang. He excels at the grassroots level and has produced impressive results." Understanding the implication, Song Jin eagerly responded, "I, too, wish to earnestly contribute to the public." Zhou Chengwu, in a good mood, encouraged him, "Opportunities will arise. Be patient." Hearing this, Song Jin felt a surge of joy, realizing that his visit bore fruit. Though he appeared to be merely a driver, it was also an opportunity to connect with Hong Ruilin. Moreover, he had not anticipated Zhou Chengwu's visit. While he had encountered Zhou Chengwu on numerous occasions, establishing a memorable rapport in public settings proved challenging. Song Jin felt a quiet gratitude towards Tang Ye. Tang Ye was perceptive. Many matters did not require explicit discussion, as he silently facilitated arrangements. After finishing his patch of soil, Tang Ye ventured into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Gu Wenqin had been busy in the kitchen all along. Tang Ye assessed the ingredients and prepared the necessary seasonings, such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili. Suddenly, Gu Wenqin gasped. Startled, Tang Ye turned to find her finger bleeding profusely. He quickly grasped her hand and applied pressure to stem the bleeding. Does it hurt? He asked. Not too much. Gu Wenqin replied softly. Tang Ye, with a hint of resignation, remarked, adrenaline is at play. You might not feel the pain now, but it will set in later. He placed her finger under the faucet, rinsing it thoroughly until the bleeding ceased. Footsteps approached from outside. Gu Wenqin hastily withdrew her hand, biting her finger and muttering, I'll go find a Band-Aid. She brushed past Song Jin, who watched her hurried departure with surprise. What happened? He inquired. Tang Ye shrugged. She cut her hand while chopping vegetables. Song Jin lamented, how careless. Tang Ye chuckled. It wasn't intentional. She likely got lost in thought. Though merely a single remark. Upon reflection, it revealed Tang Ye's exceptional emotional intelligence. His conversation was remarkably pleasant. Once Gu Wenqin bandaged her wound and returned to the kitchen, Tang Ye insisted she refrain from further chopping. With nimble hands, he prepared several dishes, filling the dining table with an array of fish, meat, and shrimp, all exuding enticing aromas and vibrant colors. After tasting, Zhou Chengwu praised, Little Tang, your culinary skills are impressive. Tang Ye quickly downplayed it, saying, I'm flattered. I only know how to make simple home-cooked meals. Zhou Chengwu sincerely lamented, after eating restaurant food daily, one yearns for the taste of home. Song Jin chimed in. I also believe Little Tang's cooking is excellent. After you marry, your wife will be very fortunate. Suddenly, Zhou Chengwu asked, Little Tang, do you have a significant other? Tang Ye laughed lightly. Until my career is established, how can I think of settling down? Zhou Chengwu shook his head. That mindset is misguided. A stable family is the solid foundation of a successful career. While working diligently, one must also consider life's major decisions. Tang Ye smiled. Thank you for your concern. Secretary. Song Jin sighed inwardly, surprised that Zhou Chengwu would inquire about Tang Ye's personal life, as their relationship had evidently grown more intimate than he had imagined. His gaze fell upon Gu Wenqin, who seemed to exhibit fluctuations in emotion. Perhaps he was overly sensitive. After dinner, in the small courtyard, they gathered around a stove for tea. Gu Wenqin volunteered to brew the tea. Although she may not have been as skilled as a professional tea master, the white teacups danced gracefully in her hands, almost imbued with life. Coupled with her elegant and dignified demeanor, the aromatic tea gained an added touch of sophistication. Tang Ye occasionally glanced at her fingers, which, despite being injured, showed no sign of discomfort. The mysteries of a woman's pain threshold are indeed perplexing. The old man also joined the gathering. I heard a provincial-level resort is set to be established in Pingu. Little Tang, you are doing well. Song Jin, having relaxed after a bit of drink during dinner, suddenly perked up at this revelation, thinking he must have misheard. Wasn't the resort supposed to be built in Jinshui town? Tang Ye, not daring to take credit, replied, the project's selection for Pingu is largely thanks to Old Hong's assistance and Secretary Zhou's support. Hong Ruilin waved his hand dismissively, smiling lightly, I merely submitted your proposal. Whether it succeeds depends on Pingu's fortunes. Zhou Chengwu, grinning, queried Tang Ye. When I spoke with Comrade Yunhui, he mentioned he owes you 2 favors, one for 20 yuan worth of wontons and another for 50 yuan for a tire repair. What is the story behind that? I was deceived by Director Qi, Tang Ye explained. His driver was in an Audi, and I mistakenly thought he was a capable investor. So I sought to befriend him. Zhou Chengwu nodded in understanding. Now it makes sense. You two truly have a connection. By the way, what is the deal with the tire repair? It's related to a certain auto repair shop, Zhou Chengwu, upon learning that the repair shop charged exorbitant fees, felt both angered and relieved. Had Tang Ye not intervened, this project might have faced significant upheaval, potentially leading to outright rejection. At this moment, Song Jin's mind was in disarray. This news was explosive. Currently, everyone in Chongjiang believed the resort project was a sure thing. His wife, Hong Yu, had even invested all their savings in planning a small inn with friends. She believed that once the resort was established, the inn's business would flourish due to its popularity, providing a substantial income. However, with the resort confirmed to be built in Pingu, Didn't that mean their investment would be entirely lost? Chapter 69. We are partners. On the way back to Pingu, Song Jin glanced at the rearview mirror. Gu Wenqin was cradling Ni, softly asleep. Seated in the passenger seat, Tang Ye inquired, "Are you troubled by something?" Song Jin shared his concerns. Hong Yu had invested in an inn in Jinshui town, hoping to profit once the resort was established, but now it seemed unlikely. Tang Ye paused, frowning, and replied, "That does not seem very rational. The resort project has been confirmed for Pingu, and Chongjiang County is undoubtedly vying for it. Yet, it appears rather unrealistic to expect a chance for recovery." Song Jin lamented, "Had I known then, I would not have acted so impulsively." This money represented years of hard-earned savings for Song Jin and Hong Yu. Tang Ye offered solace, stating, "Investment carries significant risks. I advise you to extricate yourself while the news is still unconfirmed." While Jinshui town may not secure the resort project, its tourism resources rival those of Pingu in the long run. However, for ordinary families like Song Jin and Hong Yu, policy changes can severely impact their investment confidence. Even if they are assured that long-term holding will not lead to losses, most find it challenging to persevere. After dropping Gu Wenqin and Tang Ye at the community entrance, Song Jin departed with Ni. Gu Wenqin watched the car leave, feeling reluctant after spending half a day with her daughter. Fortunately, Ni was asleep. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be crying. Tang Ye reassured her, "Ni is still very young. Your busy work schedule makes it more fitting for her to be with her grandmother." Gu Wenqin gently wiped away her tears, forcing a smile. "I am already content to see Ni every week." Tang Ye encouraged her, "Once the storm passes, flowers will blossom again. It's best to return and rest. There are many tasks awaiting you tomorrow." Gu Wenqin shook her head with a bitter smile. "I must go to the factory. There is a sample with flaws, and a significant client is coming to review it tomorrow. This client is crucial for us. The design you provided has garnered her high praise, but I feel several aspects fell short during production. Although the shape is correct, it lacks comfort when worn." Tang Ye pondered for a moment, smiling wryly. "Transforming a design into a product indeed requires meticulous attention to detail. I will accompany you to the factory." Gu Wenqin's eyes brightened. "You are a designer. Perhaps you can pinpoint the issues." Upon arriving at the factory, despite the late hour, the lights remained bright. Continuous orders invigorated the production line. An ordinary employee's monthly income could reach 3,000 yuan, a remarkably high standard within Han Prefecture. Entering Gu Wenqin's office, a delicate fragrance wafted toward Tang Ye. The desk resembled a workbench, adorned with sewing and cutting tools, alongside various lingerie prototypes. Gu Wenqin handed Tang Ye the problematic sample, explaining, "Wearing it for long periods leads to discomfort and severe back marks." Tang Ye speculated that the sample was designed according to the wearer and Oppo's measurements. Yet it surprisingly reached a C cup size. Most women in Huagua are A or B cup, making a C cup size relatively rare. Standing under the light, Tang Ye furrowed his brow in contemplation. What if we modify it to a 3-4 cup with a water droplet shape? Utilize a 10 centimeters wide one-piece breathable soft silicone side wing to easily gather side breast tissue, and employ a cross-shaped heart strap for better support, preventing any outward expansion. As he spoke, he made adjustments on the design blueprint. Gu Wenqin leaned in to observe closely, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She had not anticipated such a swift improvement proposal. "I will implement your suggestions immediately." Tang Ye rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "Although this is just a sample, we must consider the actual production later. You are using the highest quality sponge, but continuing with it during production will inflate costs. I advise adopting a pragmatic approach, reducing sponge cost while enhancing product competitiveness through creativity and design." Gu Wenqin nodded in agreement. Tang Ye was not merely aiming to cut costs, but subtly advising her against compromising the integrity of the samples. The quality of the samples must reflect the final products. Honesty in business is essential for securing long-term orders from clients. "I recently acquired a batch of sponge that is reasonably priced yet of good quality. I will fetch it for testing." Communicating directly with Tang Ye about the products was exceedingly beneficial. He effortlessly clarified both visible and hidden issues. "I'll accompany you," Gu Wenqin replied. "That would be a great help." She consented with a slight nod. The material storage was located in a more secluded part of the factory, and traversing it alone at night felt unsettling, especially after recent rumors of someone resembling Hong Lei being spotted there. Gu Wenqin had endured several nights of nightmares since hearing those tales. Following Gu Wenqin to the storage room, the moonlight illuminated her profile, highlighting every detail. She unlocked the door, and a musty odor wafted from within. Quickly locating the switch, she illuminated the storage area, but the dim yellow light created a stifling atmosphere. Observing Gu Wenqin's cautious demeanor, Tang Ye mused, "We are merely retrieving supplies, not stealing. Why does she appear like a thief?" Gu Wenqin navigated to the right shelf, recalling its layout, and found the package. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, prompting her to gasp. The figure, accompanied by a rush of air, fell with a crash. Tang Ye swiftly moved to shield Gu Wenqin in his embrace, twisting to gather strength in his back. A tremendous weight bore down upon him from behind, and he instinctively lowered his center of gravity as he braced himself against the ground. The pressure on his back felt unbearable. Straining, he attempted to push upwards, only to hear a cacophony of crashing sounds behind him, suggesting more items were collapsing atop him. His arms buckled, and he shifted to support himself on his elbows. "Are you all right?" Gu Wenqin and Appo's concerned voice reached him. Tang Ye assured her he was fine, though inwardly he feared he could not endure much longer. Their bodies were now pressed together, forming an acute angle at their thighs, which continued to diminish. Gu Wenqin lay on her back, her clear eyes mere centimeters from Tang Ye's chin, creating a palpable tension between them. "You should try to move. I fear I cannot hold on much longer." Just moments later, their bodies were nearly fused. Gu Wenqin felt her cheeks flush, as if warmth would seep from her skin. "I will give it a try," she whispered. Unable to exert force with her arms, she relied on her waist and Appo's strength, slithering like a snake, attempting to escape. Just as Gu Wenqin believed she might succeed, Tang Ye groaned as he inadvertently collapsed on top of her. Dazed, Gu Wenqin found him awkwardly gazing at her. "I think I'm stuck. We need to call for help." Gu Wenqin bit her lip, concerned about the implications if anyone discovered them. Tang Ye, equally apprehensive about rumors spreading, gritted his teeth. "Let me try again." After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and exerted himself upward, but after just a few seconds, he succumbed once more to the pile of cotton. "When I count to 3, you need to move out quickly," he instructed. Gu Wenqin nodded slightly, responding, "I will follow your lead." This time, rather than a direct upward push, they concentrated their strength to one side. The shelf creaked as items tumbled down, and Tang Ye felt a sudden lightness. With renewed effort, he finally stood upright. Gu Wenqin, not waiting for him to count to 3, felt the weight lift and quickly scrambled to her feet. She gazed at the breathless Tang Ye, momentarily at a loss for words. She too was drenched in fragrant sweat, as if she had just emerged from the depths of a pool. At that moment, old Lin poked his head in to glance at the room, hesitating for an instant before quickly retracting. Gu Wenqin, her cheeks flushed, expressed her concern. "Surely he hasn't misunderstood?" Tang Ye, rubbing his back and discovering it was merely a minor injury, chuckled wryly. "Don't worry, he's not that talkative. Let us find what we need." Gu Wenqin composed herself and, amidst a pile of clutter, unearthed a sponge, exclaiming, "Found it. I'll organize the warehouse tomorrow." She felt the earlier scene was quite peculiar and hurriedly left the storage area. Tang Ye switched off the lights and locked the door before returning to the office. Unable to contain herself, Gu Wenqin inquired, "While searching, I saw a shadow. Did you notice anything unusual?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Ye nodded. "I saw it quite clearly. It was a rather large rat." Gu Wenqin's tense expression instantly relaxed. "Oh, really? You scared me." In truth, Tang Ye had seen any shadow. He fabricated the tale to alleviate her suspicions. Gu Wenqin redirected her focus to the new product. Her hands moved deftly, the band-aids vivid against the fabric. Scissors, sewing machine, needles, and threads flowed under her skilled touch. Before long, the modified sample took shape. Gu Wenqin bit through the final thread, placing the lingerie under the light for inspection, muttering to herself, "It still needs to be tried on and fine-tuned." Tang Ye smiled. "My task is complete. I shall take my leave." Gu Wenqin paused, realizing that the subsequent work was clearly not suited for Tang Ye's presence. "Thank you so much for today." Tang Ye waved his hand dismissively. "No need for gratitude. We are partners, after all." Chapter 70. An investment of 80 million. The following morning, Tang Ye received a phone call from Hanzhou. Her tone bore a mix of regret and relief as she said, "I informed my partners that due to special circumstances at home, I must withdraw my investment. Consequently, my partners returned the funds to me. If there are any suitable investment opportunities, I hope you can assist me in making introductions." Tang Ye was not very familiar with Hanzhou and was surprised by her initiative to contact him. Considering she was the granddaughter of Hong Ruilin, he felt compelled to assist her. "Certainly, if I come across any suitable opportunities, I will be sure to involve you." I would also like to invite you to dinner sometime to express my gratitude in person. There's no need to be so formal, Hong Ye replied, noting the considerable change in her demeanor. I simply wish to learn from your experience and explore avenues for profit. If it had been anyone else, Tang Ye would have dismissed the conversation, but Hong Yu's lineage made a difference. After ending the call, she sighed softly. Just an hour after the investor returned her funds, news broke in Jinshui town about the resort's upcoming construction in Pinnacle. The investor called Hong Yu directly, questioning whether she had received insider information. Naturally, she did not divulge the truth. Firstly, the investment opportunity had originally been brought to her by the investor, and she had been hesitant, primarily because the investor believed her husband, Song Jin, who was the county's youth league secretary, would facilitate the management of the inn, providing an official background to avoid complications. Secondly, a sharp business acumen is crucial. The investor lacked sufficient knowledge of the policies, making the collaboration too risky. Lastly, their partnership was purely transactional, lacking any genuine connection. If a couple could part ways in times of crisis, how much less could be expected from mere business associates? Hong Yu had initially found Song Jin's close relationship with Tang Ye somewhat peculiar, but in light of recent events, she recognized that Tang Ye had done her a significant favor. Otherwise, her investment would likely have been wasted. She had heard that Gu Wenqin, with Tang Ye's assistance, had successfully revitalized her clothing factory, and she felt a tinge of envy. Given her connection to Hong Ruilin, Tang Ye should have been more proactive in helping her. After hanging up, Tang Ye attended a party meeting. During the meeting, Wang Kaicheng offered him goodwill, and Chao Debiao also shifted his approach, showering him with favors. In truth, the political landscape was not as perilous as one might imagine. When one demonstrates exceptional ability and earns recognition as a formidable figure, allies multiply while adversaries dwindle. Although Wei Jian intended to cultivate Wang Kaicheng as his agent in Pingu, hinting that he would focus on Wang's development if he adhered to his guidance, Wang ultimately decided to maintain a cordial relationship with Tang Ye while being duplicitous with Qin Jihua. After the meeting, Tang Ye headed to the Qing'e clothing factory. 30 minutes later, Sun Hai drove into the factory area, followed by a BMW. Once the car came to a halt, an assistant opened the rear door, and Qi Meiyu, a significant client of Yanhai, stepped out. Qi Meiyu's appearance was above average, tall and elegant. She towered over Sun Hai when wearing high heels. Her fashion sense was impeccable. Even in professional attire, she managed to achieve a flawless ensemble that made her radiate with an almost golden glow. Her features were striking, initially exuding a cold demeanor. But upon closer inspection, they revealed exquisite detail. A small beauty mark on her right cheekbone added an air of sophistication to her face. Gu Wenqin led the group to greet her. Qi Meiyu recognized Gu Wenqin immediately. "Hello, General Manager Gu. I'm so pleased to see you." Gu Wenqin's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight as her charming smile lit up her face. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her snow-white shoulders, and a delicate necklace adorned her fair neck, enhancing her allure. As Gu Wenqin shook hands with Qi Meiyu, she introduced the others. "This is Tang Town Head. Our factory's successful transformation into e-commerce was entirely thanks to his encouragement and support." Qi Meiyu's eyes gleamed with appreciation as she extended her hand towards Tang Ye. "Town Head Tang, you are remarkable. I've heard you are also the chief designer at Qing'e." Tang Ye glanced at Sun Hai, who averted his gaze. With a wry smile, Tang Ye replied, "I wouldn't say designer. I merely provided a few ideas. It's really due to General Manager Gu's insight and patience that such excellent products were created." Qi Meiyu smiled. "In this era, creativity is paramount. General Manager Gu, your products possess strong competitiveness, primarily due to innovative ideas. Otherwise, it would be challenging to stand out in the overseas market." Tang Ye held Qi Meiyu in high regard. Her ability to discern the product and Oppo's strengths indicated a high level of insight. Following this, Gu Wenqin took Qi Meiyu on a tour of the factory. Qi Meiyu was pleasantly surprised. It was hard to imagine such a vibrant and well-managed enterprise existed in such a remote location. Although Qing'e was small, it possessed the foundation and potential for significant growth. In the conference room, Gu Wenqin showcased samples, providing a professional recommendation. Qi Meiyu's attention was captivated by the samples. Although her expression remained neutral, her interest was evident. After the presentation, Qi Meiyu retrieved a proposal from her bag and handed it to Gu Wenqin. "General Manager Gu, my visit for this on-site inspection was not only to observe Qing'e's production line, but also to engage with you. Just as I imagined, you are an exceptional woman entrepreneur. This proposal outlines my intentions, I hope to pursue further collaboration with Qingya. I am willing to invest funds and acquire shares in Qingya. With your excellent products, after proper branding, it could emerge as a leading domestic lingerie brand. Sun Hai's eyes widened in astonishment, while Gu Wenqin appeared contemplative. Tang Ye quickly grasped the situation, recognizing Qi Meiyu's strong interest in Qingya. While framed as a research visit, it was clear she intended to acquire the company. Gu Wenqin passed the proposal to Tang Ye. Qi Meiyu noticed this detail, understanding that the key to facilitating this partnership lay with Tang Ye. She was aware of Qingya's equity structure. Gu Wenqin was the largest shareholder, followed by Sun Hai and Qin Lan. If she was not mistaken, Qin Lan served as Tang Ye's proxy. The investment amount of 80 million was based on Qingya's current sales data. This was a challenging decision. With such funds, Qingya would not only secure the capital necessary for expansion, but also have a brighter future ahead. However, capital is a double-edged sword. Investment agreements often conceal hidden risks. Thank you, Ms. Qi, for recognizing Qingya. Your offer is indeed enticing. However, collaboration requires careful consideration of various factors. Please allow us some time to deliberate. It's getting late. Let us go out for dinner together. Tang Ye diplomatically expressed his thoughts. To Qi Meiyu's astonishment, she hadn't expected the prospect of an 80 million investment to leave Tang Ye unfazed. In his view, not only was 80 million insufficient, but Qingya's potential value was at least 20 times that. Chapter 71, Cunning and Uncaught. Gu Wenqin had reserved a table at the Jindu Hotel, replete with local delicacies. Mr. Qi, having traveled from a major metropolis, you must have savored many exquisite dishes. Today, we have prepared some specialties from Hanzhou. I hope they suit your palate. Thank you for your hospitality, Ms. Gu. Each dish is quite appetizing, replied Qi Meiyu, who was typically discerning about her food and had not held high expectations. As each delectable dish arrived, she could not help but marvel at the freshness of the ingredients, which provided a genuinely delightful experience for her taste buds, far more authentic than the Huaiyang cuisine found on Huanghe Road. Sun Hai served Qi Meiyu a bowl of soup, ingratiatingly stating, Miss Qi, do you have any plans for your stay? If you're not in a hurry to leave, I would be delighted to show you around Hanzhou tomorrow. Ms. She must return to Yuhai this afternoon. She has important work tomorrow, explained her male assistant, Wei Lei, with a smile. Tang Ye, noticing Sun Hai's attempt to prolong her stay, chuckled. Ms. Qi's schedule is undoubtedly busy, as she surely has matters of great significance to attend to. I trust there will be another opportunity in the future. Setting her spoon down, Qi Meiyu smiled gracefully. With such a delightful spread and your warm hospitality, I shall certainly return. Next time, let's focus on leisure rather than business. I sincerely invite you all to visit Yuhai. Wei Lei, picking up on her sentiment, added with a subdued smile, in fact, Ms. Qi has brought along a substantial order today. Should we reach an investment agreement, we would be willing to sign a long-term contract worth 60 million. Surprise flickered in Gu Wenqin's eyes as she instinctively glanced at Tang Ye. Tang Ye understood her implication. Although a contract of 60 million would yield lower profits, it would still result in several million in returns. He smiled. With Qin Ji's current production capacity, it is insufficient to support such a large order. I believe we should proceed cautiously and steadily. A flash of disdain crossed Wei Lei's eyes. The deputy mayor was meddling too much, and why did Gu Wenqin lack any assertiveness? Qi Meiyu set down her chopsticks, saying, Ms. Gu, the design philosophy of Qin Gu's products is capable of gaining international recognition. You should broaden your perspective. Let's explore the world beyond. Gu Wenqin replied with a soft smile. I certainly wish to see the world, yet the time is not right. Qi Meiyu's expression faltered momentarily. Gu Wenqin was more resolute than anticipated. Subsequently, Tang Ye introduced Qi Meiyu to the customs and culture of Hanzhou, steering the conversation away from collaboration. His eloquence and intimate knowledge of Hanzhou's cultural history captivated Qi Meiyu. Though she knew many government officials, Tang Ye was truly exceptional. Outside the realm of business, Tang Ye was a fitting companion. After a brief rest post-meal, Qi Meiyu took her leave. Once she departed, Tang Ye glanced at Sun Hai and Gu Wenqin, grinning. Are you disappointed? If you had accepted the investment, you would have become millionaires. Sun Hai shrugged nonchalantly. Becoming a millionaire is only a matter of time, isn't it? Gu Wenqin had been contemplating Tang Ye's thoughts, remaining rational. Such fortuitous opportunities seldom fall from the sky. Despite Qin Ji's rapid growth, it was not yet at a stage to command such a high price. Tang Ye mused that both partners had performed admirably, resisting temptation. In business, the greatest folly is avarice. A shrewd merchant, upon glimpsing substantial profits, first questions whether there might be hidden traps. Our products are excellent, with a promising market and potential returns, yet we need not overestimate our worth. Chi Meiyu is both probing our limits and attempting to seize our model through investment. She is proud and confident. Qingge need not spend 80 million. We simply need to allow them access to our factory for financing preparation. And we would be laid bare before her. Sun Hai stroked his chin. Tang, are you overthinking this? Miss Chi doesn't seem like a malicious person. Tang Ye privately concluded that Sun Hai was underestimating human complexity. The business world is far from simplistic. The more alluring the proposition, the greater the need for composure. No gift falls from the heavens. Sun Hai's expression grew serious as he muttered, "Damn, after hearing you say that, I feel a chill down my spine." Tang Ye recognized the necessity of imparting a lesson on political awareness to his partners. He inquired, "What method did we employ to resurrect Qingge?" After a moment's contemplation, Sun Hai replied, "E-commerce." Tang Ye nodded. The greatest benefit of e-commerce is its direct access to consumers. Ultimately, Chi Meiyu is merely an agent, not our ultimate target demographic. While a 60 million order is enticing, if we divert our focus for the sake of one order and forsake our original intentions, I believe that is unwise. At that moment, Gu Wenqin's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and she gently clenched her fist. Indeed, I too perceived Chi Meiyu's suggestion as a potential trap. Sun Hai raised his hands in surrender. All right, I see now. I was too naive, simplifying things too much. Let us proceed as you suggest. Tang Ye laughed heartily before his expression turned serious. Did Ms. Chi's assistant take photographs of the samples we showed her? Gu Wenqin nodded. He mentioned he would show them to overseas clients. A look of gravity crossed Tang Ye's face. We must halt production on those samples. Gu Wenqin shook her head in disappointment. She and Tang Ye had invested considerable effort into creating those samples, and to abandon them now felt regrettable. I understand. Once the samples are unveiled, their significance diminishes. Sitting in the backseat of the car, Chi Meiyu closed her eyes to rest. The bumpy road made her feel nauseous, despite taking motion sickness medication. Her condition had not improved. Although the lengthy journey was physically taxing, she deemed it worthwhile. Through her engagement and inspection of the Qingge garment factory, she had uncovered the secret to its potential success. Wei Lei, seated in the passenger seat, quietly complained, "I didn't expect these country bumpkins to have such high expectations." Chi Meiyu's expression soured. Wei Lei, mind your manners. Though Qingge's factory is quite remote, the products they produce can rival international trends. Wei Lei, indignant, retorted, "They're so ungrateful. Countless manufacturers are vying for our investment." Shaking her head, Chi Meiyu pondered, "They are smarter than anticipated. Especially Tang Ye, if I am not mistaken. He is the core of Qingge's products, the true mastermind. He saw through the 80 million investment as merely bait, very cunning, yet he did not take the bait." Wei Lei asked softly, "What shall we do next?" With a hint of regret, Chi Meiyu replied, "If Plan A fails, we shall proceed with Plan B," excitedly. Wei Lei exclaimed, "I'll call Manager Fong immediately." Plan A involved acquiring control of Qingge through investment. Plan B entailed utilizing the investment funds to establish a factory akin to Qingge. Plan B would require starting from scratch and would be rather cumbersome. Hence, Chi Meiyu favored Plan A. After her visit to Qingge, she recognized that their production line and operational model were indeed replicable. Creating a factory similar to Qingge would allow her to cut costs and potentially earn an additional 20 to 30 million annually. In her view, possessing overseas export channels was the key to Qingge's lingerie becoming a hot commodity in foreign trade. Without her, Qingge would quickly revert to its former state. By then, it was conceivable that 8 million could secure what she desired. Chapter 72, the most notable figure in Tianling County. On a Friday afternoon, Tang Ye meticulously reviewed the promotional materials for the Municipal Investment Attraction Conference once more. Following this, he sent the documents to Secretary Du Chengfeng's assistant, Xiao Jin. Over the past few days, Xiao Jin had been driven nearly to madness by the relentless demands of both Tang Ye and Du Chengfeng. To ensure the presentation materials were polished to perfection, the documents underwent numerous revisions, additions, and deletions. Nevertheless, Tang Ye's literary prowess left Xiao Jin in deep admiration. Despite having 4 to 5 years of experience as a professional secretary, Xiao Jin, who was trained in the field, found himself impressed by Tang Ye's fluency and concise yet profound writing style. It was not just the Secretariat of the Municipal Committee that would struggle to find another capable of crafting such meticulous materials. Even the Provincial Secretary's office would be hard-pressed to produce a peer of Tang Ye's caliber. After reviewing the documents, Du Chengfeng promptly called Tang Ye to finalize the draft, expressing gratitude for his hard work over the past few days. Tang Ye responded with a smile. "This is my job. I cannot call it hard work." Du Chengfeng, smiling, reminded him to organize his tasks and arrive in the city a day early for their joint participation in the event. "They say the effort lies beyond the poetry. I've heard you have quite the capacity for liquor." He jested. "Please, Secretary, should you require my protection, do not hesitate to inform me. You've quite the bravado." "Do you think I need your protection?" Du Chengfeng retorted confidently, secure in his own drinking abilities. "Thank you, Secretary, for introducing me to the outside world. I merely meant that if you indulge too much, I can ensure you return home safely." Du Chengfeng laughed heartily. "Then it is even less necessary. Rest well and maintain a good condition. Business gatherings are battlefields too." Xiao Jin listened attentively to the exchange between Du Chengfeng and Tang Ye. He noted that Tang Ye's conversational skills with the secretary were impressively high. He appeared relaxed yet entirely at ease, striking the perfect balance in their dialogue. While others claimed to be the most prominent figure in Tianling County, the true sensation was undoubtedly Tang Ye. Of course, Du Chengfeng's informal demeanor towards Tang Ye was a result of the latter's commendable abilities. If one could also attract investments worth billions, they too would enjoy such privileges. Leaders do not extend their amiable side to everyone. Most of the time, they are serious, strict, and occasionally ruthless, lacking in emotional warmth. Tang Ye felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of attending a dinner hosted by Du Chengfeng. Though village officials might be likened to local tyrants, they were akin to novices in a game, with limited vision and social circles. However, at the county level, the exposure to national capital was vastly different. With his seemingly boundless capacity for liquor, he likened himself to a mouse in an oil vat. Tang Ye contemplated that he should indulge in some drinks over the next few days to adjust his metabolism. Drinking, like honing a skill, required maintaining intensity outside of the moment of performance. It was not that Tang Ye was particularly fond of alcohol. Rather, one must adapt to circumstances, especially within the system, where social gatherings were a crucial means of networking. Moreover, as his focus lay on attracting investments, engaging in business gatherings was essential. While one wears a mask in sobriety, alcohol can strip away those facades. Though the true faces behind those masks may be unsightly, removing them allows for a genuine understanding of one another, paving the way for fruitful collaboration. After ending the call, Tang Ye received a call from Gu Wenqin. Her tone was notably tense as she informed him. "I just received a call from Qi Meiyu, who wishes to terminate our collaboration." Tang Ye understood her distress. The sudden withdrawal of a major client signified a substantial loss of business. "It's all right. This was to be expected," he replied with a calm smile, probing further. "Regarding the matter I mentioned last time, have you made any progress?" Gu Wenqin promptly assured him, "I have." Tang Ye's voice turned serious. "Next. Qing'a is on the brink of an unprecedented opportunity. You must prepare well. The production line at Bowman needs to be ready to launch at any moment." Gu Wenqin felt a pang of disbelief. With a major client lost, how could there still be opportunities? Yet, she recognized Tang Ye's capabilities, often finding breakthroughs in seemingly hopeless situations. With a heavy heart, she confessed, "I invested all the preliminary profits into acquiring new production line equipment. Now that we've lost Qi Meiyu's foreign trade order, I suddenly lack confidence. It's not just the fear of losses. What if we still need to hire employees? I dread the thought of having to let them go." While Tang Ye empathized with Gu Wenqin's predicament, he knew that many plans needed to be revealed at the right moment. He shifted the conversation, saying, "I have good news for you. You have successfully been selected for the County Federation of Industry and Commerce and the County Political Consultative Conference. You are now a prominent business figure." "I'm not in the right mindset for such accolades with the factory facing such setbacks," Gu Wenqin replied, her voice laced with bitterness. "For the sake of Qing'a's development, you must adapt," Tang Ye urged with a smile. "If this interview gets published, it could take up at least half a page. Advertising even once would cost over 10,000 yuan, and this would be free publicity." Hearing this, Gu Wenqin's spirits lifted slightly. "I will await news and ensure my full cooperation." Tang Ye stroked his chin and called Lin Xiang, instructing him to reach out to several official websites within the province. In 2005, the internet was beginning to take shape, yet print media had not yet recognized its impending obsolescence. Consequently, the cost of advertising in national portals was still more affordable than that of traditional print media at the municipal level. Moreover, the expenses and procedures for publishing news online were significantly lower and more convenient. Lin Xiang quickly relayed the quotes to Tang Ye, Brother Ye. A few Haven Tea provided their quotes yet. If you ask me, direct promotion on forums would suffice. They have substantial traffic and are free. Tang Ye selected several websites with a predominantly female user base, planning to contact them in a few days to publish some soft articles. Do not hesitate to spend. Use your funds wisely, he advised. Lin Xiang reflected that, given the termination of the collaboration with Qi Meiyu, Tang Ye was likely looking to compensate for the loss through promotion. All right, I'll handle this matter, he confirmed, displaying a more optimistic attitude than Gu Wenqin. Having engaged in e-commerce for some time, Lin Xiang possessed unique insights into the internet. As the saying goes, fortunes come and go. One moment, a major client may turn to another, and the next, a new opportunity may arise. Just as he was preparing to leave for the day, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Tang Ye called out. Kai Meifan entered, her red high heels clicking on the floor, and sweetly asked, Mayor Tang, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. It was apparent that Kai Meifan had put considerable effort into her appearance today. She wore a purple trench coat over a gray blouse paired with a flowing skirt, the deep navy fabric accentuating her curves in a manner both alluring and subtly seductive. Despite having invited Tang Ye several times, he had always politely declined. Grateful for Tang Ye's avoidance of Bai Dajing's shadow, Kai Meifan now sought to tether herself closely to him, viewing him as a source of security. Tang Ye held a moderate understanding of Kai Meifan. Despite her previous ambiguous relationship with Bai Dajing, she was essentially good-hearted. Now that she had invested in the gravel factory, they were partners in business. Considering the situation from a different angle, Tang Ye realized this could serve as an opportunity to hone his drinking capacity. Let us invite Sun Hai. Kai Meifan pulled out her phone from her white handbag and called Sun Hai. Soon, she gestured an okay sign. I also invited a close friend for tonight, Mayor Tang. I hope you don't mind. Tang Ye, intrigued, replied with a subtle smile. You mentioned that friend last time, didn't he you? I'm quite curious. Kai Meifan paused momentarily, then waved her hand with a charming smile and warned, it's another friend. Don't even think about her. Chapter 73, The Enchanting Sister-in-Law. The restaurant, named Zhuxi Jiak, boasts a garden-style design with elegant decor. Inside, the exquisite atmosphere leads to private rooms, where stone slabs carved with floral and avian patterns adorn the floor. On either side, bamboo groves sway gently, and 2 plum trees bloom radiantly. Upon entering, one notices traditional Chinese paintings hung upon the walls, predominantly in a pastoral style. Tang Ye had previously dined here several times during his tenure with the retired officials. The proprietor, Mr. Ruan, hails from a distinguished lineage. His ancestors served as a grand secretary during the Mid-Qing dynasty, equivalent to a current member of the Politburo Standing Committee and a national leader. A simple meal here could easily consume an entire month's salary. Were it not for Kai Meifan's generosity, Tang Ye would never have ventured to such an establishment. Kai Meifan often treats guests at such upscale venues, her close friends not being ordinary individuals. Moreover, there must be a deeper motive at play. Kai Meifan had previously expressed her desire for a comfortable retirement. Yet Tang Ye sensed that she was not a woman to be easily contented. Despite being merely a deputy section chief, Tang Ye was aware that Pingu was on the cusp of unprecedented development. The resources at his disposal were enough to attract many. He constantly reminded himself to resist external temptations and remain steadfast. Kai Meifan had chosen a private room named Suizhu. Once seated, Tang Ye inquired with curiosity, Where's your friend? How long until she arrives? Kai Meifan smiled mischievously. Why are you so concerned about my friend? Can't you show a little more interest in me? Sun Hai chimed in cheerfully. Meifan, you have my attention. That should suffice. Don't be too greedy. Kai Meifan shot him a playful glare. I don't want your attention. I am quite devoted. Once I fall for someone, I want and oppose to entertain others. Sun Hai, familiar with Kai Meifan, bantered freely. I'm not superstitious. You will eventually succumb to my charm. Kai Meifan poked a finger at Sun Hai's forehead, teasing. If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll inform your girlfriend. Sun Hai expressed mock dismay. Hey, I don't have a girlfriend. Kai Meifan smirked. Use those sweet nothings on her, and I guarantee it will work. Shall we place a bet? Sun Hai inquired. What wager? Let us see who can win over that female police officer first. You or I with Mayor Tang, Kai Meifan proposed. Sun Hai laughed heartily. I'm bound to win. Mayor Tang wouldn't even glance your way. Kai Meifan playfully slapped Sun Hai and Amp. Oppos. S-arm. Dream on. How could he overlook someone as fabulous as me? Tang Ye, smiling, placed an order with the waiter and handed the menu to Kai Meifan, who added 2 more substantial dishes. Sun Hai, with a grin, remarked, You're too generous. Sister Kai. Despite her youthful age, having started working at 16, Kai Meifan was actually a year younger than Sun Hai. Her extensive life experience lent her an air of maturity, making Sun Hai perceive her as an elder sister. She refrained from correcting him, relishing the respect that the title conferred. With a playful laugh, Kai Meifan declared, "I'm treating Mayor Tang. You're merely benefiting from it. If I were you, I'd be discreet and not be a third wheel." Sun Hai grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, retorting playfully, "You vixen, trying to ensnare the mayor? I won't allow it." Kai Meifan paused, casting a flirtatious glance at Tang Ye, who was trying to ensnare whom. It's yet to be determined. Tang Ye pretended not to notice the exchange. As the waiter prepared to serve the dishes, Tang Ye gently signaled him to wait for one more person. Just as he spoke, the door to the private room swung open. The waiter placed a fragrant seafood platter on the table, featuring abalone, sea cucumbers, and shark fin, all glistening and succulent. Igniting appetites, Tang Ye interjected, "I believe there's been a mistake. We didn't order this dish." A melodious laughter rang out from the entrance. "No mistake at all. This is my special seafood pot." Tang Ye and Sun Hai turned in unison to locate the source of the voice. A tall, slender woman, exuding charm and grace, breezed in, shedding her black trench coat to reveal a stunning crimson gown with a plunging neckline, adorned with a lustrous necklace, her skin as pale as snow. With fiery red lips, high cheekbones, and a chic bob, she radiated confidence. Tang Ye rose, extending his hand. "Sister-in-law, long time no see." To his surprise, the friend Kai Meifan had mentioned turned out to be Xu Junting, the wife of Hu Mingxing. Upon reflection, it made sense. Kai Meifan was the representative placed by Dajing at the sand factory, while Xu Junting was by Dajing's goddaughter. Xu Junting blinked in astonishment, then chuckled. "We've only met once, yet you remembered me. I was concerned it might be awkward." Tang Ye smiled, though our encounter was brief. "It's hard to forget a woman as remarkable as you." Xu Junting replied with a knowing smile, "Flattery won't work on me. I'm not a naive girl." Tang Ye thought to himself, "With your background, what would I gain from deceiving you?" He introduced Xu Junting to Sun Hai, alleviating any tension. "This is Ms. Xu Junting, the president of Hanzhou Group." Sun Hai quickly rose to greet her. "It's an honor to meet you." Xu Junting was already aware of Sun Hai's identity through Kai Meifan. Though she appeared to be merely an accompanying figure, she had orchestrated this gathering with intention. She had thoroughly researched Tang Ye. Despite his position as a mere deputy section chief, he had connections to the influential municipal secretary, Zhou Qingguo. Had it not been for Tang Ye's timely visit to warn Hu Mingxing and by Dajing to sever ties, she and her husband would have been embroiled in complications. When Sun Hai grasped Xu Junting's delicate fingers, his face flushed. It wasn't that he lacked experience. Rather, he had never encountered such an alluring and confident woman. Fully aware of the risks, yet intrigued by the hidden desires within men. After taking her seat, Xu Junting beamed at Kai Meifan. "Today's meal is on me. You don't mind, do you?" Kai Meifan playfully tugged at her sleeve. Who could object to a free meal? "I wouldn't dare complain." Xu Junting smiled lightly. "You truly understand me. Since I've taken over your reservation, I feel a bit guilty. Here, let me give you this VIP card," she said, producing a card from her bag and handing it to Kai Meifan. "You'll receive a 50% discount at my beauty salon." Kai Meifan graciously accepted the card. "I won't hold back on this." Xu Junting then produced another card, offering it to Sun Hai. "Mr. Sun, this is a VIP card for Haihua Tower. You'll receive discounts at any of our establishments." Tang Ye mused to himself that this was Kai Meifan's brilliance. She understood Tang Ye's character and would have anticipated his rejection. However, gifting it to Sun Hai was far less complicated. Moreover, a discount card posed no financial burden. Sun Hai hesitated, but Tang Ye encouraged. Sister-in-law's kindness should be embraced. Sun Hai quickly realized that this meal was orchestrated by Kai Meifan to connect Xu Junting with Tang Ye, with him merely serving as company. He couldn't help but think, Mayor Tang is really making strides. Xu Junting was a figure of considerable renown, overshadowing even Hu Mingxing. In the past, Hu Mingxing was merely a fish vendor, rising to prominence as by Dajing's protege through Xu Junting's assistance. Rumor had it that whoever Xu Junting chose would undoubtedly become a leader. Xu Junting produced a bottle of Wuliangya, and Sun Hai licked his dry lips in anticipation. With a gentle smile, she twisted the cap, pouring a glass for Sun Hai, whose face reddened once more. Tang Ye silently admired Xu Junting. She truly was a master of social finesse, attentive and engaging. Though Sun Hai seemed a mere supporting character, she made an effort not to overlook him, showcasing her exceptional networking skills. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Zhu Junning conversed with Kai Meifan, revealing that Hanzhou Group had recently secured 2 new projects, which could grant your company the rights to undertake earth transportation contracts. Kai Meifan, her face blooming like a peach blossom, smiled radiantly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. I raise a toast to you. After Zhu Junting finished her drink, she delicately adjusted her bangs and turned towards Tang Ye, inquiring, Mayor Tang, I have heard that a provincial-level resort area is set to be established in Pinnacle. I wonder if our Hanzhou Group will have any opportunities? Tang Ye smiled, remarking, Hanzhou Group stands as one of the leading private enterprises in Hanzhou. The resort area will undoubtedly require extensive outsourcing, and given the strength of Hanzhou Group, there will certainly be ample prospects. However, as for guaranteeing opportunities, I cannot assure you. After all, I am merely a deputy mayor, wielding limited power, and my influence is negligible. Tang Ye displayed remarkable humility. Our Hanzhou Group will diligently prepare our bidding materials. When the time is right, we would appreciate your assistance in making introductions or speaking favorably on our behalf, Zhu Junting replied. Wise individuals understand the art of subtlety in communication. She lifted her glass, and Tang Ye gently clinked his with hers. The glasses produced a clear, resonant sound, signifying their unspoken agreement. Sun Hai finally comprehended the underlying purpose of today's gathering, the fervently discussed provincial resort in Pinnacle. Zhu Junting sought Tang Ye's help to gain entry. A woman as dazzling as a bright flower. Could Tang Ye manage such a task? Regardless, Sun Hai found today's meal quite enjoyable. His ambitions were not overly grand. If the earth-moving transportation company could secure a project with Hanzhou Group, it would not only resolve its survival issues but also pave the way for growth and strength. Chapter 74. I owe you a favor. In an effort to enhance his alcohol metabolism, Tang Ye drank with remarkable urgency and speed. He did not compel Zhu Junting and Kai Meifan to engage in a drinking contest with him. Yet the fervor of his spirits inevitably influenced them to partake in considerable drinking as well. Kai Meifan made several trips to the restroom, initially discreetly consuming hangover remedies, but eventually succumbed to vomiting twice. She had initially intended to discreetly intoxicate Mayor Tang, hoping to foster a closer relationship. Yet now she felt grateful merely to return home sober. Zhu Junting, on the other hand, exhibited restraint and rationality, feeling slightly tipsy. She opted to switch from alcohol to soup as a means of alleviation. Zhu Junting observed Tang Ye intently, initially suspecting he possessed a clever trick to evade drunkenness. However, after a while, she realized she had underestimated his capacity. Tang Ye's tolerance for alcohol was indeed impressive, in both official and commercial realms. Possessing a good tolerance for alcohol is a rare and invaluable gift. Tang Ye raised his glass once more. Zhu Junting, slightly overwhelmed, chuckled, Mayor Tang, don't rush to drink this. Allow me to tell you a story. If it amuses you, you must drink 3 glasses. If not, I shall drink 3 glasses. Tang Ye set down his glass and smiled lightly. Please commence your performance. Zhu Junting beamed, then adopted a serious demeanor. I have a friend whose son is just over 2 years old and has recently learned to speak. One night, as the couple was enjoying their intimacy, their son noticed a hole in the mosquito net and saw a mosquito buzzing in and out. Excited, he exclaimed, in and out, in and out. My friend, furious, lifted the mosquito net and shouted, you little rascal, do you really need to teach me how to do my business? Sun Hai burst into laughter. While Kai Meifan chimed in, allow me to share one too. A turtle couple finished their romantic endeavors on the beach and agreed to reunite the following year. The next year, the turtle husband arrived early, spotting his wife and preparing to greet her. Unexpectedly, the turtle wife scolded him. You had your fun, but you didn't bother to turn me over. I've been sunbathing here for a whole year. Tang Ye could not contain his laughter and downed 3 more glasses. Now I shall share a story as well. If it elicits laughter, you must drink. Under eager gazes, Tang Ye spoke seriously. A couple was in a movie theater. The girl said, I really need to pee. The boy replied, you're so beautiful. If you squeeze past, someone will definitely touch you. It's dark here. Just squat and take care of it. The girl took off her pants, and the boy, unable to resist, reached over, only to touch something long and hard. He quickly asked, are you a boy? The girl replied, no, I've been constipated for days. Kai Meifan laughed so hard she pinched her thigh, while Zhu Junting smiled and fulfilled her promise by drinking 3 glasses. Seeing the success of his jokes, Tang Ye's confidence soared. He seldom told jokes, but today, the influence of alcohol had emboldened him. Moreover, he needed to prepare for the upcoming business socializing in a few days. Besides enhancing his alcohol metabolism, he needed to have a repertoire of relatable anecdotes. As the dinner concluded, Tang Ye felt both satisfied in his dining experience and enlightened about Zhu Junting. It was no wonder he had formed a close friendship with Hong Ruilin. Tang Ye possessed a quick wit and a congenial personality, marked by an extraordinary charm. Upon reaching the open-air parking lot, he bid farewell to Zhu Junting. "Thank you for your generous hospitality today. If I have the chance to visit Pinga next time, I will treat you well." Zhu Junting replied with a smile, "I will definitely come to see Pingu. It is a place where every inch of land is precious in the future." As Tang Ye and Sun Hai approached their Santana, Tang Ye paused beside the front passenger tire before getting in. He sat down, neglecting to fasten his seatbelt, and instead picked up a can of cola from the armrest, studying it intently. His expression darkened with growing concern. Suddenly, he flung open the car door and sprinted towards Zhu Junting's BMW. Zhu Junting was about to start her vehicle when she saw Tang Ye stretch out his arms to block her path, which struck her as odd. She hurriedly exited her car. "Mayor Tang, what is the matter?" "I suspect someone tampered with your vehicle," he replied. Zhu Junting quickly exited her car, perplexed. "How do you know?" Tang Ye crouched down, pointing beneath the wheel. Upon closer inspection, she noticed marks indicating the use of a jack. "Not only has your car been tampered with, but ours has too." Sun Hai spilled cola from his half-finished can, he noted. Following Tang Ye's gaze, Zhu Junting began to sense something was amiss but could not ascertain the truth of his words. Better to err on the side of caution. Zhu Junting retrieved her phone and made a call. Soon, 2 men in repair uniforms arrived, greeted Zhu Junting, and began inspecting the vehicle. 10 minutes later, the verdict was delivered. "Sister-in-law, the brake pads have indeed been tampered with." Zhu Junting's expression turned steely. Before long, the mechanic solemnly announced, "The same goes for the Santana. Its brake pads have been slashed." Zhu Junting felt a mix of anger and relief. Had it not been for Tang Ye's swift reaction, she would likely have faced danger driving on the highway that night. Tang Ye had unknowingly helped her evade a grave disaster. "Please repair the car and thoroughly check everything else to ensure it's safe. Rest assured, sister-in-law." While waiting nearby, Zhu Junting made several phone calls. Once finished, she approached Tang Ye. "I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this." Tang Ye waved his hand dismissively. "It's not a burden. As long as everything is fine, it's not an issue. Sometimes misfortune can lead to fortune. This incident serves as a wake-up call to be more cautious in the future." Zhu Junting earnestly said, "I owe you a favor. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Tang Ye smiled. "I know you dislike owing favors, so I will make sure you remain indebted." "Very well, let it be so," Zhu Junting replied with a smile, her previously heavy mood lifting unexpectedly. The mechanic was highly professional and quickly repaired the car. Sun Hai, driving, felt uneasy and maintained a slow speed. "Tang, how do you have such keen eyesight? You noticed such minute details?" Sun Hai inquired. "I learned from someone else. That person's vision surpasses mine. For instance, if there are 100 cups of water, he can identify the chosen one just by sight. That's incredible. It's like Sun Wukong's fiery eyes." Tang Ye chuckled. "It's not solely about vision. It also requires the brain. Though 100 cups seem identical, upon closer inspection, bubbles, dust, and cup patterns differ. By correlating these characteristics, one can visualize them as a unique painting and discern the differences." Sun Hai mused. "I don't quite understand, but it sounds like a special ability." "You're not a superhuman, are you?" Tang Ye rolled his eyes at Sun Hai, redirecting the conversation. "I know that the vacation area is settling in Pingu, and many forces will likely take notice. However, I didn't expect Haiwa Group to be the first to approach us." Sun Hai furrowed his brow, continuing. "Haiwa Group is quite powerful. Like many companies, their initial capital isn't particularly clean. Yet, among so many large corporations, how many have a past that can withstand scrutiny?" With Bidenian's arrest, Haiwa Group was embroiled in intense internal strife, with Hu Mingxing battling fiercely against several shareholders. Hu Mingxing needed a project to stabilize his position and assert his leadership. Tang Ye lit a cigarette and grinned. "Monkey, you're quite insightful. Your analysis is spot on." Sun Hai replied proudly, "Though my reactions may not be as swift as yours, I'm not foolish either." Tang Ye rolled down the car window, allowing the cold wind to wash over him, dispelling the heat brought on by the alcohol. "Monkey, we must make good use of Haiwa Group. Make good use of it, and you shall surpass even your father." Sun Hai increased the volume of the car's music. A deep-seated vow was concealed within the melody. "I must make him aware that I am not a squanderer. I will not end up as a failure." Chapter 75. capital seeks to capture Pinga Town. As the Municipal Investment Promotion Conference approaches, numerous business delegations converge upon Hanzhou. The scale of these delegations is unprecedented, a direct result of the vigorous advocacy by the newly appointed Municipal Secretary, Zhou Qingguo. Having been recalled from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, his primary mission is to facilitate the industrial restructuring of Hanzhou, leveraging provincial guidance funds to attract external investment and thereby invigorate the local economy. In the Baiwa Hall of Building 8 at the Welcome Hotel, a banquet is hosted by the Tianling County Investment Promotion Team, led by Du Changfeng. In honor of the Northeast Chamber of Commerce, Tang Ye occupies a position at the right hand of Su Xiangquan, the vice president of the Northeast Chamber, a seat typically reserved for a secretary to facilitate service. The absence of Tang Ye's name in Su Xiangquan's dossier raises initial confusion regarding Du Qingfeng's arrangement. When Du introduces Tang Ye as a highly regarded young colleague acknowledged by Secretary Zhou, it raises the question, could Tang Ye be a protégé of Zhou Qingguo? Regardless, having a deputy division-level official as the primary host unsettles Su Xiangquan, who is accustomed to mingling with officials of higher rank, feeling that at least a full division-level host should have been arranged. Is Tianling County unaware of the proper decorum, or is this a form of self-criticism? Despite his dissatisfaction, Su Xiangquan maintains an outwardly pleasant demeanor. The door to the private room swings open, and Deputy Mayor Zhao Dishing strides in with a glass in hand. Zhao extends his hand to Su, exclaiming, "President Su, I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us." Su, smiling, replies, "Well, since you've invited me, how could I possibly decline?" Zhao, gripping Su's hand, turns to Du Chengfeng, assuring him, "You will not regret this visit. Make sure to engage thoroughly with Comrade Chengfeng, as he holds the key to the most promising resources in Hanzhou for the coming years." Su Xiangquan comprehends Zhao and Appo's underlying message. The news of a resort settling in Pingu has already circulated among investors. To them, Pingu is a land rich with potential. Du Chengfeng embodies the image of a wealthy landowner, capable of acquiring land and holding it without investment, only to sell it years later at 2 to 3 times the original price. Consequently, the Chamber's board members have resolved to raise funds to capture opportunities in Pingu. Su Xiangquan enjoys the privilege of Du Chengfeng's personal attention largely due to the Northeast Chamber's substantial standing among the various delegations, particularly with their commendable experience in constructing resort areas and high-end hotels. "I have already conveyed our sincerity to Secretary Du," Su states confidently. "The Chamber is very interested in Pingu Town, and we are preliminarily planning to raise 500 million to establish a competitively international 5-star hotel. It is noteworthy that Hanzhou currently lacks a true 5-star establishment, with many hotels merely claiming to be quasi-5-star. Tang Ye observes Du Chengfeng and Appo's expression, noting no discernible change, and muses that Su Xiangquan has underestimated Secretary Du's appetite and ambition. In the past, an investment of 500 million might have seemed competitive, but the initial funding for the Health and Wellness Town project stands at 3 billion, with total investments projected to exceed 100 billion. The Northeast Chamber's aspirations for dominance are still somewhat insufficient. Zhao Disheng, echoing Su Xiangquan's sentiments, praises, "President Su's sincerity is commendable. I eagerly await your good news." Du Chengfeng smiles, "We are delighted that President Su is willing to invest in Pingu, yet we also seek your trust and accountability. Regarding your proposed star-rated hotel project, I will discuss it with my team. We must ensure that every cent creates value and is accountable to our shareholders." Tang Ye reflects on Du Chengfeng's astute and seasoned response. Both the government and capital are in a phase of preliminary exploration. Official negotiations between the government and investors will commence only after the Municipal Investment Promotion Conference concludes. The Chamber is also testing the waters. If they set their initial price too high, it may limit their negotiating space with the government later on. Zhao Disheng and Appo's gaze shifts to Tang Ye, warmly patting him on the shoulder. "President Su, Comrade Tang Ye is not only the deputy mayor of Pinga Town, but also the principal architect behind securing the resort project. Several months ago, during my visit to Pingu for research, I did not foresee that Pingu would acquire this project." Provincial leaders highly recognized his proposal for the Health and Wellness Town, which ultimately led to the project's confirmation. Young Tang possesses extensive knowledge about the Wellness Town project. Should you have any queries, he will undoubtedly provide satisfactory answers. Du Chengfeng chuckles. I positioned Tang Ye beside President Su to encourage him to share insights about the resort's prospects. "Young Tang, this is your opportunity. Whether Pingu becomes President Su and Appo's second home will depend on your capabilities. Tang Ye is taken aback, not expecting Zhao and Du to speak so highly of him, and promptly responds with a smile. In fact, the province is keen on placing significant projects in Pingu, having already pre-assessed the investment policies and business environment for investors. Once President Su is in good spirits, I merely need to share with him the local customs and culture of Pingu. Seeing Zhao Dishan's enthusiastic praise for Tang Ye alleviates Su Xiangquan's prior misgivings. Although Tang Ye holds a deputy division-level position, Zhao and Appo's familiarity and emphasis on him indicate that Tang Ye's background should not be underestimated. Zhao Dishing has recently garnered Zhou Qingwu's trust and has been appointed as a member of the Municipal Standing Committee, despite being the junior-most among the 13 members. At only 45 years of age, he is likely to vie for the position of executive deputy mayor during Zhou Qingwu's tenure. Seizing the moment, Su Xiaochuan seeks to deepen his rapport with Zhao Dishing. Mayor Zhao, since you must head to other commitments shortly, I suggest we raise a toast in your honor. The assembly consists of astute individuals. Though Tang Ye is typically loquacious, he chooses to maintain a smile and remains silent in this setting. Observing Tang Ye discreetly, Su Xiangquan notices he has consumed nearly 40 glasses of liquor without a hint of inebriation, reflecting, this young man possesses remarkable tolerance for alcohol, silently absorbing a considerable amount of drink on behalf of Du Chengfeng. Once everyone has toasted Su Xiangquan, Tang Ye lifts his glass and respectfully states, President Su, I raise this toast to you. Su chuckles, declining to lift his glass, glancing sideways at Shaolin. Mayor Tang has already downed at least 4 to 5 dozen glasses today, yet shows no signs of intoxication. I fear I am no match for you. Shaolin, renowned as the chamber's connoisseur of spirits, promptly rises, cup in hand, and approaches Tang Ye. Tang Ye, realizing Su Xiangquan is deliberately instigating a competition, feels a sense of resignation but meets the challenge nonetheless. They engage in a friendly exchange, each taking turns toasting. Shaolin's demeanor shifts significantly as the rounds progress. Tang Ye, though not faring much better, still manages to maintain an edge in the social contest. After the feast, as Tang Ye rises, he feels slightly unsteady but pushes through to see the guests off. Shaolin is thoroughly intoxicated, nearly requiring assistance to enter the business vehicle. Tang Ye ponders the abundance of alcohol he has consumed, wondering if he could have alleviated the experience by consuming some substantial food beforehand. As the crowd disperses, Tang Ye stands by the roadside, awaiting a taxi with a sense of solitude. He raises his hand to hail a cab, yet several vehicles glide past him, seemingly perilous. One driver even leans out to curse, "What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" At that moment, a graceful figure approaches, enveloped in a fragrant aura, pulling Tang Ye to the roadside and admonishing, with your method of hailing a cab, you're not heading home, but rather to the underworld. Chapter 76. If you're drunk, seek Officer Du. Though Tang Ye's consciousness was somewhat clouded, he immediately recognized the person before him was Du Shi, pondering how she had arrived. Aware of his impending intoxication, he had messaged Sun Hai, yet his entreaty had seemingly vanished into the ether. Then, Du Shi appeared. Tang Ye refrained from revealing his thoughts, exclaiming, "What a coincidence!" Du Shi's gaze betrayed her concern as she clutched Tang Ye's sleeve tightly, smiling as she said, "It's just like a thief encountering a highwayman. What a stroke of luck. I was dining nearby. Allow me to hail a cab for you." Though Tang Ye feigned strength, insisting it was unnecessary, Du Shi shot him an exasperated look. With a delicate gesture, she summoned a taxi, firmly placing Tang Ye in the back seat before settling beside him. As Tang Ye sank into the vehicle, fatigue washed over him, and he closed his eyes. The rear seat felt cramped, suffocated by the fumes of alcohol. His head rested against the window, the third button of his shirt having mysteriously popped off, revealing the faint blue veins at his neck. Du Shi averted her gaze, occasionally brushing against Tang Ye's arm. Many women harbor disdain for men who drink, yet Du Shi, raised in a bureaucratic household, had learned to understand. As a child, she loathed her inebriated father, viewing him as the epitome of lack of self-control. One chilly spring, she discovered him curled beneath a wisteria arbor, his suit pocket soaked with dew. Still holding the butterfly hairpin he had bought for her, the sugar coating long melted by body heat. From that moment on, Du Shi recognized that a man's drinking sometimes served purposes beyond mere indulgence. It was often for work, for family, for survival. Upon reaching the hospital's family compound, Tang Ye leapt from the vehicle and dashed toward a flower bed. After paying the fare, Du Shi approached him from behind, gently patting his back. Through his blurred vision, he caught a glimpse of a yellowish-white substance, pungent and sour, causing his throat to itch. He grimaced but forced himself to endure. Once he had purged himself, he turned to Du Shi with an awkward smile, apologizing for his disgraceful display. Du Shi shook her head, assuring him, "It's nothing. You may be intoxicated, but you maintain your composure, not rambling much, resembling your usual self." As they neared his home, feeling relaxed, Tang Ye, under the influence, jested. "I'm different from others when I drink. Some fall into a stupor, others chatter away. I tend to get hands-on, so you might want to keep your distance." Du Shi shot him a disapproving glance, puffing her chest. "You dare to be hands-on with me?" Tang Ye smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten she was a police officer. "If I were to get hands-on with you, it would be tantamount to assaulting an officer, a serious crime." Du Shi chuckled. "Assaulting an officer is an exaggeration, but you would certainly receive a good thrashing from me." Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, Tang Ye, feeling somewhat clearer after their exchange, urged her to return home. "I'll wait for you to get in your car before heading back." Du Shi, stubbornly meeting his gaze, responded, "Given your state, it and Oppos, it's only right I escort you home. One must see a task through to the end." Tang Ye shook his head. "It and Oppos, it's merely a short distance. Do you think I can't find my way home? Ordinarily, I should be the one escorting you. Though you are a police officer, you're not in uniform. And with your beauty, you could easily attract unwanted attention." Du Shi thought to herself that Tang Ye was resorting to flattery, and she would not be swayed. Yet, her fair cheeks flushed as if dipped in crimson. "I aced my close combat course at the police academy. If someone were to pursue me, they would be courting disaster," she retorted. Just as Tang Ye was about to respond, an uncomfortable sensation in his stomach compelled him to squat down and vomit. Du Shi sighed helplessly, aware she had no choice but to ensure he got home safely. Streetlights flickered through the towering trees, their beams dancing upon the ground, creating a symphony of light and shadow. As they approached his doorstep, Du Shi suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. How would she handle an encounter with Tang Ye's parents? After what felt like an eternity, Tang Ye finally managed to unlock the door. The interior brightened, revealing an empty house, prompting a sigh of relief from Du Shi. Tang Ye explained, "My father is on night duty, and my mother is on a business trip. So it's just me here." Du Shi smiled. "Thank goodness I brought you home. Otherwise, there would be no one to pour you a glass of water." With that, she headed to the kitchen to boil some water. Her high ponytail shimmered under the kitchen light, and the steam from the kettle enveloped her shoulders. Tang Ye felt a surge of gratitude. Du Shi had witnessed his most embarrassing moments without a hint of disdain. Seeing ginger and brown sugar, she decided to prepare a hangover remedy. Returning to the living room, she found Tang Ye had slumped over, sound asleep. She fetched a blanket from the bedroom, draping it over him with care before quietly closing the door behind her. Once safely home, Du Shi sent a message to inform him of her arrival. Tang Ye awoke from his slumber, hastily replying, "Thank you." Du Shi promptly responded, "No need for thanks. Good night." Tang Ye, mustering his strength, entered the bathroom, turning on the shower and reveling in the refreshing cascade for 5 minutes. Washing away the remnants of alcohol, setting an alarm for 5 o'clock, he then retired to bed. Meanwhile, Du Shi, having finished her evening routine, lay in bed and called Sun Hai, informing him, "I safely returned Tang Ye home." Sun Hai chuckled, "I knew you would handle it well. Tomorrow, I'll inform Tang Sing that whenever he drinks too much, he should seek Officer Du, much more reliable than looking for me." Du Shi laughed softly. "Just don't mention it to him. If he drinks again, let me know in secret, and I'll pick him up. He is quite prideful. Even if he is completely inebriated, he wouldn't approach me." Sun Hai paused for a moment before chuckling, "Consider it done." After ending the call, he felt a twinge of unease. Were their situations truly so disparate? If he were to find himself intoxicated, he couldn't imagine Lu Fong would ever come to retrieve him. As the morning dawned, the city held a investment promotion conference at the Municipal Conference Center. Tang Ye arrived half an hour early to confirm the materials for Du Chengfeng's presentation with the logistical staff. Mayor Xiao Jingyu presided over the meeting. As the audience watched intently, Party Secretary Shou Chengwu ascended the stage to discuss the city's investment climate and policies. Following this, representatives from various districts took turns presenting their projects. Du Chengfeng was the last to speak. Accompanying him was a long table draped in a red cloth. He calmly approached the table and unveiled the cloth, revealing a model of a town planning sand table, capturing the attention of all present. The planning layout, encompassing hundreds of square kilometers, was condensed into a mere few dozen square feet. Neatly laid roads divided the town into various sectors, commercial, industrial, logistics, recreational, each distinctly defined. As Du Chengfeng began his presentation, a strikingly modern 3D animation played on the big screen, gradually unveiling a futuristic world before the audience's eyes. Despite commendable performances from the leaders of preceding districts, the dramatic opening left them gasping in awe. This year's spotlight was undoubtedly claimed by Tianling County. Chapter 77, Worth 1,000 Troops. Tang Ye occasionally cast his gaze towards Zhou Qingguo. The expression of the city party secretary was initially tense. But as Du Chengfen's speech progressed, it gradually relaxed. Zhou Qingguo, being exceptionally busy, could not attend to every detail personally. However, he meticulously reviewed all the materials for this investment promotion conference multiple times, especially scrutinizing the documents concerning Tianling County, which he sent back for revisions several times, demanding perfection. Unexpectedly, within the conference hall, Du Chengfeng unveiled a surprise with a sand table. He had thought that Tang Ye's 3D animation would sufficiently captivate the audience. But with the addition of the exquisite sand table, a splendid interplay between reality and the virtual realm was achieved, elevating the presentation to an even more sophisticated level. Seated just behind Zhou Chengguo, Zhao Dishan could not hide his joy. He was the chief planner and director of the conference. The promotion of Tianling County inadvertently raised the standard of the meeting to an extraordinary level. Having participated in numerous national-level large project promotions, he had never seen a promotion model like Tianling and Appo's at the provincial meeting. And to see it presented at the Municipal Investment Conference was akin to a striking blow to competitors. Zhao Dishing recalled a prior investigation in Pinnacle, where Jiang Jinping proudly yet regretfully remarked that Tang Ye was his most admired student. At that moment, he finally understood the profound meaning behind those words. If investment promotion could be likened to a battlefield, Tang Ye alone was worth 1,000 troops. All cameras in the conference hall were focused on the stage, the sound of camera shutters incessantly echoing. Du Chengfeng found himself surrounded by flashes. With a calm demeanor, he effortlessly delivered his well-rehearsed speech. He felt in exceptional form, confident because he held an advantageous hand. Throughout Du Chengfeng and Appo's speech, Tang Ye clenched his fists, more anxious than anyone about the possibility of mistakes. However, Du Chengfeng remained steady, showcasing everything he had prepared without reservation. Esteemed leaders and entrepreneurs, Pinnacle boasts a rich historical culture and is a gem of Hanzhou. After years of dormancy, it now radiates vibrant life once more. On behalf of the 20,000 residents of Pinnacle, I sincerely invite you to draw a stroke on this land brimming with potential. With the support of the Provincial National Investment Project, I believe Pinnacle will embark on a path of rapid development. Our goal is to become the first town in the nation to reach $1 trillion in GDP. Although this may seem far-fetched now, guided by our dreams, we possess the motivation and confidence to achieve this magnificent feat. My presentation concludes here. Thank you all. Amidst thunderous applause, Du Chengfeng walked off the stage with pride. Tang Ye exchanged a glance with Xiao Jin before enthusiastically clapping for Du Chengfeng. Zhao Dai also applauded, albeit with a bittersweet taste in his mouth. Just days prior, he had clashed with Tang Ye over the promotional qualifications. Now, comparing his Food City project to the Wellness Town project was like comparing apples to oranges. Du Chengfeng's response at that time had already spared him the embarrassment. Gradually, Zhao Dai processed his emotions and realized that losing to Pingu was not disgraceful. Standing on the platform of the Municipal Investment Conference, he felt a sense of pride as a part of Tianling County. He had not anticipated that the promotion project from Tianling County would make such a grand impact, ultimately overshadowing all other counties. Had they enlisted a professional advertising company? The 3D animation was of a remarkably high caliber, and such animation effects are priced per second. 3 minutes of it would cost at least several million, right? Surely, they did not hire an advertising firm. Knowing Du Chengfeng's character, he would not allow funds to be squandered on such things. How could one call it waste when the results were so excellent? The eyes of the business representatives were wide with astonishment. Though Tang Ye lacked the qualification to take the stage, he felt a surge of exhilaration. The professional grade 5A PowerPoint presentation, the visualized 3D architectural animation, and the highly accurate physical sand table, all products of his sweat and intellect, revised countless times, had left him somewhat numb, especially the 3D architectural visualization, which Tang Ye had devoted significant energy to completing. Although he was not particularly familiar with the 3ds Max software, resulting in some details being less than perfect. In this context, even at 9/10 of his capability, the effect was still profoundly impactful. Tang Ye's preparation for the promotional materials differed entirely from his previous experience with Jiang Jinping's team. Previously, he had aimed to satisfy the client's needs. Now, as a member of the government, he was striving to secure funding for local development and to advocate for the welfare of the citizens. The unparalleled pride and sense of accomplishment he felt were beyond monetary measurement. Most importantly, he could now gradually turn his ideas into reality. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. The leader of Jinshui County, Pinnacle, wore a disdainful smirk. A trillion-level town? How dare Du Chifeng make such a claim? Tianling County's annual GDP was merely over 140 billion. Nevertheless, one had to admit that the materials prepared by Du Chifeng were exceedingly novel and advanced. When had he acquired such prowess? Determined not to fall behind in future competition, Peng Guiwei resolved to uncover the reasons behind this. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his secretary, Xiao Wang. Find a way to ascertain which advertising company is behind Pingu. Understood. I will handle it right away. After the meeting concluded, Xiao Jin stood in a secluded corner smoking a cigarette when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he was surprised to find it was Secretary Peng Guiwei. Secretary Wang, having graduated the same year, shared a similar career trajectory with him, both working in the comprehensive department before being appointed as liaison officers for leadership. Secretary Wang offered a cigarette, commenting, "Your county and amp. Oppos." As promotional materials were impressively prepared and deeply concealed. Previously, I tried to probe around, but you kept tight-lipped. Xiao Jin accepted the cigarette with a smile, replying, "One of the most important aspects of being a secretary is to keep one's mouth shut. If you can't even manage that, which leader would trust you?" Secretary Wang, unperturbed, offered a light. "By the way, which company prepared your promotional materials today? If it's inconvenient for you to say, that's fine." Xiao Jin paused for a moment, then lit his cigarette, chuckling. "Actually, it's not a secret, nor am I afraid of you all replicating it. All promotional materials were prepared by Tang Ye, the deputy town head of Pingu. Such work is beyond the capabilities of ordinary companies." Secretary Wang gaped in disbelief. A deputy town head produced all this? Xiao Jin thought to himself, anticipating the reaction. He was assigned here from the city party office. During his graduate studies, he participated in numerous national-level project applications, possessing formidable practical skills. Secretary Wang slapped his forehead as realization dawned on him. Isn't he the one who brought in the AIO electrical project? Xiao Jin nodded exactly. That's him. Secretary Wang stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of envy. Aren't temporary officials just gilded? He truly struck gold. Struck gold? Xiao Jin smirked. Are you saying Tianling is fortunate, or that Tang Ye is fortunate? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jin grinned. Indeed, we've stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 78. Seizing the Opportunity. The morning meeting has concluded. Tang Ye, amidst the ebbing tide of attendees, made his way to the second-floor dining area. Despite the unanimous acclaim for the health and wellness town and the remarkable progress of Pingu, the greatest benefits did not accrue to him. This was primarily due to his youth. A junior official in the bureaucratic arena is as common as fish crossing a river. Yet, such is life. Regardless of one's talents or contributions, one must abide by the rules of the game. The political landscape resembles a ladder, where one must tread carefully, confront challenges head-on, endure the trials of time, and withstand solitude. He still felt too insignificant. Consequently, even with achievements in hand, he could only relinquish the benefits to others. Nevertheless, Tang Ye firmly believed that by taking each step with diligence, he would eventually rise to prominence. To thrive in the political sphere, one must possess altruistic attributes. Only when others perceive value in you will they place you in significant positions. Some derive their value from flattery and emotional support. Others provide tangible resources. Some offer physical allure, while his value lies in innovative ideas that yield political achievements. The former values may be either superficial or perilous, while the latter is what those in power most desire yet find most challenging to obtain. Through the recent planning of the city's investment promotion conference, Tang Ye had forged a closer bond with Du Chifeng. Previously, Chen Jihua had stood between them, but now Du Chifeng had disregarded him entirely. Tang Ye was regarded as Du Chifeng's right-hand man. This contribution to Du Chifeng's political achievements was of profound significance for his career. In the next 3 to 5 years, as long as they proceeded methodically with the resort project and leveraged it to attract capital while diversifying their ventures, Du Chifeng would undoubtedly ascend the ranks. Tang Ye intended to cultivate and strengthen his association with Du Chifeng. Once his qualifications were sufficient, he could leverage this relationship to rise as well. After preparing his meal at the buffet area, he scanned the room but found no familiar faces, so he made his way to a quiet corner. Shortly after he sat down, a charming lady appeared before him, Cheng Lin, whom he had not seen for some time. Dressed in pristine white professional attire, she exuded elegance. Albeit with a slightly slender physique, her face radiating cheerfulness. The project promotion for Tianling County had garnered unanimous praise, and many opportunities awaited Pingu. You've achieved remarkable results in less than 6 months. Your efficiency is astounding. Tang Ye humbly replied. I have been quite fortunate. Cheng Lin shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, I would say it is Pingu that is fortunate. I have observed all your efforts. With a smile, Tang Ye responded, I too wish to be self-reliant. I keep hoping to encounter a superior like you again, but alas, that may never happen. Cheng Lin offered him a piece of chicken from her plate, asking, Really? Perhaps your wish may come true? Surprised, Tang Ye inquired, Are you considering a transfer? Cheng Lin replied with a smile, I was just speaking casually. Don't take it seriously. Tang Ye earnestly stated, Sister Lin, if you could transfer to Tianling County, I would feel much more assured. Cheng Lin beamed at him, Then I shall strive for it. Tang Ye chuckled, With your capabilities, it should be a piece of cake. Given Cheng Lin's character, once she hinted at such a possibility, it was highly likely she had already begun to maneuver for it. If she were to be reassigned to Tianling County, it would likely be to the county committee's organization department. The current head of that department was closely tied to the former county party secretary and had a strong rapport with County Mayor Wei Jian. For Du Chengfeng to gradually seize power, he would inevitably need to make strategic moves regarding this pivotal position. The Municipal Bureau of Elderly Affairs was subordinate to the Municipal Organization Department, making Cheng Lin's potential transfer from the Deputy Director of the Elderly Affairs Bureau to the Organization Minister of Tianling County a lateral move, which seemed quite feasible. However, the power dynamics between a deputy in a less influential bureau and a standing committee member in a thriving county were worlds apart. Should Cheng Lin's aspirations materialize, it would be exceptionally advantageous for Tang Ye. With their close relationship, he might be able to speak a good word for her when opportunities arose. Cheng Lin was the first benefactor in Tang Ye's life. When he was assigned to the Bureau of Elderly Affairs, he went to great lengths to cultivate a relationship with her. For instance, knowing she loved coffee, he purchased a coffee machine and made her a cup each day. He also orchestrated encounters on the badminton court, knowing it was her favorite sport. Of course, his efforts to get closer to Cheng Lin were also fueled by his attraction to her. Among several deputy directors in the Bureau of Elderly Affairs, why did Tang Ye choose to curry favor with Cheng Lin? He acknowledged his cunning nature, but in dire circumstances, one must employ some strategy to escape the mire. Cheng Lin, perceptive as she was, likely recognized Tang Ye's ulterior motives. Sometimes, it was merely a matter of mutual understanding, an unspoken agreement. Noticing Tang Ye gazing at her intently, Cheng Lin instinctively touched her cheek, asking, Is there something on my face? Tang Ye gently noted, It seems you have a new mole. Cheng Lin snapped back to reality, offering a wry smile. This mole is very faint. It has been there for some time. I usually cover it with concealer, but it seems to have darkened recently. Some say a darkening mole could indicate cancer. Tang Ye quickly interjected, Don't think such thoughts. It's my fault for mentioning it. In his mind, he mused that this small mole added a touch of charm to her. Just then, a clear voice interrupted their conversation. Oh, ISNT this little Tang? Is there anyone else here? No one, Tang Ye replied. Secretary Yang, please have a seat. He hadn't anticipated that Deputy Secretary Yang Yuan would approach him so directly. Yang Yuan placed his tray down and smiled warmly. I knew I was mistaken. You are doing splendidly in Pingu, making quite a name for yourself at the grassroots level. As I've said before, be bold in your endeavors. The municipal office will always be your backing. Upon hearing this, Tang Ye felt a sudden loss of appetite. I've long wished to express my gratitude for your support. If it weren't for Director Yang placing me in Pingu, I wouldn't have witnessed its transformation from the bottom to the most promising township in Hanzhou. However, I haven't utilized the resources of the municipal office yet, and I likely want in the future. Perhaps I should just save that for you. And when the opportunity arises, we can redeem it together. His words, laced with humor, carried an undercurrent of sharpness. Yang Yuan had hoped to use this moment to mend previous tensions with Tang Ye. In his view, as a superior, he had extended an olive branch, expecting Tang Ye to seize the opportunity for reconciliation. However, Tang Ye declined Yang Yuan's goodwill, for he had never envisioned that Yang Yuan would assist him. Cheng Lin picked up her tray, gazing at Yang Yuan with a cheerful expression. Secretary Yang, we have finished our meal. Please enjoy yours. Tang Ye then rose to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Yuan's eyes flickered with displeasure. Chapter 79. Seizing a few exemplars. Upon arriving at the office, Chen Jihua promptly retrieved the day's newspaper. Seated at his desk, he brewed a cup of tea and shook the paper open. His gaze settled on the front-page headline. As he meticulously analyzed Zhou Qingwu's speech at the investment promotion conference, reading each word with careful consideration, he aimed to discern the underlying direction and pondered how to implement the next steps. 10 minutes later, he turned to the later sections, where the Hanzhou Evening News generously dedicated several pages to promoting the investment conference. The coverage of Pinnacle town was particularly extensive, spanning across multiple pages. It not only highlighted the Pinnacle Resort project, but also provided a detailed interpretation of the business environment in Pinnacle town. Although he did not participate in the investment conference, leaving the entire affair to Tang Ye, the benefits ultimately accrued to the townsfolk, and as the leader, he too basked in its glow. The performance evaluations for Pinnacle town would easily exceed expectations. A knock echoed at the door. "Please, come in," Chen Jihua called out. Tang Ye entered, holding a plastic bag filled with large, crimson Fuji apples. "Guoliang sent me a box of apples this morning, claiming they were shipped from a friend in Shandong. I tasted one earlier. It was delightful, crisp and juicy," Tang Ye mentioned, bringing up Guoliang on his own. Chen Jihua understood the implication. Young Guo was quite adept in his dealings. Not one to stand on ceremony, Chen Jihua took an apple from the bag, cracked it in half with a satisfying snap, and handed half to Tang Ye. Pointing to the evening paper on his desk, he smiled. "I was just reading the newspaper. It seems Pingu is standing tall this time. If all goes well, we shall soon see visitors coming to Pingu for research and inspection." Though he had already bitten into an apple, Tang Ye took another bite, a smirk playing on his lips. "Secretary Chen, while it is indeed a time for celebration, we must remain vigilant," he continued. "I suggest we prioritize building a robust work ethic and promoting discipline in our operations." Chen Jihua's expression grew serious. "You are absolutely right. The officials in Pingu will undoubtedly face various temptations ahead. We must uphold our principles and not allow the unscrupulous to hinder our progress." He remained acutely aware of the situation. Many leaders, when faced with sudden opportunities for advancement, become lost in the allure of power and wealth, ultimately losing their resolve. Tang Ye smiled, asserting, to keep everyone on their toes, mere ideological education is insufficient. Secretary Du has stated that the county's disciplinary committee will assist us. Chen Jihua contemplated this, understanding Tang Ye and Appo's intent to apprehend a few exemplars to instill a sense of respect among the ranks. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Jihua convened a joint meeting of the party and government. During the report, the head of the Agricultural Technology Station, Station Master Shi, was unexpectedly taken away by an arriving team from the county's disciplinary committee for investigation. Soon after, news broke that the former station master was under investigation for accepting substantial kickbacks. A chill ran down the spines of those present. Tang Ye admired Chen Jihua's decisiveness. After months of acclimatization, Chen Jihua had gradually taken control of Pinga town. Although Wang Kaiqing occasionally posed challenges during meetings, such instances were becoming increasingly rare. A stable team was undoubtedly more beneficial than detrimental to Pingu and Appo's development. In the town mayor and Appo's office, Wang Kaiqing held a cigarette, taking occasional puffs. Chao Biao appeared more sullen than usual. Chen Jihua is even more ruthless than Su Yiping, he remarked, referring to Chen's decisive actions against Shiren Yuan, with whom he reportedly had familial ties. Wang Kaiqing waved a hand dismissively. "We must remain cautious and avoid giving Chen Jihua any leverage over us." Chao Biao's eyes reflected helplessness. "It feels tougher than when Su Yiping was in charge." Wang Kaiqing whispered, "Times have changed." Su Yiping was complacent, while Chen Jihua is intolerant of any misconduct. From a colleague and Appo's perspective, Chen and Appo's character commands respect. However, occupying such a pivotal position and being excessively obstinate can be perilous. Blocking others from prospering can lead to significant trouble. Chao Biao sighed. Old Chen is a figure to be feared yet respected. Wang Kaiqing chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that the true figure of fear may lie elsewhere. Tang Ye greatly influenced Chen Jihua, who seemed to heed Tang's every word. After work, Tang Ye found himself cornered by Chen Jihua in the office for an extended discussion. As night fell, Chen Jihua invited Tang Ye to his home for dinner. Tang Ye eagerly anticipated Wang Ning's renowned sweet and sour shredded potatoes, agreeing to the invitation. Wang Ning had prepared tea in advance, and the two enjoyed it on the balcony while awaiting the meal. Suddenly, Qinjihua's gaze fell upon two tote bags in the corner, causing him to frown slightly. He strode to the kitchen and raised his voice. Did anyone come by today? Wang Ning, feeling somewhat guilty, replied. My cousin brought a friend over for a visit and left behind some wine and cigarettes. I told him to take them back, but he just left them. Qinjihua, clearly irked, pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Ning's cousin, stating, You left something at my house. Come and retrieve it promptly. The cousin, trying to appease, said, Brother-in-law, I don't want to impose on you. Please don't feel pressured. Qinjihua coldly responded, If those items are not gone by 8 tomorrow morning, I will report them to the disciplinary committee. Understanding Shen and Appo's as temperament, the cousin resignedly replied, I'll come by later to pick it up. Wang Ning, overhearing the commotion from the kitchen, felt a bit embarrassed but held her tongue in front of Tang Ye. Just as they were about to eat, the cousin knocked on the door. Qinjihua, with a stern expression, shoved the items into his arms and pushed him out the door. The cousin, scratching his head, left with a sigh. Wang Ning, with tears in her eyes, choked out, You've become a leader, and now you don't even acknowledge your relatives. Qinjihua sighed. It's not that I refuse to recognize my kin, but once I accept gifts, I tread down an irreversible path. What they offer is not a gift. It's the hard-earned money of the common people. Today, Shiren Yuan was taken by the disciplinary committee. Do you wish for me to share his fate? Wang Ning paused. Wiping her tears, I want to accept anything in the future. As she went to the kitchen to fetch chicken soup, Qinjihua leaned closer to Tang Ye and whispered, Your sister-in-law is timid. I needed to intimidate her a bit so she wouldn't act recklessly in the future. Tang Ye was somewhat taken aback, pondering whether this performance was for his benefit or Wang Ning and Appo's. Regardless, his concerns eased slightly. The capital had begun to target Pingu town. While overt threats are easy to evade, the covert ones are far more insidious. As the party secretary of Pingu town, Qinjihua must remain vigilant. If he were to succumb to the allure of superficial temptations, others would undoubtedly follow suit. He still retained his party spirit, but he feared Wang Ning might become a target. Many officials maintain their integrity, yet fall victim to the insatiable greed of those closest to them. Upon returning to his residence, Tang Ye's phone buzzed with a message from an unfamiliar number. Tang Ye, it's been a while since we last connected. How have you been? The sender did not reveal their identity, yet Tang Ye recognized the voice. Memories flooded back, sweet yet tinged with bitterness. He opted to decline the call, tossing his phone aside to gather his thoughts. Opening his laptop, he navigated to an online marketplace and searched for women's lingerie. In a matter of moments, he discovered a store remarkably similar to Qing's products. To his astonishment, Qi Meiyu had swiftly found a factory to replace Qing'a. The prey was advancing into the meticulously laid trap. Tang Ye felt a surge of excitement, reminding himself to remain calm and composed. Chapter 80. Whose hairpin is this? On a Friday evening, as dusk began to settle, Tang Ye pushed open the door to his home. The kitchen was suffused with the enticing aroma of sweet and sour ribs. Qin Lan adjusted the stove and Appo's flame and, shaking off the water from her apron, sauntered into the living room, gesturing towards the sofa with her chin. Sit down. Confounded, Tang Ye complied. Which young lady have you found for me this time? Less of your nonsense, Qin Lan retorted, turning towards the bedroom. She emerged moments later, a metallic hairpin in hand, striking it against the coffee table, producing a crisp sound. With her arms crossed, she assumed an interrogative stance. Now confess, whose hairpin is this? Tang Ye picked up the hairpin, examining it closely under the light. The hollow butterfly wings shimmering. Mom, I think you should ask Dad. I'm rarely at home. You need to be cautious. Although you are naturally beautiful, it's important to maintain freshness. Go to a hair salon for a trendy hairstyle and visit a beauty clinic for skincare. There are many young ladies at the hospital who are quite attractive. My dad may be a bit older, but he is a skilled surgeon and still quite appealing. You should focus more on him and nurture your marriage. As for me, I'll be 28 after the new year. You need not worry too much. Qin Lan, both amused and exasperated, feigned a gesture to pull his ear. This hairpin is from your father. That night he worked overtime and returned home in the middle of the night. You were drunk, and he found this hairpin in the kitchen. Moreover, someone made you a hangover soup. If you don't come clean, I'll pin the blame on your father. With a chuckle, Tang Ye surrendered. All right, I confess. The hairpin belongs to a high school classmate. I got a bit too tipsy at a gathering, and she brought me home. Please don't misunderstand. Our relationship is entirely innocent. Qin Lan scrutinized him thoughtfully for a long while before turning back to the room. After a moment, she returned with an album, swiftly flipping to his high school graduation group photo. Upon seeing the photo, a smile grazed Tang Ye's lips. I was looking for this picture the other day, but thought I had lost it. Turns out you had kept it. Waving her hand dismissively, Qinlan urged. Stop sidetracking me. Quickly tell me which girl you brought home that day? Tang Ye's gaze landed on a girl in the second row, near the center. That is Xiaohui. I must admit, even in this photograph, she stands out among the girls. Qinlan pointed at Xiaohui. Is it her? I remember you often mentioning her in high school. She was quite pretty. Where does she work now? Tang Ye shifted Qinlan's finger to the right side of the third row. No, it's her, Dushi. Qinlan paused, displaying a hint of disappointment. She looks rather ordinary, dark and thin. But for marriage, one should find someone who is practical and steady. Her eyes are bright. She must possess good character. Tang Ye laughed softly. She has changed quite a bit. I almost didn't recognize her. Qinlan regarded him with a knowing glance. So, are you smitten with her? Tang Ye shook his head. We're just friends. Seizing the moment, Qinlan pressed further. What did her parents do? What about her occupation? Clearing his throat. Tang Ye replied with a smile. I'm not entirely sure about her parents, but she is a police officer. Upon hearing this, Qinlan's expression faltered. A girl working as a police officer? That could be quite dangerous. Not very suitable. Tang Ye, tucking the hairpin into his pocket, reassured her. All right, report concluded. I must emphasize again, we're merely classmates. Now go check on the kitchen. I smell something burning. Has something been overcooked? Qinlan suddenly realized. Oh no, my fish. As she prepared the dishes for the table, Tang Ye retrieved a bank card from his wallet. Qinlan looked at him quizzically. What is this about? Pushing the card across the table, Tang Ye declared, a beauty fund for you. Seeing her reluctance to accept it, he explained with a smile. Remember I mentioned investing in a clothing factory? It's the end of the year, and here is your shareholder dividend. This card is yours. With the password being your father's birthday. Surprised, Qinlan did not take the card. I thought it would take at least a year to see any returns. I didn't expect the dividends to come so soon. How much is in the card? Tang Ye teased. You'll find out when you check it yourself. Qinlan shot him a knowing glare. Don't try to play tricks on me. After pondering, she pushed the card back to him. You keep this money. It was meant for you anyway. I had prepared myself for a total loss. Tang Ye refused, standing up to tuck the card into her pocket. Use it to buy some cosmetics and treat yourself at a beauty salon. You've gained quite a few gray hairs over these years. Seeing her son's concern, Qinlan felt a wave of emotion, nearly shedding tears. For now, I'll hold on to this card for you. Whenever you need it, just let me know. Tang Ye smiled as he popped a piece of fish into his mouth, realizing the fish was indeed burnt. But I enjoy it charred. Qinlan's lips curled into a blissful smile, her laughter mingled with tears. Do you find this all particularly amusing? Tang Ye waved his hand. From now on, I'll remain silent and focus on my meal. After dinner, Qinlan stepped out with several bags containing 2 bottles of wine and 2 packs of cigarettes. As the new year approaches, you should make an effort to connect with your superiors. I have some liquor and cigarettes stored here for you to take. Tang Ye chuckled. I don't do gifts. Qinlan insisted. If you don't, I shall deliver them for you. If your father had interacted more with his superiors back in the day, he could have easily been a deputy director by now. Sparing him from the grueling hours spent in surgery, Tang Ye accepted the cigarettes and alcohol, smiling. What is the point of being a director? Professionals like Dad are invaluable. Seeing him accept, Qinlan remarked, You, my son, are destined for greater success than your father. After dinner, Qinlan went out for a stroll. Tang Ye received a call from Du Qingfeng. Xiaotang, tomorrow I have a few friends visiting my home. If you're free, you can come and join us. Certainly. Secretary, I shall be there on time. As he hung up, Tang Ye mused whether his mother had some foresight. Although he had no intention of concocting elaborate gifts for Du Qingfeng, the invitation was an opportunity. Since it was his first visit, it would be remiss not to bring something. The liquor and cigarettes would serve perfectly. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Qinlan appeared, her expression flustered. I just checked the balance on the bank card, and it has 50,000. Son, you must tell me honestly, where did this money come from? One must not let greed lead to grave mistakes. Tang Ye gently patted her hand, smiling to reassure her. Mom, rest assured, this money is entirely legitimate. When you have time, I'll take you to visit the factory. If all goes as expected, next year's dividends could multiply significantly. Chapter 81. Are you here to see my father? The mist still lingered over Yunhu Courtyard, casting a pale azure hue. Following the address provided by Du Qingfeng's, Tang Ye arrived at the entrance of a solitary villa and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, a charming figure emerged from within. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. The air thick with tension. Tang Ye, Dushi, Tang Ye momentarily doubted whether he had come to the right place and double-checked the house number. Was this truly the residence of Secretary Du? She, her mind blank, wondered how Tang Ye could possibly be here. Noticing the bag he held, realization dawned on her. You must be here to see my dad, right? At that moment, Tang Ye grasped the surprising truth that her father was indeed Secretary Du. He mentioned hosting distinguished guests today and invited me to keep him company. She felt her carotid artery thumping as she caught sight of her father's figure appearing. Du Changfeng stood in the corridor, draped in a camel-colored cardigan. Ah, little Tang has arrived. Why are you dawdling, Shi? Hurry and let your old classmate in. Little Tang, you needn't have brought anything. Just remember to take it back with you later. Otherwise, I might get upset. Shi unlocked the door and accepted the gift box from Tang Ye. The scene felt peculiar to her. She couldn't help but wonder how her mother, Xiaoqin, would react upon seeing Tang Ye. Yet, rather than feeling embarrassed, Shi found herself in high spirits. They said that connections between people are fated, and her bond with Tang Ye had never truly severed. Having heard there were guests, Xiaoqin made her way from the kitchen to the entrance. Upon seeing Tang Ye, she exchanged a knowing glance with Shi. Following her mother into the kitchen, Xiaoqin placed the blanched broccoli into a colander. Is the young talent your father mentioned him? Shi hurriedly explained. Yes, isn't it quite unexpected? Xiaoqin thought it was an excellent opportunity to observe Tang Ye closely. She had arranged for inquiries about him and found his family to be of above-average standing. Yet, she always felt that his approach to her daughter was somewhat ulterior. Shi brewed 2 cups of green tea and brought them to the study. Tang Ye was leaning beside Du Changfeng, watching him practice calligraphy. As Du Changfeng wrote, he chuckled, I only discovered last month while reviewing your files that you are Du Shi's high school classmate. Tang Ye smiled at Du Shi, saying, Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known of this connection, it would have saved me some detours. Du Shi's lips curled into a playful smile. My father always keeps work and personal matters distinct. Don't think you can take shortcuts. Du Changfeng laughed heartily. Du Shi knows me well. Had I known you were Du Shi's classmate, I would have been even stricter in my expectations. Receiving a phone call, Du Changfeng conversed briefly and, after hanging up, smiled. The guests have arrived. Let us go down to greet them. Upon descending the stairs, Tang Ye discovered that the guests included Su Xianquan, the vice president of the Northeast Chamber of Commerce, as well as Vice Mayor Zhao Dixin and Hu Zhangping. The moment Hu Zhangping laid eyes on Tang Ye, his expression shifted, surprised that Tang Ye had appeared at Du Changfeng's family gathering. Zhao Dixin introduced Hu Zhangping to Du Changfeng. Brother Changfeng, allow me to introduce my nephew, Hu Zhangping, who serves as the deputy mayor and head of the police station in Jinshui town. Hu Zhangping and Du Shi were acquainted, both having graduated from the police academy and were senior and junior colleagues. Du Changfeng nodded at Hu Zhangping. I've heard Du Shi mention you. You're quite an impressive young man. As introductions ensued, Hu Zhangping felt relieved. Tang Ye's position as Du Changfeng's right-hand man indicated he was not Du Shi's boyfriend, which meant he still had a chance. Xiaoqin discreetly compared Hu Zhangping and Tang Ye. Their administrative ranks were similar, but Hu Zhangping had greater prospects for advancement. Moreover, Hu Zhangping shared a close relationship with Zhao Dixing, the newly prominent official, which could benefit her husband's career if he were to be with her daughter. Xiaoqin maintained a good relationship with Zhao Dixing's wife. They occasionally dined together and played mahjong, and had long contemplated matchmaking. Understanding her daughter's aversion to arranged meetings, fearing it would backfire, she orchestrated things subtly. Xiaoqin occasionally served Hu Zhangping more food, saying, Little Hu, do eat more meat. You seem rather thin. Hu Zhangping hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Annie. I can help myself. There's no need to be so kind. She also served Tang Ye a piece of braised pork, saying, This is my mom's braised pork. It's especially delicious. You should try some. Xiaoqin found it both amusing and exasperating. Her daughter's nature was such that the more she favored Hu Zhangping, the more Du Shi would compete with her, prompting a silent sigh. After the meal, Zhao Dixing, Su Xianquan, and Du Changfeng retired to the study to discuss matters. Meanwhile, Hu Zhangping, Du Shi, and Tang Ye engaged in casual conversation in the living room, noting their shared background in law enforcement. Hu Zhangping initiated a conversation about a recent high-profile case to draw closer to Du Shi. There has been a series of murders in Hanzhou over the past few months, targeting sex workers, with 4 fatalities. You must have been investigating this case for quite some time. Du Shi furrowed her brows. In order to uncover the true culprit, a special team was formed. My mentor is the team leader, and I'm a member. We've invested considerable effort, yet the more we investigate, the more lost we feel. Hu Zhangping crossed his legs, citing precedents. This case reminds me of the Gilgo Beach killer. Over the past 20 years, residents of Long Island, New York, have repeatedly discovered the bodies of discarded sex workers along the roadside. The killer had a penchant for dismembering bodies, with estimates ranging from 12 to 20 victims. Additionally, there was the Green River Killer case, which originated near Seattle. The police uncovered multiple female corpses, suspecting a local painter, Ridgway, as the perpetrator. Due to the limitations of forensic technology at the time, Ridgway evaded capture. Ultimately, advancements in DNA testing identified him as the true killer. He confessed 2 years ago to murdering 48 women and was sentenced to life imprisonment. These two cases may provide inspiration for your investigation. Dushi couldn't help but smile wryly at Hu Zhongping's analysis. Although seemingly relevant, it bore little practicality and offered no real value to the case. Tang Ye, intrigued, turned to Dushi. Are there any photos or videos from the scene? Dushi promptly replied, there is a rather unclear video. Tang Ye smiled. Would you mind showing it to me? Dushi fetched her laptop from the room and played the video. It soon concluded. Tang Ye shot a glance at Dushi, who, understanding the unspoken cue, released the mouse and stepped aside. Tang Ye took the mouse, focusing on the monitor, the warmth of the device lingering as if it still held a trace of body heat and fragrance. However, Tang Ye's attention was clearly elsewhere. He paused the playback at 2 minutes and 12 seconds, replaying that segment repeatedly. Hu Zhongping appeared dismissive, assuming Tang Ye was merely trying to show off. With so many skilled investigators at the City Bureau having scrutinized the video countless times, what could a deputy town mayor without investigative experience discern from a blurry clip? After an indeterminate period, Tang Ye's eyes lit up, landing on Hu Zhongping. Deputy Mayor Hu, what would you do if you felt discomfort on your head? Hu Zhongping shot Tang Ye an irritated glance, placing his hand on his head and ruffling his hair dismissively. I'd just do this, prompted by Tang Ye's inquiry. Dushi and Appo's eyes widened with realization. She connected the dots. The way the killer played with their hair was particularly feminine. Thus, the perpetrator might very well be a woman. We've been headed in the wrong direction from the start. I need to call my mentor immediately. Chapter 82. Do not recklessly forge romantic connections. Dushi dialed the phone number for Captain Wu. Master, one of the deceased had contact with a university professor, but we have ruled him out as a suspect due to clear alibi evidence. Captain Wu interrupted Dushi, reminding her that the professor had gone abroad for an exchange program 6 months ago and had yet to return. Dushi continued. His wife is a gynecologist who has been on medical leave for her health issues since then. Captain Wu's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that the murderer could be his wife? Dushi nodded slightly. We have been pursuing the wrong direction, presuming the murderer to be male. A friend and I analyzed the video, and he pointed out that around 2 minutes and 12 seconds, the perpetrator exhibited a distinctly feminine gesture. Captain Wu inhaled deeply, realizing that this new angle overturned their previous investigative approach. I have met the professor and Appo's wife. She is tall and slender, a gynecologist with anatomical expertise, fitting the profile of the criminal. Yet, what motive would she have to kill? Dushi tentatively proposed. Could it be possible that her husband contracted a sexually transmitted disease, which he then transmitted to her? As a gynecologist, she might feel psychologically unbalanced due to the infection. In her quest for vengeance against those who spread the disease, she could have resorted to murder. Captain Wu excitedly slapped his thigh. This logic completes the circle. We must act swiftly to apprehend her. Dushi replied. I will set out immediately to meet you. After hanging up, Dushi grasped Tang Ye's hand firmly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Tang Ye, for guiding us toward this crucial lead. I must now pursue the case further. I will inform you of any developments at the earliest opportunity. Tang Ye smiled. I look forward to your good news. Dushi returned to her room to change clothes and departed in a flurry. Hu Zhongping felt a sense of discomfort, not merely due to Dushi's abrupt exit, but rather because Tang Ye had clearly dominated the earlier discussion about the case. Nevertheless, Hu Zhongping remained convinced that Tang Ye's conclusions were nonsensical. The video was recorded at night, the visuals were murky, and a single gesture could not possibly resolve a case. He believed that modern technology was essential for solving crimes. Recently, he had been in discussions with several professors at the Public Security University to explore the introduction of new technologies to Hanzhou. If successful, this would enhance his political achievements. It cannot be said that Hu Zhongping's thinking was misguided. Rather, it was a matter of different paths suited to different beings. Dushi arrived at the faculty building of Hanzhou University. Captain Wu and several colleagues had just arrived to prevent any possible escape by the suspect. Prior to the arrest, he organized his team, To thwart the suspect from acting out of desperation, they sealed off all potential exits. Captain Wu quietly instructed Du Shi, "You will ring the doorbell." As a woman who has previously interacted with the suspect, you may lower her defenses. Du Shi pressed the doorbell. Shortly thereafter, a tall, slender middle-aged woman opened the door slightly. Upon seeing Du Shi, her expression shifted from surprise to composure. "What brings you here?" Du Shi maintained her composure and replied steadily. "Miss Qinjing, we met before. I have a few questions to verify with you. May we come in?" After a moment's hesitation, Qinjing opened the door wider and said, "Come in." Du Shi stepped inside, and Captain Wu along with another colleague quickly positioned themselves on either side of Qinjing, effectively trapping her in the middle. Captain Wu's expression grew serious as he produced a search warrant. "We suspect you are connected to a series of murders, and we need to search your residence. Please cooperate with our investigation." Qinjing's emotions shifted from anger to resignation. She brushed her bangs aside and sat down on the sofa, her eyes cold. "Captain, we found an album in the study containing photographs of the victims. We also discovered a travel bag filled with what appears to be clothing and tools used in the crimes." Qinjing took a deep breath, surprisingly calm. "You have one. I confess, I killed them all. They were societal parasites, fully aware of their ailments yet continuing to peddle their bodies, spreading disease. They shattered my family, cost me my job, and stripped away any meaning in my life. I have suffered in anguish, and I had to exact my revenge. I do not regret it at all." As Du Shi placed handcuffs on Qinjing's wrists, she asked with complexity, "Does your husband know?" Qinjing's expression contorted. "Our marriage has long been a mere formality. What difference does it make if he knows?" Du Shi paused, then gently said, "You have forgotten the Hippocratic Oath." Qinjing recalled the moment she took her oath as a medical professional. "I solemnly pledge my life to humanity. I will prioritize the health and happiness of my patients. I will respect the autonomy and dignity of my patients. I will uphold the utmost respect for human life." Once a revered doctor, she had now become a murderous fiend. She covered her face, tears streaming from her eyes, unsure if they stemmed from shame, rage, or bitterness. Du Shi and Captain Wu exchanged glances. Beyond the sighs of regret, relief washed over them. After such an extensive investigation, they had finally apprehended the perpetrator. On the way back to the police station, Du Shi shared a vehicle with Captain Wu. She took out her phone and called Tang Ye. "I have good news for you. The suspect is indeed the professor's wife. We found a plethora of physical evidence in her home, and she has confessed." "Thank you." Tang Ye chuckled. "I merely made a casual remark, a fortunate coincidence. No need for gratitude. You truly helped me tremendously. I must express my thanks properly. When you have time, I will treat you to dinner. You must accept." "Ah, a meal on me. You better be prepared to splurge. I want something extravagant." Du Shi laughed. "I can't afford anything too extravagant." Tang Ye smiled. "Just kidding. What matters is not what we eat, but who we dine with. Then let's plan for next weekend." "All right, I await your news." After ending the call, Captain Wu inquired with a smile, "Who were you talking to?" Du Shi. Her cheeks flushed, did not conceal her answer. Tang Ye. He noticed a feminine gesture in the perpetrator and Oppo's actions on the video, which sparked my inspiration. "Master, I showed him some materials. You wouldn't punish me, would you?" Captain Wu's eyes widened. "So it was him. You contributed significantly to solving the case. I should be delighted, not displeased. It seems you two are getting along quite well." Du Shi felt her face grow hot and hurriedly corrected him. "We are merely classmates." Captain Wu, perceiving his apprentice's sentiments, chuckled. "Little Tang seems quite commendable. You should seize the opportunity. Don't be too aloof and miss him." Surprised by her master's high praise for Tang Ye, she felt an inexplicable joy, yet verbally denied it. "Master, do not recklessly forge romantic connections." Upon returning to the office, Captain Wu pulled up the video and replayed the critical moment at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. He had watched this segment numerous times. But now, from a god's eye view, he noticed the peculiar gesture. After decades in criminal investigation, the seasoned detective found himself impressed. This young man had quite the discerning eye. Chapter 83. Do you know Cheng Lin? After bidding farewell to the guests, Du Chifeng returned to his study. He and Tang Ye discussed the cooperation proposal presented by the Northeast Chamber of Commerce. With the successful recruitment of a South Korean consortium, Su Xianchuan raised the budget from 500 million to 800 million. However, this came with more stringent policy demands, aiming to acquire a piece of land located in the southwestern area of Pinga Town. Although the land appeared to be barren, it was quite substantial in size. Tang Ye believed that this land should not be relinquished without due consideration. "I suspect that Chairman Su has alternative plans. He is testing our limits." "Oh?" Please elaborate. Du Chengfeng's position necessitated careful consideration of numerous factors. The Northeast Chamber of Commerce was a key investor. Once the hotel project was secured, other initiatives could follow suit. The chamber was leveraging the mentality of the Tianling government to maximize their benefits. However, at this juncture, it was crucial not to concede. Any concessions would lead to resource depletion for the local government. What seemed like a desolate area would significantly appreciate in value once commercialized. After the new year, when the provincial investment funds materialized, the resort project would commence, inviting further investors who would then be in a more passive position. We must remain steadfast, otherwise, resources would be squandered. The land they coveted could potentially yield billions in revenue for the government. We must not chase short-term gains at the expense of long-term development. Du Chengfeng silently admired Tang Ye's vision. At the county committee meeting, the faction led by Wei Jian was eager to sign a project agreement with the Northeast Chamber of Commerce. For most officials, immediate benefits were prioritized, leaving the mess of 4 to 5 years later for their successors to resolve. Du Chengfeng consistently suppressed the tendencies for quick profits within the standing committee. Despite his youth, Tang Ye exhibited far greater foresight than Wei Jian and others. A young colleague could discern the essence of matters, which greatly reassured Du Chengfeng. Du Chengfeng smiled and shifted the topic. You previously worked in the Municipal Retired Cadres Bureau, correct? Do you have any insights on Lin? Tang Ye was taken aback by Du Chengfeng's inquiry about Lin. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, though she is a woman, she approaches her duties with diligence, handles issues meticulously, and maintains her integrity. She is a disciplined and principled leader. Du Chengfeng paused momentarily, smiling as he said, hearing you speak so highly of her makes me want to learn more about her. After the new year, I shall seek an opportunity to communicate with her. Tang Ye felt a surge of joy. It seemed Lin and Apos' transfer to the county committee and Apos' organization department was promising. After Tang Ye departed, Xiaoqin entered the study with a bowl of tremella soup. You rarely accept gifts. Why did you accept Xiao Tang and Apos' cigarettes and liquor today? You rejected Xiaohu and Apos' offerings. It and Apos' all about reciprocity. Didn't and Apos' I ask you to return a gesture to Xiao Tang? Du Chengfeng replied nonchalantly. Xiaoqin directly questioned, who do you think is more outstanding? Xiao Tang or Xiaohu? Du Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing his wife was approaching the matter from the perspective of selecting a son-in-law. He smiled faintly. You observe more keenly than I do. What are your thoughts? Xiaoqin settled into the chair opposite Du Chengfeng, her tone complex as she said. In terms of family background, Xiaohu has the advantage. However, Xiao Tang's appearance and character are significant assets. Overall, they are quite comparable. Du Chengfeng sipped his tremella soup and softly remarked, in matters of marriage, one must heed our daughter and Apos' own intentions. Moreover, we cannot be overly enthusiastic. Xiaohu clearly has feelings for our daughter, while Xiao Tang seems to prefer maintaining distance. As for who our daughter favors, a mother knows her child best. You should be well aware. Xiaoqin expressed her displeasure. Are you really lacking confidence in our daughter? Du Chengfeng smiled gently. Matters of the heart are indeed unpredictable. Ultimately, the choice lies with her. Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed. She had been the one who pursued Du Chengfeng during their courtship. Did this imply that her daughter might follow in her footsteps? She changed the subject. Xiaohu is the nephew of Mayor Zhao. If you were to become our son-in-law, wouldn't that strengthen your ties with Mayor Zhao? Du Chengfeng waved his hand dismissively, stating seriously, I do not need to leverage my daughter for political alliances. Please do not entertain such thoughts. Du Chengfeng felt that Xiaoqin's perspective was rather mundane. At his level, advancing further was not merely a matter of allying with Zhao Dishing. It required solid political achievements. Meanwhile, Tang Ye was a fortuitous figure who could bring him such accomplishments. Otherwise, he would not have invited Tang Ye to his home for a private dinner. As for the exchange of gifts, it was a means to strengthen their relationship. His stance regarding Tang Ye and his daughter was one of non-interference, observing developments as they unfolded. Xiaoqin quietly suggested, could it be that he knows she is your daughter, and is intentionally? Du Chengfeng shot her an irritated glance. I can assure you, Tang Ye was unaware of my relationship with Du Shi and has never harbored any narrow-minded intentions. However, I find Hu Zhongping's gaze unsettling. It leaves me uncomfortable. Xiaoqin was taken aback by Du Chengfeng's high regard for Tang Ye and smiled wryly. Then let nature take its course. Du Chengfeng understood his wife's character well. She would have originally favored Hu Zhongping. However, when comparing the two, Hu Zhongping paled in every aspect. If he had to choose a reliable right-hand man, he would undoubtedly select Tang Ye. Yet, selecting a son-in-law involved numerous considerations. Xiao Qin also noticed that Hu Zhongping tended to boast and lacked a grounded approach. Hu Zhongping returned home. Hearing the noise, his mother emerged from the bedroom, smilingly inquiring, "How was your day?" Hu Zhongping placed the cigarettes and liquor against the wall, dejectedly replying, "Not great." Noticing the rejected gifts, his mother furrowed her brow, realizing Hu Zhongping must have faced a setback. He locked the bedroom door, lying on the bed, feeling as if a heavy stone was lodged in his chest, both angry and frustrated. Zhao Dishing praised Tang Ye profusely, constantly urging Hu Zhongping to engage more with him and learn from him. Out of pride, Hu Zhongping obediently acquiesced to Zhao Dishing's requests. From Zhao Dishing's fragmented remarks, he concluded that Tang Ye was quite fortunate. After taking office in Pinggu, he had managed to secure Du Qingfeng's support. With the provincial resort project underway, Tang Ye would undoubtedly achieve significant political accomplishments. Hu Zhongping vaguely sensed that Tang Ye was not only his rival in love but also a potential competitor in his career. His phone buzzed with a message from a colleague at the municipal bureau. Hu Zhongping opened it and was startled, sitting up abruptly. At 4:50 p.m., the city's criminal investigation team successfully solved a serial murder case, with the perpetrator being a former doctor at the Municipal Women's and Children's Hospital. In this operation, your junior apprentice, Du Shi, played a crucial role. She keenly identified clues from a video and subsequently pinpointed the suspect. The net of justice is vast, and no one escapes its reach. Hu Zhongping was momentarily at a loss for words. Du Shi had indeed captured the murderer thanks to the lead provided by Tang Ye? Reflecting on the affectionate glances Du Shi cast at Tang Ye, he felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on his chest. Now, with the added accomplishment of aiding Du Shi in solving the case, would Tang Ye's stature in Du Shi's eyes rise even further? Chapter 84. A tense tug-of-war with my sister-in-law for the entirety of the morning. Tang Ye remained ensconced in his office, engrossed in researching the project proposal from the Northeast Chamber of Commerce, inadvertently missing the lunchtime hour. It was not until Su Qiao knocked and entered, placing a lunchbox on his desk, that he snapped back to reality, his stomach growling with hunger. Su Qiao, clad in simple attire, exuded an air of grace with her tall and slender figure. Perhaps due to her recent reassignment, she now carried a more competent and composed demeanor. As Tang Ye opened the lunchbox, the main dish of braised chicken with edamame instantly whetted his appetite. He handed the project proposal to Su Qiao, instructing her to refine and print the materials. Su Qiao departed his office with the documents in hand, her workload having significantly increased. Nevertheless, the days flew by, and she eagerly anticipated her work each day. Tang Ye was also keen on nurturing and enhancing Su Qiao's professional skills. She resembled an unpolished gem. It was uncertain who initiated the notion, but Su Qiao began to refer to Tang Ye as her master, to which he silently acquiesced, tacitly acknowledging their bond. Su Qiao adeptly crafted well-structured PowerPoint presentations and was proficient in software like Photoshop to elevate her work quality. Tang Ye recognized her innate talent and believed that, with time, she could evolve into a valuable ally. At 2 in the afternoon, Tang Ye hurried from the town to the county government, knocking on Wei Jian's office door with the project proposal in hand. Behind the expansive desk, Wei Jian was deeply engrossed in documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. Upon seeing Tang Ye, his expression brightened, and he greeted him with a warm smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. Tang Ye pulled out a chair and sat across from Wei Jian. As the deputy mayor, he was aware that Wei Jian was the leader responsible for political affairs. Wei Jian had previously instructed Wang Kaicheng to relay that Tang Ye should report on the project proposal, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Wei Jian set the project proposal aside and inquired about Tang Ye's recent work, expressing genuine concern about any challenges he may have faced. Tang Ye smiled and shook his head, indicating that his current focus was on maintaining stability before the upcoming holiday. Wei Jian sipped his tea and reclined in his chair, his tone neither warm nor cold, affirming Tang Ye's assessment. He noted that as the year drew to a close, the emphasis lay in ensuring peace and unity, allowing the citizens to enjoy a harmonious new year. He stressed the importance of safety in production during this period, cautioning against significant accidents. Observing Wei Jian's hesitance to review the project proposal, Tang Ye gently reminded him, "Director Wei, I would appreciate it if you could review the proposal for the 5-star hotel project in Pinggu Town and provide your insights for any necessary revisions." Wei Jian glanced at the proposal with a smile, acknowledging the collaboration with the Northeast Chamber of Commerce as a top priority, albeit lamenting the negative attitudes of some county committee members. He urged Tang Ye and his fellow grassroots officials to maintain a broader perspective and avoid bureaucratic formalism that could turn good intentions into detrimental outcomes. Tang Ye chuckled, fully aware that Wei Jian was subtly admonishing him. During the standing committee meeting, Du Chifeng had dismissed the proposal against the majority's opinion. Wei Jian had privately engaged with the Northeast Chamber's team and even expressed his support during convivial gatherings. What he had assumed would be a settled matter was now obstructed by Du Chifeng. Wei Jian's directive for Tang Ye to report was laced with an underlying intention to nudge him towards action. Realizing this, Tang Ye took his leave. Having received notice the previous night, he had contemplated leveraging the opportunity to communicate his vision for the hotel project with Wei Jian. However, at that moment, his enthusiasm waned. Having overestimated Wei Jian's open-mindedness. After Tang Ye exited, Wei Jian scrutinized the materials, and once he finished perusing the proposal, he stood before a map of Tianling County. Pondering for a while before dialing Zhu Ming, the director of the government office, instructing him to come to his location. Zhu Ming arrived promptly, a smile gracing his face. "County Chief, how may I assist you?" he inquired. Wei Jian handed the project proposal to Zhu Ming, requesting him to examine the materials for any potential flaws. Zhu Ming recognized that Wei Jian sought to identify weaknesses to challenge Du Chifeng in the standing committee meeting. After a thorough review, he remarked, "This document contains ample data from other cities, and its conclusions are quite clear. Identifying flaws will be a formidable task. How long would it take you to produce such materials?" Zhu Ming broke into a sweat, realizing the expectations. "You know my capabilities well enough," he responded. Wei Jian chuckled softly, placing the project proposal on the table as if speaking to himself. "Indeed, a talented individual, but regrettably not for my purposes. He would have made a fine assistant." Unbeknownst to Tang Ye, despite the meticulously prepared project proposal lacking Wei Jian's endorsement, its logical coherence and solid foundation prevented it from being wielded as a weapon against Du Chifeng in the standing committee. Upon returning to his office, Zhu Ming's phone rang, and a sweet voice resonated through. "Director Zhu, I've reserved a private room for tonight, and I truly hope you can join us." The project manager from the Northeast Chamber, Lu Bingbing, extended a warm invitation. Zhu Ming, wary, closed the door and lowered his voice. "I have an important meeting today, and it may run late." Lu Bingbing playfully responded, "I truly miss you. No matter how late you are, I and Amp, Oppos, LL wait for you. By the way, I have a surprise prepared." Zhu Ming fell into a contemplative silence before softening his tone. "Oh? What kind of surprise? Care to share?" Lu Bingbing giggled shyly. "The item you asked me to buy last time. I have procured it. You won't be disappointed." After leaving the county government, Tang Ye arrived at a tea house in the city. He knocked on the door of a private room and smiled at Zhu Junting. "Sister-in-law, it's been a while. Thank you for your patience." Zhu Junting, dressed in a vibrant red base layer that hugged her figure, rose gracefully to pour tea for him. "Please, have a seat," she invited, her crimson lips alluring and her demeanor captivating. Her smile radiated warmth, infusing the elegant room with an unmistakable sense of fervor. Once Tang Ye settled down, Zhu Junting presented him with a document, stating, "Last night, the board approved the proposal to build a hotel in Pinnacle Town. If all goes as planned, construction will commence in the spring, aiming for operations within 2 years." Tang Ye sipped his tea and expressed his gratitude. "Sister-in-law, I appreciate your trust in me." Zhu Junting smiled back, "Hold off on the thanks. I am wagering all my assets on this venture, so the conditions are quite stringent." As Tang Ye perused the document, his expression darkened. He was taken aback by the exorbitant policy demands. Shaking his head, he replied, "I must decline this project." Surprise flickered in Zhu Junting's eyes. "You need achievements, and we require policies. Many places are willing to accommodate such conditions. Why the refusal?" Tang Ye's demeanor grew serious. "I certainly seek accomplishments, but I will not sacrifice the interests of the populace in exchange. The Northeast Chamber is also eyeing that land. You are not the only option." Zhu Junting, with a cunning glint in her eye, remarked, "If I were to pass this document to Wei Jian, do you think he would agree?" Tang Ye retorted sharply, "Sister-in-law, you should be aware of the situation. Why has the Northeast Chamber struggled to secure that land? Who truly holds the power to make the final decision?" Zhu Junting fell silent, refreshing the tea leaves, appearing nonchalant. Once the tea was brewed anew, she leisurely retrieved a contract from her bag and slid it across the table toward Tang Ye. "Were it not for your past assistance, I would not be inclined to offer you this opportunity. You may be a deputy mayor, but you are carrying yourself as if you were the mayor of the city. This proposal represents my bottom line. If you do not agree, we will have to part ways." Tang Ye picked up the new agreement, scrutinizing it with a countenance that fluctuated between joy and despair. After perusing the document, he placed it down on the table and fixed an impassive gaze upon Zhu Junting's radiant visage, remaining silent for an extended moment. Zhu Junting furrowed her brow, her tone growing frosty. This was already the utmost concession she could offer. Very well, let it be that I present my warm visage to your cold indifference. Just as Zhu Junting was about to step out of the private room, Tang Ye softly called out, "Wait." Zhu Junting turned around. With a beaming smile, Tang Ye approached her and audaciously snatched her white name-brand handbag from her shoulder. He unzipped it and extracted a third set of materials from within. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "There is clearly another agreement. Why not allow me to review it before you depart?"